Disowned by a wealthy family and mocked by the entire city, you set off for the Blood Moon Abyss dungeon where the death rate is 99% carrying a rank skeleton soldier. Everyone thought you were crazy, but all you wanted was a quiet place to lie down. The dungeon plaza was bustling with noise. Your adopted older brother and his elite squad headed toward the nightmare portal, drawing gasps from the crowd. Meanwhile, you wearing a worn t-shirt and flip-flops, a beach chair in one hand and an ice-cold Coke in the other, walk straight toward that blood-stained red portal that no one dares approach, under the gaze of everyone who thinks you're a madman. Behind you, countless people gasp in horror, but you don't even bother to look back. You simply lift your leg and step into that crimson vortex that represents a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival. Chapter 1, Awakening Day. Little Skeleton. Rating just released. It will rise later, at least 9.5. Awakening check-in. Check-in adds 10 centimeters to any body part. Jiangnan City First High School, Awakening Plaza. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the big day for the unified awakening ceremony of the senior class. An ancient awakening array stood in the center of the square, surrounded by stands filled with admissions directors from major universities and Jiangnan City's most prominent dignitaries. The principal held the microphone, his voice trembling with excitement. Next up, Lin Yu. The moment the name was announced, the entire crowd fell silent for a second, then erupted into a wave of enthusiastic cheers. Lin Yu wore a perfectly tailored, custom-made white shirt, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He walked with a composed stride onto the awakening platform under the gaze of the crowd. Lin Yu, go for it. From the front row of the stands, Jinhai, chairman of the Lin Group, stood up and shouted loudly. Mrs. Lin, Wanxiu, clasped her hands together, her eyes brimming with pride for her son. Lin Yu turned around, bowed deeply toward the stands, and then stepped into the formation. The moment the formation activated, an unexpected change occurred. The previously clear sky darkened instantly. A bone-chilling cold erupted violently, radiating outward from the awakening platform. Crack! Crack! A thick layer of frost instantly formed across the entire plaza, and the temperature plummeted. The students in the front rows shivered from the cold, yet dared not even blink. A deafening roar echoed from the sky. The ethereal form of a massive skeletal dragon, dozens of meters long, suddenly materialized behind Lin Yu. A ghostly blue soul fire burned within the dragon's hollow eye sockets, and a terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire arena. Good heavens! It's a celestial phenomenon. That aura, that commotion, it's definitely the legendary hidden class. The chief examiner was so overcome with excitement that he dropped the tablet he was holding. He lunged toward the testing device, staring at the golden light flashing wildly on the screen, his voice cracking with emotion. Lin Yu. Class awakened, rank, hidden class dragon tamer. Initial summon, frost bone dragon. The entire venue fell deathly silent for a full 5 seconds. Then, the entire square erupted. All the school administrators, guild masters, and influential figures could no longer sit still. Rank. Our Jiangnan City has actually produced a rank. A genius. This is a once-in-a-century genius. Jinhai threw his head back and laughed so hard tears nearly streamed down his face. He shoved aside the bodyguard in front of him and strode toward the stage. Bravo! 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 Truly worthy of being my son, Jinhai. Wanxiu covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. The mayor of Jiangnan City rushed over immediately, his face beaming with a smile. Mr. Lin, congratulations! The Lin family has produced a true dragon. From now on, the Lin family is bound to soar to new heights in Jiangnan City. The leaders of the major guilds immediately pulled out contracts, surrounding Jinhai so tightly there was no room to move. Mr. Lin, our War God Guild is willing to provide 100 million in resources annually, just for young Master Lin to lend his name. Get lost. Mr. Lin, our Law God Temple will offer 300 million, plus a full set of rank gear. Faced with everyone's frenzied defections and flattery, Jinhai beamed with pride. His vanity was satisfied at this moment like never before. Lin Yu stepped down from the awakening platform and obediently linked his arm through Wanxiu's. Mom, Dad, I didn't let you down. It was just luck, you're all overpraising me. The more humble he acted, the more the surrounding dignitaries praised him for being sensible and well-mannered. Oh, Lin Yu is truly outstanding. Wanqiu stroked Lin Yu's face, her eyes brimming with affection. Then, Lin Yu turned his head to look at a figure in the corner. He deliberately raised his voice. I wonder what class my older brother will awaken. After all, he is our family's biological son. My brother has suffered so much out there, surely his talent must be even better than mine? As soon as he said this, the powerful figures around him all broke into amused smiles. Who didn't know about the Lin family's messy business? 18 years ago, the hospital switched the babies at birth, and it was only half a month ago that the Lin family tracked down their biological son in the slums. Rumor had it that the kid wasn't just ill-mannered, he reeked of poverty. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the smile vanished from Jinhai's face instantly. He turned his head and glared viciously at the yawning teenager in the corner. He'll awaken my ass. Growing up in that dump, he'd be doing the Lin family a favor just by scraping by with a life class. In the corner, Lin Mo leaned against a pillar and yawned again. It's so noisy. With his hands in his pockets and his eyes half closed, he looked like he hadn't woken up yet. He didn't even bat an eyelid at his biological parents' curses. Having been in this world for half a month, he had long since seen through this family's true colors. The Lin family valued profit and prestige, not blood ties. In this world where strength reigned supreme, Lin Yu, the elite they nurtured since childhood, was the true treasure in their eyes. As for him, their biological son plucked from the slums? He was nothing more than a fig leaf to save face and avoid gossip. Next, Lin Mo. The principal wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at the list. His tone had grown much colder, completely devoid of the excitement he'd shown when announcing Lin Yu's name moments ago. Lin Mo stood up straight and strolled leisurely toward the awakening platform. As soon as he moved, the students around him immediately made way with disgust. Their eyes were filled with contempt and mockery. So this is the slum-dwelling young master? He has got a decent enough face, but what a waste, he is a total airhead. I heard he falls asleep even during the most basic meditation classes. I bet he can't even awaken a D-class ability. If he manages to awaken a good class, I'll eat the awakening platform right here on the spot. Lin Mo paid no heed to the taunts. All he wanted now was to get this over with and find a place to get a good night's sleep. He walked to the center of the awakening array and came to a stop. The array activated. Hum. A low, rumbling sound filled the air. No blinding light shot into the sky. The ground didn't freeze over. And there was certainly no deafening dragoness roar. Only a thick plume of black smoke billowed out from the center of the array with a puff. Cough, cough, cough. The examiners in the front row were choked by the black smoke, coughing repeatedly until tears streamed down their faces. The black smoke dissipated. A small summoning circle appeared in the center of the array. A tiny skeleton, less than half a meter tall, crawled sluggishly out of the summoning circle. Every bone on the little skeleton's body was a dull, ashen gray. It held a rusty iron sword in its hand, the blade riddled with nicks. The little skeleton took a step forward. There was a sharp click. The bones of its left arm fell straight to the ground. The little skeleton seemed to pause for a moment. It bent down and used the rusty iron sword to shovel the bone from the ground toward itself. Then, slowly and with great effort, it forced the bone back onto its shoulder. The entire crowd fell silent. A full 10 seconds passed. Boom! The entire square erupted in a roar of laughter loud enough to tear the roof off. Holy shit! What the hell is that thing? A skeleton soldier? A crippled, leaky skeleton soldier at that? I'm dying of laughter. It can't even keep its own bones in place. How is this thing supposed to fight monsters? If it can kill a chicken, I'll call it a win. The examiner glanced at the testing device. The screen displayed only a faint gray dot. With a blank expression, even tinged with a hint of disdain, he announced the results. Lin Mo. Rank, Common Class, Necromancer. Initial summon, Incomplete Skeleton Soldier. On the giant screen above the square, the comments sections of all the live streaming channels exploded instantly. The screen was flooded with mockery. Ha ha ha. Rank. That's the absolute bottom of the barrel, the ultimate loser. What the hell is an incomplete skeleton soldier? It'll fall apart at the slightest breeze, won't it? Is this all the young master has to offer? The Lin family has lost face beyond belief this time. This must be a genetic mutation, right? Get back to the slums and go scavenging for trash. Stop making a spectacle of yourself up here. In the stands, Jinhai felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver, and the veins on his forehead bulged one by one. The powerful figures who had been fawning over him just moments ago were now stifling their laughter, staring at him with strange looks. Those glances hurt him more than a few slaps to the face. Disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful. You ungrateful son. You good for nothing. Jinhai slammed his fist on the table and pointed at Lin Mo on stage, unleashing a torrent of abuse. Not only are you a complete and utter failure, but you've brought utter disgrace upon me, Jinhai. How could I have given birth to such a worthless creature? Wancho's face was also twisted with disgust and despair. She clutched Lin Yu's hand tightly, refusing to even glance at Lin Mo. I should never have brought you back. Just look at you, you're such a pathetic sight. You're not even worth a single strand of Lin Yu's hair. Lin Yu stood to the side and sighed with feigned concern. Dad, Mom, don't blame my brother. He grew up in the slums and was malnourished. It's only natural that he de-awaken to this class. At worst, our Lin family will just have to support him for the rest of his life. Lin Yu's words sounded like a plea for mercy, but every syllable felt like a knife twisting in Jinhai's heart. Beneath his lowered gaze, a flash of unmistakable smugness and mockery flickered. Lin Mo heard every word of the commotion on the stands. But he didn't say a word. He didn't even look up at the furious Jinhai or the wailing Wancho. He kept his head down, watching the silly little skeleton before him with great interest. Just a moment ago, the instant this little skeleton crawled out, Lin Mo clearly sensed an unusual fluctuation deep within his soul. Without any external cue, this power felt like an innate instinct, deeply imprinted within his soul. Talent, Calamity Descent. First tier passive unlocked, the maximum number of summons is permanently increased by 100 million. Second tier passive unlocked, all summons unconditionally inherit 100% of the hostess attributes and are forcibly amplified by 10,000 times on top of that. Lin Mo stared at the little skeleton before him, which looked as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. To others, it was a rank trash that dropped bones just from walking. But in Lin Mo's perception, within that broken skeleton churned a terrifying power capable of instantly tearing apart the entire city of Jiangnan. A 10,000-fold boost in stats. This was no longer a summon. It was a walking natural disaster clad in a skeleton's skin. You want me to crawl back to the slums? Lin Mo finally raised his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the Lin family members. There was no anger, no resentment, only a mocking amusement, as if watching a circus act. Lin Mo smiled. He extended his foot and gave the little skeleton's gaping shinbone a gentle kick. Let us go, little bone. This dump's too noisy. Let us find a better spot to lie down. Chapter 2, If you think I'm an embarrassment, then cut ties. Lin Mo walked down the steps of the awakening platform. Behind him followed the little skeleton, its bones creaking with every step. The mocking laughter around them grew louder by the moment. Lin Mo paid it no mind at all. His attention was focused entirely on the power that had just awakened deep within his soul. No cold, mechanical prompts. No flashy interface panels. Only an instinct akin to the awakening of a bloodline, etched clearly into his mind. This was his talent. Calamity Descent. 2 passive attributes were listed bluntly and simply in his consciousness. First passive, the maximum number of summons is permanently increased by 100 million. Second passive, all summons unconditionally inherit 100% of the hostess attributes and, on top of that, are forcibly amplified by 10,000 times. As Lin Mo walked, he quickly ran the numbers in his head. According to what he learned in textbooks, a newly summoned rank skeleton soldier has a strength attribute of roughly 5 points. Agility is 4 points. Constitution is probably less than 3. To put it bluntly, it couldn't even beat a regularly exercising adult. But what if that were multiplied by 10,000? Strength, 50,000. Agility, 40,000. Constitution, 30,000. What does that even mean? In the dungeons on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, even a rank zone boss at level 50 has a strength stat of at most a few thousand points. In other words, right now, compared to this ragged little skeleton at his feet whose bones can barely stay in place, all it would take is a casual swing of that rusty, broken iron sword to smash a level 50 golden lord into mincemeat like swatting a fly. And he could summon a full 100 million of these terrifying stat monsters. Invincible from the very start. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. How wonderful. No need to slog through the wilderness killing slimes to level up. No need to fight those so-called geniuses over some worthless resources. He could just sit back and relax. Anyone who dared to mess with him, he'd send 100 million skeletons their way and rake up their ancestors' graves. Before he knew it, he had reached the VIP lounge backstage. The moment he pushed open the door, crash! A fine blue and white porcelain teacup smashed right at his feet. Scorching tea splashed all over the floor. You have the nerve to come back. Jinhai pointed his finger at Lin Mo's nose and roared in fury. In this lavishly decorated lounge, the powerful figures who had just been fawning over Jinhai had all left. Only the 3 members of the Lin family remained. Jinhai was trembling with rage, the fleshy folds on his face twitching. Do you have any idea how much face you've cost me today? Rank! And a crippled necromancer at that. I, Jinhai, have been a force to be reckoned with in the business world of Jiangnan City for decades, and I've never suffered such a humiliating disgrace as I have today. Jinhai grew angrier as he spoke, striding forward and raising his hand to slap Lin Mo across the face. Lin Mo stood his ground, not even bothering to dodge. He merely stared coldly at Jinhai. The little skeleton beside him slowly raised its head, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickering faintly. Just as the situation reached a critical moment. Dad! Don't be rash! Lin Yu rushed forward and grabbed Jinhai's arm. His face was filled with anxiety, and his eyes were even red. Dad, brother didn't mean for this to happen. Brother grew up in a slum. He didn't even have enough to eat, so his constitution has always been weak. It was already a huge accomplishment for him to successfully awaken. Please don't blame him. Lin Yu's words seemed to be defending Lin Mo at every turn. Yet every word served as a reminder to Jinhai that Lin Mo was a good-for-nothing from a lowly background who had suffered from malnutrition. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Jinhai not only failed to calm down but let out a cold laugh. Someone from the slums is still just someone from the slums. The baseness and incompetence ingrained in their bones can never be changed. If I'd known you were such a worthless piece of trash, I never would send anyone to pick you up in the first place. Lin Mo listened to these harsh insults. His expression didn't flicker in the slightest. He stepped over the broken porcelain shards on the floor, walked to the sofa, and sat down with a confident air. He casually picked up a plate of fruit from the table, selected an apple, and took a bite. Finished yelling? Lin Mo chewed on the apple, his tone as matter-of-fact as if he were asking about the weather. Once you're done yelling, I'm going to take a nap. I'm a bit sleepy. This nonchalant attitude instantly enraged Wanxiu, who was standing nearby. She jumped to her feet and strode over to Lin Mo in her high heels. She looked down at him from above. Her eyes were filled with undisguised disgust and contempt. Lin Mo, what kind of attitude is that? Don't you think your father has every right to be angry with you? Wanxiu's face was icy, her tone sharp and cutting. Since you've already awakened to such a useless, trashy class, we don't need to waste our energy on you anymore. Hand over your training allowance for this month. Lin Mo paused mid-bite of his apple. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at Wanqiu. According to Jiangnan City regulations, any student who successfully awakens receives a monthly cultivation allowance jointly distributed by the state and the school. It was a substantial sum. Even rank class students received several thousand yuan in basic resource funds each month. Hand it over? Lin Mo chuckled. What's the matter? With the Lin family's vast business empire, are you eyeing even my measly allowance? Wanqiu was furious at his stubborn, insolent attitude. Shut up! What use do you have for those resources, you rank-level good-for-nothing? Are you going to feed them to that rickety old skeleton that could fall apart at any moment? She yanked Lin Yu close to her, her tone instantly softening. Lin Yu has awakened a rank-hidden class, the Frost-Bone Dragon. Do you know how many resources it takes to raise a dragon? Even the most basic dragon feed costs over 10,000 yuan per pound. Since you're Lin Yu's older brother, isn't it only natural for you to make some sacrifices for him? She spoke with absolute conviction. One might even call it brazen. Lin Yu hid behind Wanqiu and tugged at the hem of her shirt with feigned innocence. Mom, let us just drop it. That's my brother's money, I can't take it. Dragon feed is expensive, but I can go out into the wild and kill low-level monsters to earn money to buy it. I can handle the hardship. He lowered his head, looking both sensible and aggrieved. Upon hearing this, Wanqiu's heart ached so much it felt like it was bleeding. That's out of the question. The wild is so dangerous. What if you get hurt? You're the hope of the Lin family. You absolutely cannot go and take risks in a place like that. After speaking, she turned to glare at Lin Mo once more. Her gaze was as cold as if she were looking at an enemy. Lin Mo, I'll say this one last time. Hand over the allowance card. From now on, all your resources will be transferred to Lin Yu. You owe this to the Lin family. The lounge was silent. The only sound was the occasional creak of bones as the little skeleton moved about. Lin Mo tossed the half-eaten apple in his hand into the trash can. He wiped his hands with a tissue. Leaning back against the sofa, his gaze swept in turn over Jinhai's furious face, Wanqiu's harsh face, and Lin Yu's utterly hypocritical face. Suddenly, he felt it was all rather pointless. The original host had waited in the slums for 18 long years. Thinking that returning to his biological parents would allow him to experience the warmth of a family. Instead, he was treated by this group as a prop to highlight their adopted son and a blood bag to be exploited at will. Pathetic. There's no way I'm handing over my allowance. Lin Mo's tone was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. If you want my money to feed his lizard, you'd be better off robbing a bank. You. Jinhai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He lunged forward, jabbing his finger at Lin Mo's nose. You've eaten my food and drunk my water, and now you won't even let your brother use a little of your resources? You ungrateful wretch. Lin Mo gave a cold laugh, cutting him off mid-sentence. Eating and drinking at your expense? In the past 2 weeks since I returned to the Lin household, I've been living in a drafty storage room and eating the cold leftovers from the housekeeper. Even this school uniform I'm wearing was bought with money I earned from odd jobs. Has the Lin family ever given me a single penny? These words rang out with unyielding clarity. Jinhai and Wanqiu froze in unison. They had never paid attention to such trivial matters before, nor had they ever cared about Lin Mo's daily life. Now that he called them out to their faces, they suddenly felt their dignity slipping away. You're just twisting the facts. Wanqiu, desperate to save face, snapped harshly. Regardless of anything else, you have the Lin family's blood running through your veins. You must obey the family's arrangements. If you don't hand over the resource card, don't even think about walking out that door today. The game was up, they were now openly robbing him. Lin Mo looked at his biological parents, whose hypocrisy had reached its peak. The last shred of patience vanished from his eyes. Fine. Lin Mo stood up and smoothed the collar of his school uniform. Since you're so ashamed of me and think I'm a good for nothing, and since you cherish your adopted son that rank so much, then let us cut the crap. He looked Shinhai straight in the eye and said, enunciating each word clearly. Let us sever our ties. The moment those 4 words left his mouth, the entire lounge fell into a deathly silence. Jinhai froze. Wanchio's eyes widened. Even Linyu, who had been hiding in the back playing the victim, paused in shock. Sever ties? In this society, severing family ties meant completely giving up the family's protection and inheritance rights. A rank-level good for nothing from the slums. If he left the Lin family, he wouldn't even have enough to eat. How dare he make such a demand? A full 30 seconds passed. Wanchio suddenly let out a cold laugh. She crossed her arms, her face brimming with scorn as if she'd seen right through some cheap trick. Lin Mo, who are you trying to play hard to get with here? Do you really think threatening to disown us will make us beg you to stay? Or that we'll pour all our resources into you? Let me tell you, stop daydreaming. Jinhai snapped out of it too, laughing bitterly in his rage. Fine. Disown us, then. Do you really think the Lin family can't survive without you? You think I'm afraid to sign, don't you? Lin Mo stared at them as if they were fools. He patted the little skeleton beside him on the head. Stop making a scene. Hurry up. Have someone draft the severance agreement right now. Once it's signed, we all go our separate ways. Whoever doesn't sign is a coward. Chapter 3. Is this interface something a carbon-based lifeform could possess? The door to the lounge was flung open violently. Lin Group's in-house lawyer, clutching a briefcase and dripping with sweat, rushed in. Draft a family severance agreement immediately. Shinhai slammed his fist on the table, pointing in Lin Mo's direction. Make sure every clause is crystal clear. From this day forward, Lin Mo has absolutely no connection to the Lin family. He won't get a single penny of the Lin family's assets, connections, or resources. The lawyer paused for a moment, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly opened the portable printer he carried with him. The machine emitted a faint hum. In less than 2 minutes, 2 copies of the agreement, still faintly smelling of fresh ink, were placed on the coffee table. Jinhai grabbed a pen and scribbled his name in a few swift strokes. He slammed the pen down on the table, letting out a series of cold laughs. Sign it. I'll be damned if I don't see how a worthless rank like you will survive in Jiangnan City without the Lin family. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the dense, one-sided terms. He picked up the pen and signed Lin Mo with a decisive stroke. He then picked up the ink pad and pressed a bright red fingerprint onto the document. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Wanchio looked at the signed agreement, a trace of mockery flashing in her eyes. You sure do put on a good show. Since you're no longer part of the Lin family, leave everything that belongs to the Lin family behind. She eyed Lin Mo from head to toe, her gaze sharp and cutting. That custom-made first high school uniform you're wearing was bought with the Lin family's money. Take it off. Lin Mo paused. He looked at this couple who, in the name of so-called face, had completely abandoned their own dignity. He didn't argue, nor did he get angry. He just found it somewhat amusing. With a rip, Lin Mo unzipped the jacket of his school uniform and took off the garment that symbolized his status in Jiangnan City's elite circles. He casually tossed it onto the expensive Persian rug. Underneath, he was left wearing only a cheap, faded cotton t-shirt he'd brought with him from the slums. Anything else you want to keep? Lin Mo slipped his hands into his pockets, his tone casual. Wanchio was rendered speechless by his nonchalant attitude. Get out! Jinhai pointed at the front door and roared. Lin Mo turned and walked away. The little skeleton clattered along right behind him, one man and one skeleton. Their retreating figures looked indescribably dashing. Brother! He hadn't taken more than a few steps out of the lounge when Lin Yu's anxious cry suddenly rang out from behind him. Lin Yu jogged up to catch up with him and grabbed Lin Mo's arm. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his voice was on the verge of tears.
Brother, please don't act on impulse, okay? Mom and Dad are both furious right now.
Just back down a bit, apologize, and this whole thing will be over.
You haven't even graduated from high school yet.
If you leave the Lin family now, you won't even be able to put food on the table in the future. There were still quite a few staff members and teachers passing through the hallway. Seeing this scene, they all cast admiring and sympathetic glances at Lin Yu. This adopted son was truly so kind-hearted. That biological young master was nothing but an ungrateful ingrate. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks and turned to face Lin Yu. He reached out and gently pried Lin Yu's fingers off his arm, one by one.
Stop putting on a show.
Lin Mo looked Lin Yu in the eyes, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth.
There aren't any cameras here.
Save those few drops of eye drops for your parents.
Now that I'm out of the picture, the Lin family fortune is all yours. I bet you're setting off fireworks inside to celebrate. The sadness on Lin Yu's face froze for a split second. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes.
But he concealed it perfectly, and the next moment, he resumed his look of feigned helplessness.
Brother, how could you think of me that way? Stop.
Lin Mo couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. He patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, leaned in close, and whispered into his ear.
Put away those sickening, manipulative tricks. Don't come bothering me anymore.
Otherwise, I won't hesitate to turn your frost lizard into a pile of bones.
With that, Lin Mo walked out the gates of Awakening Square without looking back. Lin Yu stood where he was, watching Lin Mo disappear from view.
The look of grievance and innocence on his face vanished instantly. In its place was an undisguised coldness and contempt. He pulled the latest model communicator from his pocket and dialed a number. The call connected, and a fawning voice came from the other end.
Young Master Yu, what are your orders?
Lin Yu lowered his voice, his tone icy. Wang Biao, Lin Mo has been expelled from the Lin family. He is currently heading toward the slums. Take a few men and intercept him at the abandoned factory on the outskirts.
Don't kill him.
Break both his legs, destroy his class crystal core, and make sure he is nothing but a crawling worm for the rest of his life.
A cruel laugh immediately echoed from the other end of the line.
Don't worry, young Master Yu.
Dealing with a rank-level waste like him?
The brothers will handle it beautifully. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yu smoothed the collar of his expensive shirt. A gentle, perfect smile returned to the corner of his mouth as he turned and walked back to the lounge.
On the outskirts of Jiangnan City.
The surroundings here were a world apart from the bustling city center. The roads were pitted and rutted, flanked by wastelands overgrown with weeds. In the distance lay Jiangnan City's most chaotic slum, the place where Lin Mo had lived for 18 years. Beyond that lay the dangerous wilderness, a zone teeming with low-level magical beasts.
Lin Mo walked along the gravel-strewn dirt road, feeling unusually at ease.
He'd finally shaken off that bunch of lunatics. He stopped and took a deep breath. Without activating any system, Lin Mo simply sank his consciousness deep into his soul. There lay the soul panel unique to awakened ones.
Name, Lin Mo. Class, Necromancer rank. Level, LV.1. Strength, 5. Agility, 4. Constitution, 3. Spirit, 8. Talent, Calamity Descent unique. These base stats would undoubtedly rank at the very bottom of the entire Jiangnan City First High School. Forget about hunting monsters in the wild. Even if he encountered the weakest LV.1 slime, Lin Mo would be chased and bitten. This panel was so weak it wasn't even on par with carbon-based lifeforms. The panel is truly a sight to behold. Lin Mo muttered to himself.
Then, his gaze fell on the little skeleton at his feet, which was bent over picking at the dirt. Second passive talent, summon all summoned units, inherit the hostess attributes and amplify them 10,000-fold. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened slightly. He focused his mind and fixed his gaze on the little skeleton. The hidden stats panel for summon instantly unfolded in Lin Mo's mind.
Summon, Skeleton Soldier Common. Level, LV.1. Strength, 50,000. Agility, 40,000. Stamina, 30,000. Spirit, 80,000.
Staring at those strings of mind-boggling zeros,
Lin Mo sucked in a sharp breath.
even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still stunned by these absurdly high stats.
50,000 strength. What did that even mean? The ace captain of the Jiangnan City Guard, a level 50 second-class berserker.
Even with a full set of rank gear, his strength barely broke 4,000.
And now, a level 1 skeleton soldier. A single casual punch could turn Jiangnan City's strongest berserker into a cloud of blood. This isn't a skeleton soldier at all.
Lin Mo swallowed hard. This is practically a human nuclear bomb clad in a skeleton.
Just as Lin Mo was marveling at this,
a sudden change occurred. The small skeleton, which had been a dull, gray mess that looked like it could fall apart at any moment, suddenly stopped picking at the mud. A stream of gray light, visible to the naked eye, began to swirl wildly across the surface of its bones, accompanied by a bone-chilling screech of grinding bones. The small skeleton's dull, broken bones actually began to thicken and grow crystalline at a visible speed. Its once gaping ribs regrew and fused together. The gray bone material faded away, replaced by a dark gold hue that shimmered with a metallic luster. Even more astonishing was the weapon in its hand. The rusty, chipped iron sword, washed by the flowing light, shed its rust layer by layer. A dark gold bone blade, 1.5 meters long and covered in airy magical runes, appeared in its hand. Although it was still only half a meter tall. The suffocating, terrifying aura radiating from its entire body enveloped the wasteland within a 100-meter radius as if it were a tangible presence. It was an absolute dominance stemming from a higher plane of existence. Whoosh! A violent tremor suddenly rippled through the waist-high weeds bordering the wasteland. A low-level monster, the size of a calf, burst out of the thicket. It was a level 3 bloodthirsty boar. It had been wandering the outskirts when it caught the scent of a living being. Instinctively, it wanted to tear this frail human to shreds for dinner. The bloodthirsty boar opened its blood-stained maw, filled with fangs, and pushed off with its hind legs. Its massive body leapt into the air, carrying a whiff of blood, and lunged viciously at Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood rooted to the spot, not even lifting an eyelid. He didn't even bother to take a single step back. Because the very moment the boar leapt into the air, a half-meter-tall dark gold skeleton took just half a step forward. Boom! A lord-level aura of 50,000 all-attribute points erupted without restraint from the tiny skeleton. The air around them seemed to be sucked dry in that instant. The bloodthirsty boar in midair felt as though it had collided with an invisible wall of steel. A piercing scream was caught in its throat before it could escape. Its massive body plummeted straight to the ground like a kite whose string had snapped. There was a dull thud. A large crater was torn in the ground. The bloodthirsty boar, which had looked so ferocious just moments ago, now lay stiff and lifeless at the bottom of the pit. It didn't even dare to struggle. Its pair of bloodshot pig eyes were filled with human-like despair and extreme terror. Immediately afterward, a trickling sound of water could be heard. A pungent, foul odor filled the air. A pool of murky, yellowish liquid dripped from the base of the boar's trembling thighs, spreading across the ground. This level 3 savage beast had actually been so terrified by the mere presence of a rank summon that it had lost control of its bladder right there on the spot. Chapter 4, Soloing the Blood Moon Abyss. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow as he looked down at the bloodthirsty boar, lying in a pool of its own excrement at the bottom of the pit. He turned his gaze back to the dark gold skeleton. Its destructive power was truly absurd. Go, kill it, Lin Mo ordered casually. A flicker of soulfire lit up the dark gold skeleton's empty eye sockets. It didn't even swing its sword. It simply lifted its bony foot and gave the boar at the bottom of the pit a light stomp. Thud. After a dull thud, all that remained in the pit was an intact pigskin. The flesh, blood, and bones inside had been compressed into nothingness by sheer force.
Lin Mo rubbed his chin.
He was now penniless, having just signed the severance agreement. He didn't have a single coin left in his pocket.
If he wanted to live comfortably in the future, he'd have to secure some startup capital first. The beginner dungeon was a ready-made ATM.
The monsters inside had high drop rates, the rewards for clearing the dungeon were generous, and there was even a massive bonus for the first clear.
With this little skeleton's stats, clearing the beginner dungeon would be like using a cannon to swat a fly.
Alright, I'll head to the dungeon tomorrow to earn some pocket money.
Lin Mo made up his mind and turned to stroll leisurely toward the city center. The next morning, the entrance to the beginner dungeon in Jiangnan City was packed with people. School buses from various universities had the square completely gridlocked.
Today was the first day the dungeon was open to all third-year awakened students. The perimeter was packed with media reporters, their cameras and lenses lined up thick and fast. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd.
Look!
It's the Lin family's motorcade.
Young Master Lin Yu is here.
Several black, bulletproof stretch limousines slowly pulled up at the edge of the square. The doors opened, and Lin Yu stepped out wearing a set of light armor that shimmered with a silvery glow. The gear was clearly priceless, at the very least, a top-tier silver-grade set.
Following behind him were 4 fully armed awakened.
A knight wielding a massive shield, a priest holding a staff, and 2 assassins with murderous intent etched on their faces.
This was the top-tier 5-person squad the Lin family had hired overnight at great expense for Lin Yu.
Every member was above level 10, specifically tasked with escorting Lin Yu through the highest difficulty dungeon.
Reporters swarmed around him like sharks sensing blood. Young Master Lin, what difficulty level of dungeon do you plan to challenge today?
We've heard the Lin family has invested tens of millions of resources for this first run.
Are you confident you can break the completion record for Jiangnan City?
Lin Yu stopped in his tracks and flashed a flawless, gentle smile.
You're all too kind.
My personal strength is insignificant, it's mainly thanks to the team's coordination. Today, we plan to play it safe and challenge the nightmare difficulty dungeon. The entire crowd gasped.
Nightmare difficulty.
That was a terrifying zone with a mortality rate as high as 80%.
The surrounding praise instantly flooded Lin Yu like a tidal wave.
Lin Yu thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. He tilted his chin slightly upward, his gaze casually sweeping over the outer edges of the crowd. The smile on his face suddenly froze.
Not far away, by the entrance, a figure walked toward them, looking completely out of place.
Lin Mo wore a faded, worn-out t-shirt and a pair of flip-flops. In his left hand, he carried a rickety folding beach chair he'd probably picked up somewhere. In his right hand, he held a plastic bag containing a few cans of ice-cold Coke. He was yawning as he shuffled slowly toward the portal. The students around him made a wide berth of him, their eyes brimming with disgust.
Who is that guy? Has he come begging right to the dungeon entrance? You don't even recognize him? He is that good-for-nothing young master the Lin family kicked out yesterday. A rank necromancer? What is he doing here? Looking to die? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, a flash of malice flickering in their depths.
Wang Biao's henchmen couldn't even handle such a minor task, they actually let this kid slip through unscathed.
He composed his expression, pushed the reporter aside, and strode quickly toward Lin Mo, blocking Lin Mo's path.
Bro, why did you come dressed like that? Lin Yu deliberately raised his voice, his tone brimming with concern. You don't even have a single decent piece of armor, and you're not in a party. It's way too dangerous to go in. Why don't you just wait outside? Once I clear the dungeon, I'll give you some materials to sell for cash.
The reporters surrounding them quickly trained their cameras on the two. Snap away.
Young Master Lin is so kind, he is still so loyal to this good-for-nothing brother.
Exactly. This Lin Mo is just ungrateful.
Lin Mo stopped in his tracks and looked up at Lin Yu, who was blocking his path.
Is this guy out of his mind?
He just got chewed out yesterday, and now he is coming back today looking for another beating.
Good dogs don't block the way.
Lin Mo uttered the 5 words coldly. Lin Yu's expression froze as he forced down the rage boiling inside him.
Brother, I'm just looking out for you.
The beginner S dungeon may be basic, but the monsters inside aren't something a rank like yours can handle. Lin Mo sighed and switched the beach chair in his hand to his left.
You don't understand plain speech, do you? Save your nightmare difficulty tricks for those naive reporters who've never seen the world. Don't bother me. I'm in a hurry.
With that, Lin Mo shoved Lin Yu aside and strode straight toward the dungeon portal. Lin Yu stumbled back half a step, his expression darkening instantly. "You fool," he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice low and menacing. In the center of the plaza stood 4 massive portals. They were white, blue, purple, and red. These corresponded to the 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and blood moon abyss. The vast majority of students were lining up in front of the white and blue portals. Lin Yu's party, however, headed toward the purple nightmare portal.
Everyone was watching Lin Yu's every move. And just then,
Lin Mo, dragging his flip-flops and carrying a beach chair and a can of Coke, walked straight ahead without looking to the side, heading toward the red portal that seemed to be dripping with blood. It was the Blood Moon Abyss solo portal, one no one dared to enter.
The entire square fell deathly silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Lin Mo's back as if he were a madman. What is he doing? That's Blood Moon Abyss difficulty. Even a full-strength level 50 party would have a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival. Is he crazy? This is pure suicide. Lin Yu froze for a moment, then a cruel smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. If he is asking for it, he has no one but himself to blame. Lin Mo paid no attention to the gasps behind him. He glanced at the crimson vortex and stepped right into it. Whoosh! A flash of red light, and Lin Mo vanished from where he stood. Inside the dungeon, the sky was a dark crimson.
Beneath his feet lay charred earth, and all around were bleached, skeletal remains.
In the distance, the deafening roar of a terrifying beast echoed faintly. The atmosphere was eerie to the extreme.
If any other new player were standing here, their legs would likely have turned to jelly from fear. Lin Mo looked around. The setting is pretty rough, but at least it's quiet. He found a relatively flat patch of ground. He unfolded the folding beach chair in his hand and set it down steadily. Then he lay back comfortably. He reached into the plastic bag and pulled out a can of ice-cold Coke.
His index finger hooked the tab.
Fizz. The sound of carbonation bubbling up rang out crisply in the deathly silent, terrifying Blood Moon Abyss. Lin Mo tilted his head back and took a big gulp of Coke. The icy liquid slid down his throat, a soothing sensation. Outside, in the Plaza's monitoring room, hundreds of split screens filled the massive display, monitoring the situation inside each dungeon. A dozen or so team leaders and the admissions director sat in front of the screens.
Quick, switch to the Blood Moon Abyss feed. I can't believe a student actually went in.
The assistant in charge of monitoring frantically fumbled with the control panel. The largest monitor in the center of the room flickered.
The image appeared beneath a dark red sky.
The good-for-nothing young master of the Lin family, the one who'd been kicked out of his home, was lying on a beach chair. With his legs crossed, he was leisurely sipping a Coke. The monitoring room fell deathly silent.
The teachers exchanged stunned glances, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What on earth is that kid doing? Does he think this is a vacation beach in Hawaii?
The head teacher leading the group was trembling with rage as he pointed at the screen and shouted,
"This is madness. He is treating his own life like a joke.
The monsters in the Blood Moon Abyss are about to respawn. Even the weakest ones are elite level.
He didn't even bring a weapon. Is he just waiting to die?"
A senior teacher standing nearby sighed and shook his head.
He is beyond help.
Once the Blood Moon Abyss opens, you can't force a teleport out until you clear it or die. This kid has terrible mental resilience. He was probably kicked out by the Lin family and got traumatized, so he went in there on purpose to end it all. The director's face turned ashen, and he waved his hand impatiently.
Stop looking at him. It's a waste of time. Go.
Cross Lin Mo's name off the list of examinees. He pointed at the tablet in his assistant's hand. His tone was icy, devoid of any compassion.
Mark him as deceased and notify logistics to prepare a body bag.
The assistant sighed, picked up the stylus, and drew a bright red X over Lin Mo's name. Chapter 5: The Art of Vanishing Health Bars.
Skyrocketing experience points. Blood Moon Abyss.
The sky was an oppressive dark red. The silence all around was unnerving. Lin Mo lay on a beach chair, holding a can of ice-cold cola in one hand.
No more water.
He shook the empty can and tossed it aside. The empty can traced an arc through the air and landed on the charred soil. Just as the jar hit the ground with a sharp clatter, the earth began to tremble. On the horizon ahead, a vast swarm of dark figures surged forth without warning. Pairs of crimson eyes glowed in the dusky red mist, fixing their gaze intently on Lin Mo, who was sitting on the beach chair. There were over 100 shadow demon wolves, each as large as a calf. With ghostly strides, they swiftly formed a massive encirclement. Saliva dripped from their sharp fangs onto the ground, corroding the earth and sending up wispy plumes of white smoke. If it had been one of those elite squads out there, decked out in expensive gear, facing a horde of elite-level monsters like this, they'd probably have gone weak in the knees and started writing their wills on the spot.
Lin Mo, however, merely yawned.
This number is just enough to level up a few times. He lazily raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers rubbed together lightly.
Snap.
A crisp snap of his fingers echoed through the vast blood moon abyss. Immediately afterward, the scorched earth before Lin Mo began to crack inch by inch. 10 clusters of dark gold light burst forth from the ground. No lengthy, complex incantations, and certainly no flashy magic circles.
10 half-meter-tall dark gold skeleton soldiers stood in a neat row.
They blocked the path in front of Lin Mo. In their hands, they clutched dark gold bone blades covered in eerie magical runes. The pack of demon wolves across from them seemed to sense the provocation. The alpha wolf let out a deafening, piercing howl. Over 100 elite magic wolves transformed into streaks of black afterimages. Opening their blood-red maws, they swarmed toward Lin Mo like a tidal wave. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and even closed his eyes.
Cut them all down. Move fast. The order was given.
The 10 dark gold skeletons moved simultaneously. They didn't use any skills. They simply raised their bone blades in unison and swung them down with all their might.
The most basic normal attack.
The purest physical slash.
Boom!
In that instant, the air was violently compressed by a terrifying 50,000 points of force. A piercing sonic boom erupted. 10 visible white shockwaves raced out in the direction of the bone blade's swing. The dozen or so demon wolves at the very front collided head-on with the shockwaves. They didn't even have time to let out a scream. Their massive bodies were like hitting a high-speed steel train. They disintegrated in midair in an instant.
Flesh, bones, and fur were crushed into powder by the brutal force.
A shower of blood exploded in the air.
It wasn't over yet. The shockwave's momentum showed no sign of abating.
It slammed straight into a massive black boulder, over 10 meters high, positioned behind the pack of demon wolves.
A thunderous roar echoed through the air.
The boulder crumbled like crumbled tofu, collapsing into a pile of stone dust.
Instant kill.
A blood bar vanishing act with absolutely no suspense. This wasn't a battle of equals at all. It was a one-sided, brutal slaughter. 10 little skeletons charged into the wolf pack, mowing them down as if they were mere vegetables.
Swing and slash.
Every single basic attack wiped out a large group of demon wolves. There was no clash of magical elements, only the purest, most ruthless numerical superiority.
Lin Mo lay comfortably on a beach chair.
Deep within his soul, a seismic shift was taking place. A massive surge of pure energy was rushing into his body through the summoning contract. It was like a floodgate had been opened. The level barrier crumbled like paper, shattered in an instant.
LV.2, LV.3, LV.4.
The speed of his leveling was like riding a rocket.
Lin Mo could clearly feel his strength, agility, and constitution skyrocketing exponentially. His entire body was filled with an explosive sense of euphoria. Less than 3 minutes had passed.
The 100 or so elite shadow demon wolves, which had looked so ferocious just moments ago, had been slaughtered to the last.
Dead silence had returned to the surroundings.
All that remained were scattered limbs and a thick, pungent stench of blood. Lin Mo opened his eyes and stretched his arms wide.
Leveling up while lying down, this is absolutely amazing.
He was just about to recall the skeletons and continue onward, when he noticed that the 10 dark gold skeletons hadn't stayed put. They were wielding their bone blades, rummaging through the scattered flesh on the ground.
What are you doing? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. One of the little skeletons bent down and picked up a magic wolf crystal core glowing with a faint light from the pool of blood. It scampered over to Lin Mo.
It carefully placed the crystal core next to the beach chair. Then it turned around to keep searching.
A second skeleton walked over and laid down a complete wolf pelt. A third dragged over a sharp wolf fang. The 10 little skeletons worked like workers on an assembly line.
Not only did they gather every single piece of loot that dropped, but they even sorted the materials into categories as if they had severe OCD. They were neatly stacked at Lin Mo's feet. The crystal cores were piled into a small pyramid. The wolf hides were stacked into a square. Even the wolf fangs were arranged in a straight line according to their length. The scene was incredibly eerie. Lin Mo looked at the pile of loot at his feet, neater than supermarket shelves, and his lips twitched.
Did I just summon a squad of armed janitors?
He casually picked up an elite-grade magic wolf crystal core and tossed it in his hand. On the open market, a single one of these could fetch several thousand yuan. This small pile was worth at least several 100,000.
The down payment for a house was practically covered. Meanwhile,
in the large monitoring room outside Jiangnan City Square,
the atmosphere was as lively as if they were holding a victory banquet. Great! That firewall was absolutely brilliant.
Look at young Master Lin's positioning.
That anticipation is textbook level.
A dozen or so teachers and the admissions director were gathered around the main screen, fawning wildly. The screen was showing footage of Lin Yu's team in the Nightmare Dungeon. Lin Yu stood at the rear of the group, elegantly wielding his staff. He directed the Frostbone Dragon to suppress the 2 elite monsters with firepower. The head of the War God Guild stroked his chin, his face flushed with pride. At this pace, clearing the Nightmare Dungeon is absolutely no problem. Team leader Oldley, the director, was grinning from ear to ear.
Of course. Young Master Lin is a ranked hidden class player. Backed by the Lin family's resources, his future is boundless. A young intern walked over carrying a tray of tea. He glanced at a small monitor in the corner.
The screen was pitch black, showing no image.
"Director," the intern said cautiously. "Why is the monitor for the Blood Moon Abyss black? Lin Mo's been in there for a while now. Should we pull up the footage and take a look?"
The smile vanished instantly from the team leader's face. He glared at the trainee teacher with irritation.
"What are you looking at? A rank level loser running into the Blood Moon Abyss difficulty? Do you really think he is still alive?"
"I already had his name crossed off the list a moment ago. Don't cause trouble for me here.
Get out there and deal with the reporters.
Tell them young Master Lin is expected to break the record within the hour." The trainee teacher shrank back, not daring to say another word. In this bustling room, everyone was staring intently at the footage of Lin Yu.
No one knew. And no one bothered to check the data.
In that neglected Blood Moon Abyss, reputed to have the highest mortality rate, that good-for-nothing young master they long since written off as dead, was staring at the floor, overwhelmed by a pile of top-tier materials. Lin Mo kicked the heap of crystal cores on the ground.
"I didn't bring a backpack. This is a bit awkward."
He turned his head to look at the 10 little skeletons.
"Each of you grab a pile.
If even one falls, I'll strip all your bones off and burn them for firewood.
The soul flames in the 10 skeletons' hollow eye sockets flickered violently. They sprang into action immediately. 2 skeletons used stacked wolf pelts as sacks and stuffed all the crystal cores inside. The others hoisted the wolf fangs onto their shoulders. The group instantly became bulging with cargo. Chapter 6: Blood Moon Abyss Boss Appears? Sorry, didn't last 3 seconds.
Lin Mo moved forward in fits and starts.
The monsters ahead fell like mowed down chives.
The 10 dark gold skeletons had clearly defined roles. 5 were in charge of clearing the path and slashing monsters up front. The other 5 carried loot in large and small bundles, looking like a moving general store. After walking for a while, Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. He glanced at the cheap digital watch on his wrist. This efficiency is unacceptable. Lin Mo pinched the bridge of his nose. The Blood Moon Abyss map is too vast. If we rely on just the 10 of you to clear the way, I won't even make it back in time for dinner tonight. He sighed and raised his right hand. Snap. Another crisp snap of his fingers. This time, the commotion was much greater. In the open space ahead, large patches of earth began to churn. 90 dark gold lights burst from the ground simultaneously. Combined with the original 10, there were now exactly 100 half-meter tall dark gold skeleton soldiers. They stood densely packed in a square formation. Ghostly blue soul flames burned in their hollow eye sockets, all staring intently at Lin Mo. 100 sources of lord-level pressure, each with 50,000 points across all attributes, combined. Even the dark red mist surrounding them was forcibly pushed back dozens of meters. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. He waved his hand casually. Keep 10 of them to continue working as porters. The remaining 90, spread out. From here to the end of the dungeon, I don't want to see anything that breathes. Lin Mo paused for a moment before adding. Not a blade of grass left standing. Got it? The skeleton army made not a sound. They simply raised their dark gold bone blades in perfect unison. The next second, 90 dark gold afterimages surged into the depths of the Blood Moon Abyss like a burst dam. This was no longer about clearing out minor enemies. It was a mindless, bulldozer-style sweep. The venomous swamp frogs lurking in the shadows didn't even have time to spit their venom before they were chopped into mincemeat by a dozen bone blades striking simultaneously. The cavern spiders hiding in the stone forest were split in two the moment they poked their heads out. All ambushes, all dungeon traps. In the face of absolute numerical superiority, they all became a joke. Lin Mo couldn't even see the monster's shadows. All he could hear were the constant screams, sonic booms, and the rumbling of heavy objects collapsing ahead. In the top right corner of his screen, the Awakener's experience bar was jumping at a frantic pace. LV.5. LV.6. LV.7. The glow of leveling up flickered continuously on Lin Mo. The little skeletons in charge of carrying loot weren't idle either. As soon as he cut down a monster up ahead, they would rush forward to pick up the dropped materials. Soon, the loot behind Lin Mo had piled up like a small mountain. He even had to stop every now and then to wait for these short-legged porters. Half an hour later, the rumbling ahead suddenly ceased. Lin Mo rounded a massive pile of black rocks, and the scene before him opened up. This was the deepest part of the Blood Moon Abyss. A parched basin as large as a soccer field stretched out before him. In the center of the basin stood a towering ancient tree so massive it would take over a dozen people to encircle it. The tree's bark was a sickly purplish black. Countless thick vines whipped through the air like tentacles. Zone Boss, Corrupted Tree Demon Blood Moon Abyss Tier. Level, LV.15. Is this the one? Lin Mo looked at the massive end-of-level boss and curled his lip in disdain. The corrupted tree demon had clearly sensed the intruders. The twisted human face growing from its trunk suddenly snapped its eyes open. Its crimson gaze locked onto the group of puny figures below. Roar! The tree demon let out a deafening roar. The sound wave swept across the entire basin, whipping up a storm of sand and dust. Immediately afterward, the purplish-black bark on its body began to contract violently. The dark red energy in the surrounding ground was frantically converging toward the center of its trunk. There was even a faint rumble of thunder in the sky. This spectacle. Anyone could tell that this Blood Moon Abyss boss was preparing to unleash a devastating ultimate move. It was chanting. It was gathering power. It was going to show these presumptuous invaders just how terrifying the Blood Moon Abyss truly was.
Lin Mo yawned. Why does it have such a long wind-up?
Full force. Don't let it cast that spell, it's so damn loud.
No sooner had Lin Mo finished speaking
than 90 dark gold skeletons, without a moment's hesitation, charged forward with no regard for fair play.
Like a swarm of crazed ants, they instantly pounced on the massive tray ant. 10 clung to the trunk. 20 grabbed the vines.
The remaining skeletons leaped high into the air, using their comrades' shoulders as stepping stones. A fleeting, almost human look of shock flashed across the corrupted tray ant's twisted, human-like face. Its ultimate ability was only halfway charged.
Why weren't these ants playing by the rules?
However, before it could even catch its breath,
90 dark gold bone blades swung down simultaneously.
Swish, 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 swish. No flashy light or shadow effects. Only the crisp sound of blades slicing through wood. In the first second, the tree spirit's prized, hard vines were all severed.
In the second, the purplish-black bark which even silver-grade weapons couldn't pierce was completely stripped away. In the third second,
90 bone blades simultaneously sliced into the tree spirit's core trunk.
Boom! A collective burst of 50,000 strength points.
This corrupted tree spirit, standing tens of meters tall, didn't even have time to let out a single scream.
Its entire massive body disintegrated right in midair.
It exploded into a shower of flying wood chips.
Clunk! A charred piece of wood fell at Lin Mo's feet. A mighty level 15 Blood Moon Abyss boss. From its appearance to its demise, it didn't last 3 seconds.
In the center of the basin, a dazzling golden light erupted with the tree demon's death. The ground was littered with top-tier gear and rare materials, nearly blinding Lin Mo.
Well done!
Lin Mo stepped forward and patted the nearest little skeleton with satisfaction.
Go on, pack everything up. We should be heading out.
Just as Lin Mo was leisurely directing the skeletons to pack up the loot.
In the hard difficulty dungeon next door, the atmosphere was completely different. Run! Run!
Lin Yu's face was deathly pale as he sprinted through the muddy swamp, completely disregarding his appearance. His expensive silver-grade light armor was now caked in foul-smelling mud. His once meticulously combed hair was a tangled mess.
Behind him trailed 4 teammates, equally bedraggled.
"Young Master Yu, I can't hold on any longer." The knight wielding the massive shield gasped for breath, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. His shield was covered in terrifying cracks. "This monster's attack power is too high, my bones are cracking." The young priestess in the party was so frantic she burst into tears.
"My mana is completely drained, I can't heal you anymore." Less than 30 meters behind them, a massive 2-headed troll was swinging a mace, relentlessly giving chase.
This was merely a level 12 common mini-boss on the hard difficulty setting. But for this team of complete novices, it was still a nightmare. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with venom and terror.
Useless.
You're all useless. He ran while cursing furiously in his mind. The bodyguards he paid a fortune to hire couldn't even hold off a single minor boss.
Where's my frost bone dragon? Send it in to hold them off.
Lin Yu roared hysterically. "Young Master Yu, the bone dragon just got hit by a club, it's aggro south all over the place." The assassin shouted anxiously from the side. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening roar echoed from the distance. The massive frostbone dragon was attempting to flank the 2-headed troll. But the troll seemed to have eyes in the back of its head. It spun around violently, and the mace in its hand, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, slammed down hard on the bone dragon's head.
Boom! Shards of ice flew in all directions.
The frost bone dragon, regarded by everyone as a god-tier summon, let out a piercing scream.
Its massive body was actually sent flying by that single blow.
It crashed heavily into the stone wall nearby and couldn't get back up for a long time. The soul fire in the bone dragon's hollow eye sockets dimmed by more than half in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt as if his heart had stopped. This was his biggest trump card.
How could he not even defeat a minor boss on the difficulty? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Lin Yu's eyes turned red. He couldn't accept this reality. The troll had sent the bone dragon flying and turned to face him, both of its massive heads breaking into cruel grins.
It fixed its gaze firmly on Lin Yu ahead.
Taking long strides, it thundered after him. The distance grew shorter and shorter. That suffocating, foul stench was already washing over him.
Save me! Quick, save me! Lin Yu was terrified out of his wits.
He no longer cared about maintaining the composure of a young master. He scrambled forward, rolling and crawling, to save his life. The knight gritted his teeth, turned, and raised his cracked shield to block the attack. The troll merely waved his hand casually. Man and shield were sent flying, their fate unknown. The defensive line collapsed completely.
Lin Yu turned back in despair.
The troll had already raised the massive mace, caked in flesh. It came crashing down hard toward his head.
Chapter 7, A Century-Old Record Shattered. Who is the anonymous big shot?
In the deepest depths of the blood moon abyss, Lin Mo brushed the dust off his hands. 10 dark gold skeletons had already securely packed away the loot. In the center of the basin, as the boss fell, a stone monument exuding an ancient aura slowly rose. This was a settlement mechanism unique to beginner dungeons.
Several lines of golden ancient script appeared on the surface of the monument. It required the conquerors to leave their names to be recorded in the annals of Jiangnan City.
Lin Mo looked at the stele and curled his lip in disgust.
Leave my name? If he left his name, wouldn't the admissions offices of all those major universities and guild recruiters swarm around him like flies every day? He couldn't even be bothered to play in that ridiculous national league, let alone deal with all this hassle.
Lin Mo stepped forward and ran his finger casually across the stone tablet a couple of times. He chose to remain anonymous. Then, he snapped his fingers and, leading his massive skeleton-moving crew, stepped into the teleportation vortex.
Jiangnan City Newbie Dungeon Plaza. The once bustling crowd had now broken into small groups, chatting in 2s and 3s.
Most newbies took around 2 hours to clear the dungeon.
Less than 10 minutes had passed, and everyone outside was waiting patiently.
Guildmasters and college admissions directors were gathered in the VIP section, sipping tea and making small talk. The center of their conversation was, of course, the Lin family's peerless genius, rank.
If we do the math, young Master Lin should be halfway through the Nightmare Dungeon by now, right? I doubt it. The Nightmare difficulty is just too terrifying.
Even though young Master Lin's team is top tier, they still have to take it one step at a time.
Regardless, today's headline in Jiangnan City is undoubtedly going to be all about the Lin family.
Xinhai sat in the seat of honor, his face flushed as he held his teacup. The flattery swirling around him made him feel as though he were floating on air.
Just then,
without warning, the sky above the entire square suddenly darkened.
Immediately afterward, a dazzling, blinding dark gold beam of light suddenly sliced down from the depths of the sky.
It struck the blood moon abyss-level portal right in the center of the square. A grand, majestic announcement boomed like thunder across the skies of Jiangnan City.
Congratulations to player Anonymous for successfully clearing the Blood Moon Abyss-level beginner dungeon solo. Clear time, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Dungeon completion rate, 100%. All monsters eliminated.
This achievement has broken Jiangnan City's century-old record.
It has been enshrined in the Hall of Fame. The announcement played 3 times in a row.
Each time, it made everyone's eardrums buzz.
The entire crowd fell silent.
In the square packed with tens of thousands of people, one could now hear a pin drop.
Everyone stood frozen in place, staring blankly upward. Their eyes fixed on the dazzling golden characters floating in the air. Clatter. The high-end bone china teacup in Jinhai's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. He didn't even notice, his eyes bulging in disbelief.
A full 30 seconds passed. Only then did a shriek, distorted with shock, erupt from the crowd.
Blood Moon Abyss Tier? Soloed?
That scream was like a spark dropped into a pot of boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire venue.
The entire square erupted into chaos. He is crazy. The dungeon must have a glitch. 3 minutes and 20 seconds? That's not even enough time to run to the end.
Even a level 50 awakener couldn't clear it that fast. The bigwigs in the VIP section all leapt to their feet, completely losing their composure. The guild master of the War God Guild grabbed his assistant by the collar, spitting all over the man's face.
Investigate. Find out right now. Who is this anonymous player?
No matter how much money it takes or what conditions we have to offer, we must recruit this person to the War God Guild. The deans of the major universities were pacing frantically. They all pulled out their communicators and frantically dialed internal lines.
Hello? Dean. We got a major crisis.
A monster has emerged in Jiangnan City, someone who soloed the Blood Moon Abyss.
That's right. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Use your highest authority to check the entry logs immediately. The entire square descended into complete chaos.
Everyone was frantically searching for this anonymous powerhouse who had shattered a century-old record. Just as the crowd was at its fever pitch, a purple nightmare difficulty portal in the center of the square suddenly flickered. Several figures tumbled out of it, looking utterly bedraggled. It was Lin Yu and his top-tier squad. Lin Yu's silver light armor had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. His face was caked in foul-smelling mud and blood. He clutched his head with both hands, his entire body still shaking violently. Just moments ago, as the two-headed troll's mace was about to smash his skull, the team leader had crushed the priceless forced disengagement scroll. That was the only thing that saved their lives.
Help me, don't kill me.
Lin Yu lay sprawled on the ground, a large wet patch in his pants, still babbling incoherently.
His teammates were in even worse shape.
The knight's hand was broken, and the priest had completely passed out. This top-tier team, on which everyone had pinned their hopes, hadn't even lasted 10 minutes before slinking out in disgrace.
But the square was in complete chaos right now.
Everyone's attention was focused on the anonymous powerhouse who had cleared the Blood Moon Abyss. The moment Lin Yu rolled out of the teleportation gate, the eyes of the nearest group of reporters and students lit up instantly. The timing was too perfect. The briefing had just ended, and Lin Yu had already emerged. In this square, aside from Lin Yu, who had awakened a ranked hidden class, who else could possibly cause such a commotion?
Look! It's young Master Lin.
A reporter shouted excitedly, charging forward with his camera in hand.
It has to be young Master Lin.
Who else but a ranked dragon tamer could break a century-old record?
Young Master Lin is so low-key he even went out of his way to stay anonymous.
The crowd surged forward in a frenzy, surrounding Lin Yu, who was still trembling on the ground so tightly there was no room to move.
Countless microphones were shoved in his face. Young Master Lin. How does it feel to solo the Blood Moon Abyss? You cleared it in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. How did you do it? Young Master Lin, why did you choose to remain anonymous? Was it to hide your true strength?
Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded by this sudden commotion. He stared blankly at the frenzied faces before him. His head was buzzing.
Blood Moon Abyss? Breaking the record? 3 minutes and 20 seconds?
He swallowed hard as his brain raced. Just moments ago, he'd been running for his life from a mob in the Nightmare Dungeon, nearly wetting himself. He hadn't even made it past the first stage.
How had he suddenly become a legendary master who declared the blood moon abyss the moment he stepped out? It wasn't me. Lin Yu instinctively tried to deny it.
But before he could finish, his words were drowned out by a chorus of enthusiastic praise.
Young Master Lin is too humble. Exactly. Aside from you, who else in Jiangnan City could possibly achieve such a feat? That must have been the backlash from clearing the blood moon abyss, right? Young Master Lin looks completely drained. Hearing these words,
Lin Yu's mouth, which had been about to deny it all, slowly closed.
He looked at the awestruck gazes cast by the leaders of the major guilds.
He watched as the school principals, who usually held themselves aloft, bowed their heads to him in deference.
An unprecedented sense of elation, like poison, instantly consumed his reason. Vanity completely took the upper hand. After all, everyone believed he was the one who did it.
Since the true anonymous player had chosen to hide their name, they must be afraid to reveal their identity.
So why shouldn't this colossal achievement be his? Lin Yu took a deep breath. Amid the incredulous stares of his teammates, he slowly stood up.
He deliberately put on a feigned look of weakness yet resolve.
Everyone, please don't crowd.
Lin Yu wiped the mud from his face and offered a weary smile. Blood Moon Abyss is indeed formidable. I sustained a few minor injuries myself. As for staying anonymous, I just didn't want to draw too much attention.
I didn't expect you all to figure it out anyway.
He didn't admit it outright, but this vague acknowledgement was far more devastating than a direct confession. His teammates stared at him in shock. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Yu shot them a chilling glare that silenced them instantly.
The entire arena erupted once again in thunderous cheers.
Zhenhai and Wanxiu pushed through the crowd and rushed to the front.
Zhenhai was trembling with excitement.
He threw his arms around Lin Yu, tears streaming down his face.
My good son! My good son! Clearing Blood Moon Abyss solo in 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
You're nothing short of a god to the Lin family.
Wanxiu, even more smug, looked around triumphantly. His back was straighter than anyone else's.
I always said our Lin Yu was a cut above the rest. Those blind fools aren't even worthy of tying our Lin Yu's shoes.
Zhenhai was so excited his head was spinning.
He pulled out his communicator and dialed the family's PR department. His voice was loud enough for the entire venue to hear.
Hello? Pour money into this right now. Use all of the family's liquid assets. Within 5 minutes, I want to see our Lin Yu's name at the top of the trending list. The headline should read Lin Yu, the eternal pride of Jiangnan City. Hanging up the phone, Zhenhai waved his hand dramatically.
He made a bold declaration to the surrounding reporters and dignitaries. Tonight, I, Zhenhai, am booking the entire largest Marriott hotel in Jiangnan City. To celebrate my son breaking a century-old record.
The crowd erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers.
Everyone gathered around the Lin family, as if they were the center of the universe.
No one noticed. At the very edge of the square, beside the neglected red Blood Moon Abyss portal,
the air twisted slightly.
Lin Mo, wearing that faded t-shirt and flip-flops, strolled out leisurely.
Behind him followed 10 little skeletons, each clutching an armful of top-tier materials. The moment he stepped out, he heard the cheers of the crowd in Zhenhai's booming voice.
Lin Mo glanced at Lin Yu, who was being fawned over by the crowd.
Then he looked up at the golden announcement that hadn't yet faded. He stopped in his tracks. Casually, he popped open a can of Coke he hadn't finished in the dungeon.
Fizz.
He tilted his head back for a sip, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth.
I've seen people pick up money, but this is the first time I've seen someone pick up insults.
But this is the first time I've seen someone take someone else's bullshit and slap it right on their own face.
Chapter 8, Carrying a Sack to the Black Market, Stunning the Appraiser. Lin Mo stood in the distance and watched for a while.
He watched as Lin Yu shamelessly claimed credit over there.
He didn't even have the interest to go up and expose him. He was purely watching the monkey show.
Lin Mo turned around and slipped quietly out through the fire escape along the edge of the square. No one noticed this good-for-nothing young master who'd been kicked out of his own home.
He walked into a deserted dead-end alley. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks.
Behind him, the 10 dark gold skeletons were huffing and puffing as they carried a huge pile of top-tier materials. There was simply too much to carry, so a few of the little skeletons had even bundled the demon wolf hides into bundles and hoisted them onto their shoulders. They looked exactly like porters who'd just arrived in town. "All right, put it down here."
Lin Mo snapped his fingers.
The 10 little skeletons immediately stacked the items neatly on the ground. Then, they transformed into clusters of dark gold streaks of light and returned to the depths of Lin Mo's soul.
Lin Mo walked to the small shop at the entrance of the alley.
He spent 2 yuan to buy 2 extra large woven snakeskin bags. That was all the money he had left in his pocket.
Back in the alley,
Lin Mo didn't hold back, shoving all those priceless Blood Moon Abyss grade materials into the woven bags in one go.
Silver grade magic wolf teeth, dark gold grade poison swamp frog skins, and that pile of dazzling crystal cores.
They were all tossed in like a sack of potatoes. He carried one bulging burlap bag in each hand. Wearing flip-flops, he strolled leisurely toward Jiangnan City's underground black market.
Half an hour later,
the Black Gold Guild. This was Jiangnan City's largest and most shady underground trading hub. No matter the source, as long as it had value, the Black Gold Guild would take it and never asked where it came from.
The chamber's main hall was lavishly decorated.
The floor was paved with precious marble so polished it could serve as a mirror. The customers coming and going were all clad in high-end custom armor or dressed in suits and ties, purchasing agents from wealthy conglomerates. Lin Mo strode in with 2 filthy plastic bags in hand. His flip-flops clacked crisply against the marble floor. His appearance stood in stark contrast to the surroundings. It immediately drew a number of disdainful glances. Lin Mo completely ignored these stares. He walked straight to the appraisal counter on the side of the hall.
Thud!
He tossed the 2 heavy burlap sacks onto the crystal counter. The young woman at the front desk was startled.
She frowned and gave Lin Mo a once-over.
A faded, washed-out t-shirt. Cheap flip-flops. And those 2 burlap sacks reeking of dirt. The receptionist's gaze instantly turned cold, and a hint of undisguised contempt curled at the corners of her mouth.
"Young man, have you come to the wrong place?"
Her tone was cold, even tinged with impatience.
"This is the Black Gold Merchants Guild, not a junkyard.
There's a flea market just past the left turn. Take your junk there." Lin Mo leaned against the counter. He picked his ear. "I'm here to sell materials. Get the appraiser in charge here." The receptionist let out a cold laugh. It was as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world.
"Call an appraiser?"
The appraisers at the Black Gold Trading Guild only look at rare materials rated silver grade or higher.
"You're just a poor student. What good stuff could you possibly have?"
She couldn't even be bothered to open those 2 burlap sacks to take a look. She simply pressed the security bell under the desk.
"Get your junk and get out of here.
Don't dirty our counter, or when security gets here, you'll be in for a beating." Several burly security guards were already walking over from the corner of the hall. Their faces were grim and menacing.
Lin Mo didn't even glance at the security guards.
He thought this guild's standards were really low. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry could come and bark orders at the front desk. He didn't say a word. He just slowly untied the string on one of the burlap sacks.
He reached inside and rummaged around. Then
he pulled out a fist-sized crystal core, entirely purple-black in color. This was the core of the Blood Moon Abyss final boss, the corrupted tree demon.
Lin Mo tossed it casually. Clang! The dark purple crystal core landed on the glass counter with a sharp clink.
It rolled twice across the smooth surface, coming to a stop right in front of the female receptionist.
The next second,
a suffocating, terrifying aura suddenly erupted from this tiny crystal core. It was the lingering aura of a Blood Moon Abyss level boss after its death. Even in the form of a single crystal, it was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure.
The mocking expression on the female receptionist's face froze instantly.
She felt as though her throat were being choked by an invisible giant hand. She struggled to breathe. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed behind the counter. Her face was as white as paper, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. The security guards approaching her also came to an abrupt halt. They were all second-class classers. Yet at that moment, they felt as if they were being stared down by an ancient, ferocious beast. Cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Not a single one dared to take another step forward. What is that thing? The gazes of all the other guests in the lobby were drawn to the scene. Gasps of shock rose in waves. Just then, the door to the VIP lounge at the back of the hall was flung open. An elderly man in a black tailcoat, his hair streaked with gray, rushed out. His face etched with anxiety, he scanned the room frantically. Where is this Blood Moon Abyss level aura coming from? Who brought out materials meant for a High Lord? Are you out of your minds? This elderly man was none other than Zhao Lao, the chief appraiser of the Black Gold Trading Guild. The most authoritative materials expert in all of Jiangnan City. The female receptionist, collapsed on the floor, saw old Zhao as if she found a lifeline. Old Zhao. She tremblingly reached out and pointed toward the counter above her. Old Zhao followed the direction of her finger. His gaze instantly locked onto that purplish-black crystal core. The old man's pupils contracted sharply. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed to the counter. Without a care for his appearance, he leaned over the counter and stared intently at the crystal core. This is... Old Master Zhao took a deep breath. He quickly pulled a pair of special white gloves from his pocket and put them on. Then he produced a high-grade magnifying glass inlaid with magical runes. He carefully cradled the crystal core in his hands. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Everyone was watching as Jiangnan City's top appraiser trembled before a mere stone. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on old Zhao's forehead. The hand holding the magnifying glass began to shake violently. The tremors grew more intense. Finally, even his teeth began to chatter. Blood Moon Abyss, the core of a level 15 Blood Moon Abyss Lord, a corrupted Treant. Old Zhao cried out in shock. That single exclamation caused everyone in the hall to gasp in unison. A level 15 Blood Moon Abyss Lord. Materials of this caliber are rarely seen even once a year in all of Jiangnan City. Upon hearing this, the female receptionist felt her vision go dark. She nearly fainted on the spot. Had she just told a customer carrying materials from a Blood Moon Abyss boss to get out? Lin Mo leaned against the counter, tapping the surface impatiently. Finished looking? If you're done, just give me a price. I'm in a hurry to get home and sleep. Old Zhao jerked his head up. He stared intently at the young man in flip-flops standing before him. His eyes were filled with unmistakable fear and awe. Sir! Old Zhao's voice was trembling. The value of this crystal core is beyond what money can measure. He swallowed hard and pointed to the surface of the crystal core under the magnifying glass. Look here. The surface of the crystal core is flawless, with not a single trace of magical scorching. Nor is there any internal energy structure damage caused by the strain of combat. This purity is absolutely 100%. Old Zhao grew more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Under normal circumstances, defeating a lord requires a prolonged battle. Exchanging skill attacks would definitely deplete the crystal core's energy. The only possible way to obtain a crystal core of such perfect purity. Old Zhao stared intently at Lin Mo, as if looking at a monster not of this world. It's because this Blood Moon Abyss Lord didn't even have a chance to cast a skill. While at full health. You one-shot it. Boom! Old Zhao's words exploded like a bombshell throughout the hall. One-shot a level 15 Blood Moon Abyss Lord? Are you kidding me? Even if a level 100 War God showed up, it would be impossible to instantly vaporize a Blood Moon Abyss boss without leaving a single trace of combat. What kind of terrifying, utterly unreasonable, raw power would it take to pull that off? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The old man had a sharp eye, that was for sure. 100 skeletons, each with 50,000 stats, attacking simultaneously it really wouldn't have left the tree a chance to even scratch back.
Enough chatter.
Lin Mo pointed at the 2 burlap sacks on the counter.
These are all drops from dungeons. Are you going to buy them or not?
Only then did old Zhao notice the 2 bulging, tattered sacks. He swallowed hard and, with trembling hands, unzipped one of the bags.
One glance was all it took.
Old Zhao's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. The bag was filled with dark gold tier materials and rare crystal cores. All of them were of perfect purity, with not a single scratch from combat.
This wasn't just a dungeon run.
He must have gone to the Blood Moon Abyss to stock up.
Meanwhile, in the luxurious office on the top floor of the Black Gold Guild,
the guildmaster sat on a leather sofa, puffing on an expensive cigar. On the massive holographic screen before him, news from Awakening Square was playing.
The screen was flooded with reports of the Lin family's young master dominating the trending charts. Lin Yu? Soloing the Blood Moon Abyss in 3 minutes and 20 seconds? The president exhaled a ring of smoke and let out a cold laugh. Fooling those idiots out there is one thing. A newly awakened Frostbone dragon capable of such a crushing victory? Does he really think I've been running this chamber of commerce for decades for nothing?
He tapped the ash from his cigar.
That anonymous big shot is definitely someone else. Just then,
the internal communicator on his desk began flashing frantically. It was the head of security calling.
Chairman, look at the surveillance feed from the first floor lobby. Something major has happened.
The chairman furrowed his brow slightly. He casually tapped the first surveillance feed on his desktop. On the screen, his most trusted chief appraiser, Old Zhao, was slumped on the floor, looking utterly pathetic. He was trembling in front of 2 tattered burlap sacks. Standing behind the counter was a young man wearing a cheap t-shirt and flip-flops.
The president activated the audio feed.
Old Zhao's trembling words, "One-hit kill on the Blood Moon Abyss Lord," echoed clearly throughout the office.
The president's hand jerked violently.
His scorching cigar fell directly onto his bespoke trousers, burning a large hole through them. Yet he seemed oblivious. He stared intently at the impatient-looking young man on the screen.
A clear time of 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
A Blood Moon Abyss boss crystal core of perfect purity, with absolutely no wear.
The 2 clues converged in the chairman's mind in an instant, setting off a thunderclap. It's him! The chairman sprang up from the sofa.
What a load of bullshit about the Lin family's young master.
This is the real anonymous big shot who just shattered Jiangnan City's century-old record.
He snatched up his communicator and roared furiously at the head of security on the other end.
Everyone, listen up. Open the highest level VIP passage immediately.
Throw that female receptionist out and blacklist her for life. The chairman bellowed as he stormed out the office door.
He didn't even bother waiting for the elevator, instead racing down the emergency staircase.
I'm going down there to greet him myself.
Hurry! Don't let this living legend get away. Chapter 9, Sudden Wealth and Spending. Money is just a string of numbers. The lobby on the first floor of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce.
Before the elevator doors had even opened, the fire door to the emergency stairwell was kicked open. Chamber President Fuguei burst out, panting heavily. His expensive, custom-tailored suit was already creased from the rush. Fuguei shoved aside the security guards blocking his path and strode purposefully toward the appraisal counter. He first glanced at Old Zhao, who was slumped on the floor, then at the purplish-black crystal core.
Finally, his gaze locked firmly on Lin Mo.
Fuguei had seen countless people and recognized this young man's extraordinary nature at a glance. Faced with a display of power of this magnitude, the kid didn't even bat an eye.
He was clearly no ordinary person. President.
The female receptionist had just caught her breath and was trembling as she tried to get to her feet.
Shut up!
Fuguei whipped his head around, his gaze as cold as a knife. You blind fool, daring to kick out a distinguished guest.
Go settle the bill at the finance office, then get the hell out of the Black Gold Guild immediately. Never set foot in this line of work again. The receptionist's face went ashen. She collapsed to the ground and was dragged out by 2 security guards like a dead dog. Fugue took a deep breath and instantly switched to a fawning smile. He strode over to Lin Mo and bowed slightly. "Young man, my staff doesn't know their place. Please forgive their rudeness. I am Fugue, the president of the Black Gold Merchants Guild. There are too many prying eyes here. Shall we go to the rank VIP room on the top floor to talk?" Lin Mo picked up the 2 tattered burlap sacks from the floor and nodded casually. "All right, let us go. The VIP lounge on the top floor." The doors were tightly shut, blocking out all outside scrutiny. Old Zhao had recovered by now and was wearing white gloves as he counted the materials in the burlap sacks with a look of fervor on his face. The more he counted, the more his hands trembled. "Chairman, every single item is of perfect purity. 50 dark gold grade poison swamp frog skins, 300 silver grade demon wolf fangs, over 200 elite crystal cores of various grades." Old Zhao swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Plus that blood moon abyss tree demon S core. The quality of this shipment is the best our guild has seen in a decade." Fugue sat across from Lin Mo, picked up a cup of premium Da Hong Pao, and handed it to him. His palms were also drenched in sweat. Clearing the blood moon abyss solo in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And managing to bring out so many materials unscathed. This young man in flip-flops possessed unfathomable strength. "Young man," Fugue lowered his voice, his tone tinged with caution. "Rumors are swirling everywhere right now, saying the anonymous master who broke Jiangnan City's century-old record is the Lin family's eldest son. What do you make of that?" Lin Mo leaned back in the leather sofa, not even taking the tea. "If others want to take credit for someone else's work, what has it got to do with me? I'm here to sell goods. You pay up. Just give me a straight price." Fugue was a smart man. He understood immediately upon hearing this. The other party didn't want to reveal his identity, and he certainly didn't want to get mixed up in that mess. "Got it, I totally get it." Fugue slapped his thigh and made a decision on the spot. "This batch is top-notch quality. I'll give you a straight-up price, 30 million. Does that sound fair to you, young man?" 30 million was an absolute fortune in this world. It was enough for an ordinary awakened to live in luxury for the rest of their life. Lin Mo nodded. "Deal." Fugue immediately pulled a gold-embossed document and a jet-black card from his drawer. The card's edges were encrusted with a ring of tiny diamonds, exuding understated luxury. "Young man, this is the guild's highest-level confidentiality agreement. Sign this, and I'll be the only one who knows about all your transactions here today. Not even the emperor himself could trace it back to you." Fugue slid the black card across the table toward Lin Mo. "This is a black gold VIP card. 30 million has already been loaded onto it, and it's valid across the entire continent. From now on, you'll receive a 30% discount on all your purchases at the guild." Lin Mo picked up the pen and signed his name in a sweeping, elegant stroke. Then, he casually slipped the black gold card into his pocket. His movements were as casual as if he were tucking away a single coin. "I've got the money, so I might as well spend it." Lin Mo looked up at Fugue. "Your guild sells everything, right?" Fugue nodded vigorously. "Of course. As long as you have the money, we have it all: equipment, materials, skill books, even high-level battle pets." Lin Mo yawned. "First, get rid of those 2 ragged snakeskin bags. Get me a storage ring. The bigger the capacity, the better." "Right away." Fugue immediately ordered old Zhao to fetch the item. In less than 2 minutes, a silver ring with an antique design was brought over. A high-grade spatial ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Original price, 3 million. Discounted price, 2,100,000. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the price. He just slipped it onto his finger. "Any skill books? The kind that don't require manual activation, preferably with a wide area effect."
Fugue paused for a moment. That was a rather odd request. But he quickly produced a skill book that glowed with a golden light.
Rank passive skill, weakening aura.
Once activated, all attributes of hostile targets within a 100-meter radius are reduced by 10%.
Original price, 5 million. Discounted price, 3.5 million.
Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction.
This is great. It'll save him the trouble of even commanding his little skeletons to attack. The monsters will automatically become squishy. I'll take it. Is there anything else that can directly boost my level? I'm lazy. I don't like going out into the wild to grind for levels. Hearing this, old Zhao rolled his eyes. The guy who took down the Blood Moon Abyss Lord in 3 minutes and 20 seconds actually claims he doesn't like grinding?
Fugue wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly pulled an elegant silver briefcase out of the safe. Opening it revealed dozens of vials of blue liquid neatly stacked inside.
Premium experience capsules.
They're pure energy distilled from high-grade monster crystals. Down them all at once, and you'll gain a ton of experience. They're just a bit pricey, 100,000 per vial.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Leveling up without lifting a finger?
This stuff was practically tailor-made for him.
How many vials are in this case? 50. I'll take the whole lot.
Fugue sucked in a sharp breath.
The speed at which he was spending money was even more outrageous than a flood.
To this kid, tens of millions seemed like nothing more than a string of numbers.
A frenzy of shopping ensued.
The 30 million in his account instantly shrank by more than half.
Lin Mo tossed the skill books and the entire box of experience capsules into his spatial ring.
He stood up and stretched.
All right, that's enough shopping for today. I'll come back when you have new stock.
Fugue hurried to see him off, escorting Lin Mo all the way to the guild's back door.
Watching Lin Mo's figure recede in his flip-flops, Fugue took a deep breath.
The sky over Jiangnan City is about to change. Lin Mo walked out of the Black Gold Merchants Guild and turned onto a relatively quiet street. The sun had already set, and the streetlights were dim. He shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled leisurely forward.
He hadn't gone far.
Lin Mo's pace slowed slightly. He didn't look back, but his keen spiritual sense had already detected something amiss. Not far behind him, several shadowy figures were following him furtively. Ever since he left Awakening Square, these tailors had been sticking to him like glue. It was just that earlier, inside the Black Gold Merchants Guild, they hadn't dared to go in.
Now that they saw he was alone, they picked up the trail again.
A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. He didn't need to guess who had sent them. That two-faced adopted son, who only shed tears in front of his parents, sure knew how to play dirty behind the scenes.
Lin Mo didn't take the main road.
He deliberately turned a corner and walked straight into a dead-end alley with no security cameras. The alley was littered with abandoned trash cans, emitting a foul stench. At the end of the alley stood a high, impassable wall.
Lin Mo stopped in his tracks.
He turned around, facing the entrance of the alley.
You've been following me for so long, aren't you tired?
Lin Mo leaned against the brick wall, his tone flat.
Come out. A deliberately cold chuckle echoed from the entrance of the alley.
5 or 6 burly men slowly emerged from the shadows. Leading the group was a bald man with a long knife scar across his face, looking menacing. It was none other than Wang Biao, the thug Lin Yu had paid to hire. Wang Biao was twirling a cold, gleaming dagger in his hand.
He eyed Lin Mo up and down and spat.
Kid, you're pretty sharp. Too bad your brain doesn't work so well. You actually picked a dead-end alley to be your grave.
The henchmen behind Wang Biao all drew their machetes from their waists.
The sound of metal scraping against metal rang particularly jarring in the silent alley.
Lin Mo looked at these reckless fools.
He couldn't even be bothered to summon a skeleton.
Did Lin Yu send you? Lin Mo asked indifferently. Wang Biao snorted coldly. I'll give you credit for being a smart one. Young master, you has spoken.
Since you've been kicked out of the Lin family, you'd better accept your status as a good-for-nothing. Wang Biao jutted his dagger toward Lin Mo's nose, his eyes growing increasingly ferocious. A stray dog cast out from his home, yet you dare to act so brazenly in front of young Master Yu. We're here today to teach you a lesson. The burly men spread out with savage grins, trapping Lin Mo firmly in the corner. The machetes in their hands glinted with a terrifying cold light under the street lamp. Wang Biao cracked his neck, the joints popping loudly. Don't worry, young Master Yu is kind-hearted. He specifically ordered us to spare your worthless life. He lunged forward, his gaze fierce. You dare act so brazenly after being disowned? We're going to cripple your arms and legs today. We'll make sure you spend the rest of your life crawling on the ground like a worm. Chapter 10, Thunderous Retribution, The Consequences of Crossing Me. The air in the dead-end alley seemed to freeze. The fleshy features on Wang Biao's face contorted into a maniacal, cruel grin. The dagger in his hand swayed back and forth under the dim streetlight. Several henchmen had completely cut off all of Lin Mo's escape routes. In their eyes, this frail teenager in flip-flops was nothing more than a lamb led to the slaughter. Kid, blame yourself for being born into the wrong family. Wang Biao spat out a thick glob of phlegm. You stole young Master Yu's spot, and you even dared to make him lose face. Today, I'll take both your legs off to teach you a lesson. With that, he nodded toward his henchmen standing nearby. Move it. Work fast, don't make too much noise and attract the patrol. Two burly men stepped forward with savage grins, raised their high-carbon steel cleavers, and swung them viciously at Lin Mo's thighs. The blades whistled through the air. If they landed cleanly, both legs would have been severed on the spot. Lin Mo stood where he was, not even lifting an eyelid. He didn't even turn his head. He simply kept his hands in his pockets and sighed with boredom. Idiots. No sooner had Lin Mo spoken than the air behind him suddenly warped. An invisible fissure instantly tore open in the soul-summoning space. There was no blinding light, nor any deafening sound. A small, dark gold figure, like a ghostly apparition, appeared silently behind Wang Biao and the others. It was a skeleton soldier, standing half a meter tall. In its hollow eye sockets, a eerie blue soul flame flickered quietly. It held a dark golden bone blade covered in magical runes. Don't kill him. Lin Mo watched the approaching blade, his tone flat and devoid of any emotion. Just shatter his kneecaps. He is too noisy. The two burly men's cleavers were about to come down on Lin Mo. Hearing this, they froze for a moment, then burst into unrestrained, raucous laughter. Has this kid lost his mind? Smash our kneecaps? Who do you think you are? The burly man's words trailed off. The sound stopped abruptly. A dark gold afterimage flashed suddenly through the alley. It was the absolute speed granted by 40,000 points of agility. It was impossible for the naked eye to catch. The dark gold skeleton didn't even use the blade. It merely twisted its wrist lightly, aiming the heavy back of the blade at one of the burly men's knees. It tapped it casually. Crack! A bone-chilling sound of cracking bone echoed clearly through the dead-end alley. The burly man didn't even feel the pain, he only felt his vision suddenly plummet downward. Immediately afterward, excruciating pain flooded his brain like a tsunami. Ah! A piercing scream rent the night sky. The man's legs bent backward at the knees in a grotesque angle. The stark white bone stumps pierced right through his pant legs, and blood gushed out. He slammed heavily onto the ground, rolling around frantically and wailing in agony. The other burly man hadn't even had time to process what had happened. The dark gold little skeleton was already standing beside him. He raised his hand. The back of the blade came down. Crack! Another crisp sound rang out. The second thug collapsed to his knees, his kneecap reduced to powder. Screams rose in succession. This wasn't a fight at all. It was a one-sided slaughter with no suspense. The smile on Wang Biao's face froze completely. His eyes widened as he stared in horror at the dark gold monster weaving through his henchmen. Too fast. Far too fast. He was a level 25 second-class assassin, yet he couldn't even make out the skeleton's movements.
Crack. Crack. In less than 2 seconds.
Every single one of the henchmen Wang Biao had brought with him had their knees shattered. One by one, they collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, writhing and howling in agony.
The acrid stench of blood filled the air in an instant. After dispatching them, the dark gold skeleton shook the blood from the back of its blade.
It shuffled slowly toward Wang Biao.
It raised its head. Its deep blue soul flame fixed its gaze firmly on Wang Biao.
Wang Biao felt a chill run up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Every hair on his body stood on end. The terrifying pressure emanating from this high-tier creature was so overwhelming that even breathing caused a sharp pain in his lungs.
"You don't come any closer."
Wang Biao raised the dagger in his hands shaking like a sieve. He wanted to step back, but his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, firmly rooted to the spot, completely unresponsive.
The dark gold little skeleton made no unnecessary movements. It raised its bone blade,
aimed it at Wang Biao's knee, and brought it down with a vicious blow.
Crack! Ugh!
Wang Biao let out a blood-curdling scream, his knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to his knees before Lin Mo. His kneecaps were completely shattered, and he lost all sensation in his lower body. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Lin Mo strolled leisurely toward Wang Biao. His flip-flops squelched against the blood-soaked floor. He stopped right in front of Wang Biao. Then he lifted his foot. He planted it firmly on Wang Biao's face, which was drenched in cold sweat and terror. He ground down hard. Wang Biao's face was pinned firmly to the filthy bricks, a mixture of dirt and blood splattered all over his mouth. He struggled desperately. That seemingly frail teenager's foot exerted a force like a mountain, pinning him down so he couldn't move an inch.
"Is that all?"
Lin Mo looked down at Wang Biao beneath his feet with a cold gaze.
"Weren't you screaming your head off just a moment ago?"
"Weren't you the one who wanted to cripple my limbs and make me crawl like a worm?"
Wang Biao was now utterly terrified.
He looked at the dark gold skeleton standing beside Lin Mo, radiating an aura of death. His mind was in complete chaos.
Is this a rank summon? Is this that good-for-nothing young master who got kicked out of his family? This is nothing short of a monster in human form. Young Master M.O. Master M.O.
Wang Biao managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with supplication.
"I was wrong. I was blind as a bat. It was all Lin Yu's doing. I'm just a dog doing his job for money. Please, just let me off the hook."
Lin Mo stared coldly at Wang Biao, who was sobbing uncontrollably.
He tightened his grip on Wang Biao's ankle. Wang Biao's nose cracked under the strain. "Take a message to Lin Yu."
Lin Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it rang clearly in Wang Biao's ears. It carried a bone-chilling coldness.
"Don't come bothering me again. This is your final warning.
Next time he dares to lay a hand on me, it won't just be his knees that get shattered." Lin Mo paused, his tone as cold as ice. "I'll crush his skull with my own hands." With that, Lin Mo withdrew his foot. He casually wiped the blood from the sole of his shoe on Wang Biao's clothes. He snapped his fingers. The dark gold skeleton turned into a streak of light, vanishing into the void in an instant, leaving no trace. Lin Mo turned and walked toward the exit of the alley. He didn't spare another glance at the pile of mangled flesh on the ground.
It wasn't until Lin Mo's figure had completely vanished at the end of the street that the terrifying aura weighing on everyone's hearts gradually dissipated.
Wang Biao lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. A foul stench wafted from his crotch. A yellow liquid mixed with blood pooled on the ground. This tough guy, who was considered a major player in Zhongnan City's underground circles, had actually been so terrified by a skeleton that he lost control of his bladder right there on the spot. He paid no heed to the excruciating physical pain. Gritting his teeth, he clutched the ground with both hands. Dragging his two useless, mangled legs, he crawled and rolled his way out of the alley like a maggot. There was only one thought in his mind now. Escape.
Get as far away from that monster named Lin Mo as possible. Chapter 11, The Top Tier Auction, A Chance Encounter. A few days flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Mo lived quite comfortably. He slept until he woke up naturally during the day, and when he got hungry, he ordered the most expensive private kitchen takeout. At night, he lounged on the couch, sipping happy water and popping 100,000 yuan premium experience capsules one after another. His leveling speed was practically faster than a rocket. Just this morning, he received a private call from Fugue. The Black Gold Merchants Guild's annual high-end auction was taking place tonight. Fugue was extremely deferential on the phone. He repeatedly pleaded with Lin Mo to please honor them with his presence and visit the VIP suite at the Chamber's headquarters. Lin Mo had nothing better to do anyway, so he threw on some loose-fitting casual clothes, slipped on a pair of flip-flops, and headed out. Black Gold Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Security for tonight had been ramped up to the highest level. The entrance was lined with a fleet of extravagant, bulletproof luxury vehicles. Everyone attending this auction was a prominent figure in Jiangnan City. As soon as Lin Mo reached the entrance, a sweating Fugue rushed over to greet him. Completely ignoring the surprised stares of those around him, he personally bowed and escorted Lin Mo into the private elevator. "Master Mo, your presence truly graces our chamber." Fugue beamed, switching immediately to the most respectful form of address. Lin Mo yawned. "Cut the nonsense. Just find me a quiet spot." "Understood. Everything has been taken care of." The elevator went straight to the second floor. This was the Chamber of Commerce's most exclusive VIP area, comprising only 3 private rooms. Fugue pushed open the double doors of room 1, crafted entirely of solid copper. The interior was as spacious as a small plaza. Huge floor-to-ceiling one-way glass panels offered a perfect view of the entire first-floor auction hall below. The table was laden with rare fruits and delicacies airlifted from all corners of the globe. Even the water in the glasses was high-grade mana spring water capable of instantly restoring one's vitality. Lin Mo walked straight to the leather sofa without hesitation. He flopped down onto it, settling into the most comfortable position. He casually picked up a bunch of purple jade grapes from the fruit platter, plucked one, and popped it into his mouth. "This spot's not bad." Chewing on the grape, Lin Mo looked down at the bustling hall below. Fugue stood beside him, smiling so broadly that the wrinkles on his face were all squished together. "As long as you're satisfied. For any item up for auction tonight, just ring the bell on the table if you like it. Put it all on my tab. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Lin Mo waved his hand, saying nothing. At that moment, the auction hall on the first floor was already packed to capacity. The main doors swung open one last time. Jinhai walked in, head held high, wearing a crisp, tailored suit. Wanqiu linked her arm through his, a priceless diamond necklace glistening around her neck. Following behind them was Linyu, dressed in a pure white suit and looking every bit the Prince Charming. The moment the 3 members of the Lin family made their entrance, they immediately captured the attention of the entire room. They walked straight to the front row of the VIP section on the first floor and took their seats. This row of seats was reserved for the most prominent families in Jiangnan City. As soon as Jinhai sat down, he let out a long, heavy sigh. "For tonight, we actually sold off those 2 plots of land in the eastern part of the city at a bargain price." Jinhai lowered his voice, a hint of regret in his tone. Wanqiu patted the back of his hand, her eyes brimming with fervor. "It was worth it. Haven't you seen tonight's auction catalog? The final lot, that silver-grade top-tier magic staff, Sigh of Frost, is practically tailor-made for our Linyu." Wanqiu glanced back at the quiet, well-behaved Linyu, her face beaming with pride. "Linyu is about to take the national exams. With this staff, he'll definitely come in first in the province. By then, our Lin family will truly be the #1 family in Jiangnan City. What's a few plots of land compared to that?" The moment Jinhai heard this, any lingering reluctance in his heart vanished instantly. He nodded vigorously, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. "You're right, my dear. Even if it means spending every last penny,
I must get that staff tonight. Just as the couple was whispering to each other, the various powerful figures surrounding them could hardly wait to crowd in.
Mr. Lin. Congratulations.
The president of the Tiger Guild beamed, offering a cigar. Young Master Lin's feat of soloing the Blood Moon Abyss has become a legend throughout all of Jiangnan City. With such a prodigy, the Lin family's future is limitless. The principal of another university chimed in. Indeed, indeed. With young Master Lin's poise and prowess, who among his peers in Jiangnan City could even hope to measure up? A flood of blatant flattery engulfed the three members of the Lin family. Lin Yu stood up and bowed slightly to the crowd with great elegance. You elders are too kind. I'm just a bit lucky. Compared to all of you, I still have a long way to go. The more humble and composed he appeared, the louder the praise around him grew. Listen to that. Now that's the mindset of a true genius. Modest and unhurried, it's truly a blessing for Jiangnan City to have young Master Lin. Lin Yu was being carried on everyone's shoulders. Though a gentle smile played on his lips, his eyes were filled with a smug arrogance. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being looked up to. It was as if he were the center of the universe. In a private box on the second floor, Lin Mo spat out a grape seed. Resting his chin on one hand, he watched the entertaining spectacle unfolding on the first floor with great interest. Chairman Qian, this auction of yours is quite entertaining. Lin Mo's tone was leisurely, tinged with a touch of mockery. Not selling anything, just bringing people in to put on a show? Fugue followed Lin Mo's gaze downward, and his expression instantly turned peculiar. He knew full well what the crowd below was fawning over. The record holder for soloing the Blood Moon Abyss? The real master who cleared the dungeon was sitting right here on the second floor, munching on grapes. That Lin Yu down there was nothing but a complete clown. Master Mo, if this is bothering you. Fugui lowered his voice, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. I'll have security toss those three arrogant fools out right away. Lin Mo waved his hand, stopping Fugui. Don't. Lin Mo picked up the bottled water on the table and took a sip. It's a free comedy show, why not watch it? I just love seeing them act so naive and self-important. Fugui immediately smiled in understanding. You're right, Boss Missouri. Let them squirm a little longer. The first floor lobby. The pleasantries were finally over. As the lights on stage dimmed, the auction officially began. One by one, precious materials and equipment were wheeled onto the podium. Bids rang out one after another, and the atmosphere was electric. Xinhai sat in the front row, clutching his bidding paddle tightly, his palms drenched in sweat. He hadn't even glanced at the items being auctioned before. He was waiting. Waiting for that top-tier magic staff that would catapult Lin Yu to the top. Wanqiu, on the other hand, was looking around restlessly. As the matriarch of the most prominent family in Jiangnan City today, she felt that none of the people on the first floor were worthy of her status. Her gaze drifted unconsciously toward the second floor. That was the Black Gold Merchants Guild's top-tier private box. In all of Jiangnan City, fewer than 3 people could sit in that spot. All of them were powerful figures capable of controlling everything with a single hand. Wanqiu silently vowed to herself that one day, her Lin family would also take a seat in that private box. The one-way glass of the private box was slightly reflective from this angle. Compounding this, Lin Mo had found the room a bit stuffy and had casually pushed the glass open just a crack less than 5 centimeters wide. Just as Wanqiu tilted her head back, a beam of light happened to sweep across the second-floor private box. Through that narrow gap, Wanqiu caught a glimpse of a profile. He was reclining on the sofa, holding a grape in his hand, his expression the epitome of languor. Wanqiu's breath caught in her throat. The haughty expression on her face froze instantly. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Wanqiu screamed inside her head. That profile, that carefree demeanor. It was the spitting image of that good-for-nothing Lin Mo they'd kicked out of the house. She rubbed her eyes hard and stared intently at the gap in the glass once more. But the light had shifted, and the area had plunged back into darkness. She couldn't make out a thing.
A hallucination. It must be a hallucination.
Wancho's heart was pounding wildly, and a cold sweat had even broken out on her forehead. That penniless bum who didn't even know where his next meal would come from. That good-for-nothing who'd awakened at trash class rank. How could he possibly be in the top-tier private box at the Black Gold Guild? That was a place where even the mayor of Jiangnan City had to wait in line politely to get in. No, absolutely impossible. Wancho took a few deep breaths, forcing down the panic in her heart.
I must have seen wrong.
Maybe it was just some big shot who looked a bit like him. She kept reassuring herself in her mind. That good-for-nothing was probably hiding under some bridge in the slums, begging for food right now. There was absolutely no way he'd be here. Just as Wancho was filled with doubt and astonishment, the auctioneer on stage suddenly raised his voice, speaking with great passion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next lot is the grand finale of our evening.
A silver-grade masterpiece personally authenticated by the chief appraiser of the Black Gold Guild, Sigh of Frost.
The entire hall fell instantly silent.
Jinhai sat up abruptly, his eyes gleaming like a gambler who had seen the final card.
In the second floor box.
Lin Mo heard the name and stopped eating his grapes.
He sat up straight.
He glanced at the staff on the stage, which was radiating a chill. Then he looked down at Jinhai, who was trembling with excitement. A deeply malicious smile slowly curled at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth.
The show was finally about to begin. Chapter 12, Bidding Domination, Shattering Your Arrogance with Money. The spotlight on the auction podium instantly focused.
The previously buzzing murmurs throughout the hall fell completely silent at that moment. The auctioneer took a deep breath, grabbed the red silk cloth on the display stand with both hands, and yanked it off.
An ice blue crystal, radiating a bone-chilling cold, lay quietly inside the bulletproof glass case.
The temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop by several degrees.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the grand finale of the evening.
The auctioneer's voice grew slightly shrill with excitement. The core inlay for a silver-grade top-tier staff, the Heart of Frost. This treasure not only doubles the power of ice-based skills but also drastically reduces casting time. It's no exaggeration to say that once it's embedded in a staff, even a pig could become a master of ice magic. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. The representatives of major guilds and the tycoons in the front row all had their eyes gleaming with greed. What a prize! Such a top-tier material not just in Jiangnan City, but across the entire Longguo region would be in high demand. Jinhai sat right in the center of the front row, staring intently at the ice-blue crystal. His breathing grew heavy. Wancho was so excited she grabbed Jinhai's arm.
Honey, this is the one.
With this frost heart, Lin Yu is guaranteed to come in first on the major exam. Lin Yu sat beside her, struggling to maintain a gentle smile on his face. Yet his gaze was already glued to that crystal, unable to look away. It was simply a top-tier core tailor-made for his frost bone dragon. The frost heart, starting bid, 5 million.
Bids must be in increments of no less than 100,000. The auction begins now.
No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than, before anyone else could raise their paddle,
Jinhai stood up immediately.
He raised his VIP bidding paddle, his voice booming throughout the entire hall.
10 million.
The moment that figure was announced, the enthusiasm that had just begun to build in the hall was instantly dampened by half.
Doubling the bid outright. This was the Lin family declaring to everyone their unwavering determination to secure it at all costs.
Several guild masters who had been preparing to bid silently lowered their paddles.
Everyone was smart.
The Lin family was currently at the height of its influence, and news of Lin Yu's impressive feat of soloing the Blood Moon Abyss had just spread.
No one wanted to cross the Lin family at this critical juncture.
It wasn't worth offending a future top-tier powerhouse over a single material. The leader of the Fierce Tiger Guild simply burst out laughing.
Mr. Lin, you're truly generous.
Since this is a gift for young Master Lin to prepare for his exams, the Fierce Tiger Guild won't stand in the way of what's meant for him. The heads of several other conglomerates nearby chimed in as well.
That's right.
This Frostheart is the perfect match for young Master Lin's hidden class. A sword for a hero. We won T medal in this matter. Listening to these voices of voluntary concession and flattery all around him, Jinhai felt every pore in his body tingle with satisfaction. This was the prestige that came with power. Purchasing this Frostheart for 10 million had drained nearly all of the Lin family's cash reserves.
They even had to throw in the land in East City.
But it was worth it. Jinhai, his face flushed with pride, bowed slightly to the crowd. Thank you all for giving this humble Lin such face. Another day, I'll treat you all to a drink. Wanqiu held her chin high, like a proud peacock. She thoroughly relished the looks of awe and deference directed her way. Lin Yu smoothed out his snow-white suit, stood up, and gave a slight bow to the crowd. He exuded the grace of a gentleman of high standing. The auctioneer looked down at the harmonious scene below and felt a touch of helplessness. Originally, if they had hyped up this Frostheart a bit more, it could have fetched at least 15 million. But now, with everyone giving each other face, the price was firmly stuck just above the starting bid.
He could only go through the motions.
Mr. Lin has bid 10 million.
Is there any other bidder wishing to raise the bid?
The hall fell deathly silent. Everyone was looking at Jinhai, wearing ingratiating smiles. The auctioneer raised the small wooden gavel in his hand.
10 million, going once.
Jinhai sat back in his chair, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and looked completely confident.
10 million, going once.
Wanqiu had already started discussing with Lin Yu which master they should visit tomorrow to have a staff custom made. The auctioneer shook his head, preparing to bring the hammer down. Just as the wooden hammer was about to strike the soundboard. In the top-tier VIP box on the second floor, a lazy, casual, even slightly nonchalant voice suddenly rang out. Through the sound system, it echoed clearly throughout the entire first-floor hall.
20 million. Clang. The teacup in Jinhai's hand fell straight to the floor. Tea splashed all over his pant leg. The entire auction hall fell into a deathly silence.
Everyone's gaze, as if guided by synchronized trackers,
swiveled in unison toward private room number 1 on the second floor. Is he out of his mind? To raise the bid by 10 million right off the bat?
Just moments ago, everyone had been exchanging polite gestures, the atmosphere warm and convivial. The moment this man spoke, it was as if he swung a fist and slapped Jinhai hard across the face. Jinhai's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. He jerked his head up, staring intently at the one-way glass on the second floor. The smugness and composure he displayed moments ago had vanished into thin air. In their place were sheer embarrassment and seething rage.
Wanqiu's face went pale as well. That voice. That lazy, infuriating tone. She knew it all too well. Wasn't he that the guy she just glimpsed through the crack, the one who looked like Lin Mo? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Wanqiu frantically denied it in her mind.
That penniless bum couldn't even come up with 1,000 yuan. How could he possibly offer 20 million off the bat?
Lin Yu's smile froze on his face. He stared at the private box on the second floor, a flash of venom flickering deep in his eyes. Who was so blind as to dare steal his prize at a time like this? The auctioneer was stunned for several seconds before he snapped out of it. He was so excited his voice cracked. The distinguished guest in private box number 1 on the second floor. Bidding 20 million. 20 million. Is there a higher bid? No one in the entire hall dared to speak up. Anyone sitting in box number 1 must be a top-tier VIP of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. In a battle between titans like this, ordinary tycoons like them didn't even have the right to interject. Jinhai was trembling with rage. The proceeds from those 2 plots of land in East City, combined with the Lin family's current liquid assets, amounted to a grand total of just over 26 million. The other party had called out 20 million in one go. They were trying to drive him to ruin.
Mr. Lin, this.
The president of the mighty Tiger Guild, standing beside him, rubbed his hands awkwardly, unsure of what to say.
Jinhai clenched his back teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging one by one. This was no longer just about a single crystal core. This was the Lin family's reputation within the entire high society of Jiangnan City. If he backed down today, the Lin family would become a laughingstock to everyone tomorrow. Jinhai suddenly raised the paddle in his hand, his voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth. 25 million. Whoosh! A wave of gasps instantly filled the hall.
25 million, that was more than double the market value of this Frostheart, a truly astronomical sum.
The Lin family was truly going all out.
After shouting that figure, Jinhai slumped back into his chair as if completely drained. His heart was bleeding. Throwing that much money at it would severely impact the Lin family's business for the next 6 months.
He glared fiercely at the second floor.
He refused to believe that the person upstairs would spend 25 million on a material that wasn't worth that much.
This was a gamble with his life. 1 second. 2 seconds.
The entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone held their breath, waiting for the reaction from the second floor. In the private box on the second floor,
Lin Mo had just popped a peeled grape into his mouth.
He didn't even glance down at the crowd below.
Hearing Jinhai's teeth gritting bid of 25 million, Lin Mo held up a finger and pressed the bid button on the table without hesitation.
His tone remained that same lazy, infuriatingly nonchalant one. 50 million. Just to hear the sound. Boom. Those words hit like a massive bomb, practically blowing the roof off the first-floor lobby. The entire venue erupted in chaos. No one could believe their ears. 50 million. For a silver-grade material that was worth, at most, 15 million? Just to hear the sound? What kind of god-tier tycoon was this? Is he burning money like it's worthless paper? Fugue, sitting in the VIP box, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He looked at Lin Mo on the sofa, his heart twisting in anxiety. Master Mo's account did indeed only have 30 million left. But that wasn't a problem at all. Given Lin Mo's background where he could casually pull out dozens of perfect purity elite crystal nuclei. Forget 50 million. Even if Lin Mo were to call out 100 million right now, Fugue would cover it for him without a second thought. If he didn't cling to this powerhouse now, when would he? Front row, first floor. When Jinhai heard the words 50 million, his head buzzed. His vision went dark, and he nearly fainted on the spot. 50 million. Even if he sold the entire Lin family, he couldn't come up with that much cash right now. This wasn't an auction. It was using a mountain of gold to smash his pride to smithereens right before his eyes. Wanqiu let out a terrified scream and hurried to support the reeling Jinhai. Lin Yu's expression had turned as grim as could be. He bit down hard on his lip, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His top-tier magic staff. His first-place finish on the major exam. All gone. The people in the hall who had been fawning over the Lin family just moments ago had all fallen silent. The looks they cast at Jinhai were filled with pity and a hint of schadenfreude. Aren't you guys from the Lin family supposed to be the big shots? Aren't you, Lin Yu, the genius who soloed the Blood Moon Abyss? Yet in the face of a true tycoon, you've been crushed so thoroughly you don't even dare to utter a peep. Jinhai gasped for air in ragged breaths. Humiliation. An unprecedented sense of humiliation gnawed at his sanity like a venomous snake. He shoved Wanqiu aside violently and staggered to his feet. He jutted a finger out, eyes bulging as he pointed at private box number 1 on the second floor. 50 million? Jinhai roared hysterically through the hall like a beast that had lost its mind. What kind of madman is shouting out such a ridiculous bid here? This is nothing short of a deliberate disruption of the auction. He turned his head and glared intently at the auctioneer on the podium. What on earth is the Black Gold Merchants Guild doing? He just blurted out 50 million. Don't you even check his background?
I seriously doubt the person in that private room can even come up with that kind of money.
Go!
Send someone up immediately to verify his assets.
Chapter 13. The chairman steps in, the Lin family's reputation in tatters. Jinhai's roar echoed repeatedly throughout the hall. Everyone looked up, waiting to see the farce unfold in the second-floor private box. Just then,
a soft click sounded. The heavy, solid copper double doors of private room number 1 on the second floor were slowly pushed open from the inside. A young man wearing a faded t-shirt and flip-flops strolled out at a leisurely pace.
He was still holding a plate of half-eaten purple jade grapes.
He sauntered nonchalantly to the carved balustrade, looking down on the first floor from above.
Wancho took just one look, and her legs suddenly went weak.
If she hadn't been clutching the back of a nearby chair, she would have collapsed right there on the spot.
It really was him. The fury on Jinhai's face froze instantly.
He couldn't believe his eyes. His eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets.
Lin Yu, for his part, couldn't even breathe.
He stared fixedly at the good-for-nothing on the second floor, the one who should have been waiting to die in the slums, his mind going completely blank.
How could this be possible?
You little bastard! Jinhai was the first to snap out of it, pointing at the second floor and cursing furiously.
Who gave you the nerve to sneak into the Black Gold Guild? Did you come here on purpose to ruin your brother's future?
The dignitaries in the hall exchanged bewildered glances.
This plot twist was even more absurd than a movie. The good-for-nothing young master the Lin family had just kicked out had actually made his way into private room number 1? Lin Yu finally snapped out of it.
He bit his lip, his eyes instantly reddening, and put on a look of deep anguish.
Brother, I know you hate Mom and Dad for kicking you out of the house. But you can't take revenge on us like this.
This is the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, not a place for you to act out. Get down here and apologize to Mom and Dad. These words immediately drew a wave of sympathy from those around him.
Hearing his youngest son's grievances, Jinhai was furious. He turned and roared at the auctioneer on stage. What are you waiting for? Call security and throw this beggar who snuck into the VIP box out.
He can't even come up with $100, whereas he's supposed to get 50 million. The auctioneer stood on the podium, staring at Jinhai as if he were an idiot.
He completely ignored him. A series of heavy footsteps echoed down the second-floor corridor. Fugue, the Chamber of Commerce president, strode over to Lin Mo with a stern expression.
First, he respectfully took the fruit platter from Lin Mo's hands and handed it to a waiter behind him. Then he spun around abruptly and slammed his hand down on the railing.
Jinhai, who do you think you are?
How dare you shout and scream on my turf? Fugue's roar boomed through the loudspeakers, pounding the ears of everyone on the first floor.
Jinhai shuddered. Chairman Qian.
He swallowed hard and forced a grim smile.
This kid's a penniless nobody.
He was just shouting out random prices. I was worried for the chamber's sake.
Worried for my sake?
Fugue let out a string of cold laughs, looking at Jinhai as if he were a mere clown.
Open your dog eyes and take a good look.
Mr. Lin Mo is the most esteemed Black Gold VIP of our Black Gold Chamber. His assets in our guild don't even mention a measly 50 million. Even if you sold the entire Lin family 10 times over, it wouldn't amount to a fraction of the change in Mr. Lin's account.
The entire hall erupted in an uproar. The room instantly turned into a cauldron of chaos. Black Gold VIP? Enough to buy 10 Lin families with money to spare? The presidents of major guilds and the heads of financial conglomerates gasped in unison.
The way they looked at the 3 members of the Lin family changed instantly. What had been flattery and awe just moments ago turned into undisguised contempt and mockery.
Are the entire Lin family blind? To treat a super-rich tycoon like trash and kick him out of the house? And to claim he couldn't even come up with $100? Jinhai was struck as if by lightning.
His mouth hung open, and for a long moment, he couldn't utter a single sound. His head was buzzing. Fugue's words were like sharp knives, slicing his pride to shreds. Wancho's face had turned ashen. She clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Regret spread like poison through her very being. Lin Yu could no longer keep up his facade. The sense of superiority he had always prided himself on was utterly trampled into dust by Fu Gui's words.
Second floor. Lin Mo yawned boredly.
He pulled the black gold card studded with tiny diamonds from his pocket and tossed it casually to Fu Gui.
Charge it.
I'll take that worthless rock. Fu Gui caught the card with both hands and nodded repeatedly.
Yes, Master Mo. I'll take care of it right away. Less than a minute later.
Fu Gui personally carried an elegant tray, presenting the frost heart which radiated a chill to Lin Mo. Lin Mo casually picked up the top-grade crystal worth 50 million.
He glanced down at Lin Yu below.
Lin Yu's eyes were fixed intently on the crystal, his gaze filled with resentment and greed.
Lin Mo smiled.
He snapped his fingers. A cluster of dark golden light flared up at his feet. A half-meter-tall dark gold skeleton, shouldering a greatsword, crawled out. Everyone in the hall froze, unsure what this big spender was up to. Lin Mo weighed the frost heart in his hand. As if feeding a stray puppy on the street, he tossed it right in front of the little skeleton.
Have a snack. It'll help you build some calcium.
The dark gold skeleton snatched up the top-tier core one that even silver-tier mages would drool over. It opened its hollow mouth and bit down without hesitation.
Crunch!
The crisp sound of chewing echoed through the entire hall via the second-floor sound system.
The entire venue fell deathly silent.
A silver-tier top-tier staff core worth 50 million. And just like that, it was treated like a piece of candy and fed to a lousy rank 1 skeleton? What a waste! Several old men from various guilds were so heartbroken they nearly fainted on the spot. Lin Yu, watching from the first floor, saw this scene and his eyes instantly filled with blood, turning crimson. That was his staff core. That was his crowning achievement. His fingernails dug deep into the flesh of his palms. Blood dripped drop by drop through the gaps between his fingers onto the expensive carpet. The poisonous fire of jealousy raged, consuming his sanity. Jinhai's legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair. He stared blankly at the skeleton on the second floor, chewing on the crystal core, as his vision went dark. Something that couldn't be bought for 25 million even if one's life depended on it was, in their eyes, fit only for dog food. Wancho's tears flowed uncontrollably. If only they hadn't signed that severance agreement back then. All of this, all the money, all the prestige would have belonged to the Lin family. Just what kind of great figure had they thrown away with their own hands? Chapter 14, Belated Affection is Worth Less Than Weeds. The night after the auction ended. The corridor outside the presidential suite on the top floor of the Imperial Grand Hotel, the finest establishment in Jiangnan City. The thick, pure wool carpet absorbed every footstep. Zhenhai and Wanqiu were pacing restlessly back and forth by the elevator. The humiliating defeat at the auction had driven them mad the moment they returned home, prompting them to pull every string in their network to dig into Lin Mo's background. The results they uncovered brought them relief, yet also sparked boundless greed. No deep-rooted connections. No mysterious master-mentor. According to informants within their circle, Lin Mo had simply walked into the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce carrying 2 tattered burlap sacks. They were filled with top-tier materials he picked up from who knows where. Jinhai and his wife naturally assumed that Lin Mo must have stumbled upon the legacy of some fallen powerhouse in some shitty dungeon in the slums. It was by selling off that inheritance that he managed to secure that black gold VIP card. That little bastard must still have money. Jinhai gritted his teeth, a calculating gleam in his eyes. If he doesn't even bat an eye at 50 million worth of materials, there must be at least 100 million in that card. Wanqiu nodded vigorously, so excited that her makeup was practically falling off her face. We sold that plot of land in the east part of the city at a loss, and our family's cash flow is tight right now. That money was meant to be ours, the Lin family's. We absolutely cannot let him squander it all by himself. After hatching a plan, the two spent the night tracking down the hotel where Lin Mo was staying and rushed over to wait for him at the door. Ding! The elevator doors emitted a soft chime as they slowly slid open. Lin Mo, wearing a loose bathrobe, held a can of ice-cold soda he'd just bought from the convenience store downstairs. He strolled out of the elevator at a leisurely pace. The moment he looked up, his gaze met Jinhai and Wancho's faces, both contorted with fanatical fury.
Lin Mo stopped in his tracks and raised an eyebrow. Looks like the hotel needs to replace its security staff. How can they let just any Tom, Dick, or Harry up to the top floor? Hearing this blunt sarcasm, Jinhai instinctively wanted to explode with rage.
But the moment he thought of the astronomical sum on that black gold card, he forced himself to swallow his anger.
Wancho reacted faster.
She suddenly squeezed out a sickeningly sweet smile and hurried toward him in her high heels.
"Moo. You naughty child, how dare you speak to me like that?"
Wancho reached out, trying to grab Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo took a half step back in disgust, dodging her touch.
"Spit it out. Finish up and get out of here. Don't keep me from going back to sleep."
Wancho's hand froze mid-air, and the smile on her face began to falter. But she forced herself to swallow her embarrassment and squeezed 2 tears from the corners of her eyes.
"Amor, are you still upset that Mom and Dad were so harsh with you at Awakening Square that day?"
She put on a look of deep sorrow, her tone extremely earnest.
"Actually, that was all just Mom and Dad testing you."
Lin Mo stopped mid-sip of his Coke.
He looked at Wancho as if she were a lunatic. This woman's face was so thick, not even his dark gold skeleton could split it open. A test?
Jinhai walked over at that moment, hands clasped behind his back, striking a stern, fatherly pose.
"Your mother is right. You grew up in the slums, you're wild and untamed, and you have no sense of propriety. The Lin family has vast wealth and influence, how could we possibly trust you with the business?" Jinhai sighed solemnly. "That disinheritance agreement was just meant to push you a bit, to teach you independence.
It seems you've actually made progress, you've even managed to connect with the Black Gold Guild.
Since you've passed the test, move back home tomorrow."
The couple played off each other perfectly. They had taken their cold-blooded act of abandoning their own child and forcefully repackaged it as a well-intentioned family test.
Lin Mo could barely keep from laughing out loud. "Move back home?"
Lin Mo shook the soda can in his hand.
"And then what?"
Wancho thought Lin Mo had changed his mind, her eyes lit up so brightly it was almost frightening. She hurried forward, revealing her true intentions. "You silly boy, carrying that much cash around isn't safe. The Black Gold Guild is a dangerous place, you're too young to handle it. Hand that black gold card over to Mom. I'll put it into the family trust fund for you. It'll be there for you to use when you get married someday, okay?" She spoke with absolute conviction. There was even a hint of condescending charity in her tone.
Lin Mo stared at Wancho's face, slightly contorted by greed.
He suddenly felt that even the ugliest monsters in the Blood Moon Abyss were far more pleasant to look at than the 2 people before him.
"Is the show over?" Lin Mo dropped the mocking expression from his face.
His gaze turned completely cold, as if he were looking at 2 lifeless corpses.
"Do you really think that if you just toss me a bone, I'll come running like a dog wagging its tail?" Wancho's expression darkened. "Moor, how dare you speak to us like that? We're your biological parents. Would we ever harm you?" "Biological parents?" Lin Mo let out a cold laugh.
He couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on these 2 idiots. He pulled the old cell phone straight out of his robe pocket.
The screen lit up.
Lin Mo tapped an audio file and turned the volume all the way up.
The next second, the conversation from the lounge on Awakening Day echoed clearly through the empty hallway. "You're not just a complete and utter failure, you've brought utter shame upon me, Jinhai. How could I have given birth to such a useless piece of trash?" Jinhai's furious roar blared from the speaker, immediately followed by Wancho's scathing curses. "I should never have brought you back. Look at you, such a pathetic sight, you're not even worth a single strand of Lin Yu's hair. Hand over this month's cultivation allowance." The recording quality was excellent, even the sound of a teacup shattering was crystal clear.
The air in the hallway froze instantly.
Junhai and Wancho's expressions were as if they'd been struck by lightning. Completely frozen in place. They never dreamed that Lin Mo had recorded every word spoken that day. Those vicious curses. Those shameless demands to hand over the allowance. They were like a series of resounding slaps, mercilessly smacking the loving parents' facade they had just put on. The recording continued to play. It finally paused on Junhai's cold, ruthless declaration. Write down all the terms clearly. From now on, Lin Mo has absolutely no connection to the Lin family. The audio ended. A deathly silence fell over the hallway. By now, the commotion had drawn the attention of other guests on the same floor. Those who could afford the penthouse suite were either wealthy or influential. Several doors swung open. Several well-dressed businessmen and high-ranking guild officials poked their heads out, pointing and whispering in the hallway. Isn't that Mr. Lin from the Lin Group? Oh, I heard that recording perfectly clear just now. Is this what you call a well-intentioned test? It's laughable. He kicked his own son out as a good-for-nothing, and now that the boy has made it big, he has come running back for money. I've seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. These whispered jeers and whispers pierced Junhai's ears like poisonous needles. Wancho was so ashamed and humiliated she wished the ground would swallow her whole. She covered her face, not daring to lift her head. Junhai's face turned from red to green, then from green to purple. The dignity he had built up over decades in the business world was stripped away in an instant. He was publicly humiliated under everyone's gaze. You little bastard. Junhai's reason was completely consumed by shame and fury. His eyes were bloodshot, like those of a raging bull. He suddenly raised his right hand, and with a sharp whistling sound, he lashed out with a fierce slap toward Lin Mo's face. I'll beat you to death today, you ungrateful, rebellious son. Chapter 15, Get Out. Final warning. Junhai's massive hand cut through the air with a whistling sound as it slammed down hard on Lin Mo's face. If that blow had landed squarely, it would have knocked out several of an ordinary person's teeth. Junhai's eyes were bloodshot. His sanity had long since been reduced to ashes by the mocking laughter all around him. All he wanted now was to knock this ungrateful son who had brought such shame upon him to the ground. Lin Mo stood his ground, not even batting an eyelid. He even took a leisurely sip of the ice-cold Coke in his hand. Just as Junhai's palm was less than 5 centimeters from Lin Mo's cheek. The air in the hallway suddenly twisted in an eerie way. There was no sound, nor did any light flicker. Two small, dark gold figures like ghosts crawling out of hell materialized out of thin air behind Junhai and Wancho. They were two fully armed dark gold skeletons. In their hands, they held dark gold bone blades covered in eerie magical runes. Whoosh! 2 flashes of cold light streaked past. Junhai's hand froze mid-air. He could not press down even a single millimeter further. For a bone blade, cold enough to pierce the bone, was now firmly pressed against the carotid artery in his neck. The sharp edge easily sliced through the skin on his neck. A trickle of blood slowly trickled down the blade. On the other side, a similar bone blade was pressed against Wancho's neck. A terrifying aura belonging to a High Lord instantly engulfed the couple. This aura was filled with the pure essence of death. Junhai felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. It felt as though every drop of blood in his body had frozen solid in that instant. His eyes darted downward, fixating on the blade pressed against his neck. Fear. A fear that seeped into his very bones instantly drowned out all his anger. Ah! Only then did Wancho snap out of it, letting out a scream of utter terror. Just as she tried to struggle, the dark gold little skeleton's wrist twitched slightly. The bone blade pressed in a fraction of an inch. Wancho's voice caught in her throat. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the hallway carpet like a heap of mud. Her whole body shook like a sieve. Hit me. Lin Mo swallowed He took a step forward, looking down on the terrified couple. His gaze was as cold as ice. Ever since you signed that severance agreement in the lounge, we've been strangers who don't even need to exchange greetings on the street.
Whether you're selling off your land to raise money or making fools of yourselves at the auction, those are all your own stupid mistakes.
Don't come running to me to put on some act of deep parental love, it makes me sick. The onlookers in the hallway were now all frozen in shock.
They stared at the two dark gold skeletons radiating a terrifying aura, each of them gasping in horror.
What kind of summon is this? That aura, it's definitely Lord Tyr.
My god, the Lin family has actually kicked a true god out like trash. Listening to the harsh whispers around him,
Jinhai didn't even have the strength to argue back.
All he wanted now was to get out of this nightmarish place as quickly as possible.
This is your final warning.
Lin Mo leaned forward, a dangerous glint flashing in his dark eyes.
Take your greed and hypocrisy and get the hell out of my sight right now.
If you dare come near me again to disgust me. Lin Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it rang clearly in Jinhai and Wancho's ears.
I wouldn't mind making the entire Lin family vanish completely from Jiangnan City. Not even a single brick will be left for you.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the dark gold bone blades pressed against their necks instantly dissolved into streaks of light. The two skeletons also vanished back into the void.
The oppressive weight of death vanished in an instant.
Jinhai gasped for air frantically, like a drowning man who'd just been pulled from the water. He didn't dare utter a single threatening word. Stumbling, he dragged Wancho, who was slumped on the ground, to her feet. The two of them scrambled into the elevator like stray dogs. The moment the elevator doors closed, their deathly pale, fear-stricken faces were completely sealed off. Lin Mo turned and swiped his card to return to his room.
The crowd of onlookers in the hallway also began to disperse, though everyone was still buzzing with excitement about the Lin family's major scandal that evening.
The last shred of so-called blood ties was severed completely at that moment, leaving not a trace behind. In the affluent district of Jiangnan City, the Lin family's luxurious detached villa. The living room was in shambles. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed continuously.
Jinhai, as if possessed, grabbed antique vases and precious porcelain from the display cabinet in the living room and smashed them viciously onto the floor.
You little bastard!
You've lost your mind.
He actually dared to have someone hold a knife to my throat. Jinhai roared hysterically. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire appearance was hideous and terrifying. The servants in the villa were so frightened they hid in the servants' quarters, not daring to breathe a word. Wancho sat on an expensive leather sofa, constantly wiping away her tears. A bandage was pressed against her neck, and her face remained pale.
What a tragedy!
How did our Lin family end up tangled with such a debt collector? Now that he has hooked up with the Black Gold Merchants Guild and has so much money, who knows how he'll take revenge on us in the future?
Just then, footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase on the second floor.
Lin Yu, dressed in a silk pajama set and holding a cup of freshly brewed calming tea, slowly descended the stairs. He placed the teacup gently on the coffee table with an elegant grace.
Dad, Mom, please don't be angry just yet. Have a sip of tea to calm down.
Lin Yu's voice was gentle, like that of a thoughtful, dutiful son. Jinhai plopped down on the sofa, his hands clutching his hair.
Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down?
The Lin family's reputation has been completely ruined at the Dihao Hotel today.
By tomorrow morning, this will have spread throughout the entire high society of Jiangnan City. How are we ever going to show our faces again?
Lin Yu lowered his gaze, hiding the flash of malice that had crossed his eyes. Dad, brother really has changed. Just because he sold a few top-quality materials for some money, he doesn't respect you or Mom anymore. He has even gone so far as to threaten to destroy the Lin family. Lin Yu sighed, his tone sounding utterly helpless. As long as he is alive, he'll always be a menace.
Jinhai snapped his head up, fixing Lin Yu with a piercing stare. What do you mean by that?
Lin Yu sat down beside Jinhai and lowered her voice. Dad, next week is the school's field training for the senior class. According to the rules, all senior year awakened students must travel to the level 20 wilderness outside the city for a survival test. The wilderness is treacherous, overrun with monsters. Students have met with accidents there every year. A faint, cold smile tugged at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. If, during the wilderness training, my brother were to unfortunately encounter an attack by a high-level monster,
then no one would trace it back to us. Junhai's pupils contracted sharply.
He understood perfectly well what Lin Yu was implying.
Silencing him by murder.
And the victim would be his own biological son.
A deathly silence fell over the living room. Only the antique clock on the wall ticked away.
Wanqiu stopped crying. She raised her head, her eyes held not a trace of hesitation or pity, only deep-seated venom.
Lin Yu is right.
That little bastard has turned his back on his own family. He even dared to hold a knife to our throats. Sooner or later, he'll truly destroy the Lin family. Since he doesn't want this family, don't blame us for being ruthless, Wanqiu said through gritted teeth. Junhai leaned back against the sofa, Lin Mo's cold, ruthless gaze in the hallway flashing repeatedly through his mind. And that black gold VIP card worth hundreds of millions. Greed and hatred had completely overwhelmed his last shred of moral scruples.
If Lin Mo died out in the wilderness, that severance agreement hadn't actually been officially notarized.
The Lin family could easily pull some strings and, as direct relatives, naturally take over all his assets in the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce.
Wealth stirs the heart. All right. Junhai's voice grew hoarse and menacing. He slapped his thigh hard, his decision made.
Since he is leaving us no way out, we'll send him on his way early.
Junhai looked at Lin Yu with a cold gaze. Lin Yu, it wouldn't be convenient for you to handle this.
I'll personally contact the Blood Skull mercenary group in the underground black market. They're a bunch of desperados who do the job for money. The leader is a level 30 second-class berserker, and his men are all bloodthirsty, ruthless types.
Junhai's eyes flashed with murderous intent.
I'll pay 20 million for his head. Have them set up an ambush deep in the wilderness and stage it to look like a monster uprising. I want that kid to die cleanly. Hearing this, Lin Yu finally let out a long sigh of relief.
He lifted his teacup and took a sip, hiding the uncontrollable glee at the corner of his mouth.
20 million to hire a team of level 30 class assassins to take down a newly awakened rookie. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. No matter how bizarre Lin Mo's skeleton might be, it couldn't possibly withstand the onslaught of a fully armed level 30 mercenary squad. Lin Yu turned to look out the window at the deepening night.
Field training.
That would be the day Lin Mo met his end. By the time you die out in the wild, devoured by monsters until not even a bone remains.
I, Lin Yu, will be the only remaining genius in Jiangnan City. Chapter 16, Devouring Resources, Leveling Up Like Crazy. Dihao Grand Hotel, Presidential Suite on the top floor.
Lin Mo locked the door from the inside and casually hung the Do Not Disturb sign. The hallway outside had returned to silence. Those two clowns from the Lin family had probably slunk away long ago.
Lin Mo walked over to the spacious leather sofa and sat down.
He didn't even turn on all the lights, leaving only a single dim floor lamp glowing. With a flick of his wrist, the silver high-grade spatial ring on his finger flashed a faint light. There was a dull thud. The silver briefcase, his level skyrocketed.
LV.12. LV.13. LV.14.
Upon reaching the peak of level 14, the pace of leveling up suddenly slowed.
The experience bar was stuck at 90%, as if it had hit an insurmountable bottleneck. The threshold of a major realm?
Lin Mo stroked his chin.
Level 15 was a watershed moment. Crossing it would bring about a qualitative leap in all his attributes.
Relying solely on mild supplements like experience capsules clearly wasn't enough to break through.
If it's not enough, I'll just add more.
Lin Mo nonchalantly kicked aside an empty crate.
He activated his spatial ring once more. With a clatter, a huge pile of colorful high-tier monster crystal cores spilled out.
They piled up like a small mountain, taking up half the living room. This was all the loot he acquired today in the Blood Moon Abyss. Aside from the batch sold to the Black Gold Trading Guild, Lin Mo had deliberately set aside a small portion of top-tier items, specifically to serve as his own rations. Lin Mo casually picked up a dark gold-grade poison swamp frog core from the pile.
If he were to auction this off, it would fetch at least several 100,000. Without even glancing at it, he tossed it straight into his mouth. With a crunch, he bit it to pieces. Pure toxic energy erupted instantly, but before it could cause any damage to Lin Mo's body, it was forcibly neutralized by the panel deep within his soul and converted into the purest form of leveling experience. His experience bar jumped up a small notch. The taste is a bit strange, like rotten bitter melon. Lin Mo pursed his lips and spat out a mouthful of fishy-smelling residue. He grabbed another handful of silver-grade magic wolf crystal cores. He chewed them with gusto, crunching away as if they were roasted beans. If the high-tier class users in Jiangnan City had witnessed this scene, they would likely have been so heartbroken they'd spit blood on the spot. Absorbing crystal nuclei requires the assistance of extremely complex alchemical arrays. The slightest misstep could cause the meridians to burst from the violent energy of the magical beasts. Who would dare to do as he did, chewing them raw like snacks? It was only because Lin Mo had awakened the cataclysm talent, placing both his physical body and soul in a state of absolute dominance, that he could devour them so brazenly. After swallowing over a dozen top-grade crystal cores, the energy within Lin Mo's body had accumulated to a terrifying critical point. He was just one final push away. His gaze fell on a stone sitting atop the pile of crystal cores. It was a crystal radiating a dark red glow. It was a full size larger than the one he just sold to Fugue, the secondary core of the Blood Moon Abyss Lord. Lin Mo picked up the dark red crystal and examined it for a moment. "You'll be the one to break the deadlock." He opened his mouth and bit down with all his might. Boom! A surge of unbridled Blood Moon Abyss energy erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. This force was hundreds, even thousands of times more ferocious than the experience capsules he'd used before. Lin Mo grunted, veins bulging on his forehead. He could clearly feel every bone and muscle in his body being violently stretched and torn apart by this power. A violent tremor echoed from the depths of his soul. The experience bar, stuck at 90%, was instantly forced to its limit by this torrent. Snap! It was as if some invisible shackles had been brutally torn apart. A surge of mana, 10 times more massive than before, flowed back from his soul panel into his physical body. LV.15. The major milestone has been broken. Lin Mo snapped his eyes open. A faint flash of dark gold gleamed in his pupils. He stood up and casually cracked his neck. His bones emitted a rapid, crisp cracking sound, like popping beans. His entire body was filled with a terrifying power that felt as though he could punch right through this building. Even his breath carried a scorching heat. Stat panel. Lin Mo silently chanted in his mind. His soul attributes immediately appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Necromancer rank. Level, LV.15. Strength, 850. Agility, 780. Constitution, 800. Spirit, 1200. Talent, Calamity Descent Unique. Looking at this completely revamped set of stats, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. These weren't the kind of stats a rank class should have. Now, even without summoning the little skeleton, relying solely on these monstrously high physical stats, he could pin that self-proclaimed genius, Lin Yu, that good-for-nothing, to the ground and grind him into the dirt dozens of times over. However, what Lin Mo cared about most wasn't his own stats. It was the combat power of the Calamity Legion under his command. He closed his eyes, sensing the summoning space on the other end of the contract. The second passive talent. Summon, all units inherit the hostess attributes and are forcibly amplified 10,000 times. Lin Mo silently ran the numbers in his head. 850 strength, multiplied by 10,000. That's 8.5 million strength points. 7.8 million agility. And his spirit had even shattered the 10 million mark. What kind of absurd concept was this? The so-called top-tier powerhouses of Jiangnan City level 60, third-class city lords. Even fully decked out in rank-tier top-quality gear, their core stats barely reached a few 100,000 at most. And now,
A basic rank skeleton casually summoned by Lin Mo.
a single careless swing of its blade would, on paper, reduce a Jiangnan city lord to dust.
Not to mention, he had a full 100 million of these stat monsters.
This wasn't just a simple crush.
This was a true dimensional strike.
Lin Mo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He pulled back the heavy curtains and looked down at the brightly lit Jiangnan city below. The traffic on the streets looked as tiny as ants.
His cold, calm face was reflected in the glass.
The feeling of his power surging was indeed satisfying.
But what concerned him most was the description in the system that the little skeleton would mutate after crossing a major realm. Tomorrow was the so-called field training. It was a wilderness with no surveillance, no rules, a place where fists spoke louder than anything else. A casual smile curved Lin Mo's lips. Those who were secretly sharpening their knives, hoping to trade his life for wealth and glory.
They'd better bring plenty of reinforcements. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be worthy of serving as snacks for his mutated new recruits. Chapter 17, God Mode Advancement. Skeleton mutation unlocked. His level had solidified at the 15th level milestone.
Lin Mo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, sensing the terrifying power within him as deep as an abyss, as vast as the sea.
Just then,
a violent buzzing suddenly echoed from the depths of his soul.
No cold, mechanical beep. No flashy, phantom interface.
Only an ancient instinct, imprinted deep within his bloodline, awoke completely in that moment.
Talent Core, unlocked the first stage mutation form.
The sensation was strange. It was as if a thick necromantic grimoire had suddenly appeared in his mind. Every page was filled with spine-chilling evolution paths for different units.
Lin Mo's interest was immediately piqued. Mutated form?
He walked to the center of the spacious living room and casually kicked the empty glass tubes scattered across the floor to one side,
clearing a large open space. Bring out two. Let me see what's new. Lin Mo snapped his fingers. Hum.
2 wisps of gray mist materialized out of thin air above the carpet.
2 half-meter-tall basic dark gold skeletons staggered out. They were still clutching their signature dark gold bone blades. Ghostly blue soul flames flickered in their empty eye sockets.
They looked rather dim-witted. Lin Mo concentrated, channeling the mutated power he'd just unlocked from the depths of his soul directly into the left-hand skeleton.
Branch Path 1, Magic Evolution.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the left-hand dark gold skeleton's body suddenly froze. A bone-chilling sound of skeletal restructuring echoed through the living room. The dark gold bone blade in its hand began to melt, turning into a pool of liquid metallic bone matter. Immediately afterward, this bone matter flowed backward up its arm. It gathered atop its head, forming a comically pointed mage's hat. Its originally thick arm bones became slender and elongated. Its right hand formed a loose fist. A staff, its tip adorned with a ghastly white skull, materialized out of thin air.
Most striking of all were its eye sockets.
The once deep blue soul fire had now fragmented into a kaleidoscope of colors. Red fire, blue ice, green wind, purple lightning. All the low-tier magical elements swirled wildly within its tiny skeletal frame.
A realization dawned on Lin Mo. A mage skeleton.
Master of all low-tier magical elements, with instant casting and no cooldown. Lin Mo looked at the skeleton mage wearing a pointed hat and raised an eyebrow.
All elements? And instant casting?
He walked up to the skeleton mage.
Come on, cast a fireball for me. Upon receiving the command, the mage skeleton immediately raised its small wand.
It didn't even need to chant a spell. It simply waved the wand casually.
Boom! The temperature in the entire presidential suite skyrocketed instantly.
A pitch-black fireball, a full 2 meters in diameter, abruptly materialized above the mage skeleton's head. The raging fire element nearly sucked all the air out of the surrounding space.
The heat wave even blew Lin Mo's hair into the air. This was no low-level fireball spell.
Amplified by a terrifying boost of tens of millions of points in mental attribute, this thing was practically a miniature sun. Just as the black fireball was about to rip the roof off the entire hotel. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Mo quickly shouted to stop it. Recall it. The mage skeleton flickered its wrist. That world-shattering black fireball instantly vanished without a trace. As if it had never existed. Not even a single spark fell onto the carpet. Absolute control. Lin Mo clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not bad. From now on, even the job of setting mountains on fire will be taken care of. He turned his head to look at the basic skeleton on the right, still standing at the ready. Your turn. Branch Path 2, Heavy Armor Evolution. The same sound of bones grinding together rang out once more. The transformation of the little skeleton on the right was even more dramatic. It tossed aside the dark gold bone blade in its hand. Bones all over its body began to grow wildly. Especially the ribs in its chest cavity. One by one, the ribs swelled, like indestructible steel bars, intertwining and reorganizing in front of it. In less than 3 seconds. A massive bone tower shield twice as tall as the skeleton itself grew solidly onto its arm. The surface of the tower shield was covered with menacing bone spines in dark gold defensive runes. The skeleton's once frail frame now seemed to be cowering behind a mobile fortress of steel. Defense specialization. Bones reorganized into an impenetrable barrier, base defense forcibly doubled. Defense doubled. Lin Mo did a quick mental calculation. Base constitution, 8 million. Doubled, 16 million. Add to that the dark gold tower shield, which looked absurdly hard at first glance. Even if hundreds of level 84th transformation experts surrounded it and hacked away for 3 days and 3 nights, they probably wouldn't even scrape off a layer of dust from the shield. This was practically a wall of size. I'll test its hardness. Lin Mo took half a step back. He clenched his fist, channeling the power within him that had just broken through the level 15 barrier. Aiming at the dark gold tower shield, he unleashed a punch with everything he had. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar exploded through the living room. An invisible shockwave sent the surrounding sofas and coffee tables flying to the floor. Lin Mo felt as though his fist had struck a divine mountain that could never be moved. The recoil sent a faint tingling sensation through his wrist. He looked back at the shield skeleton. Not only had it not retreated a single step, but not even a single tiny bone spike on the surface of the tower shield had cracked. It stood as steady as a mountain. One for offense, one for defense. Lin Mo shook out his wrist. This team composition is actually kind of interesting. He looked down at the mage skeleton, then at the shield skeleton. Both of these mutants were still only half a meter tall. Although their stats were off the charts, the stark contrast caused by their size was simply too striking. Other people's mages were ethereal and otherworldly, their robes flowing in the breeze. Other people's shield guards were muscular, towering hulks. But here he was. Nothing but a bunch of short, scrawny skeletons. Fine, I guess looking a bit quirky doesn't stop them from killing people. Lin Mo stretched his arms wide in a big yawn. The surge of energy from his level jump had completely banished any trace of sleepiness. With these 2 brand new mutant units in his command, he'd be wasting the top tier materials he'd just consumed if he didn't find a place to test them out. Ordinary wilderness dungeons were clearly no longer enough to satisfy him. Even a Blood Moon Abyss level boss couldn't withstand a single instant cast black fireball from a mage skeleton. As for the shield skeleton, the monsters were wiped out before they even had a chance to fight back. He had to find a place with enough challenge. Lin Mo walked to the window and gazed at the night sky in the distance. Beyond the towering defensive walls of Jiangnan City lay a dark red zone designated by the military as an absolute no-go area. The blood-red wasteland. That was a truly high-risk zone. It was infested with frenzied monsters all above level 30. There were even level 40 to 50 wild Grand Lords lurking there. Perpetually shrouded in a red toxic mist, it was fraught with danger. Normally, only those top-tier mercenary groups who lived on the edge dared to venture in together to loot treasures. For ordinary newbies, it was a meat grinder with no return.
Let us go there. Lin Mo made up his mind.
It would be the perfect opportunity to give these greenhorns a taste of the real deal. Besides, next week the school was organizing a wilderness training trip for the seniors. Judging by the tone of that scheming younger brother from the Lin family, it seemed he was planning to pull some underhanded tricks out in the wild. He'd go ahead and scout out the high-level zone first, getting used to the rhythm of the wilderness. That way, he wouldn't be rusty when it came time to kill. Lin Mo turned around and looked at the two mutant skeletons in the living room.
The two skeletons seemed to sense Lin Mo's thoughts.
They raised their heads in unison.
In their hollow eye sockets, the eerie blue underworld flames surged instantly. Like torches doused in gasoline, they crackled and burned.
The mage skeleton raised its small staff high, and a red glow flashed across the skull at its tip. The shield skeleton slammed its tower shield down with force. The dull thud of bone against bone echoed through the room. They had no vocal cords and could not roar. Yet those two pairs of eye sockets, burning with the fire of excitement, clearly conveyed a signal of intense longing. They sensed their master's intent. They craved slaughter. They longed to test this brand new skeleton with the blood of their enemies and the desperate screams of the dying.
Lin Mo smiled.
He casually grabbed a coat and threw it over his shoulders.
Let us go.
I'll take you out to slaughter.
Chapter 18, The Blood-Red Wasteland, a monopolized high-risk zone. The outskirts of Jiangnan City, at the entrance to the Blood-Red Wasteland. A faint red miasma hung in the air. This was the most resource-rich high-risk zone near Jiangnan City.
Not only was it abundant in various high-grade crafting materials, but there was also a chance to loot rare skill books.
Normally, the area was bustling with players, all solo adventurers risking their lives to make a living.
But today, the entrance had been forcibly blocked by several massive steel barricades. Dozens of burly men clad in matching black leather armor, wielding gleaming weapons, stood defiantly behind the barricades. Embroidered on the chest of their leather armor was a snarling, blood-red lioness head. This was Jiangnan City's notorious underground gang, the Mad Lion Guild. Outside the barricades, over 100 independent players were packed tightly together. Every face was etched with anger and humiliation.
Yet not a single one dared to take a step forward. 100,000 credits. Not a penny less.
From behind the barricade, a burly man with a nose ring and a massive axe bellowed defiantly. His name was He Biao, a low-ranking enforcer for the Mad Lion Guild. He Biao spat on the ground, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over the crowd of free players outside. Starting today, the Blood-Red Wasteland is under the control of our Mad Lion Guild.
Want to go in and farm materials? Fine.
Pay 100,000 in toll fees per person, or leave behind a piece of silver grade or higher equipment as collateral.
Those who can't pay, get the hell out of here right now.
The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar. The independent players, unable to contain their anger, began protesting in unison.
100,000? Why don't you just go rob people? Weren't we only paying 5,000 yesterday? How did it jump 20-fold today?
This is a public wilderness zone. What right does the Mad Lion Guild have to block the road and monopolize it? A young mage wearing glasses trembled with rage as he pointed at He Biao and shouted. This violates the Awakened One's charter.
Do you think we want to report you to the city guard?
Hearing this, He Biao didn't flinch. Instead, he burst into a wild, defiant laugh.
The dozens of gang thugs behind him joined in, roaring with laughter.
It was as if they'd heard the funniest joke in the world. When He Biao had laughed his fill, he abruptly stopped, his expression turning incredibly vicious. He strode up to the steel barrier, reached through the railings, and grabbed the young mage by the collar.
He yanked him over with brute force. Smack!
He Biao swung his palm as wide as a fan and slapped the young mage hard across the face. The mage let out a blood-curdling scream. Half his face swelled up instantly, and his glasses were knocked flying. He crashed heavily into the mud, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. The surrounding free players recoiled in terror, too afraid to speak up despite their anger.
Report us?
He Biao planted his foot on the young mage's chest and sneered down at him.
Go ahead. I'll let you go report us right now. Let us see if the city guard dares to meddle in the affairs of the Mad Lion Guild.
He raised his head and surveyed the terrified free players around him, his gaze brimming with utter arrogance.
I'm not afraid to tell you.
Our guild leader successfully broke through the level 30 barrier yesterday. A level 30 second class berserker. In Jiangnan City, our guild master is the law. The moment those words left his mouth, the free players, who had been seething with anger just moments before, instantly went silent like ducks with their throats clamped shut. Not a single voice remained.
A level 30 second class berserker. With combat power of that caliber, he was undoubtedly a dominant force in Jiangnan City.
No wonder the Lioness Roar Guild dared to block the road and rob people so brazenly today. A sense of despair spread through the crowd.
Most of these low-level solo players weren't even at level 20. How could they possibly go head-to-head with a level 30 berserker?
He Biao looked at the crowd as cowering, defeated expressions and snorted smugly.
Cut the crap. Either pay up or get lost. Anyone who dares make a peep, I'll destroy their class crystal core.
The scene fell deathly silent. A few struggling solo players sighed, shook their heads, and prepared to leave. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive point,
a series of unhurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the back of the crowd. Clack! Clack!
The sound of flip-flops on the gravel path rang out, jarring against the stillness.
The adventurers instinctively parted to make way.
Lin Mo wore that old, faded t-shirt, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Yawning, he strolled leisurely out from the back of the crowd. He didn't even glance at the young mage on the ground, who had been beaten until he was coughing up blood. He completely ignored He Biao and the dozens of menacing thugs. He simply walked straight toward the steel barrier.
He Biao froze for a moment. He eyed Lin Mo's ragged appearance from head to toe, his brow furrowing into a deep crease. What kind of beggar are you?
He Biao tapped the steel railing of the barrier with his massive axe, producing a clanging roar.
Are your eyes blind? Can't you see the Mad Lion Guild is conducting business here? Get lost.
Lin Mo stopped in front of the barrier.
He lifted his eyelids and glanced at He Biao blocking his path. You're blocking my way.
Lin Mo's voice wasn't too loud, and his tone was as flat as if he were commenting on the nice weather.
Move this pile of scrap metal out of the way. Silence. Dead silence.
The surrounding free players all widened their eyes, staring at Lin Mo as if he were a madman.
Has this kid had enough of living? The guy doesn't even give a damn about the city guard, and here he is a penniless bum in flip-flops actually daring to tell him to move the roadblock?
He Biao froze for a few seconds. Then it was as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Lin Mo, laughing so hard tears were welling up in his eyes.
Did I hear that right? You want me to move a roadblock for you? He Biao's smile vanished instantly, his gaze turning savage. Fine, then. Hand over 100,000 yuan, and I'll personally carry you inside. Can't come up with the cash?
I'll chop you into mincemeat and feed you to the stray dogs today.
Lin Mo sighed.
He pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation.
I hate it when people waste my time.
He raised his right hand and lightly rubbed his index and middle fingers together.
Snap.
A crisp snap of his fingers.
Without a single unnecessary movement.
The ground beneath Lin Mo's feet suddenly began to churn violently.
2 globes of dark golden light burst through the earth. Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, 2 tiny skeletons, barely half a meter tall, wobbled into position in front of Lin Mo.
The most eye-catching feature was the exaggerated dark gold tower shield on each of their arms. The shields were twice as tall as the skeletons themselves. It looked utterly ridiculous.
Ha!
One of the thugs behind He Biao couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Holy shit, what the hell is this?
Summon? This is fucking here to be cute, right?
He Biao's face was also full of derision.
Kid, you're planning to charge in with these two half-baked skeletons that haven't even weaned yet? Are you out of your mind?
He Biao hadn't finished speaking. Lin Mo's voice drifted over lightly.
Clear the way. As the two words fell,
a deep blue soulfire suddenly erupted from the hollow eye sockets of the two shield skeletons. They didn't take a running start. They merely crouched slightly. Then they raised the massive dark gold tower shields before them.
Boom! A deafening sonic boom erupted in the air.
The two shield skeletons transformed into two dark gold whirlwinds, crashing directly into the row of steel barriers ahead, each weighing several tons.
Over 4 million units of terrifying force poured out in an instant, without reserve. The steel barrier at the very front didn't even last a second.
It crumpled like paper, twisted and shattered on the spot by the impact of the tower shields.
Shattered fragments of steel flew in all directions like bullets. Immediately afterward,
the tower shield slammed violently into Black Tiger and his henchmen. It was a completely ruthless crush. Black Tiger's prized defensive leather armor was as fragile as a sheet of rice paper in the face of the dark gold tower shield.
Crack!
The sound of bones snapping filled the air. There were no techniques, no magical effects. It was simply the purest, most primal collision of force. He Biao and the dozen or so burly men around him were struck head-on as if by a high-speed armored vehicle. Blood spurted wildly. Their massive bodies were sent flying through the air like bowling pins, their feet lifted off the ground. Even before they hit the ground, the sheer force of the impact had already knocked them unconscious.
Thud! 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 A dozen figures crashed heavily into the muddy wasteland dozens of meters away. Each impact left a deep crater. Their fate was unknown.
The once arrogant and tyrannical Lioness Roar Guild's defensive line was instantly torn open, creating a wide path. The remaining thugs were all stunned. Their hands gripped their weapons, trembling violently, and their legs went weak. Looking at those 2.5-meter tall shield skeletons, it was as if they were staring at two monsters that had crawled out of the blood moon abyss.
Monsters! These are definitely monsters.
Those were over a dozen full-grown bulls and they were just sent flying by two shields?
The surrounding solo players sucked in a sharp breath.
The only sound in the entire area was the heavy breathing of the crowd. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Lin Mo had shifted from the sympathy of moments ago to deep, abject fear.
Lin Mo didn't even glance at the chaos strewn across the ground.
Wearing flip-flops, he followed the path cleared by the shield skeleton. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled leisurely into the blood-red wasteland.
It wasn't until Lin Mo's figure had completely vanished into the crimson miasma that the free players at the entrance snapped back to reality.
A stifled gasp erupted from the crowd.
He's crazy. That kid actually went in.
He crippled Black Tiger, that's a core member of the Mad Lion Guild. The young mage with a swollen face crawled out of the mud, his glasses shattered on the ground. He stared in the direction Lin Mo had vanished, his voice trembling.
It's over, he's as good as dead.
He has no idea what kind of trouble he's gotten himself into. A seasoned solo player standing nearby swallowed hard, his face etched with terror. The Lioness Roar Guild's leader, Lioness Roar, is notorious for being protective of his own and brutally ruthless. A level 32nd class berserker, when he loses his temper, he doesn't even spare the city guard. No matter how powerful those two summons are, there's no way this kid can take on a top-tier level 30 powerhouse.
The blood-red wasteland is swarming with the Mad Lion Guild's spies. He's not getting out of there.
Everyone was certain that this young man, who had no idea how high the sky was or how deep the earth was, would definitely die in the blood-red wasteland today, without even a whole body left behind.
At the same time,
deep within the blood-red wasteland, in a cleared-out camp, a scarred man, nearly 2.5 meters tall, with muscles bulging like rock, sat in a wide chair crafted from the bones of monsters. He tore at a large chunk of raw meat still dripping with blood, chewing it in big bites. Beside him, a subordinate held a communicator, reporting the events at the entrance with sweat pouring down his face.
Chairman. Black Tiger and the others have been taken out. Someone forced their way through the entrance and is heading this way. Chapter 19, Mage Brigade, begin the sweep.
The heart of the blood-red wasteland.
The red toxic miasma was so thick it seemed as if it could drip with water.
It was deathly quiet all around, not even a whisper of wind. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops, walked along the muddy path streaked with dried blood. After walking for about 10 minutes, the view suddenly opened up before him.
A vast basin appeared ahead. This LL do.
It's pretty spacious. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks and nodded with satisfaction.
He flipped his wrist, and a silver spatial ring flashed faintly. That familiar folding beach chair landed steadily on the ground.
Lin Mo lay down on it and stretched comfortably.
Then he pulled a can of ice-cold soda from the spatial ring, popped the tab open with one hand. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The sensation of the bubbles bursting in his throat was pure bliss in this stifling wilderness. Just as he set the can down, a bone-chilling growl suddenly echoed from the depths of the basin. Immediately afterward, the ground began to shake violently. The crimson miasma at the edge of the basin was suddenly torn apart by a fierce gale. Hundreds upon hundreds of blood-red eyes glowed densely behind the miasma. It was an endless tide of monsters. Level 20 iron-horned rhinoceroses, level 25 bloodthirsty windwolves, and even a few massive level 30 wasteland giant bears. They were like starving demons that had caught the scent of living flesh, completely consumed by madness. Their deafening roars merged into a single, thunderous roar that made the ground tremble. If this were any fully manned elite squad from Jiangnan City, faced with such a horde of monsters above level 20, they would undoubtedly crumple their return scrolls without hesitation and flee for their lives. This was simply a beast tide beyond human capacity to withstand. Mo leaned back in his beach chair, not even lifting an eyelid. He just found it noisy. Can't even have a peaceful meal. Lin Mo sighed and set the soda he was holding down on the muddy ground beside him. He slowly raised his right hand and casually snapped his fingers in midair. Snap. The crisp sound of his snap seemed insignificant amid the deafening roars of the beasts. The next second, a blinding dark gold light suddenly erupted in the open space in front of Lin Mo. Exactly 1,000 dark gold orbs burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Lined up in a row, they formed a dense barrier in front of the beach chair. The light faded. 1,000 half-meter-tall little skeletons, wearing comical pointed wizard hats and clutching skull-topped staffs, stood there in perfect formation. In their empty eye sockets, multicolored magical elements danced wildly. Though they were small in stature, the terrifying aura generated by the accumulation of thousands upon thousands of points of mental attribute caused the charging beast horde across the field to freeze momentarily. Many of the ironclad rhinos at the forefront were so startled by this pressure that their legs gave way, and they dropped to their knees. Lin Mo yawned and picked up the bottle of happy water from the ground. Too noisy. Mage Corps, begin the sweep. Lin Mo's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. The order was given. The 1,000 skeleton mages made not a sound. They simply raised their short bone wands in perfect unison. No need to inscribe intricate magic circles. No need for long, tedious incantations. All they had to do was convert millions of points of mental energy into the purest magical elements, then unleash them. Boom! 1,000 pitch-black fireballs, each over 2 meters in diameter, suddenly coalesced in midair. The terrifying heat instantly vaporized all the red toxic miasma around them. The air was scorched into violent distortions, crackling under the overwhelming pressure. It was as if 1,000 miniature black suns hung above the blood-red wasteland. Even from several thousand meters away, one could sense the apocalyptic aura capable of obliterating heaven and earth. Go! Lin Mo uttered a single word with casual indifference. 1,000 black fireballs streaked across the sky like a meteor shower, trailing long black trails of flame. With overwhelming force, they slammed into the tide of beasts ahead. Boom! The deafening explosions seemed poised to tear the entire blood-red wasteland apart. Blinding black-red flames shot skyward,
forming a massive mushroom cloud.
Frenzied magical shockwaves spread wildly in all directions. Those once invincible level 20 monsters and level 30 giant bears. The moment they made contact with the black fireballs, they didn't even have time to let out a scream. Their vaunted heavy armor and formidable physiques were like snowflakes tossed into molten lava. They vaporized instantly, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. The explosion lasted a full 30 seconds. Lin Mo lay on a beach chair, letting the gale force winds ruffle his hair. He even watched the flames in the sky with interest, as if he were watching a free fireworks show. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the scene in front of the basin finally came back into view. The once rugged, muddy wasteland had been forcibly carved down by a full meter. It had turned into a massive, smooth, charred pit. The pit was empty, not a single monster remained. In its place was a blinding glow covering the entire pit. The ground was littered with top-tier gear, rare materials, and mountains of high-tier monster crystal cores. The interweaving multicolored lights were almost blinding. This wasn't just monster hunting. It was like using a bulldozer to forcibly harvest every last resource on the map. Lin Mo looked at the spoils strewn across the ground, a satisfied smile curving his lips. He turned his head, just about to order the mage skeletons to pack up the materials. But out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a large group of uninvited guests on the hillside at the edge of the basin. A few minutes earlier, Mad Lion, shouldering his 2-meter-long blood-groove great axe, was leading over 100 elite guild members deep into the wasteland, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Move the hell faster, all of you!" Mad Lion bellowed at the top of his raspy lungs. "Anyone who dares lay a finger on my Mad Lion guild in the blood-red wasteland will be flayed alive today." A scar-faced lieutenant running alongside him grinned obsequiously. "Guild Master, do we really need to mobilize the entire guild to deal with some poor kid in flip-flops? Just send a few brothers over." It struck the top of his foot, yet he felt not a single twinge of pain. What the hell is this? 1,000 skeleton mages capable of casting high-tier spells instantly? Which god has descended to the blood-red wasteland to carry out a massacre? Mad Lion gulped hard, swallowing with great difficulty. The sound of his Atom-S apple bobbing up and down echoed clearly across the deathly silent hillside. The group of thugs behind him were also swallowing their saliva frantically. Cold sweat instantly soaked through their black leather armor. That arrogant swagger from moments ago, the kind that made them want to skin Lin Mo alive, had vanished in an instant before the face of absolute destructive power. Now they didn't dare make a sound. Lin Mo sat in a beach chair, finishing the last sip of his beer. He casually tossed the can into the charred, deep pit. He turned his head. His gaze was calm as he looked at the group of Wild Lion Guild members on the hillside, frozen in shock. "You lot!" Lin Mo's voice echoed through the empty basin, carrying a tone of command that brooked no refusal. "Since you're here, don't just stand around." He pointed at the mountain of top-grade materials piled in the deep pit. "Get down there and pack and organize these things for me. If even a single crystal core is missing, you'll stay in that pit forever to be buried with them." Chapter 20, Who's in favor? Who's against? Deep within the blood-red wasteland, a pungent, acrid smell wafted from the charred pit. Lin Mo lay on a beach chair, paying no heed to the gang thugs standing frozen on the hillside. His full attention was focused on the interface deep within his soul. Those 1,000 black fireballs had just vaporized thousands of monsters above level 20. A massive flood of experience points surged through the contract, pouring into Lin Mo's body like a burst dam. The progress bar on the system interface shot up at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Level 16. Level 17. Level 18. Level 19. Even as he reached the late stages, this rocket-like leveling speed showed no signs of slowing down. Until a final, invisible boom exploded in his mind. Level 20. Another major barrier had been brutally shattered. Lin Mo felt his bones and muscles undergoing a new round of metamorphosis. His internal organs seemed to be emitting a faint glow. Strength, agility, spirit, all his attributes surged once again, doubling in value.
Lin Mo exhaled a long, satisfied breath. This sensation of watching his power skyrocket without lifting a finger, simply by lying back in his chair, was truly addictive. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze once more turning toward the hillside at the edge of the basin. The members of the Mad Lion Guild were still frozen in place. Not a single one dared to take a step forward. Fist of the Mad Lion's palms were drenched in cold sweat as he gripped his massive axe. He was, after all, a mighty level 32nd class berserker, the undisputed ruler of Jiangnan City's underground circles. And now he was being treated like a laborer by some young punk in flip-flops? If word of this got out, how could he, Fist of the Mad Lion, ever hold his head high on the streets again? The vice president with the scarred face leaned close to Mad Lion, his voice so low it was barely audible, and he was even trembling. "President, what do we do? This kid is way too weird. Those 1,000 skeletons capable of casting high-level magic, that's definitely not a normal summon." Mad Lion clenched his teeth, staring intently at Lin Mo in the deep pit. "Don't panic." Mad Lion frantically tried to psych himself up. How could a rank 1 trash class possibly possess such god-tier combat power? It's definitely an illusion he created using some ancient forbidden spell scroll. Right. That must be it. Those scrolls deplete with each use. He's just playing an empty fort tactic. The more Mad Lion thought about it, the more sense it made, and he managed to suppress half of his fear. He picked up the blood-stained battle axe from the ground and, steeled against his fears, took a stride forward. "You all better follow me." He'd been running rampant in Jiangnan City for all these years, yet he'd never been so blatantly ignored. The vice president with the scarred face behind him could take no more. He was, after all, a level 25 assassin. When had he ever been treated like this? "Fuck you. Who the hell do you think you are?" The scarred man took a step forward, jabbing his finger at Lin Mo's nose as he raged. "Waving around some shitty scroll and playing God, you really think we're scared of this? Our guild master is a level 30 berserker. You cheapskate in flip-flops, you think I 1T slice you in half right now?" The scar-faced guy got more and more worked up as he cursed, even drawing the dagger from his waist, ready to pounce. Mad Lion stood by, making no move to stop him. He, too, wanted to use the scar-faced guy's hand to test whether this Lin Mo had any hidden cards left up his sleeve. However, Scarface hadn't even managed to spit out his second curse. Lin Mo didn't even acknowledge him. He merely raised a finger casually. A mage skeleton standing at the very front suddenly moved. It didn't even raise the staff in its hand. Only a red light flashed in its hollow eye sockets. Boom! A fireball the size of a millstone appeared out of thin air without warning. Its speed broke the sound barrier. It produced a piercing sonic boom. The fireball flew past Scar's scalp by a hair's breadth. Scars felt an unbearable, searing pain on the top of his head. His prized hair vaporized instantly, and even his scalp was scorched, emitting the smell of burnt flesh. The fireball did not stop. It flew past the members of the Mad Lion Guild and crashed straight into a small hill behind them. Boom! A deafening roar once again shattered the tranquility of the blood-red wasteland. The earth trembled, and debris flew through the air. That small hill, dozens of meters high, was ravaged by the raging fire element. It was like a sand sculpture struck by a sledgehammer. It crumbled instantly, reduced to a flat expanse. Dust and debris rained down from the sky. They pelted the leather armor of the frenzied Lion Guild members, making a crackling sound. Everyone stiffly turned their heads. They stared at the flat, barren wasteland behind them, and the massive crater still billowing thick smoke. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, setting off a chain reaction of gasps. Scarface's dagger clattered to the ground. He rubbed his bald, blistered scalp. His eyes rolled back. Terrified out of his wits, he passed out and crashed face first into the mud. The ferocity and arrogance on Mad Lion's face were shattered in that instant. The pride of a level 32nd class berserker? The dignity of the underworld's overlord? All bullshit. That single, incantation-free fireball whose power rivaled that of a forbidden spell had completely shattered any lingering hope he might have had.
This wasn't an illusion.
This wasn't a one-time scroll. This was the Grim Reaper, ready to take their lives at any moment. Mad Lion felt as though all the strength had been drained from his legs. He could no longer support his massive frame. His knees buckled violently.
Thud. The Berserker Guildmaster, renowned throughout Jiangnan City, executed an incredibly smooth slide kneel right into the mud.
Carried by momentum, he slid all the way to a spot 2 meters in front of Lin Mo's beach chair. His hands braced desperately against the ground, his head thudding against it with a loud bang.
We agree. We all agree. Mad Lion's voice was laced with unmasked sobs, his face streaked with tears and snot.
This territory is yours from now on.
Whoever you say it belongs to, it belongs to.
As he kowtowed, he spun around and roared furiously at the group of underlings who had been frozen in terror.
What are you all standing there for?
Get to work as my porters, you lot. Anyone who dares leave a single piece of material behind, I'll split them in two right here and now. The 100 or so elite enforcers snapped out of their daze. They didn't even bother with their weapons, tossing them to the ground one after another. One by one, they scrambled and crawled into every corner of the deep pit. Like the lowliest scavengers, they frantically picked up the top-tier gear and high-grade crystal cores scattered on the ground. Their movements were so practiced it was almost painful to watch. Mad Lion knelt on the ground, cautiously lifting his head to reveal a fawning smile that looked worse than a cry.
Sir, we'll clean this up right away. As soon as we're done, we'll get the hell out of here. I promise we'll never show our faces to you again.
Lin Mo looked down at Mad Lion kneeling on the ground and yawned boredly.
Hurry up.
I'm in a rush to get back for a late-night snack.
Chapter 21, Hefty Bounty, Murderous Intent in the Night. Jiangnan City's underground black market, the Shadow Brotherhood's contact point.
The dimly lit private room was filled with the smell of cheap tobacco. Lin Yu wore a loose black trench coat, most of his face hidden in the shadow of the hood. Against him sat a gaunt old man wearing a half mask. The old man was the contact here. 10 million in cash for a life. Lin Yu slid a blank black card into the center of the table. His voice was deliberately hushed, yet betrayed an unmistakable madness and venom.
The target is Lin Mo. A newly awakened rank necromancer. Currently in the blood-red wasteland.
The contact raised an eyebrow, picked up the black card, and flipped it in his hand a couple of times.
He let out a hoarse chuckle. The eldest son of the Lin family, you're quite the big spender. Lin Yu's expression suddenly darkened. He instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze instantly turning icy. You know me?
The contact waved his hand dismissively. In our line of work, if we couldn't figure out our client's background, we'd all be dead by now. Rest assured, the Shadow Brotherhood does its job for money and will never reveal client information. But spending 10 million to take out a rank 1 rookie? Young Master Lin, you're wasting your money.
Lin Yu snorted coldly. Cut the crap. That kid's a bit of a weirdo.
He's got a mutated skeleton that's incredibly fast. The few second-classers I sent in all had their knees shattered by that skeleton.
I want you to send your strongest ace.
I want him dead clean and complete.
Leave no loose ends.
From the shadows in the corner of the private room, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly spoke up. I'll take this job.
Lin Yu jumped in surprise. He whipped his head around.
Only then did he notice that someone had been sitting on the worn-out sofa in the corner the whole time. The figure was cloaked in a tight-fitting Night Stalker's outfit, blending almost seamlessly into the darkness. In their hand, they toyed with a peculiar-looking black dagger. This is our Brotherhood's ace, codenamed Ghost. A hint of reverence tinged the contact's tone.
Level 35, second-class Shadow Dodge Assassin.
Young Master Lin, with him on the job, your 10 million will be money well spent.
Lin Yu sized up the assassin called Ghost from head to toe.
A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes.
Level 35? Can you take down that bizarre skeleton with a single strike? Ghost stopped twirling the dagger.
He slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of lifeless, emotionless eyes.
Last month, a major tycoon in the provincial capital spent a fortune hiring 4 level 40 bodyguards to provide round-the-clock protection for their family's ranked prodigy. Ghost's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping across a tabletop. I slit that prodigy's throat right in front of those 4 bodyguards. Then I walked away unscathed. They didn't even catch a glimpse of me. Lin Yu sucked in a sharp breath. His pupils contracted violently. Killing someone right under the noses of 4 level 40 experts? That level of stealth and assassination skill was nothing short of terrifying. The ghost stood up and sheathed the dagger at his waist. A rank 1 summoner, no matter how fast his summon is. As long as you slit the master's throat, the summon will naturally collapse. Young Master Lin, just get ready to collect the body. With that, the specter's form blurred. Right under Lin Yu's nose, he literally melted into the shadows of the room, vanishing completely. Lin Yu stared at the empty corner as his racing heart finally began to slow. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It's settled. A level 35 ace shadow stealth assassin. Never mind that Lin Mo is just a rank 1 bonehead. Even if he had a real dragon by his side, he'd be dead tonight. Late at night, in the Lin family's luxurious detached villa, Lin Yu took a shower and changed into a comfortable silk pajama set. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the dazzling night view of Jiangnan City. In his hand, he held a glass of expensive Romani Conti red wine. The crimson liquid swayed gently in the glass, exuding an alluring, mellow aroma. Lin Yu was in high spirits. The gloom that had weighed on his heart these past few days had vanished completely. He took a light sip of the wine, savoring the lingering sweetness on his tongue. Brother, oh brother. Lin Yu raised his glass to the air, his tone gentle, yet his gaze as cold and venomous as a snake's. Do you really think that by cozying up to the Black Gold Merchants Guild, you can turn the tables and step on my head? In the end, this world is ruled by brains and strength. No matter how much you flaunt yourself, in my eyes, you're nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. He imagined the scene of Lin Mo having his throat slit by an assassin in the wilderness. He imagined the look of terror and despair on that once arrogant face. Lin Yu couldn't help but want to burst out laughing. Blood. Only the blood of his own brother could wash away the humiliation he suffered at the auction. Once you're dead, Mom and Dad will naturally have every right to claim the assets in your black gold card. What you traded your life for will eventually end up right in my pocket. Lin Yu tilted his head back and drained the red wine from his glass in one gulp. His smile looked particularly hideous in the moonlight. Goodbye, you worthless piece of trash. At the same time, deep within the blood-red wasteland, the wilderness, once teeming with danger, was now as quiet as a vast graveyard. The 100 or so members of the Mad Lion Guild had long since bent over to scavenge every last scrap of material from the deep pit. Then they scrambled and crawled their way out of the area. They swore they'd never set foot in the blood-red wasteland again for the rest of their lives. Lin Mo didn't press on either. He ordered all the newly mutated mage skeletons and shield skeletons back to the summoning space. The temperature difference at night in the wasteland was extreme, and the red toxic mists were even thicker than during the day. But that was no problem for Lin Mo. He pulled a super luxurious, self-inflating tent straight out of his spatial ring. This was high-end outdoor gear that Fugue had forced into the ring to curry favor with him. The tent was lined with a soft velvet mattress. It even had a temperature-controlled mana air conditioner and a portable mini fridge. Lin Mo took a hot shower and lay down comfortably on the mattress. Listening to the occasional sound of the wind from the wasteland outside, he soon drifted off to sleep. He slept soundly. As for keeping watch, Lin Mo casually summoned 5 or 6 of the most basic skeleton soldiers. The kind that carried rusty iron swords and dropped bones as they walked low-level scum. He let them roam freely outside the tent. After all, as long as any living creature approached, the skeleton's senses would wake him immediately through their contract. The night grew deeper. Within the red miasma, a faint, shadowy figure moved swiftly along the ground, like a disembodied ghost.
It made no sound whatsoever. Not even the withered weeds around it showed any signs of being trampled. The ghost stopped behind a boulder 30 meters from the tent. Wearing night vision goggles, he coldly observed the camp ahead. Luxurious inflatable tents.
Bright, constant temperature lighting.
This wasn't a training expedition in the wilderness, it was practically a vacation. The ghost sneered inwardly. Just as expected, a rich kid who doesn't know his place. He doesn't even possess the most basic knowledge of wilderness survival. Leaving the lights on in such a high-risk area is practically offering himself up as a sitting duck for the assassins and monsters lurking nearby. His gaze swept over the area around the tent. The defenses were so rudimentary they were laughable. There were only 5 or 6 half-meter-tall rank 1 skeletons. They were wandering aimlessly around the tent. As one of the skeletons walked, the bone in its ankle suddenly came loose. It clattered to the ground. The skeleton froze for a moment in bewilderment, then bent down to pick up its own bone. Its movements were slow and clumsy. Watching this scene, the scorn in Ghost's eyes deepened.
10 million.
This was undoubtedly the easiest 10 million he'd ever earned in his career as an assassin.
That young master from the Lin family was truly a gullible sucker with money to burn.
To be so terrified by this trashy summon, yet still spend a fortune to hire him.
Ghost hesitated no longer.
He took a deep breath and completely suppressed his aura. Level 35 core skill, Shadow Stealth activated. His body completely transformed into a blurry black shadow, blending perfectly into the night of the wasteland. Not only was he invisible to the naked eye, but his aura and body heat were also completely masked.
Ghost drifted out from behind the boulder as lightly as a phantom. He walked straight toward the tent.
As he passed the few skeleton soldiers wandering about,
he even deliberately walked right between 2 of them.
He came within less than half a meter of the little skeleton that had just put its bones back together.
Those dim-witted skeletons showed no reaction at all.
Their empty eye sockets stared straight ahead, completely oblivious to the fact that the Grim Reaper had just walked right past them. The specter sneered inwardly. Such lowly, lifeless things lacked even the most basic perception of living beings.
And they were supposed to be keeping watch?
He reached the entrance of the tent without any obstruction.
Through the semi-transparent gaps in the tent fabric,
he could clearly see his target sprawled out on the mattress.
His breathing was steady, he was fast asleep. Completely defenseless.
The ghost slowly raised his right hand. The black dagger, steeped in deadly poison, glowed with a cold, eerie light in the night. All he had to do was gently pull open the tent zipper.
Charge in.
The blade slicing across the throat.
And it would all be over. From drawing the blade to taking a life, it would take just half a second.
The ghost held his breath, his fingers already resting on the tent's zipper. The dagger was raised high. The icy blade was aimed at Lin Mo's carotid artery. Only a thin layer of fabric stood between him and the target's blood.
Chapter 22, When it comes to assassination, my skeleton is your ancestor. The spectre's fingers were unnervingly steady.
That black dagger, coated in a deadly poison that kills on contact, was just an inch away from Lin Mo's carotid artery.
Even the finest hairs on Lin Mo's neck could feel the chill emanating from the blade. It's done.
A cruel, cold smile curled at the corner of the spectre's mouth beneath his mask.
A 10 million yuan bounty, what an easy score.
Just as he was about to snap his wrist downward to complete the smooth, decisive slit across the throat, the spectre suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A shudder, like being stripped naked and cast into a blizzard, surged up his spine without warning.
He couldn't move.
The air around him seemed to have been filled with cement in that instant, solidifying completely. From the shadows in the corner of the tent came a faint rustling sound. It was as if a sharp blade were silently slicing through the darkness. 5 dark, shadowy figures slowly emerged from the pitch-black corner. They were 5 small skeletons, each about half a meter tall. They held 2 ink-black bone daggers in their hands, gripping them with their palms facing inward. In their hollow eye sockets, there was no trace of the conspicuous, ghostly blue underworld fire.
Instead, there were dark, swirling vortexes resembling the black hole of the blood moon abyss.
This was a brand new mutation branch that Lin Mo had unlocked after devouring the high-tier crystal core moments ago.
Assassin skeletons.
The ghost widened his eyes, staring intently at these 5 monsters that had suddenly appeared. His prized level 35 divine skill, absolute stealth, looked like a joke, like running naked down the street in the face of these skeletons.
Not only had they seen through his invisibility, they even exploited his shadow to sneak up on him without a sound. How is this possible?
The phantom screamed inside his head. His instincts, honed from years of walking the line between life and death, drove him to act with ruthless decisiveness.
Abandon the assassination retreat at full speed.
He bit down hard on his tongue, burning through his mana to force his way out of the oppressive, space-freezing pressure. The black figure burst backward in an instant.
Think you can get away?
In the darkness, it was as if a silent mockery echoed. The 5 skeleton assassins moved.
The specter couldn't even see how they struck.
He only felt a flash before his eyes, and 5 black afterimages had already woven themselves into an impenetrable net of death.
Speed. Absolute speed dominance.
This was a dimension-shattering blow delivered by tens of thousands of agility points. The specter hadn't even finished raising his dagger to block. The speed he prided himself on felt as sluggish as slow motion in a replay when faced with this group of skeletons.
Get out of the way.
The specter let out a desperate roar. He swung the high-grade dagger in his hand, one capable of slicing through even silver armor with all his might. It struck the shoulder of the closest assassin skeleton with a heavy thud.
Clang! A piercing metallic clang echoed. Sparks flew everywhere.
The phantom felt as though he had struck a solid block of ancient cold iron. The immense recoil shattered the skin on his knuckles.
The black dagger snapped clean in two. Yet not even the faintest scratch remained on the assassin skeleton's shoulder bone. This is impossible.
True fear finally flashed in the ghost's eyes.
The assassin skeletons didn't bother with any techniques or patterns.
The black bone daggers in their hands had transformed into the most brutal bone-carving knives in the world.
Swish! Swish! Swish!
There were no flashy skill effects or light shows.
Only the dull sound of blades slicing through flesh and carving into bone.
The first strike precisely severed the specter's tendons in his hand.
The second strike shredded the tendons in his foot.
The third strike pierced directly into the class crystal core where mana gathered, instantly reducing it to dust. The specter convulsed in agony, his mouth gaping wide in a scream.
But a small skeleton shoved the hilt of a dagger into his mouth, silencing him completely.
When it comes to assassination, these assassin skeletons, bolstered by millions of stats, were his true masters.
The entire sequence took no more than 2 seconds.
This ace assassin, whose name struck fear into the hearts of everyone in Jiangnan City's underground black market, was cut to pieces, reduced to a pile of irreparable fragments. Not a single drop of blood splattered onto Lin Mo's mattress. A thick, pungent smell of blood filled the tent.
On the mattress,
Lin Mo rolled over and smacked his lips.
He mumbled dazedly. In the middle of the night, cut the meat a little quieter. It's so noisy.
After saying that, he pulled the soft blanket over his head and went back to sleeping soundly. The 5 assassin skeletons exchanged glances. They swiftly wrapped the scattered remains on the ground in the Night Stalker's cloak. Like tossing out trash, they flung it directly through a gap in the tent. Then they melted back into the darkness, as if nothing had ever happened.
At the same time, deep beneath Jiangnan City, in the main hall of the Shadow Brotherhood headquarters, the light was dim. Hundreds of black jade plaques were densely arranged on the walls throughout the hall. These were the assassin's life tokens.
As long as the person lived, the token remained. When the person died, the token shattered. At the very top, several jade plaques emitting a blood-red glow were enshrined separately.
These represented the Brotherhood's core aces. In the center of the hall, the Brotherhood's leader was holding a cup of hot tea.
Seated across from him was the elderly contact from the earlier meeting. Lin Yu, this money was a breeze to make.
Sending the Phantom to kill a ranked player was like using a cannon to swat a fly. The contact gave a dry chuckle. These days, the rich are just foolish with their money.
The leader blew on his tea with a smug air.
The Phantom has never missed a shot.
If you do the math, he has probably already slit his throat and gone off to find a place to drink.
Crack!
A sharp, crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out in the hall. It wasn't too loud, but in the empty room, it sounded incredibly jarring.
The president's hand holding the teacup froze mid-air.
The few high-ranking members behind him also froze, all looking up in the direction of the sound. Their gaze fell on the top row of blood-red jade tablets.
One of them, the tablet engraved with the characters Yoki, had a deep crack splitting right down the middle.
Immediately afterward, there was a loud crack. The entire jade tablet exploded into a pile of dull, lifeless powder. It scattered all over the altar table.
The hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Not even a breath could be heard.
The teacup slipped from the chairman's hand and shattered into pieces. Scorching tea splashed onto his leather shoes, yet he remained oblivious.
The ghost is dead? The liaison swallowed hard, his voice trembling uncontrollably.
That was a level 35 shadow stealth assassin.
Sent to kill a novice summoner who wasn't even level 20. Not only did he fail, he didn't even have a chance to escape. His life token shattered instantly?
Cold sweat instantly soaked the chairman's back. He sprang to his feet, his voice hoarse with fear.
Investigate. Find out immediately who this Lin Mo really is. Notify everyone, halt all assignments.
The chairman gasped for breath, his eyes filled with terror.
Someone capable of silently and instantly killing a specter.
His strength absolutely surpassed the normal standards of Jiangnan City.
Separate this Lin Mo's file immediately.
The guildmaster kicked the shattered teacup on the ground and roared.
Classify it as the guild's highest level top secret file. A rank taboo target not to be provoked. Anyone who dares provoke him again, I'll flay them alive first. Chapter 23, Delivery at the Door, Lin Yu's Nightmare. Early morning.
The crimson miasma of the blood-red wasteland had faded slightly. Lin Mo stretched lazily on the soft velvet mattress, yawned, and unzipped the tent. The air carried the earthy scent characteristic of the wilderness. On the open ground outside the tent, 5 assassin skeletons stood in a neat row. At their feet lay a black dagger broken in two, along with a few tattered nightcloaks. Lin Mo walked over in his flip-flops and nudged the broken blade with his toe. The blade, forged from high-grade steel, glowed with a faint, eerie green light. It was clearly top of the line. So someone actually dared to deliver a takeout order.
Lin Mo let out a cold laugh.
It didn't take a genius to figure out who was behind this.
Apart from Lin Yu, that scheming, two-faced jerk with a heart smaller than a pinhead, who else would be bored enough to spend a fortune hiring assassins to take out a rookie like him? A gift unreturned is a breach of etiquette.
Lin Mo stroked his chin. He turned and walked into the tent, pulling out an empty wooden box used for storing high-grade materials.
He kicked the 2 broken dagger blades into the box.
Then he pulled out a sheet of white paper. Too lazy to even look for a pen, he simply had the skeleton assassin dab a bit of the bloodstain on the ground onto the paper. With sweeping, dramatic strokes, he scrawled a line of large characters across the page.
You wasted your money. See you at the grand exam. He tossed the note into the box and snapped the lid shut.
Lin Mo snapped his fingers, summoning the fastest skeleton soldier. Take this to the supply station outside the wasteland and find an express courier.
The address is the Lin family villa in the affluent district of Jiangnan City. Recipient, Lin Yu.
The skeleton soldier scooped up the wooden box, turned into a blur, and vanished instantly into the morning mist of the wasteland.
The Lin family villa in the affluent district of Jiangnan City.
Morning sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows into the luxurious living room. Lin Yu sat on a leather sofa, dressed in a well-tailored loungewear set. He held a glass of decanted, expensive red wine in his hand. Far from feeling sleepy, he was, in fact, at the peak of his alertness. If he calculated the timing correctly, the Shadow Brotherhood's ace assassin, Ghost, should have already succeeded by now. 10 million for Lin Mo's life. It was a deal too good to pass up. As long as that annoying good-for-nothing vanished completely, he could continue to live in peace as the peerless genius he was meant to be. All of the Lin family's resources, including that black gold card worth over 100 million, would belong solely to him, Lin Yu.
Ding dong. The villa's doorbell suddenly rang.
Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and his heart began to race.
Here it comes.
The old butler hurried over to open the door. Standing at the entrance was a local express courier, drenched in sweat.
Is this Master Lin Yu? I have an express delivery for you.
The old butler signed for it and walked in, holding a wooden box.
Master, your delivery.
Lin Yu set down his wineglass, forced a smile, and waved his hand.
Put it on the table. You may go down now. No one is to come in without my permission.
The old butler respectfully withdrew, closing the living room door behind him.
Lin Yu was left alone in the living room.
He stared intently at the wooden box on the coffee table. His breathing grew rapid. The ghost really knew how to do things right. He'd even gone so far as to use express delivery to have his trophy delivered right to the door. What was inside this box had to be Lin Mo's severed head. Or perhaps a finger wearing a spatial ring. Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, unable to wait any longer as he tore open the seal on the wooden box.
Click! The lid of the wooden box flew open.
The ecstasy on Lin Yu's face froze the moment he saw what was inside. There was no blood-soaked head. Nor was there the spatial ring he'd imagined. Lying quietly inside the box were two broken pieces of a black dagger. The eerie green glow of poison on the blades looked particularly blinding in the sunlight.
Lin Yu knew the design of this dagger all too well.
Last night, in the private room of the underground black market, it was this very weapon that Ghost had been playing with in his hands. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and a bone-chilling coldness shot up from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head.
Ghost's weapon had broken? What did that mean?
He trembled as he reached out and picked up a sheet of white paper lying beneath the broken blade.
On the paper was a line of large characters written in blood. The handwriting was defiant and wild. You've wasted your money. See you at the big exam. Boom!
Those words struck Lin Yu like a sledgehammer, slamming hard into his chest. The world spun around him, and all strength drained from his legs in an instant.
Thud! Lin Yu collapsed onto the expensive carpet. His elbow accidentally struck the edge of the coffee table. The expensive glass of red wine was knocked to the floor. Crash!
The stemmed glass shattered into pieces, and the crimson liquid splattered out, looking exactly like a pool of glaring blood.
Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
Lin Yu's face went pale, his lips trembling so much he couldn't even form a complete sentence. That was a level 35 Shadow Stealth Assassin. The ace of the Shadow Brotherhood who never missed a shot. How could he fail to kill even a rank 1 rookie? And to have his own melee weapon broken and returned as a taunting gift? Just what kind of monster was Lin Mo? The commotion in the living room alerted Jinhai upstairs. Wearing his pajamas, he hurried down the stairs.
What on earth are you doing this early in the morning? All this clattering and banging, what kind of behavior is this? Jinhai walked into the living room, frowning.
As he looked down, he saw Lin Yu slumped on the floor, his face contorted in disbelief.
And on the coffee table, that open wooden box.
Jinhai walked over, his gaze falling on the box. The two broken blades and the bloodstained note immediately caught his eye. Having navigated the business world for many years, Jinhai saw right through it at a glance.
His face turned ashen in an instant. Is this the knife of that assassin from the Shadow Brotherhood?
Jinhai whipped his head around, staring intently at Lin Yu, his voice trembling.
Failed? A level 35 class assassin, and you didn't even scratch him?
Lin Yu hung his head, his whole body shaking, not daring to meet Jinhai's gaze.
Junhai snatched up the bloodstained note. He stared at the mocking words scrawled on it, "See you at the big exam." It felt as if someone had wrenched his heart from his chest. The pain was so intense he could barely breathe. Losing 10 million was a minor matter. What truly terrified him was Lin Mo's bottomless power. To effortlessly turn the tables on a level 35 ace assassin and then have the composure to send a package back as a taunt. This proved that Lin Mo didn't even consider them a threat. Regret. Like a venomous snake, it gnawed furiously at Junhai's heart. How could he have been so blind as to insist on severing ties with his own flesh and blood son? If only he hadn't signed that document of disinheritance back then. Given the terrifying methods and unfathomable background Lin Mo had now demonstrated, the Lin family could have easily risen to become one of the top aristocratic families in the entire Longwar region. It's all ruined. All that boundless wealth and glory, they've thrown it all away with their own hands. You good for nothing, good at nothing but causing trouble. The more Junhai thought about it, the angrier he became, and his rationality completely snapped. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Lin Yu hard in the shoulder. Ouch! Lin Yu let out a scream as he was sent flying to the ground, rolling once through the shards of broken glass. If it weren't for you constantly stirring up trouble in my ear, telling me he is a useless piece of trash, how could I have kicked him out of the house? Junhai pointed his finger at Lin Yu's nose, cursing furiously, his spit splattering all over Lin Yu's face. And now look. We didn't kill him, but we made a mortal enemy. I'll see how you compete with him during the college entrance exams. Junhai paced back and forth in the living room, furious. He wished he could slap himself across the face right then and there. He glared at Lin Yu with hatred, then turned and stormed upstairs. Lin Yu was left lying there, a sorry sight on the carpet covered in spilled liquor and broken glass. Dead silence returned to the living room. Lin Yu slowly crawled to his feet. His palms were cut by the shards of glass, and blood dripped from his fingertips onto the floor. Yet he seemed to feel no pain. Lin Yu kept his head down, his bangs obscuring his eyes. What if it hadn't been me? He let out a low, cold laugh, which grew louder and louder, tinged with a chilling madness. Junhai's words of regret from earlier felt like a poisonous thorn, piercing deep into his very marrow. Junhai regretted it. That old man saw Lin Mo's worth and started regretting cutting ties with him. Did they want to take Lin Mo back? Did they want to give everything that belonged to me back to that good-for-nothing? No way. Lin Yu jerked his head up. His once handsome face was now contorted like a demoness. His eyes were bloodshot. The poisonous fire of jealousy had burned away every last shred of his sanity. He stared intently at the blood-stained note on the coffee table. See you at the grand exam, is that it? Lin Yu clenched his teeth, speaking slowly and deliberately, his voice sounding as if it were being squeezed out from the depths of hell. Lin Mo, you forced my hand. No matter what underhanded tricks you have up your sleeve. On the day of the grand exam, I will make sure you die in front of everyone. I will prove to the whole world that I, Lin Yu, am the only peerless genius in Jiangnan City. Chapter 24, The Grand Exam Begins. The high and mighty special envoy from the imperial capital. Jiangnan City Central Square. 100,000 senior year awakened students packed the area like sardines. The air was thick with the roar of voices, the noise deafening. The annual Jiangnan City Awakened exam had officially begun. On the floating grandstand directly in front of the square sat all of Jiangnan City's top-tier figures. The mayor, the presidents of various universities, and the heads of the major guilds. Though usually aloof, today they all looked like smiling lackeys. They stood cautiously around a young woman. She wore a form-fitting silver-white trench coat. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet her demeanor was as cold as a block of ancient ice. Her name was Qinghan. She was the special envoy from the admissions office of Dragon God Academy, the nation's premier institution of higher learning. She was also a second-year prodigy whose fame echoed throughout the imperial capital. At just 20 years old, she had already reached level 40. Her class was a hidden class that utterly outclassed others of the same rank, the Ice and Snow Sword Master.
The mayor rubbed his hands together, his smile so wide it made the flesh on his face wrinkle.
Miss Sue, you must be exhausted from your long journey. Why not rest in the VIP lounge first? We'll take full responsibility for arranging the schedule for the major exam. Xinghan didn't even bother to lift an eyelid.
She picked up the cold brewed tea on the table and took a light sip.
No, thank you.
Her tone was cold and distant, keeping others at arm's length. Time is precious at Dragon God Academy, so let us get right to it. I really don't understand why the higher-ups sent me to this backwater.
Those words left no room for politeness. The mayor and several school principals' expressions froze instantly. Having been scolded in front of everyone, they could only force a smile. But what could they do? After all, he was a true dragon sent all the way from the imperial capital. The principal of First High School steeled himself and stepped forward, trying to salvage some face. Special Envoy Su, you may not be aware, but this year, our Jiangnan city has produced a promising young talent. Lin Yu, the adopted son of the Lin family, has also awakened a rank class ability. A dragon tamer. Upon hearing the word rank, Xinghan finally set down her teacup.
A faint trace of derision flashed across her utterly impassive eyes.
A slightly larger loach leaping out of a small puddle and it actually thinks it's a dragon?
Xinghan's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for the few old men around her to hear every word. Without the top-tier resources of the imperial capital to back it up, a rank from a small town is nothing but a facade. I've seen plenty of these greenhouse flowers, all flash and no substance, with zero real-world combat experience. Whether he is worthy of my attention depends on whether he walks out of the exam hall alive. As soon as those words were spoken, the bigwigs in the stands all fell silent. No one dared to cross this lady's path again. At the mayor's command, several massive teleportation beams shot skyward from the center of the square.
The chief examiner, holding a megaphone, loudly announced this year's assessment rules.
The venue for the first round, a large-scale wilderness survival dungeon, the Ruins of Despair.
All candidates will be randomly teleported. Teaming up is prohibited. There is only one criterion: survival.
The 100,000 candidates below collectively sucked in a sharp breath. The Ruins of Despair. That was a high-risk dungeon terrain where even regular military units had suffered over 50% casualties upon entering.
It was teeming with roaming undead and mutated beasts.
Xinghan leaned back in her chair, looking down at the students below, their faces etched with terror. A hint of undisguised contempt curled at the corners of her mouth.
With mental fortitude like that, and they still want to get into Dragon God Academy?
She turned her head and coldly tossed a remark at the mayor. I'd consider it a pass if even a single one of them manages to survive 3 days in the Ruins of Despair. I'd bet most of them will end up crying as they crumple their teleportation scrolls to withdraw from the competition. The mayor nodded in agreement repeatedly, his back already soaked through with cold sweat.
In the square, the candidates began lining up to head toward the teleportation array. Every single one was fully armed.
They wore heavy armor and clutched their weapons tightly. Their backpacks were stuffed with expensive recovery potions and life-saving scrolls. The tension was so thick the air seemed to freeze. Lin Yu, clad in a brand new set of silver grade light armor, walked to the front of the array, flanked by a group of sycophants. In his hand, he held an extravagantly designed top-tier magic staff. Although he hadn't obtained the Heart of Frost, this was a backup item the Lin family had scraped together by selling off their most prized possessions at an exorbitant price. Lin Yu turned his head, his cold gaze scanning the crowd frantically. He was looking for that good-for-nothing who had repeatedly humiliated him. Lin Mo, don't you dare play the coward and not show up. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, cursing furiously in his mind. That blood-stained delivery box from last night had become a haunting nightmare. Even the specter had failed him. But Lin Yu was certain it was nothing more than Lin Mo getting some damn lucky break, stumbling upon another expert by chance. Today, at the Ruins of Despair, I'm not just going to break the record. I'm going to flay you alive with my own hands. Lin Yu snorted coldly, his heart brimming with venom, and strode into the teleportation beam. The line inched forward.
Soon it was the turn of a teleportation portal at the edge of the square. The examiner in charge of checking equipment mechanically verified the candidates' identities. Next, the examiner called out without looking up.
A series of clacking sounds drifted over.
It sounded like someone walking in flip-flops.
The examiner frowned and looked up, his whole body freezing in shock. The hundreds of candidates lined up behind him were also dumbfounded. A young man wearing a worn t-shirt and flip-flops strolled leisurely toward them.
That alone was bad enough.
But the most outrageous part was what he was holding. In his left hand, he carried a large bag of black fruitwood charcoal. In his right hand, he held a stainless steel folding barbecue grill, still wrapped in its packaging.
He even had a large bundle of metal skewers tucked under his arm. The plastic bag was filled with pork belly, beef skewers, and a few bottles of cumin powder.
Lin Mo yawned and handed over his admission ticket.
"Hurry up, please.
I'm in a rush to get inside and secure a good spot to light the fire. The meat won't stay fresh if I leave it out too long." The air around them seemed to stop moving at that moment. Everyone stared at Lin Mo as if he were a madman. After a brief, deathly silence, the crowd erupted in deafening laughter.
Is this guy out of his mind? Bringing a grill to the ruins of despair? Does he think this is a picnic? He dares to tackle a high-risk dungeon in flip-flops?
He must think he has got too much time on his hands. I bet he is just a ranked life class player who knows he can't pass the exam, so he is deliberately going in to tank and get attention.
Stay away from this idiot. We don't want to get dragged down when lightning strikes him. A barrage of mockery and insults rang out. Lin Mo didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. How can sparrows understand the ambitions of a swan?
This bunch of wretches was going in to fight for their lives. He, on the other hand, was heading in on vacation with 100 million mutant minions in tow.
Without some barbecue, wouldn't he staying in there for a few days be utterly boring?
Lin Mo retrieved his admission ticket and picked up his barbecue set. Amidst the stares of a crowd that looked as if they were watching a corpse, he strode confidently into the teleportation array. A red light flashed, and his figure vanished from the spot.
On the floating viewing platform,
Xinghan, who had been bored out of her mind, caught a glimpse of the scene out of the corner of her eye. A rare flicker of surprise crossed her perpetually aloof face.
A weirdo who brought a grill and charcoal into a high-risk survival dungeon?
Xinghan narrowed her eyes slightly. A flicker of curiosity and scrutiny passed through her eyes. She sat up straight, her gaze fixed intently on the 100 surveillance feeds that had just split up on the giant screen.
Chapter 25, Survival in the Wild? No, it's a farm stay.
The light of the teleportation array flashed wildly before his eyes, accompanied by a strong sensation of weightlessness. 100,000 candidates were randomly dropped into every corner of the desolate ruins. The moment Lin Yu touched down, a nauseating stench of decay hit him in the face. His foot slipped, and half his leg sank straight into the black, swampy mud.
Get out of the way.
Lin Yu's face turned ashen as he swung his staff. Behind him, the frost-bone dragon let out a roar, freezing several level 18 rotten corpse dogs that had pounced on him into ice sculptures.
The ice sculptures shattered. Foul-smelling black blood and mud splattered everywhere.
Lin Yu's meticulously prepared pure white, custom-made light armor was instantly caked beyond recognition. He wiped the muddy water from his face in disgust and turned to look around. Piercing screams rang out one after another.
Not far away, a few straggling candidates were being chased by a pack of mutated two-headed wolves, scrambling to escape.
Finally, crying out in despair, they crushed the life-saving teleportation talismans in their hands, vanishing in a flash of white light as they were eliminated from the competition.
The density of monsters in these desolate ruins was simply absurdly high.
Lin Yu gripped his staff tightly, leading his bone dragon as they struggled to form a formation and push forward through the swamp.
Every step drained an enormous amount of stamina.
That good-for-nothing in flip-flops has probably been gnawed down to nothing but bone by now. Lin Yu panted heavily while cursing viciously in his mind. The thought of Lin Mo's gruesome death finally helped ease some of the pent-up rage in his heart.
At the same time,
On the other side of the ruins of despair.
This was the only freshwater lake in the entire dungeon map.
The water was crystal clear, and the shores were carpeted with lush green grass. The scenery was so beautiful it was hard to believe they were in a high-risk wilderness zone. A red light flashed. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops and carrying various bags, landed steadily on the grass by the lake. He took a deep breath of fresh air.
Not a bad spot.
Nice view, and sheltered from the wind.
Lin Mo tossed all the plastic bags he was holding onto the ground with satisfaction.
He leisurely unfolded the stainless steel folding grill. He positioned it just right. Then he pulled out his special beach chair from his spatial ring and settled back into it comfortably.
Time to get to work. Lin Mo casually snapped his fingers.
Buzz!
The grass by the lake instantly glowed with a dense swarm of dark golden light.
Exactly 500 half-meter tall little skeletons emerged from the ground, arranged in a neat square formation. They clutched dark golden bone blades in their hands, and the soul flames in their eye sockets flickered faintly. Lin Mo didn't even sit up, he simply closed his eyes and issued his orders. 250 of you on the left, take this lake as your center and clear a 10-kilometer radius. Whether they fly in the sky or run on the ground, slaughter them all.
Don't let a single drop of blood splash into my lake.
Whoosh! 250 dark gold skeletons instantly turned into blurs, racing off in all directions. Lin Mo turned his head to look at the remaining half of the skeletons. You lot, go into that forest over there and chop down some fruit trees for firewood. You lot, go into the lake and catch some fish, fat ones. The rest of you, take the meat, wash it clean, cut it into chunks, and skewer it. Cut it thin so it absorbs the flavor better. This group of numerical monsters, each boasting tens of millions of points in terror attributes,
had now all transformed into the most obedient farmhands. The skeletons tasked with chopping wood didn't even need axes. They simply walked up to a large tree and kicked it with a single foot. The tree, dozens of meters tall, crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, then was swiftly whittled into neat firewood with a few swipes of their bone blades. The skeletons catching fish were even more absurd. Standing in the lake, they moved faster than lightning. Whenever a fish swam by, a bone claw would reach out, and a plump, wriggling fish would be snatched up with pinpoint accuracy. The group slicing meat and skewering it was a true masterclass. In their hands, the dark gold bone blades became top-tier chef's knives. The pork belly was sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, each piece uniform in size. Then, skewered with iron sticks, they were neatly arranged on a tray. The entire process flowed seamlessly, yet the scene was utterly absurd. In less than 10 minutes, the fruitwood charcoal in the grill had been lit. The crimson embers radiated intense heat. A dozen or so skewers of pork belly and 2 large, plump fish sizzled over the fire, their fat dripping. Lin Mo lay back in his chair, a can of cumin powder in hand. He flipped the meat while sprinkling the seasoning. The rich aroma of meat and cumin wafted through the breeze. While others were still struggling for their lives in the mud, screaming in agony as they battled monsters. Here, with smoke curling from the grill, Lin Mo had turned a high-risk dungeon run into a leisurely countryside getaway. Jiangnan City Central Square, floating grandstand.
The main screen was divided into hundreds of small windows, broadcasting the performances of each contestant in real time. The mayor and the principal of First High School were gathered around Xinghan. They were pointing at one of the screens, fawning over it. The screen showed Lin Yu. He had just commanded the Frost Bone Dragon to slay a level 20 regional mini-boss with great difficulty. Though he ended up covered in dust and grime, he at least secured the first kill.
Look, Special Envoy Su, this boy Lin Yu has quite good combat awareness.
The mayor rubbed his hands together, smiling obsequiously. Given time, he'll definitely be a rare pillar of our dragon nation.
Xinghan held a cup of freshly brewed premium Blue Mountain coffee.
She cast a casual glance at Lin Yu on the screen. Her cold face showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. His cast time is too long, and his positioning is riddled with flaws.
Xinghan delivered her assessment without mercy.
If that monster had known how to faint, he'd be a corpse by now.
The mayor's smile froze instantly. He was so flustered he didn't know how to respond. Xinghan found it utterly boring. A place like Jiangnan City, she really shouldn't have had any expectations for it.
She extended her fair, slender fingers and idly swiped across the control panel, switching to other surveillance feeds. The footage was, without exception, all showed the miserable state of the candidates, either being chased and bitten by monsters or cowering in tree hollows, trembling with fear. Just as Xinghan was about to turn off the screen and close her eyes to rest, her fingers suddenly froze. In a sub-screen in the lower right corner, there was no bloody carnage. There were no terrifying monsters. Only wisps of blue smoke rising into the air. Xinghan furrowed her beautiful brows slightly. How could there be smoke in the ruins of despair? Is a candidate setting the mountain on fire in there? She double-clicked to zoom in on that screen. The high-definition camera immediately zoomed in on the scene by the lake. Everyone in the stands froze in shock. Right in the center of the screen, a young man in flip-flops lay on a beach chair, turning skewers of grilled meat. A small skeleton stood nearby, holding a tray. Another small skeleton held a palm leaf fan, panting as it fanned the grill. Put! Xinghan, who had just taken a sip of premium coffee, unceremoniously spat it out. It splattered all over the control panel in front of her. Her usually impassive, icy eyes were now filled with shock and bewilderment. She couldn't even maintain her usual aloof demeanor. She jumped to her feet, planting both hands firmly on the table, staring intently at the screen. The mayor was startled and quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the table. Special Envoy Su, are you all right? Xinghan completely ignored the mayor. Her gaze swept past the barbecue grill, toward the woods and grassy area by the lake. A dense swarm of tiny skeletons was bustling about there, chopping wood, washing vegetables, catching fish. Xinghan's breathing grew rapid. She quickly counted the number of skeletons appearing in the scene in her mind. The more she counted, the faster her heart raced. 10. 50. 100. A full 250. And that didn't even include the ones scattered beyond her line of sight. This can't be. Xinghan let out a startled gasp. Her cold voice was filled with disbelief. A summoner, at the level 20 stage. Even with the most extraordinary mental power, being able to simultaneously maintain 10 summons active in the field would already be considered a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Even that so-called once-in-a-century rank necromancer at the Dragon God Academy in the Imperial capital. At level 20, he could barely summon 8 silver rank skeletons. Yet this guy in front of him, wearing flip-flops, had summoned hundreds all at once. And judging by the way he was lying back so leisurely, there was absolutely no sign of mental energy depletion. Who is this man? Xinghan whipped his head around, fixing the mayor with a piercing stare. His gaze was as sharp as a drawn ice sword. Retrieve his records immediately. The mayor shuddered at Xinghan's predatory glare. He hurriedly leaned in to examine the screen closely. The moment he did, the mayor's expression turned peculiar. This Lin Mo, the real young master the Lin family just kicked out? The principal of First Middle School, standing nearby, recognized him as well. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he replied cautiously. Special Envoy Su, please don't get worked up. This Lin Mo has only awakened as a rank 1 necromancer, a completely useless class. Those little skeletons he is summoning are probably just holoshells that shatter at the slightest touch. They have 0 combat value, good for nothing but chopping wood and tending the fire. The principal offered his self-assured analysis. I'd say he just knew he wouldn't pass the exam, so he went in there on purpose to cause trouble and grab attention. I'll have someone cut his feet right away, so it doesn't sully your eyes. With that, the principal reached out to press the cut-off button on the control panel. Try touching it if you dare. Xinghan's voice was as cold as an ice cellar in the depths of winter. The principal's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Xinghan turned her head, looking at the mayor and the principal as if they were idiots.
Empty shells? She pointed at the screen. A little skeleton fishing had just accidentally squeezed a boulder by the lake. That hard granite, weighing several tons, crumbled like soft tofu. The skeleton had crushed 5 deep finger indentations into it with sheer force. And you call this no combat capability? Chinghan retorted sharply. The mayor and the principal followed the direction of her finger and immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That was granite, for heaven's sake. Crushed bare-handed by a rank-level skeleton? Chinghan couldn't be bothered to look at these two blind fools any longer. Her gaze returned to the screen. It locked firmly on the young man flipping the skewers. This was undoubtedly a peerless prodigy who had been grossly underestimated by everyone. These idiots in Jiangnan City actually thought someone capable of summoning an unlimited army of monsters was a waste of space? On the screen, Lin Mo placed the grilled pork belly skewers onto a plate. He suddenly stopped what he was doing. He turned his head, looking deep into the dense forest on the right side of the basin. The 250 skeletons dispatched to clear the area were now marching in a massive procession, dragging a gigantic black shadow. It emerged from the dense forest. When that enormous shadow was fully exposed to the surveillance cameras. On the floating grandstand, all the school principals, guild masters including Chinghan, felt a sudden jolt run through their scalps. A chill shot straight up their spines. Chapter 26, Points Reset? The system must be broken. The massive black shadow dragged out of the dense forest by the skeleton army crashed down onto the lakeshore with a thunderous thud. The ground shook violently, and dirt flew everywhere. It was none other than a level 25 regional boss, the iron-armored poison crocodile, whose size rivaled that of a small mountain. This beast was covered in indestructible black scales and usually ran rampant through the ruins of despair. If any other full-strength elite team had encountered it, they wouldn't have dared to fight. They would have simply crushed a teleportation scroll and fled for their lives. Now, however, it lay on the grass like a dead dog, casually tossed aside by a few half-meter-tall little skeletons. The venomous crocodile's head had been smashed to smithereens. Dead as a doornail. Lin Mo lay on a beach chair, not even sparing the boss a second glance. He was holding a metal skewer, intently turning the pork belly on the grill. This crocodile meat is too tough. It's not good. Lin Mo pursed his lips in disgust. He turned to look at the little skeletons returning to report after completing their mission. There are too many monsters around here. Their constant howling is ruining my appetite for barbecue. Lin Mo pointed toward the depths of the perilous ruins surrounding the lake. Within a 10-kilometer radius. Go clear out the area. Leave no survivors. I don't want to hear a single sound. Whoosh! The 250 dark gold skeletons, upon receiving the order, moved without a moment's hesitation. Wielding their bone blades, they instantly transformed into streaks of dark gold afterimages, racing off in all directions. To them, their master's command was the only truth. On the other side of the ruins of despair. In a muddy swamp. Lin Yu was gasping for breath, leaning heavily on a top-tier staff. He plunged deep into the mud. His once spotless silver light armor was now unrecognizable. It was caked in foul-smelling beast blood and black mud. He looked utterly bedraggled. Not far ahead, the frost-bone dragon exhaled a blast of frigid ice, freezing the last dozen or so low-level rotting corpses that had closed in on him into shards of ice. The ice shattered, scattering across the ground. Well done. Lin Yu wiped the sweat and mud from his face, a smug, cold smile curving his lips. He raised his left wrist and tapped open the real-time score display for the grand exam. On the screen, the leaderboard was constantly scrolling and updating. First place, Lin Yu, 3,000 points. He glanced down. That so-called genius in second place had barely scraped together 800 points. This was a cliff-like, absolute domination. Lin Yu stared intently at his own name, his eyes filled with fervor and greed. First place is mine. The top scorer in the Jiangnan City College entrance exam is mine too. No one can take it away.
He extended his mud-stained finger, casually swiped down the screen, and scrolled straight to the very bottom of the leaderboard. The name Lin Mo still lay quietly in last place. Behind it was a glaring 0. Score, 0. Lin Yu burst into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing eerily through the dark swamp.
0 points? He must have just been teleported in and had his neck snapped by a monster before he even had time to react.
Lin Mo, oh Lin Mo, you're nothing but a pile of mud to be trampled underfoot.
Lin Yu closed the score panel, smoothed out his clothes, and prepared to press on. He intended to silence everyone with an overwhelming points advantage.
Just as Lin Yu was basking in his triumph, the 250 little skeletons Lin Mo had sent out had already spread out completely within a 10-kilometer radius. They weren't in groups, nor did they coordinate tactics. Relying solely on the extreme speed and strength granted by tens of millions of points in terror attributes, they launched a sweeping sweep. Within a 10-kilometer radius, true doomsday had arrived. Whether you were a pack of rotting corpse dogs or a poison arrow frog lurking in the shadows.
Whether you were a common monster or an elite monster, you were all destined to be instantly killed.
The little skeletons swung their dark gold bone blades like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained. There was no fierce combat, not even the screams of monsters.
Because those monsters didn't even have a chance to scream before they were instantly sliced into pieces.
The entire sweep was eerily quiet.
Jiangnan City Central Square, floating grandstand.
The bigwigs were gathered in front of the main screen, pointing at the leaderboard and praising one another. The principal of First High School couldn't stop grinning. The wrinkles on his face seemed to bloom.
Mayor, look.
Student Lin Yu's score has already surpassed 3,000.
It's only been a little over an hour since the exam started. This absolutely breaks our Jiangnan City record. The mayor's face was beaming as well.
He turned to look at Qinghan, who had been maintaining an aloof demeanor.
Special Envoy Su, do you think Lin Yu's score is good enough to catch the eye of Dragon God Academy?
Qinghan furrowed her brow slightly, a flash of impatience crossing her eyes. 3,000 points might qualify as a genius in Jiangnan City, but in the imperial capital, it wouldn't even register. She was just about to speak up and put these narrow-minded, provincial fools in their place.
Suddenly,
the leaderboard on the giant screen emitted a blinding red glow.
This was the system's automatic alert triggered when a score spiked abnormally. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to it.
At the very bottom of the rankings, where Lin Mo had been firmly rooted in last place, the number 0 behind his name suddenly flickered eerily.
Without warning, it changed to 500. The onlookers hadn't even had time to react.
That number went wild, racing upward at a staggering speed.
1,500. 8,000. 20,000.
Every jump represented a massive wave of monsters being instantly wiped out. Lin Mo's name transformed into a golden streak of light, shooting up from the very bottom of the screen.
It was unstoppable.
In an instant, it crushed every genius on the leaderboard.
It trampled Lin Yu's prized 3,000 score right underfoot.
And the surge showed no signs of slowing down.
Finally,
after a frenzied flurry of flickering, the number settled on a figure that made everyone's hair stand on end.
50,000. The entire venue fell deathly silent.
The square, which had been bustling with over 100,000 people just moments ago, was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood with their mouths agape, staring in stunned silence at the glowing name at the very top of the screen.
First place, Lin Mo points, 50,000. Second place, Lin Yu. Points, 3,000. This wasn't just a commanding lead.
It was as if the second place finisher along with the entire leaderboard had been roughly bundled up and flushed down the drain. The mayor rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he must be hallucinating from a lack of sleep the night before. The principal of First High School's legs gave way, and he plopped down onto his chair, his face ashen. Even Qinghan, usually aloof and composed, clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a storm of emotion.
50,000 points? 50,000 points in just 1 hour?
That would only be possible if you gathered every monster on the outskirts of the ruins of despair and obliterated them all with a forbidden spell.
After a brief, deathly silence,
the director of the Jiangnan City Education Bureau's flabby body began to tremble violently. Drenched in sweat, he rushed to the control console of the floating viewing platform. He raised his fist and pounded furiously on the server's main chassis.
Investigate! Investigate it right now!
The director's voice, shrill and piercing from sheer terror, sounded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
This is definitely a hacker attack. 50,000 points? Did he single-handedly wipe out an entire army? Call a technician right now.
The director was so frantic he was stamping his feet, pointing at Lin Mo's name on the screen and cursing wildly.
The system must be broken. This data has definitely overflowed. Chapter 27, The Examiner's Downfall. I want to test his limits.
The director of the Jiangnan City Education Bureau was still pacing frantically in front of the control console. He was shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding that the technician shut down the server immediately.
You're so loud.
Qinghan shot the director a cold glance. His gaze betrayed undisguised annoyance. The director went silent instantly, like a rooster with its throat squeezed. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he took several steps back. Qinghan's gaze returned to the large screen.
50,000 points. That number was, indeed, absurd.
Even if Lin Mo had summoned over 200 skeletons, it would be impossible to sweep through 10 kilometers in such a short time.
Cheating items?
The thought flashed through Qinghan's mind. The Ruins of Despair was a sealed testing venue in theory. No prohibited items could be brought in. But in a small place like Jiangnan City, the security system might already be riddled with holes. Although the Lin family had kicked him out, who knows, he might have managed to get his hands on some kind of disposable scroll capable of mass destruction.
A worthless rank 1, how could he possibly score 50,000 points? She refused to believe it.
Qinghan walked up to the main control console.
Her slender fingers tapped rapidly on the virtual keyboard.
Activate Examiner's highest privileges.
Coordinates locked, Crescent Lake on the eastern side of the ruins.
The mayor leaned in for a closer look and immediately gasped in shock.
Special Envoy Su. What are you doing? The mayor's voice was trembling.
That SA level 30 Lord class mutant Earth Dragon. No monster of that caliber has ever been deployed in any previous exams.
A level 30 Lord. In a beginner's exam site like the Ruins of Despair, this thing was an unstoppable meat grinder.
Forget about a single Lin Mo. Even if Jiangnan City's elite guard squad went in, they'd suffer heavy casualties.
Qinghan snorted coldly. I want to test his true capabilities. If he really has the strength of 50,000 points, what SA level 30 Earth Dragon? If he is cheating.
A cruel smile curled at the corner of Qinghan's mouth.
According to Dragon God Academy's rules, cheaters deserve to die. The enter key was pressed. The examination venue's portal opened instantly. In the Ruins of Despair, by the shores of Crescent Lake,
Lin Mo had just picked up a skewer of sizzling, golden brown pork belly. Before he could bring it to his mouth,
boom!
From deep within the dense forest on the opposite shore of the lake, a deafening roar erupted. The earth began to tremble violently. A terrifying colossus over 20 meters long plowed through the forest like a bulldozer, smashing trees to pieces. Its body was covered in thick, earth-colored scales, and it possessed a gaping maw.
A level 30 Lord, a mutated Earth Dragon.
This colossal beast had been forcibly teleported here and was now in a frenzied rage.
Its gaze locked instantly on Lin Mo, who was leisurely enjoying his barbecue by the lake.
The Earth Dragon let out a deafening roar, swung its massive limbs into motion, and charged forward with a thunderous roar. Its momentum was earth-shattering. Along the way, towering trees were flattened to the ground by its colossal body. A gale, mixed with a cloud of dust and fallen leaves, swept across the entire lakeshore. Whoosh! A cloud of dust blew straight onto Lin Mo's barbecue grill. Lin Mo looked at the skewer of pork belly in his hand, now caked in dust.
his brow immediately furrowed. That dust has ruined my meat. Lin Mo's tone was clearly annoyed. He didn't even glance at the mutated earth dragon charging toward him. He casually tossed the ruined skewer of pork belly onto the grass beside the grill. The little skeleton, who had been flipping the skewers with tongs, suddenly froze. It tossed the tongs aside. In its hollow eye sockets, a eerie blue soul flame flickered violently. It extended its bony claws and pulled a thick, red-hot iron skewer straight out of the charcoal fire on the grill. The next second, this regular soldier, who wasn't even carrying a weapon, simply clutching a barbecue skewer, transformed into a dark golden afterimage too fast for the naked eye to follow. He charged straight toward the level 30 Earth Dragon. In the floating stands, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the giant screen. Xinghan stood with her arms crossed, her gaze icy. She was waiting. Waiting for Lin Mo to slip up, waiting for him to panic and press the forfeit and call for help button. The moment he pressed it, the charge of cheating would be confirmed. On the screen, the Earth Dragon had already charged to the lakeshore. Less than 50 meters from Lin Mo's beach chair. Its blood-red maw, lined with fangs, was wide open. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a dark golden light appeared without warning above the Earth Dragon's head. Xinghan's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't even seen how the little skeleton had managed to slip past the Earth Dragon's defensive blind spot. On the screen, the little skeleton gripped the red-hot iron skewer with both hands, aiming at the Earth Dragon's skull scales which even armor-piercing rounds couldn't penetrate. It plunged it down with all its might. Thud! There was no earth-shattering roar, nor any dazzling magical effects. Only a crisp, dull thud. That ordinary iron skewer, empowered by millions of points of terrifying force, was more terrifying than even the sharpest divine weapons in the world. It sliced through the Earth Dragon's hard skull as easily as cutting through tofu. The red-hot iron skewer pierced deep into the Earth Dragon's brain. The massive body of the charging mutated Earth Dragon froze suddenly. Its pair of ferocious vertical pupils instantly went blank, losing all sign of life. Boom! The massive momentum carried the Earth Dragon's corpse forward for over 10 meters. It plowed a deep furrow into the ground. Finally, it came to a steady halt 5 meters in front of Lin Mo's beach chair. Dead as a doornail. It didn't even let out a single wail. The little skeleton landed lightly. It pulled out the metal skewer and wiped the brain matter off it on the grass. Then it scampered back to the barbecue grill and continued turning the meat, as if it had just casually swatted a pesky mosquito. The air in the stands seemed to stop circulating at that moment. Dead silence. A silence as deep as a grave. The mayor's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly dropping to his chest. The school principal's eyes bulged so far out they nearly popped from their sockets. A single metal skewer? Had it just pierced the brain of a level 30 Lord-class mutated Earth Dragon? What kind of skeleton had escaped from which plane of existence? Xinghan clung desperately to the edge of the control console. Her usually haughty, aloof, and coldly beautiful face was now filled with unprecedented shock. Her perfectly ordered worldview shattered into pieces at that moment. That was a level 30 Lord. Even for her, a ranked genius in her sophomore year, defeating that Earth Dragon would require unleashing her most powerful killing move. And that would only be possible after a grueling battle. But now, to be instantly killed by a rank skeleton, one whose job was to grill meat with a single iron skewer? How could that be possible? It was absolutely impossible. Xinghan felt as though her 20 years of pride had been ruthlessly nailed to the pillar of shame with that very iron skewer. In the ruins of despair, Lin Mo stretched, feeling a warm glow wash over his entire body. The experience gained from defeating a level 30 Lord was simply massive. The bottleneck that had held him at level 20 was instantly shattered by this colossal surge of energy. His level skyrocketed. Level 21. Level 22. Powerful mana surged through his body. Lin Mo picked up another skewer of grilled meat and took a bite. This skewer is pretty good. Chapter 28, Plot Twist, The Blood Moon Abyss Rift Invades. That level 30 Earth Dragon from last night had provided a massive amount of energy. Add to that the 1,000 mage skeletons tirelessly grinding monsters all night long. Lin Mo had slept soundly. He crawled out of his tent and stretched his arms wide. Every bone in his body cracked like popping beans. What a relief! Now that's the life. The grassy area by the lake was piled high with various materials and crystal cores, forming mounds as tall as small hills. All of it was the result of the skeleton's overnight labor. Lin Mo snapped his fingers, sweeping everything into his storage ring. Keep the music playing, keep the grilling going. Lin Mo lay back in his beach chair, ready to enjoy breakfast. Just then, the sky over the entire ruins of despair suddenly darkened. The originally grayish horizon was torn open by a massive gash without warning. A blood-red vortex, over a kilometer in diameter, formed frantically directly above the exam site. A pungent, blood-curdling stench instantly engulfed the entire ruin. Lin Mo took a bite of the freshly grilled meat skewer and furrowed his brow. What kind of nonsense is this first thing in the morning? This Education Bureau's assessment sure is flashy. At the same moment, the 100,000 examinees scattered throughout the ruin all looked up at the sky. Some shouted excitedly, "Look! It must be the special exam question for day 2. It might be a boss monster that's easy to kill everyone, get ready to fight." However, they had no idea. This wasn't an exam question at all. It was a genuine catastrophe. Boom! A muffled roar erupted from the blood-red vortex. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of black shadows surged out of the vortex like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The shadows crashed to the ground, revealing their hideous, terrifying faces. Four-armed demon apes, bloodthirsty two-headed snakes, blood moon abyss monstrosities. All of them were frenzied monsters tainted by the aura of the blood moon abyss. Every single one was level 30 or higher. A four-armed demon ape landed and immediately grabbed a stunned examinee standing nearby. With a powerful tug of both hands, it tore the examinee in half right before everyone's eyes. A shower of blood rained down from the sky. The examinees, who had been excited just moments ago, were now overcome with despair. This wasn't an exam at all. This was clearly a one-sided massacre. The exam hall instantly turned into a real-life battlefield of hell. Piercing screams echoed everywhere. Help! This ISNT simulated damage, people are actually dying. My teleportation scrolls aren't working. I can't break them. Let me out. I'm not taking this exam anymore. Screams rose and fell in waves. Countless candidates were trampled into pulp by the monsters in their despair. A pile of rubble on the outskirts of the ruins. Lin Yu and his 4 high-paid bodyguards were pressed tightly against a massive boulder. Lin Yu's face was deathly pale, and his whole body was shaking like a leaf. He clamped his hand over his mouth, terrified of making even the slightest sound. Less than 10 meters in front of them stood a terrifying figure, 5 meters tall. It was a blood moon abyss demon general, his body engulfed in black flames. In his hand, he held a bone-slicing blade caked with flesh. Level 35. A blood moon abyss demon general. The suffocating aura of power crushed Lin Yu's team, leaving them unable to breathe. "Young Master Yu, what should we do?" The knight holding the shield looked terrified, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "The teleportation scrolls are useless. We can't get out." Lin Yu's head was buzzing. He couldn't die here. He was a ranked genius, he still had to go to Dragon God Academy, and he still had to trample Lin Mo underfoot. His life was 10,000 times more precious than these lowly commoners. Lin Yu's eyes darted frantically. He clenched his teeth tightly, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. "Follow my orders." Lin Yu lowered his voice, feigning calm. "This monster moves slowly.
The four of you flank it from the left and draw its attention. I'll have the bone dragon breathe ice from the right. Let us coordinate our attack." The four bodyguards exchanged glances. Though their hearts were pounding, they were here to do a job and they'd been paid to do it. Besides, if they didn't fight with everything they had, they'd all die anyway. "All right. Young master, it's up to you." The knight roared, raised his shield, and charged forward. "You bastard! Look this way!" The moment the four bodyguards showed their heads, they let out a loud shout. The Blood Moon Abyss Demon General slowly turned its head. Its crimson gaze instantly locked onto them. It let out a deafening roar and swung its bone-slicing blade at them. "Young master, act now." The knight raised his shield with all his might to block the blow, then shouted over his shoulder. But when he turned back, he felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. Lin Yu hadn't even let the bone dragon cast its spell. He had already flipped onto the broad back of the frost bone dragon. Without looking back, he fled frantically in the opposite direction. "Lin Yu! You beast!" The bodyguards cursed in despair. Lin Yu lay on the dragon's back, listening to the screams coming from behind him. A cruel, cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Just a bunch of dogs doing their jobs for money. It's your honor to buy this young master some time to escape." Meanwhile, the floating grandstand in the central square of Jiangnan City had descended into complete chaos. A piercing alarm blared through the sky. The number of candidates displayed on the giant screen was plummeting at a terrifying rate. Every number that vanished represented the loss of a young life. The mayor slumped to the ground, his face ashen. "It's over, it's all over. This is rank S Blood Moon Abyss Rift. How could it have appeared in a beginner-s dungeon? 100,000 children. They're all going to die in there." The director of education was so terrified he wet himself. Such a massive responsibility, even 100 executions wouldn't be enough. Amidst the chaos, Xinghan strode to the very edge of the stands, her face icy. Her silvery white trenchcoat fluttered without a breeze. "Shut up, all of you." Xinghan's voice was cold, yet carried an undeniable authority. Instantly, it quelled the panic throughout the venue. She gripped the hilt of the sword at her back with her reverse hand. Clang! A crisp, ringing sound. She drew a long ice sword that radiated a bone-chilling cold. "Special Envoy Su. What are you doing?" The mayor scrambled over, practically crawling. "What do you think? Of course I'm going in to save them." Xinghan's gaze was fierce. Among these 100,000 people, many were the future cornerstones of Dragon Nation. She could not stand by and watch them be slaughtered by the monsters of the Blood Moon Abyss. Xinghan's level 40 mana erupted violently. She leaped into the air, jumping directly from the stands. Mid-air, she swung her ice and snow longsword, unleashing a terrifying sword aura dozens of meters long. It slashed viciously toward the massive dungeon teleportation array below. She intended to force her way through the teleportation channel. Boom! The sword aura struck the light barrier of the teleportation array. Yet it didn't produce the cracking sound she expected. An inky black barrier instantly materialized, directly reflecting Xinghan's sword aura back at her. Xinghan somersaulted once in midair before landing steadily. Her hand gripping the sword tingled slightly from the impact. As she stared at the pitch-black barrier, Xinghan's expression finally shifted. Blood Moon Abyss Law locked. She clenched her teeth, uttering the words one by one. The mayor stumbled over. "Special Envoy Su, what does this mean? Can't we get in?" Xinghan stared at him coldly. The Blood Moon Abyss fissure is too high level. It has completely altered the underlying logic of the Ruins of Despair. This place is now a sealed prison. Those outside cannot enter, and those inside cannot escape. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Despair was etched across the faces of all the bigwigs. Were they really just going to stand by and watch those 100,000 candidates die off? Xinghan whipped her head around, fixing her gaze on the giant screen. Of the 100,000 candidates, nearly half were already dead. One-sided massacres were taking place everywhere. But when her eyes swept to the bottom right corner of the screen, she suddenly froze.
That guy named Lin Mo. He was still lying on a beach chair by Crescent Lake. A skewered meat skewer in his hand. A can of Coke on the table. And all around him.
At some point, the area had become packed with a dense swarm of dark gold skeletons.
Not 1,000. Not even 10,000. But an endless ocean of bones stretching as far as the eye could see. Lin Mo tossed the skewer he was holding onto the ground.
He watched the Blood Moon Abyss army surging toward him like a tidal wave from afar. Slowly, he stood up from the beach chair.
Can't even have a peaceful breakfast.
Lin Mo cracked his neck, his gaze turning completely icy.
You're all in such a hurry to come and die, aren't you? Chapter 29, Step Back, I'm about to show off.
Soul-severing valley. This place was originally a dead end. On three sides were sheer cliffs soaring into the clouds, with not a single foothold for climbing. Yet at this moment, the valley was packed with people. Hundreds, even thousands, of blood-soaked candidates had been driven here by the beast horde outside, herded into this dead end like ducks. There was nowhere left to retreat. At the valley entrance ahead, a dark, surging tide of Blood Moon Abyss beasts was rushing toward them like a tsunami. The stench of blood and decay made people retch repeatedly. Dozens of Blood Moon Abyss demon generals, standing 5 meters tall, led the charge, dragging bone-slicing blades caked with flesh. With every step they took, the ground trembled. Desperate cries erupted from the crowd.
There is no way out. We're trapped.
The teleportation talismans are useless.
Why aren't the examiners coming to save us? I don't want to die. I've only just awakened. I haven't even gotten into college yet.
Several young heirs of wealthy families, who usually held themselves in high regard, were now kneeling in the mud, bowing their heads in utter humiliation. Some were so terrified they wet themselves on the spot, collapsing to the ground, too weak even to crawl. Despair spread through the valley like a plague. Everyone closed their eyes, awaiting the grim fate of being torn to shreds by the monsters. Amidst this chaos of wailing and screaming, a sigh tinged with resignation suddenly rang out. Sigh, these guys sure know how to scream. Deep within the valley, Lin Mo was holding a tissue, leisurely wiping the cumin powder off his hands. The charcoal in the stainless steel grill before him was still sizzling. He'd originally come to the lakeside to barbecue just to enjoy some peace and quiet. Who knew this group of test-takers would run for their lives without looking where they were going, swarming over to his side in a massive crowd. Running was one thing, but they also lured the entire horde of beasts from outside right over here. Now the valley was as noisy as a wet market. It was simply unbearable. Lin Mo stood up and waved his hand listlessly. The two little skeletons beside him immediately stepped forward, deftly folding up the grill and beach chair and stuffing them into Lin Mo's spatial ring. With everything packed away? Lin Mo shoved his hands into his pockets and walked forward in his flip-flops. He walked slowly against the flow of people toward the mouth of the valley. A girl with blood all over her face was backing up with her eyes closed when she bumped head-on into Lin Mo. She opened her eyes and saw that Lin Mo was still walking forward. Frantic, she grabbed his arm. Are you crazy? There are monsters everywhere up ahead. Hurry up and get back. Lin Mo pulled his arm away and smoothed out the wrinkles in his old t-shirt where she grabbed him. There's a wall behind us. Do you want to retreat into the mountainside and become a mural? The girl froze, tears still welling in her eyes, unable to process what he said for a moment. Lin Mo paid her no further attention and kept walking forward. His pace wasn't fast, but it carried an indescribable sense of composure. The candidates around him, wailing and screaming, were all drawn to his strange behavior. Everyone instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for him. Lin Mo walked right through the crowd of hundreds, all filled with despair. Step by step, he made his way to the very front of the line. 50 meters ahead, the Blood Moon Abyss beast horde had completely blocked the mouth of the valley. The frenzied monsters opened their gaping maws, drool dripping from their fangs onto the ground, corroding it into pits. A thick stench of death washed over him.
Lin Mo stopped in his tracks.
He stood alone at the very front of the 1,000-strong line of candidates, facing head on the endless tide of terrifying beasts. His silhouette was as frail as a sheet of paper.
Someone in the crowd recognized him. Isn't that Lin Mo, the good-for-nothing from the Lin family? What is he doing up there? Going to his death? Why is he trying to play the hero now? What can a rank one like him possibly stop? Lin Mo didn't turn around.
He stared at the snarling blood moon abyss monsters ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. There was no fear in his eyes, only undisguised contempt.
You're so noisy.
Lin Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it rang clear in the deathly silent valley. You're making me so sick I can't even digest the grilled meat I just ate. He slowly raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers brushed lightly against each other in midair.
A crisp snap rang out in that instant. Snap.
This was the command for his innate talent. Calamity Descent, activated at full power.
Boom! The ground beneath Lin Mo's feet split open into countless fissures without warning.
The entire valley began to shake violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck.
Blinding dark gold light surged wildly from the earth.
It illuminated the once dim valley as bright as day.
Immediately afterward,
amidst a spine-chilling screech of grinding bones, one after another, half-meter-tall dark gold skeletons like demons crawling out of the depths of hell emerged from the ground in an unending stream.
10. 100. 1,000. 10,000.
A full 10,000 mutated skeletons lined up in a single row before Lin Mo.
They made no sound, yet their movements were perfectly synchronized. 5,000 shield skeletons slammed their dark gold tower shields heavily onto the ground. Boom!
A continuous white wall of bone, several meters high, shot up from the ground in an instant. Like a wall of bronze and iron, it stood firmly between the beast horde and the examinees. It completely sealed off the suffocating pressure of the blood moon abyss.
Behind the bone wall, 5,000 mage skeletons raised their bone staffs. Multicolored high-level magical elements danced wildly within their hollow eye sockets, ready at any moment to blast the enemies ahead into dust. A terrifying aura, the sum of 10,000 attributes, surged upward. As tangible as solid matter, it shot skyward, dispersing the blood-red vortex above. The blood moon abyss beast horde, which had been so arrogant moments ago and ready to unleash a massacre. The moment they collided with this wall of size, it was as if they had encountered their natural enemy. The monsters at the very front didn't even have time to break. They were instantly pulverized into mincemeat by the counterforce emanating from the tower shield.
The monsters behind them were all terrified into crouching on the ground, trembling all over.
A deathly silence fell over the valley.
Even the wind had stopped. The hundreds, even thousands, of candidates who had already closed their eyes, waiting for death, now all stared blankly, their eyes wide with shock. They gazed at the insurmountable white bone wall before them. They looked at the dark gold skeletons radiating an aura of destruction. Finally, all eyes converged on the young man wearing flip-flops. Lin Mo still had his hands in his pockets. He stood right in the center of 10,000 terrifying monsters. Not a single strand of his hair was out of place. Those young masters of wealthy families who had once mocked and looked down on him, now all stood with their mouths agape, having even forgotten to breathe. In their eyes, Lin Mo's once frail silhouette now resembled an ancient deity descended from the heavens. Majestic, mysterious, and unapproachable. Lin Mo tilted his head slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the candidates frozen in shock behind him. A casual, cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Step back a bit. Lin Mo turned back, his gaze once again fixed on the blood moon abyss beast horde ahead. Don't get blood splattered all over you. Chapter 30, This ISNT Defense It's a Massacre. The vanguard of the blood moon abyss beast horde was the 5-meter-tall blood moon abyss demon general. Black flames blazed across its body, and the ground shook violently with every step. In its eyes, the row of half-meter-tall, stunted skeletons ahead was nothing but a joke.
They weren't even worthy of being a toothpick.
The Blood Moon Abyss Demon General let out a deafening, maniacal laugh. It gripped the bone-shattering giant axe as wide as a door with both hands. With the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, it swung viciously at the shield skeleton in the very front. It could already picture this pile of worthless bones being reduced to dust. The candidates behind it closed their eyes in terror. Several girls let out desperate screams.
It's over.
With such a terrifying axe, this flimsy wall of bones is bound to be sliced open like tofu.
Clang! A deafening metallic explosion echoed through the valley.
The expected scene of shattering bones never materialized. Instead, the moment the bone-slicing giant axe struck the dark gold tower shield, it shattered into countless pieces of scrap metal. The massive recoil surged back through the axe handle. Blood Moon Abyss's two massive arms instantly erupted in sprays of blood mist. Its massive body staggered backwards several steps before crashing down onto the ground. For the first time, a look of bewilderment and fear flashed in its crimson eyes.
What the hell kind of shield is this?
Lin Mo picked his ear.
That's a really ugly laugh. Get rid of him.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 5,000 mage skeletons behind the bone wall raised their staffs in unison.
No incantations. No wind-up motions.
Over 1,000 pitch-black fireballs instantly coalesced in midair. The seamless wall of fire illuminated the entire soul-shattering valley. The Blood Moon Abyss General stared at the meteor shower overhead, his mouth agape in despair.
It didn't even have time to let out a roar of supplication. Boom!
Over 1,000 fireballs struck its body with pinpoint accuracy.
The raging magical elements exploded instantly. The Blood Moon Abyss Demon General didn't last even a second.
Flesh and bone alike were blown to ashes. Not a single scrap remained. A gust of wind blew, and the dust scattered into the air. This scene marked the beginning of the entire counter-massacre. The tens of thousands of frenzied monsters behind them had already been driven mad by the Blood Moon Abyss's laws. Trampling over the corpses of their comrades, they charged madly toward that white wall of bones.
Then, just like snowflakes falling into scalding lava,
they met their end the moment they touched it. The shield skeletons didn't even need to attack. The terrifying counterattack from their tens of millions of constitution points meant that any monster that collided with the wall was instantly torn to pieces. The mage skeletons, meanwhile, unleashed indiscriminate fire. Fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades. They rained down on the swarm of beasts.
This wasn't a battle.
It was like using a lawnmower to clear weeds. Lin Mo stood in the center of 10,000 skeletons, yawning boredly.
He hadn't even lifted a finger. Those once invincible Blood Moon Abyss monsters fell in droves. The screams lasted less than 5 minutes. The once endless, pitch-black tide of Blood Moon Abyss beasts
had been utterly slaughtered. Outside Soul-Severing Valley, the ground was piled high with dismembered limbs like small mountains. Dark red blood flowed like a river. The thousands of candidates who had narrowly escaped death behind him
were now all left speechless.
They stared blankly at the figure standing before them. A few young men's knees buckled, and they fell to the ground.
This wasn't defense.
It was a one-sided massacre. A young heir to a financial conglomerate, who usually looked down on everyone, scrambled over to Lin Mo's back. His voice trembled, his face a mask of flattery.
Mr. Lin, young Master Lin. Thank you for saving my life.
Once we get out, I'll definitely have my father give you 10 million. No, 100 million is a thank you gift.
Lin Mo didn't even turn his head. Shut up.
I saved you purely because you were screaming so loudly that you were disturbing me. Dare to say another word, and I'll toss you out there too. The young Chabelair shuddered in fear, quickly clamped his hand over his mouth, and scrambled back into the crowd.
No one dared to approach him again.
Lin Mo looked at the corpses littering the ground and frowned.
It's too messy. Clean this up immediately and extract the crystal nuclei. Upon receiving the order, the army of skeletons immediately scattered.
They sheathed their staffs and tower shields and deftly drew their dark gold daggers. With swift movements, they began rummaging through the monsters' corpses.
With a single slash to the skull, they precisely extracted the crystal nuclei and tossed them into sacks nearby.
Their skilled movements were even more professional than those of seasoned butchers.
Meanwhile,
on the floating grandstand in the central square of Jiangnan City, the giant screens, which had gone completely black due to interference from the Blood Moon Abyss, suddenly flickered a few times. As the Blood Moon Abyss monster was blown to ashes, the Blood Moon Abyss laws within the exam hall began to weaken. The surveillance feed was restored. The mayor and the director of the Education Bureau had been slumped in their chairs in despair. Seeing the screen light up, they lunged forward.
It's back. The surveillance is back. Quick, check on the kids. My job is safe. Qinghan also halted her motion to cleave the void.
She whipped her head around, staring intently at the giant screen. Given the advance of the Blood Moon Abyss monsters,
the desolate ruins should now be littered with the candidates' severed limbs. But
when she saw the footage switching to the main screen, every single high-ranking figure in the stands fell collectively silent.
The vast plaza was so still you could hear a pin drop. On the screen,
there were no candidates lying in rivers of blood. Only the corpses of Blood Moon Abyss monsters littered the ground. Those ferocious beasts that struck terror into the hearts of all high-tier class users now lay piled up like trash. And amidst the heaps of corpses, thousands upon thousands of half-meter-tall little skeletons, wielding knives, were laboriously prying out crystal nuclei. They rubbed the blood-stained nuclei against the grass. Then, they scampered over to Lin Mo, placing them into the bag at his feet as if seeking praise. Lin Mo, however, looked utterly disgusted. Wipe them clean before bringing them over. They reek of blood. The scene was utterly absurd. Yet it was so real it sent a chill down one's spine. The mayor rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh hard. The pain made him wince.
Did he kill all these Blood Moon Abyss monsters by himself? 5 minutes? Slaughtered over 10,000 Blood Moon Abyss monsters?
The mayor stuttered, his voice thick with terror.
The director of education gasped repeatedly. His obese body trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind. No wonder his points skyrocketed so fast. He wasn't taking an exam, he was stocking up. The principal of First High School looked as pale as a ghost. He recalled how he had previously boasted that Lin Mo was a good-for-nothing. Now it seemed he was the real clown. What kind of monster had the Lin family abandoned? Qinghan gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. The veins on the back of her hand bulged. Her usually calm and composed sword heart was now churning with a colossal storm. Her gaze was fixed intently on Lin Mo's lazy, carefree face. A newly awakened novice, facing a rank Blood Moon Abyss fisher. Not only did he not run away, but he charged head-on and ended the battle in 5 minutes? Even cleaning up the battlefield was done with such skill and professionalism? Those geniuses in the imperial capital who looked down on everyone, they weren't even worthy of tying his shoes. This overturned everything she believed. Forget imperial capital geniuses, forget rank classes. In the face of this flip-flop wearing youth, they were all a joke. Those blind fools in Jiangnan City, how could they have driven such a godlike being out of their homes as a worthless outcast? Qinghan released her grip on the sword hilt. The blade slid back into its sheath with a crisp click. She took a deep breath. Her gaze was filled with complexity as she stared at the figure on the screen, who looked like a great demon lord. Her muttered words rang out with startling clarity in the silent stands. This isn't even a rank. A hint of unmasked trembling crept into Qinghan's voice. A single man forms an army, crushing the Blood Moon Abyss. This is a nation-destroying strategic weapon. Chapter 31, The King Returns, The Fate of Deserters. As the monsters of the Blood Moon Abyss were slaughtered to the last, the blood-red vortex hovering over the desolate ruins collapsed completely. The countdown for the mandatory closure of the exam site lit up in the sky.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless flashes of white light streaked across the sky, and the surviving candidates were teleported en masse back to the central square of Jiangnan City. The air above the square was thick with the heavy, labored breathing of those who had narrowly escaped death. Lin Mo's feet had barely touched the ground when before he even had a chance to crush the soda can in his hand. Whoosh! Hundreds, even thousands, of blood-soaked candidates spontaneously surged toward him. There was no pushing or shoving, nor any loud commotion. Everyone stopped 3 meters away from Lin Mo, spontaneously forming a massive circle. Their eyes were filled with fervent adoration and awe. A boy, his face smeared with blood, suddenly bent down and bowed deeply. "Thank you, God Lin, for saving our lives." Immediately, thousands of candidates who had narrowly escaped death all bent at the waist in unison. A deafening roar echoed across the entire square. "Thank you, God Lin, for saving our lives." Not a single person felt ashamed. In that desperate valley of despair, it was this figure in flip-flops who had stood his ground, blocking the gates of hell. Lin Mo was a bit annoyed by this sudden commotion. He casually tossed the empty soda can, sending it flying straight into a trash can in the distance. "Move aside, you're blocking my way home to catch some sleep." The crowd immediately parted like the Red Sea, respectfully clearing a wide path for him. Just as Lin Mo was walking out, another teleportation array at the edge of the square lit up. Lin Yu tumbled out of the white light, half rolling, half crawling. His silver light armor had long since been reduced to shards of scrap metal, and his body was covered in bloody gashes from thorns. His hair was a tangled mess, making him look even more bedraggled than a street beggar. Lin Yu. Wanxiu, who had been waiting anxiously below the stands, spotted her precious son at once. She let out a shriek, then charged toward him like a madwoman in her high heels, pulling Lin Yu into a tight embrace. Jinhai also ran over, his eyes red with worry. "Lin Yu, are you okay? You scared your dad to death." Seeing his parents, Lin Yu's taut nerves finally relaxed. He immediately put on a look of resilience, as if he'd endured great hardship. Tears welled up instantly, streaming down his mud-stained cheeks. "Dad, Mom, it was terrifying." Lin Yu's voice trembled just enough to be convincing. "That was the Blood Moon Abyss Demon General. I led the team in a desperate fight and killed so many monsters. But there were just too many of them. Our squad got scattered." While crying, Lin Yu didn't forget to play up his heroic persona. "To cover my teammates' retreat, I lured the Blood Moon Abyss Demon General away all by myself. I almost didn't make it back." He spoke these words through tears, his voice filled with noble resolve. Several reporters who had just gathered around immediately raised their recorders and cameras. Wanxiu was so overcome with emotion that she couldn't stop crying, gently stroking Lin Yu's face. "Good boy, you're a true hero. The Lin family is so proud of you." Jinhai, too, wore a look of deep satisfaction as he straightened his back and surveyed the crowd. "Did all you reporters hear that? My son isn't just a ranked gaming prodigy, he's a leader with a sense of responsibility." "Bullshit!" A furious roar suddenly erupted from the back of the crowd. The voice, laced with endless fury and venom, instantly drowned out Jinhai's boasting. Lin Yu shuddered, a flicker of disbelief and panic flashing in his eyes. The knight who had been holding the massive shield moments ago emerged from the teleportation array, covered in blood. His left arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly severed. The assassin and priest behind him supported him, their eyes burning with fierce rage. They weren't dead. Lin Mo's army of 10,000 skeletons had pushed back through the map, clearing out every monster in the entire ruins of despair. They had just managed to save these unlucky few who had nearly been chopped to mincemeat by the Blood Moon Abyss Demon General. The knight's eyes were bloodshot as he charged through the crowd like a raging bull. Jinhai frowned, about to adopt his bossy demeanor to scold him. "What are you doing?" Before he could finish, the knight suddenly surged past Jinhai and swung his intact right arm. Aiming for Lin Yu's pitiful-looking face, he swung it in a wide arc and slapped him hard. Smack! The knight put every ounce of his strength into that slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed particularly loudly across the square.
Lin Yu didn't even have time to scream. He was spun halfway around on the spot by the force of the blow. Blood mixed with a few teeth spurted from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Yu! Wanqiu screamed, frantically pushing the knight. You're crazy! How dare you, a bodyguard, hit your master? The knight shoved Wanqiu aside and pointed at Lin Yu on the ground, cursing furiously. Put! He doesn't deserve to be called a master. Don't let this hypocrite fool you all. The knight turned to face all the cameras and the gathered students. His voice was hoarse with rage. When we encountered the Blood Moon Abyss Demon General, he ordered the four of us to go ahead as bait. But he himself rode the Frost Bone Dragon and fled without looking back, leaving us behind. The assassin behind him stepped forward as well, gritting his teeth as he testified. That's right. He said with his own mouth that it was our honor to act as his dogs and buy him time. If it weren't for a big shot who stepped in later to clear out the monsters, the four of us would have been monster fodder long ago. What a load of bullshit about covering for teammates. He is nothing but a cold-blooded, heartless deserter. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. The reporters, who moments ago had regarded Lin Yu as a hero, instantly turned against him. Countless camera flashes went off frantically, and microphones and cameras were practically shoved right under Lin Yu's nose. Mr. Lin Yu, is what they're saying true? Did you really sacrifice your teammates to escape? Is the ranking genius the Lin family has always touted actually a coward who betrays his comrades at heart? The reporters' questions grew sharper by the second, piercing Lin Yu's heart like knives. Lin Yu clutched his swollen cheek, his mind going blank. The noble persona he had taken such pride in crumbled completely under the weight of that slap and the barrage of accusations, shattering into a pile of debris on the ground. Jinhai panicked. He knew all too well what this scandal would mean for the Lin family if it got out. Stop filming. Get out of here, all of you. Jinhai spread his arms to block the camera, shouting threats. This is slander. I'm suing you. Have your newspaper delete this footage immediately, or I'll make sure you can't survive in Jiangnan City. Wanqiu, acting like a shrew, lunged to snatch the camera from the reporter's hands. But they had completely underestimated the fury of the surrounding crowd. During this rank Blood Moon Abyss Rift intrusion, many parents had witnessed their children's gruesome deaths right from the stands. They were desperate for an outlet for their pent-up rage. Now, witnessing Lin Yu's cowardly, self-serving, and treacherous behavior coupled with the arrogant and domineering attitude of his parents, it was the final straw. A middle-aged man who had lost his son, his eyes bloodshot, charged forward. He kicked Jinhai squarely in the stomach. Can't operate here? I'll make sure you can't operate here today. My son is fighting for his life in there, while the beasts in your family are using other people's lives to fill their own holes. Beat these shameless bloodsuckers to death. That single kick served as the spark. The angry parents and a group of righteous players nearby surged forward in a frenzy. The Lin family's bodyguards, who had originally intended to protect their boss, saw the public outrage and immediately took to their heels. The situation spiraled out of control in an instant. Fists and leather shoes rained down on Jinhai and Wanqiu. Jinhai's expensive suit was torn to shreds, and his luxury watch was crushed under someone's foot. He clutched his head with both hands, rolling on the ground in agony and wailing. Wanqiu's haute couture gown was also ripped apart, her hair disheveled like a madwoman's. She was slapped hard across the face by someone, her clothes splattered with spit. Stop hitting us. We're from the Lin group. Wanqiu's cries were drowned out by the angry curses. Lin Yu cowered beneath his parents, trembling. He looked at the hate-filled stares all around him, watching his parents being pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly. He knew he was finished. The Lin family was finished too. Just then, through a gap in the crowd, Lin Yu spotted Lin Mo in the distance. Lin Mo was standing in a relatively quiet corner. He watched the chaotic scene unfolding here, a faint, ambiguous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There was no sympathy, nor was there mockery. It was simply as if he were looking at a pile of non-recyclable trash. Lin Mo averted his gaze, turned slowly,
and walked toward the exit of the square in his flip-flops.
Behind him,
Xinghan stood at the edge of the floating grandstand, her eyes fixed on that slightly slouching figure. She took a deep breath and coldly ordered the attendants behind her. Prepare the Dragon God Academy as highest level special admission agreement immediately. Let him name his own terms.
Chapter 32, Results Announced, A Crushing Victory. The chaos in Jiangnan City South Central Square continued.
Zhenhai and Wanxiu were surrounded by furious parents. Their expensive coats had been torn to shreds. Lin Yu lay face down in the muddy water, playing dead, too terrified to look up.
Just as the commotion reached its peak,
a piercing screech suddenly blared from the microphone on the floating grandstand. The sound was as tangible as solid matter, instantly drowning out all the noise in the square.
Everyone instinctively covered their ears and looked up.
Xinghan, wearing a silvery white trench coat, walked expressionlessly to the very front of the grandstand. She held a freshly printed transcript in her hand. Those eyes, usually cold and haughty, now burned with an unprecedented intensity. Her gaze swept past the tens of thousands of disheveled test-takers. It locked onto Lin Mo, who stood at the edge of the square, fiddling with the pull tab of a soda can.
Silence.
Xinghan coldly uttered those two words.
The aura of a level 40 powerhouse radiated out through the loudspeakers. The square fell instantly silent.
Even the parents who had been in the heat of the moment stopped what they were doing and stepped aside. The first round of the wilderness survival test has been terminated early due to the sudden opening of a blood moon abyss fissure. Xinghan's voice was crisp and decisive, without a word of preamble.
I will now announce the final rankings for this round of the assessment.
She didn't bother activating the holographic screen behind her, instead reading directly from the list in her hand.
Second place, Lin Yu.
Hearing his name, Lin Yu, who had been lying face down on the ground, shuddered violently. He jerked his head up, a flash of uncontrollable elation crossing his swollen, red face. Even after being publicly exposed for his cowardly escape, he was still in second place. In this world where strength reigns supreme, as long as his results were solid enough, clearing his name was only a matter of time.
Zhenhai and Wanxiu also stopped wailing, as if they grasped their last lifeline.
They hurriedly helped each other to their feet.
Points, 3,500.
As Xinghan announced the number, a hint of undisguised mockery curled at the corners of his mouth. As the captain of a team equipped with top-tier resources. After the monsters descended upon the Blood Moon Abyss, you failed to secure a single valid kill throughout the entire battle. You scraped together this pitiful score solely by grinding low-level monsters in the early stages.
Xinghan looked down on Lin Yu from above.
His gaze was as if he were looking at a pile of stinking dog shit. A coward who only knows how to sacrifice his teammates to save his own skin. These 3,500 points are nothing short of an insult to this grand trial.
A deafening chorus of boos and curses erupted throughout the arena once more.
The ecstasy on Lin Yu's face froze instantly. He bit down hard on his lip, a trickle of blood seeping out. His fingernails dug deep into the tender flesh of his palms.
How dare she?
How dare this high and mighty Imperial Capital Special Envoy humiliate him like this in public? Lin Yu hung his head, his eyes bloodshot with jealousy and venom.
First place.
Xinghan paid no heed to Lin Yu's impotent rage. She raised her voice, a faint tremor one she herself hadn't even noticed creeping into her tone.
Everyone in the square pricked up their ears.
Everyone wanted to know, just how many points had that monster who had summoned an army of 10,000 skeletons from the ruins of despair scored?
Lin Mo.
Xinghan's gaze locked once more on that frail figure in flip-flops.
Score, 1,500,000 points. Boom.
The moment that number was announced, the entire square felt as if a bombshell had been dropped. Everyone felt their minds buzz and completely freeze up.
1,500,000?
The school principals and guild masters in the stands all gaped in disbelief. Their jaws nearly hit the floor.
What? 1,500,000 points? Did I hear that right?
Second place only got 3,500, and he just racked up 1,500,000.
This isn't just a landslide, it's like he's kicking everyone else straight into the depths of hell. Someone frantically crunched the numbers in their head.
1,500,000 points, compared to Lin US 3,500. That's a difference of nearly 500 times. It was a dimension-shattering blow from a completely different realm. Jinhai slumped to the ground, his flabby body trembling. He stared blankly at his own son in the distance, who hadn't even glanced his way once. The number 1,500,000 echoed endlessly in his mind. Regret felt like a rusty saw, sawing back and forth through his heart. If only Lin Mo were still in the Lin family. This achievement, enough to shake the entire Longhua district, would have belonged to the Lin group. The Lin family would have soared to new heights by now. But now, it was all a pipe dream. At the edge of the square, Lin Mo yawned boredly. Only 1.5 million. If I'd known those skeletons were going to scrape for crystal cores, I should had them plow the ground while they were at it. Qinghan took a deep breath, forcing down the shock she felt. In front of all the dignitaries and examinees of Jiangnan City, she had just made a decision that defied convention.
Student Lin Mo.
Qinghan's tone turned serious, even carrying a sense of respect befitting an equal conversation. Given your abilities, you no longer need to participate in any further assessments. She strode to the edge of the stands and placed both hands on the railing. I speak on behalf of the admissions office of Dragon God Academy, the highest institution of learning in the Dragon Kingdom. I am now formally extending a special admission invitation to you. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone held their breath, unable to believe their ears. A special admission offer from Dragon God Academy? Since Jiangnan City was founded, no one had ever been granted the privilege of entering Dragon God Academy without taking the entrance exams. Not even Lin Yu, the so-called ranked genius, was eligible for such treatment.
All you have to do is nod.
Qinghan continued to lay out her most compelling offers, her eyes burning with intensity. You can skip all the exams and enter Dragon God Academy's core class directly.
The academy will provide you with a full scholarship at the highest level.
Skill books and high-grade materials from the treasure vault. You may choose whatever you like. Furthermore, I can personally serve as your mentor.
This is madness.
The guild masters and university presidents in the stands were all stunned into silence.
Dragon God Academy was essentially treating this prodigy like a living deity.
Lin Yu lay sprawled in the mud, listening to the terms Qinghan laid out. His eyes burned with jealousy, red as if they might bleed. This glory should have been his. The highest honors reserved for a genius of his rank. Now it had all been snatched away by that trash of a rank. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with envy and awe, turned in unison toward Lin Mo. Everyone assumed this boy from the slums would be so thrilled he'd accept on the spot. After all, this was a direct ticket to the pinnacle of power in Dragon Nation. But Lin Mo just scratched his head.
Admission without an exam, huh? Sounds pretty convenient. No more getting up early to fight monsters.
He looked up at Qinghan, who stood high above them.
Does it include room and board?
I'm a bit picky about beds. If the dorm beds are too hard, I'm not going.
The entire crowd burst into laughter.
The Dragon God Academy had offered such outrageous terms.
And the one thing this guy cared about most was whether the bed was hard enough?
That was just infuriating.
Qinghan was momentarily taken aback.
A rare look of astonishment flashed across her icy face, but she quickly regained her composure.
Dragon God Academy will arrange the finest private villa for you. Whatever kind of bed you want, I'll have them buy it for you.
Qinghan replied with unwavering certainty. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction.
All right, let us talk about it after tomorrow's exam.
I still need to claim the prize for topping the college entrance exams. I can't come all this way for nothing.
Qinghan gave Lin Mo a deep look but didn't press him further.
Very well. The gates of Dragon God Academy will always be open to you. She turned around and cast a cold glance at the other candidates below.
Tomorrow's second round of assessments, the one-on-one arena matches, will proceed as scheduled.
Dismissed.
With that, Qinghan left the stands without looking back.
The crowd in the square began to slowly disperse. Everyone was buzzing with excitement about the miracle that had just unfolded.
The name Lin Mo was destined to echo throughout all of Jiangnan City today.
Lin Mo, hands in his pockets, strolled out slowly in his flip-flops.
He didn't even glance at the three members of the Lin family.
Jinhai slumped on the ground, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He turned his head to look at Linyu, who was covered in mud. The pride that had once filled his eyes was gone, replaced by endless frustration and anger.
"Look at the mess you've made." Jinhai growled through clenched teeth, his voice low. "Didn't you say he was a good-for-nothing? 1,500,000 points. This is the good-for-nothing you were talking about. You've completely disgraced the Lin family today."
Wanqiu sat beside him, not daring to utter a word. That slap and the beating from the crowd had already shattered her air of a high society lady.
Chapter 33, The Lin Family's Hail Mary. Tears of the Sea God. The Lin family villa in the affluent district of Jiangnan City.
Not a single main light was on in the living room late that night. Only a few dim wall sconces barely illuminated the chaos strewn across the floor. The precious antique porcelain that had adorned the room during the day had long since been smashed into a pile of shards. All the servants in the villa had been dismissed. The entire hall was eerily quiet, exuding a lifeless atmosphere. Jinhai sat on the sofa, his hands clutching his hair tightly. He hadn't changed out of his expensive shirt yet it hung on him like a tattered rag. His eyes were bloodshot, his eye sockets sunken. He looked just like a wolf cornered to the brink of despair. Wanqiu sat nearby, wiping away her tears. Her once well-maintained face was now severely swollen, bearing several distinct handprints. Lin Yu curled up on the armchair, trembling all over. He clutched the vial of red rage potion tightly to his chest, his knuckles turning white.
"Stop crying. Don't you think you've made a fool of yourself enough already?" Jinhai snapped his head up and bellowed at Wanqiu. Wanqiu shuddered in fear, quickly covering her mouth, not daring to breathe a single breath. Jinhai stood up and strode toward the secret room at the back of the living room. A moment later, he emerged holding an antique black wooden box. He slammed the box down hard on the coffee table. Lin Yu jumped in surprise and looked up at the wooden box. "Dad, what is this?"
Jinhai said nothing, reaching out to slide open the brass clasp on the box.
Click. The lid sprang open. Inside lay a deep blue, diamond-shaped gemstone. It seemed as though seawater was flowing within the gem, emanating a chilling, eerie aura.
"This is a forbidden treasure passed down through the Lin family for generations."
Jinhai's voice was hoarse, as if it had been sanded down.
"The tears of the sea god." Lin Yu froze. He had never heard of such a thing in his family.
"Dad, what's the use of this?"
Jinhai stared at the gem, a flicker of madness in his eyes. "As long as you embed it into your body, it will forcibly drain your opponent's life force during battle. The life force it absorbs will be entirely converted into a shield around you. The harder your opponent hits you, the thicker the shield becomes and the faster they'll die." Hearing this, Lin Yu sucked in a sharp breath.
Forcibly draining life force?
This was nothing short of the legendary dark arts. "But Dad," Lin Yu swallowed hard, his voice trembling.
"A forbidden artifact like this must have a backlash, right?"
"Of course it does."
Jinhai gave a cold laugh, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu.
"After you use it, you'll be bedridden for a full 2 weeks, every bone in your body aching as if it were being gnawed by ants. But compared to the future of the Lin family, that's nothing." Jinhai snatched up the tear of the sea god. He strode over to Lin Yu and ripped open his shirt at the chest.
"Dad! What are you doing? I don't want to use this."
Lin Yu was terrified out of his wits, scrambling to the corner of the sofa. That excruciating backfire pain, how could he, having been spoiled since childhood, possibly endure it?
"You have no choice."
Jinhai grabbed Lin Yu by the collar and yanked him to his feet. His face was contorted like that of a demon.
"You've brought shame upon the Lin family today in the square."
"That little bastard scored 1.5 million points."
Xinghan wants to recruit him specially.
If you can't beat him in tomorrow's tournament, our Lin family is finished.
Xinhai roared, the veins on his knuckles bulging. Do you think you're still that high and mighty, young master? If you lose tomorrow, you'll be worth less than a stray dog on the street.
Lin Yu was stunned by the outburst. The fear in his eyes was gradually replaced by a deeper, more intense jealousy and venom.
That's right.
If Lin Mo were to climb to the top by stepping on him, he'd never be able to hold his head up again for the rest of his life. Taking advantage of the split-second, Lin Yu was frozen in shock.
Xinhai didn't hesitate to press the deep blue gemstone hard against Lin Yu's chest. Ah! Lin Yu let out a piercing scream.
The tear of the sea god, as if alive, instantly pierced his skin. It burrowed directly into his flesh, leaving a strange, blue-glowing mark on his chest. The excruciating pain caused Lin Yu's body to convulse, sending him tumbling from the sofa onto the carpet. He clawed at his chest in agony, gasping for breath.
Wanqiu wept with heartbreak but dared not step forward to stop him. Xinhai watched coldly as Lin Yu writhed on the floor.
He pulled another black plastic bag from his pocket and dumped its contents onto the coffee table with a clatter. It was filled with syringes and pills of every color. I sold off the company's last remaining shares tonight and bought all this on the black market.
They're all high concentration, short-acting stimulants and mental enhancement potions.
Xinhai crouched down, grabbed Lin Yu by the hair, and forced him to look up. Before you step into the ring tomorrow, swallow every last one of these. Combined with the tears of the sea god, even if Lin Mo summons thousands of skeletons, they won't be able to break through your defenses. Xinhai lowered his voice, every word dripping with bone-chilling murderous intent.
Dead or alive. Tomorrow in the ring, you must completely cripple that little bastard for me. Break every bone in his body, do you hear me? Lin Yu gasped for breath.
The excruciating pain in his chest and the potency of the drugs had completely consumed his sanity. His bloodshot eyes were filled with nothing but a frenzied, murderous intent.
A dozen or so half-meter-tall little skeletons were crouched on the floor.
Like industrious hamsters, they were sorting these crystal cores by attribute and level. Lin Mo walked over to the pile of the highest-grade Blood Moon Abyss Demon General crystal cores. He casually grabbed a handful and tossed them into his mouth as if they were candy.
Crunch, crunch.
Pure, ferocious Blood Moon Abyss energy exploded within him instantly. If this energy had been absorbed by an ordinary person, they would have exploded on the spot. But in Lin Mo's case, it was all forcibly suppressed by the domineering talent deep within his soul and converted into the purest form of experience points.
Earlier in the dungeon, his level had already skyrocketed to 25.
Now, with this handful of high-tier crystal cores consumed, Lin Mo felt a thunderous roar echo in his mind. A solid, invisible barrier was violently shattered.
Breakthrough! The 30th level milestone. Lin Mo closed his eyes, feeling the terrifying power within him multiply exponentially.
His bones grew even tougher, and his muscles brimmed with explosive power. Even his breath carried a heavy, oppressive weight.
Deep within his soul, the status panel underwent yet another qualitative evolution.
There was no notification sound, only a clear, blood-linked sensation. All the base attributes of his summons surged wildly once again. With this 10,000-fold increase, even summoning a random ordinary skeleton now produced stats so outrageous they would leave the examiners outside speechless. What Lin Mo anticipated most was the new mutated form brought about by the breakthrough in his major realm. Lin Mo opened his eyes and walked to the open space in the center of the living room. He snapped his fingers.
Come out, you bold one.
Let me see your new look.
Hum.
A cluster of dark golden light, more intense than ever before, burst forth from the ground.
This summoning was noticeably more powerful than before. The light faded.
A brand new skeletal form appeared before Lin Mo.
Lin Mo looked at the creature before him and couldn't help but laugh.
This skeleton had grown to nearly a meter tall. Most astonishingly, the outer layer of its bones was covered by a layer of ethereal muscle definition formed from dark golden energy. It wore a red sports headband. It wore a tattered black track vest and bright red boxing shorts. Its hands held no weapons. Instead, they were wrapped in rough bandages stained with dark red blood. In its hollow eye sockets, a feverish, combat-ready fire burned. The whole look was just like a muscle-bound demon that had escaped from some underground boxing ring. The name for this form automatically popped into Lin Mo's mind.
Muscle King of Fighters Skeleton. Extremely enhanced close-range burst damage fists inflict shatter and armor-piercing effects. Specializes in taking down all kinds of flashy shields and armor.
The King of Fighters skeleton stood in place, swinging his fists twice in a show of force.
Boom! Boom!
Two dull, explosive thuds reverberated through the living room. The mere gust of wind from his casual swings was enough to send a solid wood coffee table flying across the room.
This pure, unadulterated physical violence was enough to make one's scalp tingle just watching it. Not bad. That design is quite unique.
Lin Mo clapped his hands in satisfaction. He looked at the King of Fighters skeleton, which exuded a sense of violent aesthetics, and a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth.
Tomorrow's tournament match would be a one-on-one battle in a confined space.
It would come down to close-range burst damage and raw power. That good-for-nothing Lin Yu had surely pinned all his hopes on tomorrow's tournament. He figured the entire Lin family was racking their brains tonight, trying to figure out how to deal with him.
Lin Mo walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the dazzling night view of Jiangnan City.
He stretched his arms wide.
Tomorrow's one-on-one arena match. Lin Mo chuckled softly, a hint of casual anticipation in his voice.
Lin Yu, I hope your lizard bones are tough enough. Otherwise, you won't even be fit to serve as a punching bag for my new recruits.
Chapter 34, The Tournament Begins, a Show of Instant Kills. Jiangnan City, First Sports Arena.
The Top 100 tournament officially kicked off.
The venue was already packed to the brim, with even the aisles crammed with enthusiastic spectators.
Hundreds of aerial drones circled above the stadium, broadcasting a real-time, high-definition livestream across the internet. Dazzling spotlights crisscrossed above the ring, and the commentator's voice boomed deafeningly. In the VIP box at the very top of the stands, the mayor, the director of the Education Bureau, and the leaders of major guilds all sat upright and solemn. Once again, the seat of honor was occupied by Qinghan, the imperial capital's special envoy. News of yesterday's incident had been suppressed by higher-ups to the public. It was simply announced as a highly challenging covert test. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops and yawning, walked down the contestants' passage. Dressed like this, he stood out like a guy who'd just woken up and gone downstairs to buy soy sauce amidst a crowd of fully equipped top students. The other contestants around him cast looks of awe and reverence his way. Everyone instinctively cleared a wide path for him, afraid of accidentally bumping into this living legend. The sight of that wall of size composed of 10,000 skeletons in the ruins of despair yesterday had already terrified these prodigies out of their wits. Now, no one wanted to face Lin Mo in the very first match. The massive holographic projection in the center of the gymnasium lit up. The head referee held a microphone, his voice booming throughout the arena. First match of the Top 100 tournament, Lin Mo of First High School versus Wang Meng of Third High School. The entire arena instantly erupted in a deafening roar of cheers. Lin Mo strolled leisurely up the steps to ring one. His opponent, Wang Meng, had already been standing there. The kid stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like rock, veins snaking across his body. In his hands, he held 2 massive mountain-cleaving axes, each weighing well over 100 pounds. Wang Meng was Third High School's top prodigy, a level 15 berserker. He had been teleported to the edge of the ruins yesterday and hadn't witnessed Lin Mo's feat of wiping out 10,000 skeletons with his own eyes. Having only heard the rumors, he refused to accept it. Lin Mo, others may fear you, but I, Wang Meng, do not. Wang Meng slammed the 2 giant axes together with a deafening crash, sending sparks flying, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. In the open field, you can win by the number of summons you cast. The arena is so small, you won't even have room to spread out all those skeletal frames. Today, in front of the whole internet, I'm going to trample you, the top scoring champion, underfoot and use you as my stepping stone.
Lin Mo kept his hands in his pockets, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. "You sure do talk a lot." He snapped his fingers casually. A gray glow flared up on the stone slab beneath his feet. A skeleton soldier, half a meter tall and clutching a rusty iron sword, staggered out. No dark golden aura, no flashy muscle definition. Just the most basic, lowest tier rank summon. With every step, its bones creaked and cracked, as if a gust of wind would blow it apart. Wang Mang felt utterly humiliated. To take on a level 15 prodigy like him, and they descend nothing but a basic skeleton? You dare look down on me? Wang Mang roared in fury, his skin instantly turning crimson, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glint. Berserker form. Activate. Blood-red whirlwind slash. Wang Mang swung his two massive mountain-splitting axes, his entire body transforming into a blood-red tornado. With a momentum capable of shattering the heavens and earth, he swept toward Lin Mo with unstoppable force. The gale carved deep fissures into the steel-forged arena floor. The spectacle was utterly terrifying. Lin Mo stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Go, slap him. Upon receiving the order, a ghostly flame flickered in the little skeleton's hollow eye sockets. It walked straight toward the terrifying blood-red tornado. It made no evasive maneuvers and cast no spells. The little skeleton walked up to the tornado and casually raised a pale, bony claw. Aiming at the rapidly spinning Wang Mang, it delivered a backhand slap. Smack! The crisp, loud sound of a slap echoed throughout the entire arena. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. That terrifying blood-red tornado seemed to have been forcibly paused, coming to an abrupt halt. The two massive axes, each weighing over 100 pounds, instantly flew from his hands, crashing far away at the edge of the ring. Immediately afterward, Wang Meng's 2-meter-tall, burly frame was sent flying backward through the air at a speed 10 times faster than when he had charged in. His face visibly swelled into a purple dumpling, and several bloodied teeth flew from his mouth. Without even a scream, he flew off the stage, his eyes rolled back. With a boom, he slammed heavily into the protective wall beneath the stands. He was stuck fast, impossible to pry loose. The entire arena fell deathly silent. The referee's whistle dropped straight to the ground. The timer on the big screen froze at an absurd figure. 2 seconds. From the start of the match to Wang Mang flying out of the ring, it took a mere 2 seconds. And that included the time it took for Wang Mang to deliver his taunt and begin the wind-up for his ultimate move. Several seconds passed before the live stream chat exploded. A dense barrage of text instantly covered the entire holographic screen. Holy shit! What just happened? That Berserker's ultimate cast animation wasn't even finished yet, was it? And he got slapped right out of the arena like that? What kind of damage is that? Was that really just a regular skeleton? Forget brute force overcomes skill, this is absolute dominance. That's insane. He didn't even use a skill, he just slapped the guy right out of the arena. The audience on site was left with their hair standing on end. The rest of the match devolved into a one-man instant kill show by Lin Mo. In the second match, the opponent was a prodigious mage. The mage had barely raised his staff and uttered 3 syllables of his frost spell. The little skeleton teleported right in front of him and delivered a flying kick to his stomach. The mage flew off the stage like a broken sack, spewing acid all over the floor. Time taken, 1.5 seconds. In the fifth match, the opponent was an assassin lurking in the shadows. The assassin activated advanced stealth, circling behind Lin Mo to prepare for a backstab. Without even turning his head, the little skeleton delivered a backhand slap into thin air, accompanied by a piercing, muffled groan. The assassin was instantly stripped of his disguise, rolled frantically on the ground a dozen times, tumbled off the stage, and passed out on the spot. Time taken, 1 second. Round 8, the opponent was an extremely agile ranger archer. He had just drawn his longbow, preparing to kite using his positioning. The little skeleton found running over too much of a hassle, so he casually picked up a shard of stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might.
The stone, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, struck the archer's bow with pinpoint accuracy. The massive impact sent both bow and archer flying through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc.
Time taken, less than a second. 10 straight wins.
A completely unsurprising 10-game winning streak. In every match, regardless of the opponent's class or whatever flashy special moves they possessed,
none of them lasted more than a single move.
That skeleton soldier, which looked like it could fall apart at any moment, had become the ultimate nightmare for all the contestants. As soon as it raised its hand, someone on the opposing side was guaranteed to be flung off the stage.
Precise, efficient, brutal. In the VIP box, the mayor and a group of guild leaders were completely dumbfounded. They knew Lin Mo was strong. They witnessed his terrifying summoning numbers just yesterday. They never imagined that the quality of the individual units Lin Mo summoned would be this monstrously high. Even the most basic common unit could treat all these so-called geniuses like a soccer ball. Qinghan sat in the seat of honor.
She had long since set down the fine bone china teacup in her hand. Her icy eyes were fixed intently on the skeleton soldier on the stage, who was idly picking at the dirt. The longer she watched, the deeper her sense of dread grew. As a level 40 prodigy, her judgment was razor sharp. Throughout the previous 10 matches, she had been trying to use her mental power to sense the skeleton's maximum stats. No matter how fierce the opponent's attacks were, no matter how heavy its blows landed. When the skeleton counterattacked, the mana fluctuations emanating from its body remained as still as a stagnant pool. There was no sign of energy depletion, no hidden trump card for a burst attack. It was as effortless as a human casually brushing a speck of dust off their clothes.
Qinghan's breathing began to quicken.
She had discovered a fact that sent a chill down her spine.
She couldn't see through it.
She, a mighty level 40 ranked ice sword master, couldn't even read the stats of a ranked skeleton. Within that gray, decaying skeleton, it seemed as though a bottomless ocean lay hidden. Every instant kill from moments ago was merely an insignificant droplet splashing from the surface of that ocean. This defied all common sense for a class user.
Just how high is the power ceiling of this summon?
Qinghan muttered to herself, her voice so low only she could hear it. Her gaze shifted away from the skeleton and landed on Lin Mo, who stood with his hands in his pockets, a bored expression on his face. Lin Mo was yawning, seemingly annoyed that the match was dragging on, delaying his return to his afternoon nap.
Qinghan's fingers clenched tightly.
A sense of danger unlike anything she'd ever felt swept through her body in an instant.
She knew it all too well. If she were the one standing in the ring right now, facing that seemingly ordinary little skeleton, she wouldn't even be completely confident she could perfectly block that unremarkable slap from earlier. This teenager's true depth was so profound it was downright terrifying. Chapter 35, Fated Showdown, Meeting in the Finals. The top 100 tournament at the first gymnasium was progressing at breakneck speed. Ring 1 had become a no-go zone for all competitors. Without exception, every opponent who faced Lin Mo was sent flying with a single strike from that skeleton soldier. The audience had shifted from initial shock to utter numbness. On the other side, at Ring 2, the atmosphere was thick with a sickening stench of blood. Lin Yu had also fought his way into the finals. His path to the finals had left everyone in the arena speechless. In the semifinals, Lin Yu faced the top tank from 4th high school. That tank was notorious for his thick skin and heavy build. A single earth-shaking hammer strike landed on Lin Yu with a force of 1,000 Jun. Lin Yu didn't even try to dodge.
The moment the hammer struck, a strange, deep blue glow erupted from Lin Yu's chest. It was the shield counterattack of the Tear of the Sea God. Not only did the shield warrior fail to inflict any damage, but he let out a piercing scream. He felt as though more than half of his vital energy had been instantly drained from his body. His entire body shriveled at a visible speed, and his legs gave way as he collapsed to his knees. Lin Yu was like a mad dog that had lost its mind. His eyes bloodshot, he cackled maniacally as he swung his top-tier staff. He used frost magic to freeze the shield warrior's legs solid. Then he walked over and, in front of the entire livestream, shattered the opponent's kneecaps inch by inch. If the head referee hadn't forcibly intervened, that Shield warrior would have been tortured to death right there on the spot. Lin Yu's brutal and savage tactics sent a chill down the spines of the entire audience. Everyone could tell something was off about his demeanor. That frenzied look, he didn't resemble a normal genius at all, he was clearly a gambler driven to the brink of desperation. Now, the final showdown had arrived. The referee's voice boomed across the arena. Jiangnan City Grand Exam, Finals. First High School S Lin Mo versus First High School S Lin Yu. All the spotlights instantly converged on the largest central ring. All eyes were on him. Lin Yu stepped onto the lift platform and rose slowly. He had long since discarded the tattered set of silver light armor, replacing it with a dark red combat suit. He exuded an intense, violent aura. High concentration, short-acting stimulants were racing wildly through his veins. The backlash pain from the tears of the sea god was forcibly suppressed by the drug's effects. It was transformed into an endless stream of frenzied mana. Lin Yu stared intently at the lift shaft on the opposite side of the stage, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Lin Mo strolled up slowly. He was still wearing that old, faded t-shirt, his feet in cheap flip-flops that cost 10 yuan a pair. One hand was stuffed in his pocket, while the other held a half-empty bottle of Coke. He didn't even bother to look at Lin Yu across from him. Lin Mo. Lin Yu ground out those two words through clenched teeth. He threw his head back and let out a hoarse, maniacal laugh. You didn't expect this, did you? That I'd still be standing here. Lin Yu jutted his staff toward Lin Mo's nose, his voice echoing through the vast gymnasium. Out in the open terrain, you had the advantage with your summon count. But now we're on a one-on-one stage. Your bony frame can't spread out, I'll see what you've got to fight me with. Lin Yu's features were contorted with jealousy and excitement. A loser will always be a loser. Today, I'll make you open your dog eyes and see clearly what true rank power looks like. I'm going to stomp you into the mud, inch by inch, right in front of the whole internet. In the corner of the front row of the stands, Shanhai and Wanqiu were clinging desperately to the barrier. Their hair was disheveled, long gone was the dignity of Jiangnan City's elite. They had squandered the Lin family's last remaining fortune on those banned substances. They had even taken out high-interest loans from the underground black market. If they lost this match, they would have to jump off the building. Hearing Lin Yu's maniacal laughter, Shanhai roared back like a madman. Kill him. Lin Yu. Kill him. Jinhai's eyes were bloodshot, his voice shrill as a duck's squawk. Use every trick in your arsenal, crush him right here on the ring. Let him see what happens to those who betray the Lin family. Wanqiu joined in the frenzied shouting. Ignoring the contemptuous glances from the surrounding audience, her face was twisted with venom. Kill him. Prove you're the strongest. You're the Lin family's only son, you must win. The couple's disgraceful spectacle was broadcast across the internet via the live stream. The comments section was flooded with insults, all mocking the Lin family for their shamelessness. On the stage, Lin Mo listened to the howling and wailing from the crowd below, then picked his ear with a sigh of resignation. A whole family of manic depressives. He casually tossed the empty soda can off the stage and turned to face Lin Yu, who had descended into madness. Seeing Lin Yu in this state, neither human nor ghost Lin Mo suddenly found it somewhat amusing. A fake young master who'd been fawned over to the heavens, yet in the end could only rely on such low-life banned substances to save face. It was the height of irony. Lin Mo didn't even feel the urge to summon a new unit. Against a weakling propped up by external forces, calling out the Muscle King would be a complete waste of effort. Lin Mo slowly withdrew his hand. He snapped his fingers crisply in midair. Snap. A dull, grayish glow flared up in the center of the ring. A half-meter-tall skeleton soldier staggered out of the light. In its hand was still that same rusty, chipped iron sword. Its bones creaked with every step, looking every bit like a defective product that could fall apart at any moment. The entire audience froze for a moment. Facing a powerhouse like Lin Yu, who was at the peak of his abilities, Lin Mo had actually only summoned this most basic creature.
Lin Mo slipped his hands back into his pockets. He looked at Lin Yu, his tone flat and devoid of any emotion. A scum like you, do you even deserve to see the depth of my power? Lin Mo tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of casual mockery. Come on. Let me see how many pills you've popped and how many slaps you can take. Chapter 36, Absolute Defense? As fragile as paper. The atmosphere on the stage was so oppressive it was suffocating. Lin Yu's eyes were terrifyingly red, like a wild beast cornered with its back against the wall. He glared intently at Lin Mo across from him, his chest heaving violently. High-concentration stimulants were burning wildly through his veins. Stop putting on this act. Lin Yu bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing through the empty gymnasium. A worthless skeleton, do you really think it can protect you for the rest of your life? Today, I'll show you what kind of heritage you can't even hope to match. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Yu violently ripped open the front of his combat uniform. A deep blue diamond-shaped gem was clearly embedded in his flesh. The gem was emitting a heart-stopping eerie blue glow. This was the forbidden treasure the Lin family had scraped together from every last penny, the tear of the sea god. Accompanied by Lin Yu's agonized and frenzied howl, the gem burst into brilliant light. An incredibly thick, deep blue light barrier instantly enveloped him and the frost bone dragon behind him, shielding them completely. Ancient magical runes, resembling rippling water, flowed across the surface of the barrier, making it appear indestructible. In the VIP boxes on the stands, several influential figures instantly paled. The mayor leapt to his feet and shouted, pointing at the arena. That's the Lin family's heirloom. The tears of the sea god. That thing can forcibly absorb an opponent's life force and convert it into a shield. It's said to be able to block a full power strike from a level 40 powerhouse. The director of education wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face filled with anxiety. Using a forbidden artifact of this caliber in a one-on-one arena match? That's utterly shameless. Qinghan sat in the seat of honor, staring expressionlessly at the arena. It's not a violation. Her voice was cold and detached, cutting off the others' protests. In a life-or-death battle, one's resources and wealth are inherently part of one's strength. To have forced the Lin family to bring out such a life-saving item, Lin Mo has already won half the battle. Though she spoke these words, her eyes were fixed intently on Lin Mo. A full power strike from a level 40 powerhouse. Even if she were to step into the arena herself, breaking through the turtle shell would be no easy feat. She was eager to see if Lin Mo, that bottomless little skeleton, could actually cleave through that impenetrable defense. In the front row of the stands, Jinhai watched as his son activated the tear of the sea god, jumping up and down with excitement. Yes. That's it. Lin Yu, don't give him a moment's respite, crush him and his bones to dust. Wan Qiu was cheering him on wildly from the side, her face contorted to the extreme. On the stage, Lin Yu felt the indestructible azure shield surrounding him, and the fear in his heart was finally completely suppressed. The side effects of the berserker potion filled him with a sickening desire for destruction. Lin Mo. What do you have to fight me with? I'm standing right here for you to strike, you worthless piece of bone can't even break through my defense. Lin Yu swung the top-tier magic staff in his hand with all his might, aiming straight for Lin Mo's forehead. Die! Behind him, the frost bone dragon let out a deafening, piercing roar to the heavens. Its massive bone wings spread wide. The temperature across the entire arena instantly dropped below freezing. Countless sharp icicles formed in the air. The frost bone dragon opened its gaping maw. A colossal stream of blue dragon breath, laced with frigid ice spikes, surged forth like a bursting flood. Carrying a terrifying, all-consuming force, it roared toward Lin Mo. Wherever the dragon breath passed, the steel-forged floor of the arena cracked and shattered, curling upward. The entire audience gasped in unison. The timid girls immediately covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the carnage to come. This was a full power strike from a ranked hidden class. Enhanced by a berserk potion, this single blast of dragon breath would instantly vaporize even a level 30 protection warrior.
Lin Mo stood rooted to the spot, not moving a single step. His hands remained casually tucked into his pockets. Facing the overwhelming, freezing dragoness breath sweeping toward him, his gaze didn't flicker in the slightest. He didn't even bother summoning other mutated units. He merely tilted his head slightly, glancing at the skeleton soldier standing in front of him. Smash it! Lin Mo uttered those two words indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable air of absolute command. The moment the order was given, the small skeleton, which looked as if it might fall apart at any moment, moved. A flash of eerie blue soulfire flared in its hollow eye sockets. Its ashen kneecaps bent slightly. Then, the entire withered skeleton leaped high into the air like a cannonball. There were no flashy magical effects. No earth-shattering skill effects. The little skeleton simply relied on the terrifying burst of power granted by tens of thousands of agility points to propel itself into the air. It gripped the rusty, chipped iron sword with both hands. Facing that incredibly thick, frigid dragoness breath, it swung down with all its might. It was the simplest of vertical slashes. Whoosh! There was no explosion. No stalemate of clashing mana. Only physical force in its purest form. That terrifying dragoness breath, capable of freezing even high-grade steel to shards, the moment it touched the rusty iron sword. It was as if soft, mushy tofu had met a red-hot blade. It was split in two without the slightest resistance. The split dragon breath gushed wildly down both sides of the little skeleton's body. It flew past Lin Mo's body, slamming violently into the protective shield behind the arena. The shield flickered frantically, and a piercing alarm blared. Yet not a single strand of hair on Lin Mo's head was even touched by the cold. The live chat across all streaming platforms froze in an eerie silence at that very moment. Everyone was stunned speechless by the savage sight of a bare-handed strike splitting a dragon's breath. The little skeleton's movements didn't stop after cleaving the dragon's breath. Harnessing the terrifying momentum of its descent, it gripped the iron sword tightly with both hands, like a gray-white meteor, and plunged straight toward Lin Yu's position. Its target was the Azure Shield, reputed to withstand a single strike from a level 40 powerhouse. Lin Yu watched the little skeleton plummet from the sky, startled at first. Then he burst into a cackling laugh. Idiot! Do you think this shield is made of paper? This is the tear of the sea god. If you dare touch it, I'll drain every last drop of your life. Lin Yu's laughter echoed across the arena. He was certain that this reckless skeleton would be instantly reduced to dust by the shield's recoil. Not only that, but the tear of the sea god would backfire on Lin Mo through their contract. The little skeleton paid no heed to his barking. The rusty iron sword in its hand whistled through the air as it slammed squarely into the azure light barrier. Crack! A faint yet crystal clear sound of shattering glass. Through the arena's sound system, it echoed to every corner of the stadium. Lin Yu's laughter cut off abruptly. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. He jerked his head down, staring intently at the shield above him. On the deep blue barrier, rippling with water like magical patterns. Centered on the spot where the iron sword had struck, a fine crack instantly appeared. Immediately, the crack spread like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire semicircular shield. Impossible! Jinhai let out a piercing scream from the stands below. His eyes bulged as if they might burst, his hands clenched the railing with all his might. That was the Lin family's last trump card, a life-saving artifact they acquired by selling off their entire fortune. In the VIP box, Xinghan snapped to her feet. His hands clenched the railing in front of him with all his might, his breath completely halted. Her eyes, usually as still as a well, were filled with sheer, unearthly horror. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed throughout the arena. That sea god shield, hailed as an absolute defense and said to be able to withstand a level 40 powerhouse. In the face of that rusty iron sword which didn't even have a blade. It was truly as flimsy as paper. It didn't even manage to hold out for half a second. It shattered instantly into a shower of blue specks, dissolving into useless mana particles. They rained down onto the stage. The millions of viewers across the city watching the live stream all gasped in unison.
Chapter 37, Fall from Grace, Nothing More Than a Loser.
The sharp crack of shattering glass rang out, piercing the deathly silence of the arena.
The deep blue shards drifting through the air resembled a dazzling yet deadly shower of light.
They fell thick and fast onto the ring. The arrogance, ferocity, and bloodlust on Lin Yue's face. In that instant, they were all frozen in time, then shattered completely. His pupils contracted violently, the most primal, extreme fear a human feels when facing inescapable death. The Sea God's shield, reputed to withstand a full power strike from a level 40 powerhouse, had been shattered. It shattered without a hint of surprise, as easily as a thin sheet of paper pierced by a casual stab.
The instant the shield shattered, a terrifying backlash surged into Lin Yue's body like a flood bursting its banks.
Guh! Lin Yu threw his head back, violently spewing a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The deep blue diamond-shaped mark on his chest exploded into a mangled mass of flesh and blood.
But that wasn't the end.
That rusty, chipped iron sword, having shattered the absolute defense, didn't even pause for a moment. Its momentum unabated, accompanied by a suffocating, malevolent wind, it continued to slam down with brutal force. Its target was none other than the arrogant frost bone dragon standing behind Lin Yu. A fleeting, almost human look of terror flashed across the frost bone dragon's blood-red eyes.
It was a noble rank summon.
Yet, faced with that unremarkable, rusty iron sword, it sensed an absolute suppression emanating from the very depths of its bloodline. It was a dimensional blow brought about by the crushing superiority of millions of points. The frost bone dragon's massive body tried to retreat. But it didn't have a moment to react. The little skeleton gripped the sword with both hands, suspended mid-air, and suddenly twisted his waist with all his might. The rusty iron sword didn't strike with its blade. Instead, it slammed the broad flat of the blade like swatting a fly down hard onto the frost bone dragon's massive head. Thud! A deafening boom that made one's heart clench. No flashy lights or special effects. Only physical force in its purest form. In the face of this terrifying brute strength, the frost bone dragon's pride, its hard skull was as fragile as a fully ripe watermelon.
The
frost bone dragon let out a piercing, agonized wail. The sound had barely begun when it abruptly cut off. Crackle, crackle. The rapid succession of bones shattering spread from its skull, instantly coursing through its entire body. Its massive body, stretching over 10 meters long, froze mid-air. Then, like a tower of blocks collapsing with a crash. All the frost armor, all the stark white bones, shattered completely in an instant. They turned into a blinding white light filling the sky. Like a flickering candle in the wind, it vanished completely from the arena, leaving not even a single bone fragment behind.
The entire venue fell deathly silent.
Everyone's breath stopped at that moment.
Rank summon, reduced to dust by a single sword strike?
What kind of fairy tale is this? Summon was utterly destroyed, his soul contract forcibly torn apart. The agony of the double backlash caused Lin Yu to let out a scream more piercing than that of a vengeful spirit. His body convulsed violently on the stage. His internal bones emitted a series of crackling explosions. The sound of his meridians snapping one by one. Immediately afterward, the moment the little skeleton hit the ground, a violent shockwave surged forth, slamming directly into Lin Yu. Lin Yu was hurled into the air like a tattered sack, his feet leaving the ground. His entire body soared through the air, flying over the edge of the ring and past the referee's head. He traced a pitiful parabolic arc in midair. Thud! A dull thud. Lin Yu crashed heavily onto the floor of the front row of the audience seats. As luck would have it, he landed right at Jinhai and Wanchu's feet. Blood instantly stained the ground red. Lin Yu lay sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, every bone in his body limp and twisted into grotesque contortions. He gagged, spewing blood-tinged foam in great gulps. His body, once brimming with ferocious power, now resembled a deflated balloon, shriveled and wretched. The vortex of mana within him had been utterly shattered. His meridians were severed. His class crystal core was shattered. This rank genius, once revered as a god by all of Jiangnan City, had been reduced to a complete invalid, unable even to care for himself. Lin Yu! Wanqiu let out a piercing, heart-wrenching scream. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed right beside Lin Yu. Her hands trembled as she reached out to embrace her son, only to discover that not a single bone on Lin Yu's body remained intact. There was simply no way to hold him. "My son! How did you end up like this?" Wanqiu wailed uncontrollably, her makeup smeared into a mess with her tears. She raised her head and screamed at Lin Mo on the stage like a madwoman. "You damned little bastard! How could you be so ruthless? He was your own brother." Jinhai stood there like a piece of dead wood, frozen in place. He stared at the pulped, blood-soaked mess at his feet. A string snapped inside his head with a sharp crack. It's over. It's all over. The Lin family had drained every last drop of their liquid assets, selling off their land in the eastern part of the city. They'd taken out high-interest loans from the underground black market to buy the Berserker potion. Every last-ditch gamble, every last trump card. In the face of that rusty iron sword, they didn't even last a second. The Lin family was completely bankrupt, saddled with insurmountable debt. And their only hope had been reduced to a cripple. On the stage, Lin Mo strolled leisurely to the edge, looking down on the desperate couple from above. He paid no heed to Wanqiu's curses. The little skeleton that had just knocked Lin Yu flying had now obediently returned to his feet. It was idly poking at the floor tiles of the arena with the rusty iron sword. Lin Mo kept his hands in his pockets. He watched the pitiful, disheveled state of the family of three below, his eyes showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. No anger, nor the satisfaction of revenge. Only the cold indifference one might reserve for trash. Is this what the Lin family spent a fortune raising? Lin Mo's voice wasn't loud, but through the arena's sound system, it reached every ear with crystal clarity. A genius? That casual remark was like a poison-tipped dagger. It plunged straight into Jinhai's heart. Jinhai opened his mouth, wanting to retort, wanting to curse. But his throat felt as if it were stuffed with blood-soaked sand. Not a single word could escape him. His vision went black, and he fell backward, collapsing unconscious in his seat. Lin Yu lay face down in a pool of blood, his consciousness fading. He heard Lin Mo's mocking words. Humiliation, despair, regret. He struggled desperately to lift his head, to glare fiercely at Lin Mo. But he didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. He could only stare fixedly at the floor, feeling the life force within him ebbing away bit by bit. He had once possessed everything. But he had personally pushed that demon capable of crushing everything onto the opposite side. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence that lasted 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds felt as long as a century. Everyone was processing the unbelievable scene that had just unfolded. The tears of the sea god shattered. The Frostbone Dragon was reduced to dust with a single slap. The rank genius had all his meridians severed, reduced to a cripple. 2 seconds later, someone no one knew who let out a shout. God Lin! That single voice was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. The entire Jiangnan City First Gymnasium instantly erupted in an unprecedented explosion of cheers. God Lin is a badass. So fucking strong. Shattering a rank summon with a single sword strike, that's what a true dimension-shattering attack looks like. Fuck the Frostbone Dragon, it's nothing but a fart in front of that rusty iron sword. One move. Just one move from start to finish. That's true invincibility. A tsunami of cheers, whistles, and screams threatened to rip the roof off the stadium. Tens of thousands of spectators were all on their feet, wildly waving their arms. They had witnessed the birth of a brand new overlord with their own eyes. The guild masters and university presidents in the stands were all flushed with excitement, trembling with emotion. Such terrifying power, such a resolute and ruthless mindset. This shallow pool in Jiangnan City could never contain this true dragon.
In the VIP box. Xinghan suddenly sat up straight.
Her eyes, usually as cold as ice, now burned with an unprecedented fervor. Chapter 38, When the Wall Falls, Everyone Pushes, The Downfall of the Lin Family.
Wancho's wails still echoed through the arena.
She clung desperately to Linyu, who lay like a pile of mud, her hands covered in black blood. Jinhai had just jolted awake from his unconsciousness. The first thing he saw were the cold, mocking, and even gleeful stares all around him. The Lin family was finished. This thought felt like a rusty, blunt knife, frantically churning through his mind. The tide had turned in the stands. In this world where power reigned supreme, without the protection of a ranked genius and having offended a future Dragon God Academy special recruit, the Lin family that juicy prize was now up for grabs.
Jinhai, you finally met your match.
From the audience, a burly, one-eyed man leaped to his feet, pointing at Jinhai and screaming insults. Last month, your Lin family hired thugs to break my brother's legs just to snatch the mineral vein in the East District. Today, I'm going to take your life. Those words were like a spark igniting a powder keg. Small guilds and solo players who had once been bullied by the Lin family's power began to step forward one after another.
Give us our money back.
Lin's trading company sold counterfeit medicine and killed my teammate. You must give us an explanation today. The Lin family forced us into a corner with their coercive sales tactics.
Hand over the land deeds. The crowd was in an uproar.
If it weren't for the security guards holding them back, this mob would have already stormed the stage and torn the three members of the Lin family to pieces.
Jinhai trembled with fear, scrambling to hide behind the security guards.
The authority of the family head he once took such pride in was now worth absolutely nothing.
Just then, a stern cough rang out from the VIP box.
The mayor of Jiangnan City stepped forward, microphone in hand, his face radiating righteousness. He first cast a flattering glance at Xinghan, then shot a cold stare at Jinhai.
Quiet.
The mayor's voice echoed throughout the venue. In recent years, the Lin family has run rampant in Jiangnan City, even going so far as to use banned substances and illicit devices during the sacred college entrance exams.
It's nothing short of lawlessness.
The mayor waved his hand with righteous indignation. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, the city guard will take full control of all Lin family businesses. Conduct a thorough investigation into all illegal operations, tax evasion, and coercive sales practices under the Lin family's name.
We will show no leniency toward a single corrupt element. Jinhai's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The mayor's words were tantamount to a death sentence for the Lin family.
He knew better than anyone just how dirty the Lin family's hands were. Once a full investigation was launched, it would be enough to send his entire family to prison for life.
Mayor, you can't do this.
Jinhai cried out, reaching out his hands. Our Lin family pays so much in taxes to City Hall every year, you can't kick us when we're down.
Shut up. The mayor's face turned ashen as he barked the order.
Who has any business with a social parasite like you?
Take him away.
Several heavily armed members of the city guard immediately rushed forward and pinned Jinhai's shoulders down.
Before Jinhai could even struggle,
a rotund, portly man strolled leisurely down from the stands. It was none other than Fugue, the chairman of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Fugue smiled broadly at Jinhai, as if looking at a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered.
Mr. Lin, it's time we settled our accounts.
He pulled a thick stack of IOUs from his coat and waved them in front of the entire crowd. In the middle of the night yesterday, you used 3 plots of land in the eastern part of the city as collateral to borrow 500 million in high-interest loans from our Black Gold Chamber's underground money-lending operation. To buy those run-of-the-mill rage potions. The smile vanished from Fugue's face instantly, his gaze turning icy and piercing.
I had someone look into it just now.
Those 3 plots of land belonging to the Lin family have already been mortgaged twice by the bank. They're classified as non-performing assets. You're suspected of massive commercial fraud. Jinhai sucked in a sharp breath, the blood draining completely from his face.
Chairman Qian, old Qian. Give me a few more days. I'll sell the villa.
I'll hand over all of Lin Corporation's shares to you.
I'll definitely pay you back. Shares? Fugue snorted disdainfully. The Lin family's stock just crashed. It's nothing but a pile of worthless paper now. As for your villa, it's already been seized by the bank. Fugue turned around and announced loudly. The Black Gold Chamber of Commerce is immediately freezing all of the Lin family's financial transactions. Shanghai, you now owe our chamber 800 million yuan, principal and interest.
You can spend the rest of your life slowly paying it off in black prison.
Half an hour. Less than half an hour. The head of the four great families who once ruled with an iron fist and stood above everyone else in Jiangnan City.
All assets under his name had been frozen, he was saddled with a colossal debt of 800 million, and he was about to face imprisonment. He had completely fallen from grace, reduced to a prisoner everyone wanted to see behind bars.
Wanqiu finally snapped out of her grief over losing her son.
She looked at her husband pinned to the ground, and at the creditors surrounding them, ravenous as wolves. She was terrified. It was a fear seeping from the very marrow of her bones. She didn't want to go to prison, she didn't want to end up in a black jail, a place where life was worse than death. Wanqiu whipped her head around, as if clutching at a last straw. Her gaze fell on the figure on the stage, who was just about to leave.
Xiao Mo. Wanqiu let out a piercing scream.
She scrambled and crawled her way to the edge of the ring. Forgetting all pretense of a lady's dignity, she dropped to her knees with a thud on the hard concrete floor.
Thud.
Wanqiu's forehead slammed against the ground, leaving a pool of blood.
Xiao Mo. Save your mother. Save the Lin family.
You're the top scholar now, and Special Envoy Su holds you in such high regard. If you just speak up, the mayor and Chairman Qian will surely spare us. Upon hearing this, Shanghai, too, went mad and wriggled free from the guard's grip. With a thud, he knelt beside Wanqiu. He frantically kowtowed toward Lin Mo on the stage.
Moo. My dear son.
I was blind before, my son. My heart was clouded by greed. As Shanghai knelt, he slapped himself hard across the face.
Smack. Smack.
After all, the blood of the Lin family runs through your veins.
Blood is thicker than water, my son.
You can't just stand by and watch your own parents die. Shanghai wept uncontrollably, his forehead already bloodied and raw from the constant banging. If you save us, the position of Lin family head is yours. All our wealth is yours.
The arena fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Lin Mo.
Everyone wanted to see if this newly crowned, invincible top scholar would soften his heart under the onslaught of familial ties. After all, these were his own flesh and blood parents.
On the stage, Lin Mo stopped in his tracks.
He turned his head slightly, looking down from above at the two people kneeling at his feet, frantically banging their heads against the ground. When Shanghai and Wanqiu saw Lin Mo stop, their eyes suddenly lit up with wild joy.
They thought Lin Mo had finally remembered their past bond. Moo. You promised, didn't you? Hurry up and say something to them.
Lin Mo's face remained utterly impassive. There was no sense of satisfaction at having avenged a deep grudge, nor a mocking sneer. His gaze was as if he were looking at two unrelated ants on the side of the road. Lin Mo said nothing. He couldn't even be bothered to bestow a single syllable. He slowly and calmly withdrew his gaze.
He turned around.
Hands tucked into his pockets, he walked in his 10 yuan flip-flops. Step by step, he descended the stairs on the other side of the ring and walked into the shadows of the fighter's tunnel.
He vanished completely from everyone's sight.
No insults, no arguments. Only absolute disregard. This was more devastating than murder. The ecstasy on Wanqiu's face froze instantly. Her hand, held out in mid-air, dropped limply to her side. Her desperate wails were instantly drowned out by the surging security guards and enraged creditors. Chapter 39, Courted by all sides, I choose only the most expensive.
Jiangnan City, Emperor Grand Hotel.
The hallway leading to the penthouse suite was now as chaotic as a bustling marketplace. The admissions directors from the nation's top 10 universities usually held in such high esteem that they were treated like living deities in every city. Were now shouting at the top of their lungs, their faces flushed red, nearly pulling each other's hair out in their scramble for the best spot.
Move! Everyone, move aside. We from the Magic Capital War Academy were here first. Get lost. You cheapskates from the War Academy, do you even deserve to compete for Jiangnan City's top student?
We at Kyoto Supernatural University are offering a 50 million settlement bonus.
50 million? That's nothing.
We at the Royal Knight Academy are offering a full set of ranked armor. The hotel manager was cowering in a corner of the hallway, trembling with fear. He didn't dare step forward to intervene. These were all big shots at levels 40 or 50. If even one of them lost control of their abilities, this 5-star hotel would be flattened on the spot.
Inside the room,
Lin Mo lay sprawled out on the soft Simmons bed. 2 thick cotton balls were stuffed in his ears.
Even so, the deafening commotion outside kept seeping in. So annoying.
Lin Mo rolled over and buried his head deep under the pillow. If he'd known becoming the top scholar would be such a hassle, he should had the little skeleton kill a few thousand fewer monsters in the ruins of despair yesterday and just settled for a top 10 finish.
Bang! The double solid wood doors of the presidential suite were forced open from the outside.
A burly, bald man with a rugged face barged in like a wild bull. He slammed the door shut behind him, locking it with 3 bolts. This blocked all those frantic competitors from outside in the hallway. The bald man hastily smoothed out his torn suit and tie. With a broad grin, he rushed to the bedside, rubbing his hands together.
Student Lin Mo, hello.
I'm the director of admissions at the Magic Capital War Academy.
Just call me Old Zhao.
The man spoke rapidly, as if afraid the door would be smashed down at any moment.
Our academy's offer is by far the most generous in the country.
Old Zhao pulled a gold-embossed contract straight out of his briefcase and handed it over with both hands.
As long as you sign this special recruitment agreement.
On your first day of enrollment, you'll be assigned a 300 square meter standalone villa right in the city center. 10 million yuan worth of high-tier cultivation resources approved annually, and if that's not enough, we'll add more. 3 retired generals above level 50 will be assigned as your personal mentors for one-on-one guidance. Old Zhao looked at Lin Mo with eager eyes, his gaze filled with fervent longing.
What do you say, Lin? These terms are absolutely unmatched anywhere in the country.
Lin Mo sat up and ran his fingers through his messy hair. He pulled the cotton out of his ear and glanced at the gleaming gold contract.
A villa? Lin Mo yawned. Do I have to clean it myself?
Old Zhao froze for a moment.
Why did this top-ranked scholar think so differently from everyone else?
He quickly shook his head frantically.
No. You'll have a dedicated 5-star housekeeping team. They'll even feed you right into your mouth. Lin Mo nodded, then asked another question. And those 3 level 50 personal mentors, will they be watching over my training every day? And do I have to show up on time for roll call at the training ground every day?
Old Zhao nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, pounding his chest in assurance.
Of course. Our academy emphasizes fully closed, military-style management. Strict teachers produce outstanding students, after all.
With your earth-shattering talent, as long as you're willing to endure the hardships and sweat and bleed on the training grounds.
After graduating in 4 years, you'll definitely be promoted directly to a high-ranking military commander.
Old Zhao grew more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see Lin Mo leading thousands of troops.
Not interested. Lin Mo rolled his eyes and flopped back onto the bed.
He pulled the pillow back over his face.
Too many rules. Too much hassle.
Lin Mo's voice came muffled from beneath the pillow. I don't have any other hobbies, I just like sleeping until I wake up naturally. If you make me get up at the crack of dawn and stand on the drill ground until late at night every day, you might as well just cut me down with a sword. Old Zhao was stunned on the spot. In all his years of recruiting, he'd seen students asking for exorbitantly priced gear and rare class transfer scrolls. But he'd never seen anyone turn down the Magic Capital War Academy just because they didn't want to get up early for class. This was one of the top 3 institutions in the country, after all. No, wait, Lin, wasting your talent by sleeping all day is a complete waste of your potential. This is your chance to rise above your station and bring honor to your family. Old Zhao was so flustered he kept slapping his thigh, desperate to persuade him further. Boom! The solid wood door of the room suddenly let out a deafening crash. This time, it wasn't he pushed, it was violently kicked in from the outside. The heavy wooden door slammed onto the carpet, shattering into several pieces. The commotion in the hallway vanished instantly. All the admissions directors from the top universities now stood in a row, pressed against the wall, as quiet as mice. They didn't dare even breathe. Qinghan wore her signature silver-white trench coat. Stepping over the shattered door panels in her high-top military boots, she strode into the room. Her cold, stunningly beautiful face radiated an unquestionable air of authority. Her icy gaze swept over the bald man like a knife. Military-style management? Qinghan let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with biting sarcasm. Do those outdated assembly lines at your war academy even deserve to teach him? You think 10 million in resources is enough to swindle away a once-in-a-century, disaster-level prodigy? Stop making a spectacle of yourself. Get out. Old Zhao's face flushed alternately pale and crimson as a sophomore student berated him, pointing a finger in his face. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Yet he dared not lash out. For the woman before him held the special envoy's scepter of Dragon God Academy. Dragon God Academy. It was the nation's sole sanctuary of the true God. Anyone who stepped out of its gates, even a mere gatekeeper, could walk all over other universities. Old Zhao clenched his teeth. He glared at Qinghan with hatred, but in the end, he could only slink away like a defeated rooster. With his briefcase tucked under his arm, he lowered his head and retreated from the room. Admissions directors from other universities in the hallway, seeing Qinghan take the lead herself, all sighed in despair. Once Dragon God Academy stepped in to poach talent. There was simply no room left for them to snatch up the leftovers. The crowd could only shake their heads and disperse, their faces full of regret. The once bustling top-floor corridor finally returned to a deathly silence. Qinghan walked over to the bed. He pulled up a genuine leather armchair and sat down, his long legs elegantly crossed. She casually tossed a contract bearing a dark golden seal of a soaring dragon onto Lin Mo's nightstand. How does it feel to have your threshold trampled? Qinghan looked at Lin Mo, who was still hiding his face behind a pillow on the bed, and a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Lin Mo pulled the pillow off his face and let out a long sigh. Terrible. It's seriously ruining my mood for just lying around and digesting energy today. Qinghan leaned back against the sofa, cutting to the chase without further ado. The Dragon God Academy's highest-level special admission agreement. The first and only one in the 100 years since Jiangnan City was founded. Sign it. Lin Mo glanced at the dark gold contract without even lifting his eyelids. You heard the terms that bald guy offered earlier. He is throwing in a huge mansion and throwing in an extra 10 million. Lin Mo sat up, staring intently at Qinghan. How much is your Dragon God Academy planning to offer? Qinghan let out a soft snort. Her gaze radiated the supreme arrogance unique to the premier academy. Tacky. Dragon God Academy never discusses money with geniuses, because the finest resources in all of Dragon Nation are gathering dust in our academy's vaults. She locked eyes with Lin Mo and laid out her first bargaining chip, enunciating each word clearly. First, the Academy's central treasury is open to you without conditions. As long as you have the ability to break through the defensive formations inside, you can take as many high-grade crystal cores and top-tier equipment as you like. No one will stop you. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This condition actually sounded quite interesting. It meant he'd have a steady supply of snacks for his skeleton army's evolution, no need to toil away in the blood moon abyss to restock. Still, he didn't reach for his pen right away.
Sounds exhausting. What else?
Xinghan leaned forward slightly, her gaze piercing straight into Lin Mo's eyes. I know how you spent your time in the ruins of despair. And I know your lazy attitude, you'd rather lie down than stand up. She threw off the real trump card, tailored specifically for Lin Mo.
Once you're at Dragon God Academy.
No morning exercises, no roll calls, and absolutely no mandatory mentor evaluations or credit requirements.
As long as you can guarantee that you'll trample everyone else underfoot during the final exams.
On a day-to-day basis, no one dares to tell you whether or not to attend class. Xinghan's voice carried an incredibly seductive tone. Even if you slept in your private villa for 4 whole years,
no one would dare knock on your door.
Lin Mo's eyes, which had been listless until then, suddenly burst with a blinding light.
No one cares if I attend class.
Absolute freedom to do as I please. This was practically a paradise tailor-made for him. Compared to whatever millions in resources or exclusive guidance from master instructors. Those words were like a sharp dagger, piercing his heart with pinpoint accuracy.
Deal. Lin Mo did a somersault and sat bolt upright on the bed. Without a moment's hesitation,
he snatched the gold pen from the nightstand and signed his name on the contract in a sweeping, dramatic flourish.
Xinghan watched his eager, decisive demeanor.
All the threats and enticements she prepared were suddenly stuck in her throat. She rubbed the bridge of her nose, a headache setting in. This monster, who was ruthless and decisive in the arena, capable of toppling every prodigy of his generation across the entire Dragon Nation, had actually been completely won over by a single phrase: no need to attend classes. If word of this reached the imperial capital, it would likely drive those top-tier geniuses, who were working day and night to rack up credits, to spit out 3 liters of blood in sheer fury. Xinghan stood up and picked up the signed agreement. She tucked it neatly into the inner pocket of her trench coat. She looked down at Lin Mo from above. In 3 days, the Academy will send a private jet to Jiangnan City to take you to the imperial capital to report for duty. Enjoy your last few days of peace and quiet in this little backwater. Lin Mo sprawled back onto the bed, closing his eyes contentedly. I'll sleep just as soundly once I'm in the imperial capital. If anyone dares to wake me up, I'll break their bones and burn them for firewood.
Xinghan walked to the door of the shattered room.
Her footsteps suddenly paused.
She didn't turn back.
She merely spoke softly, her tone extremely grave and tinged with a hint of warning. The imperial capital is a treacherous place. The Lin family is such second-rate trash in the imperial capital, they aren't even worth a mudskipper at the bottom of a pond. By crippling Lin Yu on the stage today, you've moved a trivial pawn in a certain powerful figure-esque game. Xinghan tilted her head slightly, glancing at Lin Mo on the bed out of the corner of her eye. Though he's just a worthless piece of trash. But those high and mighty bigwigs hate nothing more than having their fun spoiled.
Xinghan's tone turned cold. Once you get to Dragon God Academy, you'd better rein in your temper a bit.
There are far more lunatics and spoiled brats with connections reaching the heavens than you can imagine. Lin Mo rolled over, turning his back to the door. A mutated assassin skeleton emerged silently from the shadows, picked up the silk quilt at the foot of the bed, and thoughtfully tucked it around Lin Mo. Lin Mo kept his eyes closed. A lazy voice drifted over, yet it carried an extreme arrogance reminiscent of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Who cares if they're big shots or nobodies? As long as they don't disturb my sleep or my barbecue. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind adding a few fresh, high-quality corpses to the graveyards of your imperial capital.
Chapter 40, The Legend of Jiangnan City, setting off for the imperial capital. It was early morning in Jiangnan City, and the sunlight was unusually bright.
A jet-black, bulletproof Lincoln stretch limo glided smoothly along the VIP-only lane heading toward Kongtian Airport. The interior was as spacious as a small living room. Lin Mo wore a newly bought white cotton t-shirt, his feet still in those 10 yuan flip-flops.
He was slumped ungracefully into the plush leather sofa.
In his hand, he held a glass of freshly squeezed, chilled watermelon juice. Sitting across from him was Fugue, the chairman of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. This god of wealth, whose mere stomp could make Jiangnan City tremble 3 times, was currently perched on the edge of the sofa. His plump face was crammed with a fawning smile, looking every bit the portly butler attending to a young master.
"Young Master Lin, is the ride comfortable?"
Fuguei reported while rubbing his hands together. "The bonus for the top college entrance exam scorer from the city, combined with your previous dividends from the Chamber S account, totals 300 million. I've already chartered the most luxurious private airspace jet currently in service under your name. I'll make sure absolutely no one disturbs your rest." Lin Mo chewed on his straw, gazing absently out the window.
"You've handled this efficiently. That's thoughtful of you."
At this compliment, the wrinkles on Fuguei's face instantly broke into a broad smile.
He waved his hands repeatedly, insisting it was simply his duty.
To serve this living legend, a man capable of wiping out tens of thousands of blood moon abyss monsters with a single gesture was a blessing Fuguei had earned through countless lifetimes of good karma. Outside the car window, the bustling streets of Jiangnan City rushed by. Every shopping mall screen and floating billboard along the route was continuously broadcasting the same news 24/7.
Without exception, every single one was about Lin Mo.
Those experts and professors, usually so aloof, were now on TV, passionately analyzing Lin Mo's combat prowess. They were practically ready to hype up the flip-flops Lin Mo had worn as if they were divine artifacts. Lin Mo had no interest in this kind of hindsight praise. He was just about to pull down the window shade to get some sleep. But his gaze suddenly paused on a dim street corner they were passing.
There was a foul-smelling recycling bin there. A man and a woman, dressed in tattered, worn-out clothes, were scuffling with a few homeless people over an empty plastic bottle. The man had graying hair and a face covered in bruises. The woman was filthy from head to toe, clutching half a moldy steamed bun like a madwoman. They were none other than Jinhai and Wanxiu, the once glorious wealthiest couple in Jiangnan City, just a few days ago. Not far behind them, a dilapidated wheelchair sat abandoned. Lin Yu, the once celebrated rank prodigy, now lay slumped in it. His limbs were contorted, and foul-smelling drool hung from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cloudy and vacant, staring at the rotten vegetable scraps on the ground like a dying stray dog. In just a few days, the family of 3 had completely degenerated into the most insignificant background figures in this bustling metropolis. Fuguei followed Lin Mo's gaze. The flesh on his face twitched, and he hurried forward, lowering his voice. "Young Master Lin, are these 3 pieces of trash an eyesore to you? Shall I give the word and have them dumped out in the wilderness outside the city overnight to be fed to the dogs?" In Fuguei's view, cutting the problem at the root was the safest course of action. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and took a bite of an ice cube. "No need." His tone was utterly flat, as if he were discussing a few weeds by the roadside. "Death would be too easy for them. Let them live in the mud for the rest of their lives, scavenging trash while watching my name on the big screen every day. That's just fine." Fuguei shuddered. His awe of Lin Mo deepened once more. This absolute disregard and aloof indifference were a million times more cruel than killing them outright. The stretched Lincoln pulled directly onto the airfield at the aerospace airport. A sleek, silver-white private aerospace jet had been waiting there for quite some time. The cabin door opened. 2 rows of tall, stunningly beautiful flight attendants, dressed in uniform, bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Lin." Their voices were so sweet they could have dripped with honey. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops and yawning, walked up the boarding stairs. Fuguei escorted him all the way to the cabin door and bowed deeply. "Young Master Lin, may your martial prowess flourish in the imperial capital." Lin Mo didn't even turn his head, he merely waved casually. He entered the exquisitely luxurious first-class cabin. Lin Mo practically threw himself into the $1,000,000 leather sofa. He let out a sigh of comfort. The most beautiful flight attendant knelt beside him, presenting a glass of top-tier champagne with a frosty rim. She kept her head bowed, breathing cautiously, not even daring to meet Lin Mo's eyes. Lin Mo took the champagne and took a sip. "No one is to enter this private cabin without my permission." "Yes, Mr. Lin." Please rest well. The flight attendant, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly backed out and gently closed the cabin door. Lin Mo was left alone in the entire luxury cabin. He set down the glass and slowly closed his eyes. His mind instantly sank into the depths of his soul. The panel of his innate summoning talent, which belonged to him, clearly emerged in his perception. There was no sound, only the purest feedback of power. Due to the massacre at the ruins of despair, the experience bar at the top of the panel had turned a blinding crimson. It was less than a hair's breadth away from filling the entire progress bar. Lin Mo opened his eyes, a faint, dark golden glow flickering deep within his pupils. Breaking through from level 30 to the next major realm was just a matter of days. When that happened, not only would the numbers of his skeleton army surge to terrifying levels once again, but what outrageous new forms would those little skeletons endowed with tens of millions of attribute points unlock? The Imperial Capital, ha! Lin Mo turned his head, gazing at the clouds rising higher and higher outside the window. A casual yet extremely dangerous smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He heard that geniuses were a dime a dozen there, and the tycoon families ran rampant. He hoped those so-called true dragon prodigies would have a bit more backbone. Boom! The engines of the airspace jets spewed out azure blue exhaust. The massive fuselage instantly broke the sound barrier, tearing through the clouds. Transforming into a silver streak of lightning, it raced at full speed toward the Imperial Capital, the heart of the Dragon Nation. At the same time, Jiangnan City, the rooftop of the tallest municipal building. The mayor stood with his hands behind his back, braving the howling gale. He tilted his head back, watching the silver trail in the sky gradually fade away. His eyes were filled with endless emotion. The director of education stood respectfully behind him, wiping the sweat from his brow. Mayor, we've finally sent that burden on its way. He has been here for days. I was on the verge of a heart attack. The mayor turned and shot him a cold glance. What do you know? This is the only latent dragon capable of devouring the heavens and swallowing the earth that Jiangnan City has produced in its 100-year history. The mayor looked toward the imperial capital once more and let out a sigh tinged with sympathy. This latent dragon has finally flown away. I hope those high and mighty geniuses in the imperial capital can at least take a beating? Chapter 41, The Top Scholar's Gift Package Talent Advances once more. Inside the smoothly cruising airspace special aircraft, the luxurious private suite was spacious and bright. Fugue stood beside the sofa, rubbing his chubby hands and beaming with a broad smile. Behind him were two uniformed security guards, carrying a heavy black briefcase. Master M.O., this is the Top Scholar gift package entrusted to me by the Jiangnan City Education Bureau. Fugue waved his hand, and the security guards immediately stepped forward, carefully placing the case on the coffee table. Lin Mo leaned back on the leather sofa, holding a half-full glass of champagne. What's inside? Fugue hurried forward and entered the combination himself. With a click, the lid sprang open. Inside lay a blank gold card and a rhombus-shaped stone shimmering with iridescent light. This card holds 100 million in cash, a special bonus from the city. Fugue pointed at the stone, his voice trembling slightly. This is a true priceless treasure, a mythical grade soul stone. The director of education has really gone all out this time to save his own skin. He said that as long as you accept it, Jiangnan City will always be your stronghold. Lin Mo didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He had absolutely no interest in that 100 million in cash. His black gold card was already overflowing with that kind of worthless paper. His gaze fell directly on the multicolored soul stone. He could feel the power deep within his soul stirring wildly. An intense craving for it surged through him. Leave it here. You may all leave. Lin Mo waved his hand, dismissing them. Fugue watched Lin Mo's calm and composed demeanor and was secretly amazed. 100 million in cash right in front of him, and he didn't even bat an eye. That kind of composure was far from ordinary. He wisely nodded repeatedly, leading the security personnel out of the suite and closing the door behind them. Lin Mo was left alone in the room.
He set down his wineglass and picked up the mythic-grade soul stone. The moment his finger touched the stone's surface, there was no cold, mechanical sound. Only a deep, muffled rumble echoed from the depths of his soul.
His innate talent was fully activated.
The indestructible mythic-grade soul stone instantly transformed into a swarm of multicolored light. It surged madly into his body through Lin Mo's fingers. Frenzied energy raged through his every limb and bone.
There was no pain.
Only an absolute sense of relief, as if breaking free from the shackles of life.
The Calamity Descent status panel automatically unfolded in his mind.
The experience bar, which had previously hit a plateau, was instantly filled to bursting by this multicolored energy.
Talent, advanced.
A line of brand new information was clearly imprinted in Lin Mo's consciousness.
Core passive unlocked, attribute feedback.
Lin Mo looked at this newly appeared passive ability and raised an eyebrow slightly.
The host will gain a 1% attribute bonus from all summons?
Lin Mo stroked his chin.
1%.
It sounded pitifully small. But he immediately did the math in his head. His summons were monsters whose stats were derived from his own attributes, then forcibly amplified 10,000 times. Even if he only took 1% of that 10,000-fold value, that would still be 100 times his base stats. What was even more terrifying was that this feedback was stackable. How many skeletons could he summon now? 100 million. If the 1% of the stats from all 100 million skeletons were stacked onto him alone, what kind of astronomical figure would that be? Lin Mo sucked in a sharp breath. This wasn't just a stat monster anymore. This was true physical transcendence. Lin Mo stood up and casually clenched his fists. His bones crackled with thunderous pops. The blood in his veins roared like a raging river. He didn't summon a single skeleton. He simply stood where he was, facing the air before him, and casually threw a punch. Boom! There was no mana fluctuation. Only physical strength in its purest form. The space ahead instantly warped. A visible white shockwave slammed into the Suite's bulletproof glass like a cannonball. The special glass, designed to withstand high-level magical attacks, actually groaned under the strain. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the entire pane. Lin Mo withdrew his fist and looked at his slender fingers. He smiled. A carefree smile. Just this level of physical strength. Even without any summons, I could turn that good-for-nothing Linyu into mincemeat with a single slap. He used to think his physical form was a bit fragile. If some reckless high-level assassin managed to get close, he'd still have to rely on the little skeleton to save the day. But now, that's all in the past. Anyone who thinks assassinating him will solve their problems will surely be punched so hard that not even their ashes will be left. Meanwhile, in the hallway outside the luxury suite, 4 security captains, all level 40, stood at attention outside the door. They were all top-tier experts assigned to the airborne special aircraft. They had spent years walking a tightrope. Just as Lin Mo swung his fist, a terrifying aura, as if the blood moon abyss had descended, seeped through the thick door without warning. Just a sliver. Yet in an instant, it sent these 4 level 40 powerhouses reeling as if they'd fallen into an ice cave. The lead security captain's legs gave way. He actually dropped to one knee on the thick carpet. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with the utmost terror of death. One of the team members standing nearby was so terrified he could barely hold his weapon steady. "Captain, who is inside?" The team member's voice trembled. "I've only ever felt this kind of aura from a level 70 demon lord." The security captain swallowed hard. He stared intently at the tightly closed door and lowered his voice. "Shut up. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. The one sitting inside is a true god capable of devouring the heavens and swallowing the earth. Even if you tied up all the prodigies of the imperial capital together, it wouldn't be enough to fill his teeth." The captain wiped the cold sweat from his face and glanced nervously at the clouds outside the window.
The private jet was flying steadily at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Destination: the heart of Dragon Nation. The skies of the imperial capital were about to be completely overturned by this monster. Chapter 42: The second generation of tycoons on a private jet. Midway through the journey, the private jet landed at the East China Hub Airport for a brief refueling stop. Qinghan took the opportunity to pick up a few prodigies from the provincial capital who were traveling the same route. These individuals were also special admissions students at this year's Dragon God Academy, each with a background more illustrious than the next. As the cabin door opened, a burst of commotion shattered the tranquility of the first-class suite. Several young men dressed in high-end custom combat suits strutted in. Leading the group was a young man with slicked back hair and a defiant expression. His name was Chu Ran. The only son of the most powerful tycoon in the provincial capital of Zhengzhou, he had awakened an S-rank hidden class, Thunderstorm Mage. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he was a young master who had always been pampered wherever he went. As soon as Chu Ran entered, he frowned in disdain. "This private jet is just average, isn't it? There isn't even an honor guard to greet us." The henchman behind him immediately chimed in with forced smiles. Young Master Chu was right. Compared to your family's private airship, this is indeed a bit shabby. Chu Ran snorted lightly, his gaze sweeping around the spacious private cabin. His eyes immediately fell on Lin Mo, who was lying on the $1 million leather sofa in the center. Lin Mo was sleeping with his eyes closed. He was wearing a cheap white t-shirt and his signature flip-flops. Beside him, a small skeleton figure held a fruit platter, standing obediently to the side, serving as a makeshift coffee table. Chu Ran's expression darkened instantly. He turned his head to look at Qinghan, who was sitting on the other side with her eyes closed, resting. "Senior Su, who is this kid? Dressed like a rag picker, and he gets to sit in this VIP suite?" Qinghan didn't even lift an eyelid. "Lin Mo, the top scorer on the college entrance exam in Jiangnan City." Her voice was cold and distant, exuding an air of aloofness that kept strangers at bay. Upon hearing the words Jiangnan City, Chu Ran couldn't help but snort derisively. "I thought he was some hidden genius from a prominent family, but it turns out he is just a hick from that backwater of Jiangnan City." The rich kids behind him burst into laughter as well. "Young Master Chu, I heard Jiangnan City produced a real joke this year." One of his henchmen leaned close to Chu Ran's ear, his voice low and full of sarcasm. "They say some useless guy who awakened as a necromancer took first place with a few lousy skeletons. I bet it's this kid." The contempt on Chu Ran's face deepened. He walked over to the sofa opposite Lin Mo and plopped down with a flourish. He crossed his legs and rested them on the crystal coffee table in front of him. His genuine leather combat boots scraped against the expensive tabletop, producing a grating sound. A useless class who plays with bones even in the imperial capital, he'd be nothing but bottom-of-the-barrel trash. Chu Ran watched the little skeleton carrying the fruit platter, a hint of undisguised malice flashing in his eyes. He is only good for being a porter, doing menial chores like serving tea and water. Lin Mo kept his eyes closed, breathing evenly. It was as if he hadn't heard a single word of the taunts. Seeing that Lin Mo was ignoring him, Chu Ran felt his pride was wounded, and a wave of irritation welled up inside him. He was a thunderstorm mage, and his temper was naturally short. On his own turf, who dared treat him this way? He extended a finger, pointing at the little skeleton carrying the tray. "Hey, you worthless skeleton. Go to the wine cabinet and fetch a bottle of the finest vintage Lafite. Fill my glass." Chu Ran's tone was arrogant. He treated Lin Mo's summon as if it were a waiter who owed him a service. There was no light in the little skeleton's hollow eye sockets. It stood motionless, holding the fruit platter, like a lifeless statue. It obeyed only its master's commands. Any sound from the outside world was as good as air to it. Chu Ran's expression darkened completely. "Don't you have ears?" He flipped his wrist, and a streak of violent purple lightning crackled at his fingertips. "A trash summon raised by a hick, and you dare to ignore me?" Chu Ran sneered. "Since you don't know the rules, this young master will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the purple lightning at his fingertips surged violently, transforming into a blinding lightning whip. It lashed mercilessly toward the little skeleton's skull. If this strike landed cleanly, even ordinary silver-grade equipment would be split in two instantly. Just as the lightning whip was about to make contact with the skeleton's skull, Lin Mo, who had kept his eyes closed the entire time, finally opened them slowly. There was no burst of magical light. Nor was there a deafening roar. In that instant, the air within the entire luxury box seemed to be sucked dry. The temperature plummeted to freezing point at an unimaginable speed. Chu Ran felt a sudden blur before his eyes. The furious lightning whip he had swung seemed to be forcibly extinguished by a pair of invisible giant hands. The purple lightning abruptly dissipated in midair, vanishing into nothingness. The next second, every hair on Chu Ran's body stood on end. A suffocating sensation, as if death itself were clutching his throat, rose from behind him without warning. The arrogance on his face froze instantly. A skeletal assassin, shrouded entirely in shadow. At some unknown moment, it had crept up behind Chu Ran like a ghostly apparition. It showed no sign of breathing, nor did it emit any mana fluctuations. Yet it was more deadly than even the world's most elite assassins. That pitch-black, dark gold bone blade now rested firmly against the carotid artery on Chu Ran's neck. The icy blade had already sliced through Chu Ran's high-level mana shield, the very source of his pride. It was as effortless as cutting through a pat of soft butter. The blade pressed against his artery, slicing open an extremely fine slit. A single drop of crimson blood. It trickled down Chu Ran's pale neck, slowly falling onto his expensive, custom-made combat suit. A harrowing sight. If that bone blade were to advance just half a millimeter further. This arrogant son of Zhengzhou's foremost tycoon, this S-rank thunderstorm mage, would instantly become a blood-spurting, headless corpse. A deathly silence fell over the private box. The young heirs who had been laughing along with Chu Ran just moments ago now looked like ducks with their throats clamped shut. Their laughter choked in their throats, their mouths gaped open, yet not a single syllable escaped. They stared in terror at the skeletal assassin who had appeared out of nowhere. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. It was too fast. So fast they hadn't even seen where the skeleton had come from. Chu Ran sat frozen on the sofa, his hands clenched tightly around his thighs. He didn't even dare to swallow, afraid that the movement of his Adam's apple might send him straight into the blade's edge. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. For the first time, the shadow of death loomed so clearly over his head. Lin Mo leaned back on the sofa. He picked up the juice the little skeleton had brought him and took a leisurely sip. The icy liquid slid down his throat, dispelling a hint of drowsiness. He looked at Chu Ran across from him, his eyes devoid of anger. Only the cold indifference one might reserve for a corpse. I don't like people disturbing my sleep. Lin Mo's voice was soft, yet each word cut like a knife, piercing Chu Ran's eardrums. And I dislike it even more when people bark at my possessions. Lin Mo set down the glass and tapped the glass tabletop lightly with his finger. Thud. To Chu Ran, that faint sound was like the tolling of a death knell. Apologize. Lin Mo uttered the two words with utter detachment. There was no room for negotiation. Chu Ran's face alternated between pale and crimson. He was the heir apparent of a mighty Central Plains financial empire. He had never bowed his head to anyone in his entire life. To apologize to some hick from Jiangnan City? That would be more agonizing than death itself. Yet the bone-chilling cold on his neck and the blood seeping out relentlessly served as a brutal reminder of his current predicament. The other man truly dared to kill him. Chu Ran clenched his jaw, tears of humiliation welling up in his eyes. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and barely audible. I'm sorry. Didn't you eat today? Lin Mo didn't even look up, nearly twirling the empty cup in his hand. Speak up. The skeleton assassin's bone blade shifted ever so slightly. Another drop of blood trickled down the edge. Chu Ran broke down. All his pride and dignity were shattered into dust before that deadly bone blade. He shut his eyes tightly and shouted at the top of his lungs.
I'm sorry. I'm blind.
I shouldn't have disturbed your rest.
Lin Mo picked his ear. Enough, stop wailing. It's giving me a headache.
He waved his hand dismissively. The assassin skeleton pressed against Chu Ran's back instantly turned into a dim shadow. It seemed to melt into the carpet, vanishing completely.
As if it had never been there. The deadly threat to his neck was gone.
Chu Ran felt as if all his strength had been drained. He collapsed onto the sofa. He gasped for air, greedily inhaling the fresh air. He reached up to touch his neck, his hand covered in sticky cold sweat and blood. The rich kids behind him scrambled over in a panic, trying to help him up. But Chu Ran pushed them away.
He kept his head bowed, not daring to look at Lin Mo even once.
Xinghan, sitting nearby with a coffee cup in hand, took in the entire scene. She elegantly sipped the bitter black coffee. A cold, unmasked smirk curled at the corners of her mouth. She looked at Chu Ran, slumped on the sofa like a stray dog. Her voice carried a condescending mockery. Already scared out of your wits? Xinghan set down her coffee cup, the porcelain clinking with a crisp sound. I warned you long ago, stay out of trouble. She turned her head, her gaze landing on Lin Mo, who had closed his eyes again to catch some sleep. A flicker of deep apprehension and fervor passed through her beautiful eyes. She turned back to look at the group of wealthy second-generation heirs, who were now as silent as mice. The waters of the imperial capital are indeed treacherous. You could throw a pebble and hit a big shot. Xinghan paused, her tone growing incredibly grave.
But Lin Mo. He's a deep-sea bomb.
Chapter 43, The Roadblock at the Gates of Dragon God Academy. The private jet touched down smoothly at the imperial capital's military airport. Xinghan hailed a private car and drove Lin Mo straight to Dragon God Academy. The car door opened. Lin Mo stepped out in his flip-flops and lazily lifted his head. What stood before him was no ordinary school gate. It was clearly a magnificent ancient temple. Dozens of white jade columns, each so thick it would take 10 men to encircle them, soared into the sky. Right in the center stood a massive black stone, over 100 meters tall. Carved upon it in sweeping, elegant calligraphy were 3 large characters, the steel of overwhelming pressure.
Xinghan pointed at the black stone.
This is the first rule of Dragon God Academy, and also a tradition for new students. This steel continuously emits a crushing pressure on the soul. All new students must walk through it while withstanding this pressure. The farther you go, the stronger your soul's potential is proven to be, and the higher the dormitory tier you'll be assigned. At that moment, hundreds of newly enrolled students had already gathered at the base of the steel. One by one, they were drenched in sweat, their legs trembling as they shuffled forward. Many collapsed onto the ground after just 20 or 30 meters, vomiting acid like bile. Standing nearby were several young men wearing second-year uniforms. They stood with their arms crossed, watching the struggling newcomers with mocking expressions.
Move it! With physiques as weak as yours, you actually think you'll get into a Tian dorm? Anyone who can't make it to 50 meters, get the hell out to the 8-person dorms on the outer perimeter. These sophomores were nominally there to welcome the freshmen.
In reality, they were there to act as roadblocks, intentionally intimidating the newcomers and establishing the rules.
Chu Ran was in the crowd too. He just managed to drag himself to the 60-meter mark and was now bent over, gasping for breath.
Hearing footsteps, Chu Ran turned his head. When he saw Lin Mo's face, his whole body shuddered violently. That bone blade pressed against his carotid artery on the plane had left him with an indelible psychological scar. Chu Ran didn't dare make a sound. He quickly backed away as if avoiding the plague.
The upperclassmen, however, didn't recognize Lin Mo.
All they saw was a laid-back teenager in a white t-shirt and flip-flops, strolling casually toward them. Trailing behind the boy were 2 half-meter-tall, grayish-white little skeletons. One was carrying his backpack, while the other held a glass of iced juice. The leader of the group, a second-year student with a crew cut, burst out laughing on the spot.
Whoa, did the admissions office go blind this year? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get into Dragon God Academy now?
The flat-top guy pointed at the 2 little skeletons, whose bones creaked with every step, and laughed so hard he was doubled over.
You dare show up here with these flimsy bones that LL shatter at the slightest touch? Kid, this is a hall where true dragons gather, not the wild graveyard in your backyard. A few upperclassmen nearby joined in with raucous laughter.
Lin Mo took the juice handed to him by the little skeleton and took a sip through the straw.
He didn't even bother to look at the flat-headed guy. What kind of stray dog is barking all over the place?
Lin Mo picked his ear, his face full of disgust.
The imperial capital's landscaping is pretty good. How come no one even leashes the mad dogs that run loose?
The flat-top guy's laughter stopped abruptly. He, a prestigious sophomore elite senior, had actually been publicly called a mad dog by a freshman who'd just enrolled.
You're asking for it.
The flat-top guy's face turned ashen, and a level 40 mana surge erupted violently. He was just about to teach this presumptuous newcomer a lesson. Xinghan shot him a cold glance from the side. The flat-headed guy instantly recognized the Academy's female slayer and, terrified, immediately suppressed his mana. Lin Mo didn't even acknowledge him, simply striding forward. He stepped right into the range of the intimidation steel.
Hum.
An invisible, crushing pressure on the soul instantly descended from the heavens. For an ordinary freshman, this would have made their head feel heavy and their knees go weak. But Lin Mo didn't even alter his breathing rhythm in the slightest. Attribute feedback: after the passive ability activated, he gained a 1% attribute boost from every 100 million summon points. His current soul strength had long since reached a terrifying, immeasurable level.
This slight pressure on his shoulders wasn't even a breeze. It even felt a bit like a gentle head massage.
Lin Mo felt that having just two skeletons carry his belongings was too much of a burden. He casually snapped his fingers.
Snap.
A flash of gray light flickered on the ground. Over 100 skeleton soldiers emerged in perfect formation. They followed behind Lin Mo, arranged in two long columns. Some fanned him, some held his coat, and others cleared the path ahead. It created the arrogant spectacle of an underground crime boss making a grand entrance. The flat-headed boy froze in place. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Mo as if he'd seen a ghost.
30 meters. 50 meters. 80 meters.
Lin Mo walked within the radius of his aura, as if on level ground. His steps were as light as if he were strolling through his own backyard. The 100 or so little skeletons behind him were equally unaffected. Not a single bone in their bodies trembled. They strode along with swagger.
This is impossible.
The flat-headed guy sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes nearly popping out of his head.
That's an 80-meter pressure zone. Even a junior would have to channel his energy to resist it.
He is just a freshman with useless bones. How can he walk through it so effortlessly? The freshmen around them, still struggling to crawl along the ground, were all dumbfounded.
Comparison is cruel.
While he strolled through the zone with over 100 minions in tow, they lay on the ground panting like dogs. In the pavilion at the very front of the stone monument, an elderly, white-haired professor in charge of recording scores had been leisurely sipping his tea. When he saw Lin Mo, accompanied by over 100 skeletons, effortlessly cross the 80-meter red line, the old professor spat out a mouthful of hot tea. The scalding liquid made him shiver, but he was too stunned to even wipe his mouth.
90 meters. 95 meters. 100 meters.
Lin Mo stepped into the divine tear zone 100 meters away.
This was an absolute forbidden zone that no freshman had ever set foot in since the founding of Dragon God Academy.
Even the top geniuses from the prestigious clans renowned throughout the imperial capital could only make it as far as 90 meters before coming to a complete standstill. The very moment Lin Mo's feet came to a complete stop within the divine tear zone.
Crack! A faint, crisp sound. Immediately afterward,
that massive black stone slab, which had stood for over a century and symbolized the supreme authority of Dragon God Academy, suddenly developed a long crack across its surface. Debris rained down in a shower of dust.
This monument could not withstand the bottomless intensity of Lin Mo's soul.
It had been forcibly split apart. The purple clay teapot in the old professor's hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. He sprang up from his wicker chair. He pushed up the reading glasses that had slipped down his nose, his hands trembling violently. The old professor's voice quivered, his face filled with horror.
The stone tablet cracked? Just how strong is this kid's soul? Has it broken through 10,000? Chapter 44, This mansion is in my name. The dormitory area at Dragon God Academy was strictly hierarchical. Ordinary freshmen could only stay in the 8-person dorms on the outermost perimeter.
But the key Lin Mo held in his hand was engraved with a lifelike golden dragon.
Dragon Head Villa. It was the only top-tier mansion on campus equipped with its own independent spirit-gathering array. All because of his staggering 1.5 million exam points. This top-tier treatment had landed squarely on his shoulders. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops, strolled leisurely down the tree-lined avenue. Behind him followed a dozen or so ordinary gray and white little skeletons. They were carrying large and small bundles of luggage on their heads. Plus a few cases of ice-cold Coke that Lin Mo had picked up along the way. The scene was as leisurely as an old man taking his bird for a walk in the park. Soon, a sprawling, luxurious 3-story villa came into view. A rich aura of spiritual energy faintly seeped out from the courtyard. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. This place was quiet enough, perfect for sleeping in. He was just about to step forward to open the door. But in front of the massive iron gate, a dark crowd of over a dozen people was blocking the way. Leading them was a burly man over 2 meters tall. His body was a mass of coiled muscles, and he wore a tight-fitting black tank top. Several menacing knife scars ran across his arms. His name was Lei Zhan, a sophomore. His awakened class was a hidden rank, berserker. A formidable figure ranked 100th on the dragon list. His nickname was Iron Fist. Lei Zhan's face was so dark it looked like rain was about to fall. He glared intently at Lin Mo as he approached, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He had had his eye on this Dragon's Head villa for quite some time. To move in, he had spent an entire year saving up his academy contribution points. He had just submitted his application yesterday. Today, the logistics department informed him outright that the villa had been forcibly assigned to a freshman. How could he possibly swallow his pride and let this slide? Are you that freshman named Lin Mo? Lei Zhan took a step forward. The ground gave off a dull thud. He looked down on Lin Mo from above, his eyes brimming with contempt and rage. Bringing a few mangy dogs to flex your muscles in some backwater. You really think you can walk all over people just because you're in the imperial capital? Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. He looked at Lei Zhan, then at the keys in his hand. Then he switched the Coke to his left hand. Did someone dump trash right in front of this door? Lin Mo's tone was flat, without a hint of emotion. It's all piled up at the entrance, blocking my move. The few henchmen behind Lei Zhan flew into a rage on the spot. Kid, how dare you talk to Iron Fist like that? You're just a freshman, do you even know the rules? This Dragon's Head villa was reserved by our Iron Fist. If you know what's good for you, hand over the keys right now. Several upperclassmen pointed their fingers at Lin Mo and shouted loudly. Their attitude was as arrogant as it could possibly be. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to deal with this bunch of clowns. He turned around and waved at the little skeletons behind him, who were carrying his luggage. Hurry up. Take the stuff inside. And while you're at it, clear out the trash at the entrance. The dozen or so little skeletons received their orders. They immediately marched forward with their bones clattering, completely ignoring Lei Zhan and his group blocking their path. You're asking for death. Lei Zhan was thoroughly enraged. He, a top 100 expert on the dragon rankings, had actually been treated like trash by a freshman. He slammed his palm down hard on the massive iron gate beside him. Boom! The thick, high-grade steel door was instantly imprinted with a deep handprint. The entire gate shook violently. I'm making this clear right now. Lei Zhan's eyes flashed with malice. He glared intently at Lin Mo in front of him. This villa isn't a place for a newcomer like you to live. Grab your junk and get the hell out to the slum dorms right now. Stop hogging the space for nothing.
Faced with Lei Zhan's aggressive roar and threats,
Lin Mo finally stopped what he was doing. He sighed.
I just got off the plane, and I was actually in a pretty good mood. Lin Mo crushed the soda can in his hand. He tossed it casually into the nearby trash can. Why is it so hard to just get a good night's sleep? He took a step forward. Standing face to face with Lei Zhan, who towered a full head above him, he didn't unleash any mana pressure. Nor did he summon any earth-shattering hordes of monsters. Lin Mo simply raised his head. Those eyes, usually so languid, were now as deep as a bottomless ice abyss. Devoid of any warmth. This villa is in my name. Lin Mo's voice was soft. Yet it clearly cut through all the surrounding noise. Lei Zhan froze for a moment. Then he burst into a maniacal laugh. So what if it's in your name? At Dragon God Academy, might makes right. I won't let you stay here, so you'd better get the hell out. Lin Mo paid no heed to his laughter. He held up 3 fingers and waved them in front of Lei Zhan. 3 seconds. Lin Mo slowly lowered his fingers. His tone was as calm as if he were stating an established fact. Get out of my sight. Or, I'll make you disappear. The moment those words left his mouth, the air around them seemed to freeze instantly. The smile on Lei Zhan's face froze solid. His eyes instantly bloodshot with rage. The violent mana surging through his body spiraled completely out of control. His muscles bulged, crackling with sonic booms. A terrifying aura of pressure slammed down on Lin Mo. The confrontation had long since drawn a massive crowd of students. Layers upon layers of onlookers packed the area so tightly there was no room to move. There were upperclassmen, as well as freshmen who had just enrolled. Everyone stared at Lin Mo as if he were a dead man. Some in the crowd even started placing bets on the spot. Open the betting. Bet on how many moves this cocky freshman can last. I'll bet 1 move. When Iron Fist gets riled up, he is capable of killing someone. This kid is way too cocky. If he doesn't get a few bones broken today, where will Iron Fist's reputation stand? He actually dares to take on Dragonhead Villa head-on? He must be tired of living. The onlookers were in an uproar. Everyone was convinced Lin Mo was finished for good. Meanwhile, on the very edge of the crowd, under a massive ornamental tree, Qinghan stood in a silvery white trench coat, her arms crossed over her chest. She watched quietly as tension mounted at the villa's entrance. The mocking laughter of the surrounding freshmen and upperclassmen rang incessantly in her ears. Yet on Qinghan's cold, striking face, there was not a trace of worry. She looked at Lei Zhan, who was on the verge of a rage, and shook her head slightly. Her eyes were filled with undisguised pity. Deep pity for that sophomore senior. Chapter 45, You Know Nothing About Power. In front of the Dragon Head Villa. The air seemed to stand still at that moment. Lei Zhan's eyes, already bloodshot, widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. A freshman who had just set foot on campus actually dared to point a finger at him and order him to vanish within 3 seconds? Having spent 2 full years at Dragon God Academy, Lei Zhan had never been subjected to such humiliation. He was, after all, a top-tier expert ranked 100th on the Dragon list. Usually, when he walked down the street, didn't every freshman lower their heads and take a detour? Fine. Just fine. Lei Zhan laughed bitterly in his rage, the muscles on his face twitching violently. It seems the little pond in Jiangnan City has fattened up the guts of this well-dwelling frog. He yanked off his tight black tank top, revealing a muscular torso covered in knife scars. A suffocating, terrifying surge of mana erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption. If I don't crush every bone in your body inch by inch today, I'll write the name of my Iron Fist backwards. Lei Zhan threw back his head and let out a feral, inhuman roar. The ranked talent, Soul of the Titan, was fully activated, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as his bones lengthened. Lejean's frame, already over 2 meters tall, swelled to over 3 meters in the blink of an eye.
His skin turned into an indestructible dark bronze. Muscles bulged like rock, and ancient Titan runes even began to emerge on his skin.
Standing there now, he resembled an insurmountable mountain of steel and flesh. Even the air currents created by his breathing stung the cheeks of those around him. The senior students watching retreated in fear, afraid of being swept up in the chaos.
Back up! Quick, get back! Iron Fist is going all out. He has even activated the Titan Soul. Last time we were on an academy mission, Iron Fist used this move to smash an entire mountain peak with a single punch. The new recruits were even more terrified, their faces ashen and their legs trembling.
In their eyes, Lejean was no longer human,
but rather, an ancient beast clad in human skin. That frail teenager named Lin Mo would undoubtedly be reduced to a pile of mincemeat by that single punch.
Lejean lowered his head, looking down at Lin Mo, who was a full head shorter than him. His eyes were filled with cruelty and savagery. "Kid, when you're reincarnated in your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open."
Boom!
Lejean's right foot slammed violently against the ground. The hard granite slabs shattered instantly, sending shards flying in all directions. His massive frame, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, charged toward Lin Mo like a runaway heavy armored vehicle. That dark copper-colored fist, twice the size of a clay pot, tore through the air,
emitting a piercing sonic boom.
It slammed straight down toward Lin Mo's head.
Facing this earth-shattering blow, Lin Mo didn't even bat an eyelid. He didn't back down.
Nor did he summon those mage skeletons that had once wreaked havoc on the exam grounds. He simply thought, since his opponent wanted to rely on pure physical strength, he would grant him his wish. Lin Mo casually snapped his fingers. The crisp sound seemed insignificant amid the massive sonic boom. But the ground before him split open without warning. A dark golden light burst forth from the earth. A newly unlocked mutant unit. Heavy Dragon Knight Skeleton. The light faded. A massive skeleton, standing 2.5 meters tall, stood firmly in front of Lin Mo. This skeleton wasn't mounted on any steed, but its exaggeratedly thick bones glowed with a deep, dark golden hue. Most astonishingly, every rib and arm bone was naturally covered in a dense pattern of dragon scales. A heavy, ancient dragon-like aura of intimidation radiated from the skeleton. It carried no weapons. It simply stood there silently, like an unshakable wall of size. Lejean's charge had brought him right up to it. He looked at the dragon-scaled skeleton that had suddenly appeared, a savage, cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Just because you've changed the color of your broken bones, you think you can stop me?" Shatter! Lejean had no intention of holding back. That heavy fist, imbued with the power of the Titans and brimming with the arrogance to shatter everything in its path, slammed viciously into the Dragon Knight skeleton's chest. Within the hollow eye sockets of the heavy Dragon Knight skeleton, a deep blue soul flame flickered violently. Facing this fist capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, it merely raised its right arm with casual ease, spreading its bony claw, covered in dragon scale patterns. Without any flashy moves, it simply met Lejean's fist head-on, blocking it. Boom! A deafening, heart-stopping roar erupted right in front of the Dragon's Head Villa's main gate. The terrifying shockwaves from the collision materialized into a tangible blast of air. It instantly snapped the flowers, grass, and trees within a 10-meter radius in half. The onlookers were knocked off balance by the blast, tumbling to the ground. Dust and debris swirled everywhere. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the center of the impact. To them, the skeleton must have been reduced to dust. A breeze swept through, and the dust gradually cleared. Once they could see the scene within, the entire area in front of the villa complex fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Lejean's pride and joy, the Titan's fist, froze mid-air. And the only thing blocking that punch was a single hand of the heavy Dragon Knight skeleton. With the point of impact as the center, the granite ground within a 5-meter radius had shattered into a fine powder. A crater half a meter deep had formed. Yet, the heavy Dragon Knight skeleton stood at the bottom of the pit, its back held perfectly straight. Far from being crushed. It hadn't even taken a single step back. Its bony claws clamped down on Lei Zhan's massive fist. Like a pair of tiger claws forged from divine-grade metal, they didn't budge an inch. The savage grin on Lei Zhan's face froze completely. His pupils contracted wildly, his eyes bulging almost out of their sockets. He felt as though his all-out punch hadn't struck a summon. Rather, it had slammed into an unshakable, towering divine mountain. The massive recoil sent a numbing sensation through his entire right arm. This is impossible. Lei Zhan's voice trembled as he ground out the words through clenched teeth. He struggled desperately to pull his fist back. But he found the force emanating from the opponent's bone claw so immense it filled him with despair. No matter how hard he strained, no matter how much Titan mana he channeled, that fist wouldn't budge an inch. It was completely and firmly welded to his opponent's hand. Lin Mo stood behind the skeleton, leisurely brushing the dust off the hem of his robe. He looked at Lei Zhan, who was drenched in sweat and had turned the color of a pig's liver. "You just said." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a touch of mockery. "What was it you were going to smash to pieces with a single punch?" Lei Zhan clenched his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. An unstoppable wave of fear finally surged through him. What kind of monster was this, exactly? A summon that hadn't even cast a single skill had caught his full power strike with one hand? This was absolutely not the kind of strength a freshman should possess. You know absolutely nothing about strength. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered with further small talk. He issued his final command to the Dragon Knight skeleton. "Take him out." The heavy Dragon Knight skeleton received the order. The previously motionless skeleton suddenly erupted with even more terrifying brute strength. The bony claw gripping Lei Zhan's fist snapped outward with a violent twist. Crack! A crisp, loud sound of breaking bone echoed throughout the arena. "Ah!" Lei Zhan let out a blood-curdling scream. His dark bronze arm, thicker than an average man's thigh, had been brutally snapped in two by that monstrous force. The stark white bone stump pierced through his tough skin, exposed to the air. Blood sprayed across the floor like a fountain. The Titan's soul form collapsed instantly. Lei Zhan's massive body deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly shrinking back to its original size. Clutching his severed right arm, he collapsed to his knees before Lin Mo, writhing in agony on the ground. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat as he screamed in agony. Instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. No prolonged struggle, no exchange of ultimate moves. Only absolute numerical superiority and a purely brutal, overwhelming assault. The hundreds of students watching had all turned to stone. Their mouths hung open, their worldviews utterly shattered by what they had just witnessed. That was a top 100 expert on the Dragon rankings. The second-year bully known as Iron Fist, who ruled the campus with an iron fist. And yet he'd been taken down casually, effortlessly by a freshman who'd just enrolled, using a skeleton whose name he couldn't even recall? Lin Mo didn't even glance at Lei Zhan on the ground. He turned his head to look at the second-year henchman who'd been bragging moments ago. The henchman's knees buckled in fear, and they collapsed to the ground. They didn't even have the courage to look Lin Mo in the eye. "Take this trash and get out of here." Lin Mo's tone was flat, yet it terrified the henchmen so much that they scrambled toward him. They frantically hoisted Lei Zhan, who had passed out from the pain, and fled the scene like stray dogs. The crowd automatically parted to form a wide path. Everyone looked at Lin Mo as if they were gazing upon an ancient demon god clad in human skin. At the very edge of the crowd, Qinghan stood with her arms crossed. She watched Lei Zhan being carried away, the pity in her eyes undiminished. She had known this outcome all along. A monster capable of effortlessly cleaving through the full power strike of a level 40 powerhouse. How could a reckless sophomore possibly dare to provoke it? Yet her heart was also in turmoil. That newly appeared dragon-scaled skeleton had once again shattered her previous limits on Lin Mo's capabilities.
In less than 10 minutes. The scene unfolding before the Dragon Head Villa spread like wildfire throughout the entire academy. The official forum of Dragon God Academy was in an absolute uproar. Countless bold, red-highlighted posts instantly dominated the charts. Shocking scoop. Iron Fist, ranked in the Dragon List's top 100, was instantly defeated by a freshman with a single move. Creepy when you think about it. Just how powerful is that skeleton that caught the Titan's fist with one hand? The upstart from Jiangnan City crushed the sophomore's pride right at the start of the semester. Countless top-tier geniuses, hiding behind their screens, watched the blurry, secretly recorded videos in the posts. Every single one of them sucked in a sharp breath. Chapter 46, Milking the Academy for All It's Worth, the Skeleton Legion S-Class Transformation. Lin Mo pushed open the steel gates of the Dragon's Head Villa. A rich surge of spiritual energy washed over him, making even his breathing feel smoother. He nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed his backpack to the little skeleton beside him. Go make the bed. Use the softest side of the mattress. Lin Mo didn't rush to rest. His mind was still replaying the performance of that Dragon Rider skeleton from earlier today. Its melee power was indeed formidable. It withstood the Titan's fist without even a crack in its bones. But melee alone wasn't enough. If he was to build an army of one, he'd need to arrange for a ranged fire network. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Since I'm at the highest institution of learning, I might as well milk it for all it's worth. He turned and walked out of the villa, heading straight for the Library of All Things at Dragon God Academy. He heard it housed the most comprehensive collection of class advancement documents in all of Dragon Nation. The Library of All Things was a magnificent inverted pyramid-shaped building. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops, strolled leisurely inside. Seated at the front desk was a gaunt old man wearing thick-rimmed reading glasses. The old man was poring over a thick tome of magical lore, not even bothering to look up. Lin Mo curled his finger and tapped the desk twice. I'd like to borrow a book. The old man impatiently flipped a page. First-year students are only allowed to read basic theory on the first floor. You're not permitted upstairs. Lin Mo didn't waste words. He simply slapped the dark gold special recruitment crystal card from his pocket onto the desk. The old man glanced at it over the rim of his reading glasses. His originally cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. He looked up and sized Lin Mo up from head to toe. Are you Lin Mo, the one who crippled that kid Lejeune at the school gate today? The old man's voice carried a hint of hoarseness, tinged with scrutiny. Lin Mo yawned. His bones were too brittle. It's not my fault. The old man gave a cold chuckle and pushed the crystal card back across the table. It's good for a young man to have pride, but don't get too cocky. Speak up. What kind of books are you looking for? Lin Mo got straight to the point. All ancient texts on undead summoning mutations, soul devouring, and class evolution. The old man furrowed his brow, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. Undead evolution? Why are you looking at that obscure, long obsolete branch of knowledge? Summoners should focus on increasing the number of summons and improving their basic stats. Dabbling in those flashy mutations will only make you a jack of all trades but master of none. Lin Mo picked his ear. Old man, are you a librarian or my academic advisor? Just take the books. No more nonsense. The old man was momentarily stumped, and his expression darkened instantly. You're ungrateful. The old man snorted coldly and tapped the formation in front of him a few times. A dozen or so thick, dust-covered ancient tomes materialized out of thin air, crashing onto the table. They're all here. Take them and read. Lin Mo scooped up the pile of books and walked over to sit on the sofa in the corner. He casually flipped open the top volume, The Origin of the Undead. The content was complex, but he only read what he needed. Soon, an ancient passage caught his attention. Low-tier skeletons that devour the lingering souls of archers can reshape their bones and evolve into bone archers. Those that devour the lingering souls of heavily armored warriors can evolve into bone armor behemoths. Lin Mo stared at these two lines, his eyes narrowing slightly. A mad idea rapidly took shape in his mind. since they could evolve into archers. What if he instilled in them the concept of modern firearms? What if he transformed 10,000 skeletons into assassins wielding heavy sniper rifles? That scene would be absolutely breathtaking. Cold weapons have too short a range and limited lethality. Lin Mo muttered to himself.
If I could form a skeleton sniper battalion, with 10,000 heavy sniper rifles firing simultaneously, even a god would be riddled with bullets. The moment this thought crossed Lin Mo's mind, a faint vibration suddenly emanated from the status panel deep within his soul. A dark gold notification flashed in his mind. Detected hostess strong intent.
Initiating simulation of new undead mutation branch. Simulation successful. Unlocked new ranged mutation branch, Death Sniper. Unlock requirement, consume 1 billion EXP. Lin Mo looked at the outrageous EXP requirement and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. 1 billion experience points.
That was enough to take a level 50 class user straight to level 60. However, for Lin Mo, who possessed the infinite troop generation talent, this was a surefire win. Without hesitation, he pulled an exquisite white jade porcelain vial from his pocket. This was the Ascension Tower Challenge reward sent by the Academy when he first enrolled. Inside was a top-grade experience pill of the highest purity. The experience it contained was exactly enough to fill this staggering gap. Lin Mo pulled the stopper, and a rich, medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. Without even taking a sip of water, he popped the golden pill straight into his mouth. With a crunch, he crushed it and swallowed it down.
Boom! Massive, pure energy exploded within his body, instantly absorbed by his status panel. 1 billion EXP deducted. Ranged mutation branch Death Sniper, permanently unlocked. Class traits, beyond line of sight lock on, absolute armor penetration, 100% headshot rate.
Lin Mo felt the feedback from the panel and smiled with satisfaction.
A 100% headshot rate. Wasn't this a tailor-made package for those mages who love to hide in the back and fire sneak attacks? Lin Mo closed the ancient tome.
He brushed the dust off his hands, stood up, and prepared to leave. The old man at the front desk had been staring in Lin Mo's direction the whole time. He watched him flip through the book, take a pill, and then laugh for no apparent reason. The old man couldn't help but shake his head, his eyes filled with pity.
It's over. Another one who has lost his way.
I've seen too many of these newcomers who are impatient for success and always looking for shortcuts.
The old man sighed inwardly.
Instead of sticking to the proper orthodox summoning path, he insists on studying some necromantic mutations. In the end, he'll surely ruin himself completely because he is trying to master too many things without mastering any.
The old man put away the ancient text on the table.
He silently crossed Lin Mo's name off the Academy's close watch list. In his view, this once famous college entrance exam top scorer had reached the limit of his future achievements.
Chapter 47, The Birth of the Heavy Sniper Skeleton. Is this what they call long-range strikes? Dragon's Head Villa. Underground training ground.
As the only top-of-the-line mansion on campus, even its basement was absurdly spacious. The surrounding walls were all constructed from high-strength alloy designed to absorb kinetic energy. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops and holding a glass of Coke fresh from the fridge, strolled leisurely to the center of the open arena.
It's quite spacious, perfect for testing out a new unit.
He took a sip of the ice-cold Coke and casually snapped his fingers.
Snap.
The crisp sound of the snap echoed through the basement. A dark golden ripple spread across the space before him.
10 towering figures emerged silently from the ripples.
These 10 newly created skeletons were completely different from the basic units he'd summoned before. They stood well over 2 meters tall. Each was draped in a wide black cloak, hiding most of their skeletal frames in shadow. They exuded a chilling, menacing aura. What caught the eye most were the weapons they held. It was a heavy sniper rifle, 1.5 meters long. The rifle's body was crafted entirely from bleached bones, its surface covered in intricate, dark red magical runes. The pitch-black barrel radiated the pure essence of death.
Lin Mo took a quick look from head to toe and nodded in satisfaction.
With a look like that, they wouldn't even need makeup to play assassins.
He thought to himself.
The status panel deep within his soul automatically unfolded, feeding the data on the new unit type into his mind.
Class, Grim Reaper Heavy Sniper Skeleton. Effective range, 10 kilometers. Special passive 1, Absolute Armor Penetration.
Ignores 30% of the target's physical and magical defense.
Special passive 2, Soul Blast.
Upon hitting the target, the bullet triggers a secondary destructive explosion targeting the soul. Reading the information in his mind, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A 10-kilometer range.
What did that mean?
It meant he could lie on the villa's leather sofa, sipping a cold drink. Meanwhile, his skeleton legion could stick their gun barrels out the window and single out any target across half of the imperial capital. The enemy wouldn't even know where he was before getting their heads blown off on the spot. Not to mention the absolute armor penetration that ignored defenses, complete with a soul-attacking effect. This attack not only ignored physical armor, but even the magical shields that mages prided themselves on were as flimsy as paper in the face of this gun. Combined with a terrifying 10,000x stat boost.
It was nothing short of an utterly unreasonable, dimension-lowering strike.
Lin Mo stroked his chin.
Just looking at the stats is boring. I need to take it out and test the accuracy.
Although the basement was spacious, it was clearly insufficient for testing a sniper rifle with a 10-kilometer range.
Lin Mo turned and walked toward the private elevator in the corner. Let's go get some fresh air on the roof.
The 10 heavy sniper skeletons remained silent.
Like emotionless ghosts, they carried their bone-white heavy sniper rifles and followed Lin Mo in perfect unison.
Dragon Head Villa was situated at the highest point of the academy grounds, and the open-air balcony on the third floor offered a sweeping view. The night was dim, and the outskirts of the imperial capital lay in dead silence.
Lin Mo walked to the railing and pointed at a barren mountain 5 kilometers away. That was the abandoned firing range Dragon God Academy used to test large-scale formations. No one ever went there. See that mountain peak?
Lin Mo leaned against the railing, taking a sip of coke through a straw.
Fire a shot at random so I can see.
Upon receiving the order, one of the heavy sniper skeletons immediately stepped forward. It expertly shouldered the exaggerated bone-frame sniper rifle. The stock rested against its shoulder blade, and its hollow eye sockets pressed against the bone-framed scope.
A deep blue soul flame instantly condensed into a single point. The crosshairs locked firmly onto the peak of the barren mountain 5 kilometers away.
There was no cocking of the bolt.
Nor was there any precast animation for gathering mana.
It simply gently pulled the bone trigger.
Hum. There was no deafening gunshot.
Not even a flicker of light appeared. Only the air, compressed to its absolute limit, emitted a low, trembling hum. A dark gold bullet, condensed from pure death energy, flew from the barrel. It tore through the night sky without a sound.
The naked eye could not possibly track its trajectory. 5 kilometers away. At the desolate mountain firing range, hundreds of meters high. The mountaintop twisted without warning. Immediately afterward,
a world-shattering force erupted from within the mountain.
Boom!
The delayed, massive explosion, like rolling thunder, finally reached Lin Mo's ears. A dark golden halo lit up the distant horizon. No debris flew through the air. Nor was there a cloud of dust. Because the entire mountain peak had been utterly obliterated by a terrifying soulstorm the instant it was struck by the bullet. It was as if a giant eraser had wiped it clean from the scene.
The mountain was gone. All that remained was a cross-section as smooth as a mirror. Lin Mo stood on the balcony.
The night breeze made his white t-shirt flutter. He stared at the mountain peak that had vanished into thin air in the distance, falling silent for a few seconds. Then he glanced down at the cola cup in his hand.
Is this what they call a long-range strike?
The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled up wildly, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes.
This is clearly a targeted elimination.
He turned around and patted the heavy sniper skeleton on the shoulder.
Nice work. Your aim is steady.
Lin Mo stretched with great satisfaction. From now on, I won't have to show my face for this kind of dirty, tedious work. If anyone upsets me, you lot will take them out one by one from 10 kilometers away. The heavy sniper skeleton silently holstered his rifle. Without a word, he retreated back into the ranks, vanishing once more beneath his wide black cloak.
Just as Lin Mo was enjoying the night breeze. Imperial Capital Defense Department, Supreme Monitoring Center.
The once quiet command hall was suddenly bathed in red light. A piercing, top-level alarm instantly shattered the stillness of the night.
Warning! Warning! Detected unknown high-energy reaction. Energy level assessment, catastrophic.
Every alarm light in the hall was spinning frantically. The blinding red light illuminated the terrified faces of every operator. On the monitoring screen, a blinding red dot was flashing wildly. A massive crimson halo nearly covered the entire suburban area. The shift supervisor jumped up from his chair. His face deathly pale, he stared intently at the coordinates on the large screen.
Where are the coordinates? Reporting, sir. At the number 6 Wilderness Range outside Dragon God Academy.
The operator's voice trembled with sheer terror. The energy peak instantly exceeded our detection limits, then vanished just as suddenly.
The shift supervisor sucked in a sharp breath.
This was the Imperial capital. The heart of Longua, the most heavily fortified region.
In the dead of night, an energy surge of this magnitude erupting on the outskirts of Dragon God Academy? Could it be that the Blood Moon Abyss fissure has opened without warning? Or has a top-tier foreign assassin infiltrated the Imperial capital? Whichever the case, this is a matter serious enough to cost the City Defense Department their heads. Contact the principal of Dragon God Academy immediately.
The duty officer wiped the cold sweat from his face.
Ask them if some ancient monster is conducting some forbidden experiment. Hurry! Deploy the first reconnaissance squadron immediately. Whatever it is, you must get to the bottom of this within 5 minutes. Amidst the duty officer's furious roar,
several streamlined military reconnaissance aircraft shot skyward, trailing blue exhaust plumes. The roar of their engines tore through the night sky. They raced at top speed toward the site of the high-energy reaction.
5 minutes later,
the reconnaissance aircraft hovered above the barren mountains.
Powerful searchlights flashed on, illuminating the abandoned firing range below as bright as day. The reconnaissance squadron leader peered over the side and looked down.
At a single glance, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. The duty officer's anxious voice came through the communicator.
Report the situation from the front lines. Have you found any traces of the Blood Moon Abyss monsters? The reconnaissance captain swallowed hard.
His hand gripping the radio was shaking like a leaf.
Reporting to command center.
No Blood Moon Abyss monsters have been found at the target location.
Nor have we found any traces of terrorists.
The duty officer on the other end of the communicator was so frantic he was slamming his fist on the table.
Then what the hell happened? Stop beating around the bush. The reconnaissance captain looked down at the mountain's cross-section, smooth as a mirror.
He felt as though his entire worldview had been shattered.
Sir, the entire mountain at target range 6 is gone. Dead silence on the other end of the communicator.
No traces of large-scale explosives were found at the scene. The reconnaissance captain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling.
Only
a layer of unidentified white bone powder remains.
Chapter 48, Ascension Tower opens, reshaping everyone's perception. Dragon God Academy Central Plaza.
A massive, pitch-black tower soared into the sky, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. This was the Dragon Nation's most famous trial ground, Ascension Tower.
Today marked the 7th day since the freshman's enrollment. According to the Academy's ironclad rule, all freshmen must enter Ascension Tower to test their potential.
The higher the floor they cleared, the more staggering the resources and privileges they would receive over the next 4 years at the Academy. The square was already bustling with activity. Thousands of freshmen, drenched in sweat, were shouting at the top of their lungs, frantically recruiting teammates.
Monsters in the Ascension Tower came in wave after wave. Attempting to climb the tower alone was pure suicide. Level 25 Heavy Shield Warrior leading the group. Need a top-tier healer. Brutal Fire Mage looking for a group. Guaranteed to push through the first 10 floors. I won't hold anyone back. Any sophomores around to lead us?
We need a tank to soak damage up front. The air was thick with frantic shouts. But in the farthest corner of the square, the scene was completely different. Lin Mo wore a faded, worn-out t-shirt. On his feet were the same cheap flip-flops he'd worn for years. He held a glass of iced lemonade in his hand, yawning listlessly. He stood there all alone, with not a single soul to strike up a conversation with. It wasn't that no one wanted to ride his coattails. It was that they simply didn't dare. This was the fearsome figure who had publicly taken down a top 100 sophomore from the Dragon rankings on the very first day of school. Who would dare provoke a dangerous individual of this caliber? On a raised platform in the distance, several high-ranking academy officials in charge of proctoring were whispering to one another. Qinghan, serving as a special guest proctor, stood expressionless at the very front, clad in a silver-white trench coat. A pot-bellied dean frowned and pointed in Lin Mo's direction.
Is that freshman Lin Mo? Why is he still drinking water instead of forming a party?
The monsters in Ascension Tower have attributes that increase exponentially.
He's a necromancer and he wants to go solo? That's sheer madness.
A balding instructor beside him shook his head in disbelief. That kid is so arrogant he thinks taking down Lei Zhan makes him invincible. Even if he has a powerful dragon scale skeleton, the tower is swarming with hordes of monsters. Once he gets swallowed up by the monster horde in the first 3 floors, he'll learn what teamwork really means. Listening to the instructor's chatter, Qinghan curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile.
Teamwork?
These narrow-minded old fossils had no idea just how absurd that monster's stats were. If he were to team up, that would be a total demotion for the other candidates.
Just keep your own students in line.
Qinghan crossed his arms, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mo. He doesn't need teammates. With a deafening toll of the bell, the assessment officially began. Thousands of freshmen formed defensive formations and surged like a tidal wave into the massive teleportation array at the base of Ascension Tower. Lin Mo crushed the ice cube in his mouth and strolled in slowly. A blinding white light flashed. The first floor of the Ascension Tower. The air was thick with a pungent, putrid stench. Dozens of highly toxic rotting corpses, emitting black fumes from their bodies, crawled out of the ground. They lashed out with claws and fangs, snarling as they lunged at Lin Mo.
Lin Mo didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, let alone summon those monstrous mutant units.
He casually snapped his fingers. 10 of the most basic skeleton soldiers burst from the ground. Without even drawing their weapons, they charged straight into the horde of corpses. Swinging their grayish-white bony fists, they landed punches squarely on the rotting corpses' heads. Thud! 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 Under the absolute crushing superiority of tens of millions of attribute points, these highly toxic, rotten corpses, despite their astonishing defense, crumbled like soft tofu. Instantly, they were pounded into a pile of foul-smelling, bloody flesh. It didn't even take 3 seconds. The teleportation beam leading to the second floor shot skyward.
Lin Mo, hands in his pockets, stepped right into it. He didn't even pause for a moment.
On the second level, over 100 shadow demon wolves had just opened their gaping maws. The little skeleton kicked one, and the demon wolf instantly turned into a mist of blood. On the third level, a berserk gargoyle hadn't even taken flight before its wings were torn clean off. Meanwhile, outside the plaza, on a massive crystal screen dozens of meters tall, the names of all the freshmen and their current levels scrolled in real time. The vast majority of the freshmen' names remained frozen on the first level. Occasionally, a few well-coordinated teams managed to struggle their way up to the second level, immediately drawing cheers from the veteran students watching from the perimeter. The pot-bellied director stroked his stubble and nodded with satisfaction. The quality of this year's freshmen is indeed quite good.
A few teens are advancing quite quickly their promising prospects. No sooner had he spoken than a blood-curdling gasp erupted from the crowd. Holy shit! Look at the top of the screen. What the hell is that? Thousands of eyes shot upward in unison. At the very top of the crystal screen, a name was racing upward at an unbelievable speed. Lin Mo, Level 1. Lin Mo, Level 2. Lin Mo, Level 3.
The name flashed by so quickly it was dizzying. The numbers seemed to jump up with every blink of an eye. The momentum was like a roller coaster that had completely lost control. The Mediterranean mentor rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor.
This is impossible. There are dozens, even hundreds of monsters on every floor. Doesn't he even need time to run away?
The name on the screen showed no sign of stopping.
4th floor. 5th floor. 8th floor. The thousands of students watching below and the mentors on the podium all froze in place. Dead silence.
A silence so thick you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone's mouths hung open as they stared, transfixed, at the constantly flickering name. 1 floor per second.
This wasn't a life or death battle through the levels.
This was clearly taking the express elevator straight to the top. The pot-bellied director's flabby body shook violently. We're in trouble.
The test formation must have malfunctioned.
In all previous years, even the top-ranked Dragon God scholars took at least 3 minutes to barely clear a single level. The 10th level. In just 10 seconds.
Lin Mo's name surged through the 10th level like a whirlwind. He left the freshmen still struggling on the first floor far behind, 800 li away.
Just as Lin Mo stepped into the 11th floor,
the massive crystal screen outside the Ascension Tower suddenly burst into a blinding, blood-red glow without warning.
A deafening alarm echoed across the entire academy.
A cold, ruthless announcement from the formation boomed down from the very pinnacle of the Ascension Tower.
Warning! Abnormal clearing speed detected. Verify player identity immediately. Chapter 49, I am a catastrophe. Outside the Ascension Tower, the shrill alarm continued to echo frantically.
The crimson light bathed the entire plaza in a sea of blood.
The name on the giant screen was frozen at the 30th floor. Lin Mo. The mentors on the high platform were in complete disarray.
The pot-bellied director clutched his thinning hair, his face deathly pale.
The 30th floor. He actually charged all the way to the 30th floor in one go.
That's the absolute limit that past freshmen could barely reach even by risking their lives and assembling a top-tier team of 10.
He did it alone, in less than a minute?
The mentor with the receding hairline's legs were shaking so violently he could barely speak.
Cheating, this is definitely cheating.
There must be a glitch in the Ascension Tower's formation. The monsters on the 30th floor, those are tens of thousands of third transformation elite monsters.
Even a senior in their 4th year would be torn to shreds the moment they stepped inside. Quick! Cut off the formation's power. Drag that kid out by force for questioning. Qinghan stood at the very front.
A rare, unmistakable flicker of emotion crossed her cold, striking face. She stared intently at the giant screen, her hands clenched tightly around the pockets of her trench coat.
The knuckles on her fingers had turned a pale blue. Shut your mouths.
Qinghan shot a cold glance at the flustered instructors. Her voice was quiet, yet it carried an unquestionable aura of lethal intent.
The Ascension Tower is a god-tier formation personally set up by the first chancellor. When has it ever failed in hundreds of years? Is it really that hard to admit someone else is a genius?
The instructors were left speechless by her rebuke.
They all wiped the cold sweat from their brows, staring intently at the holographic projection in the center of the square.
It was a real-time surveillance feed from the 30th floor of Ascension Tower.
In the footage,
a vast, enclosed space was teeming with massive, terrifying monsters. Bloodthirsty mad lions, blood moon abyss serpents, shadow knights. Over 1,000 elite monsters, radiating a terrifying aura, packed the entire space so tightly there was no room to move. Bloodthirsty red light flickered in their eyes as they fixed their gaze on the slender figure standing right in the center. Lin Mo had his hands stuffed in his pockets, facing tens of thousands of monsters capable of tearing him to shreds. He not only refused to back down but didn't even make a move to summon a defensive bone wall. Is this kid out of his mind? The pot-bellied director was so frantic he was stamping his feet. The monsters have already surrounded him. Why hasn't he summoned that mutated skeleton yet? He is asking for death. On the square, thousands of freshmen dared not even breathe. They watched the teenager in flip-flops on the holographic projection, their hearts pounding so hard they felt like they were about to leap out of their throats. On the screen, Lin Mo raised his head slightly, his gaze sweeping past the frenzied horde of beasts. He locked onto the surveillance crystal suspended mid-air with pinpoint accuracy. He suddenly smiled. A carefree curve formed at the corners of his mouth. Examiners out there, can you see clearly? Lin Mo's voice, transmitted through the surveillance array, echoed clearly across the entire square. There was no trace of fear. Only a composure that commanded everything. The Mediterranean mentor swallowed hard. Is he talking to us? What on earth is he up to? Lin Mo pulled his hands out of his pockets. Facing the thousands of monsters surging toward him like a tidal wave, he slowly spread his arms wide, as if welcoming a grand carnival. Since you insist on watching. A cold, eerie glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Then I'll show you something spectacular. A crisp snap of his fingers echoed through the vast, empty space of the 30th floor. Snap. That single, simple snap seemed to strike everyone's heart. The next second, the space on the 30th floor of the Ascension Tower collapsed completely. Not a physical collapse, but the void itself being torn apart by some immeasurable, terrifying force. Dark golden spatial fissures spread wildly behind Lin Mo like a spider's web. Blinding, bone-white light gushed out from the fissures. Immediately afterward, a bone-chilling, skull-numbing screech of grinding bones swept across the entire arena like a tsunami. Creak, 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 creak. 1. 10. 10,000. 100,000. A full million-strong army of mutated skeletons. Marching in perfect unison, they stepped out of the rift in the void. Heavy armored dragon knight skeletons, as massive as mountains, led the charge with their tower shields raised. Cloaked Reaper sniper skeletons, wielding massive bone sniper rifles, occupied every vantage point. The muscle-bound king of fighters skeletons, clenching their bandaged fists, let out bloodthirsty growls. 1 million monsters, each inheriting Lin Mo's attributes and amplified 10,000-fold. Instantly, they filled the entire space of the 30th floor. Those once arrogant thousands of third transformation elite monsters. Faced with this sea of white bones, they were like a handful of sand dropped into a vast ocean. Without even a ripple, they were utterly submerged. Rumble. The entire Ascension Tower shook violently. This god-tier formation, which had stood for hundreds of years, seemed unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of these 1 million monsters. The tower's structure actually let out a wail of strain. Layer upon layer of defensive light barriers activated automatically, yet they still could not block the surge of death energy rising skyward. On the square outside the tower, dead silence. A silence more terrifying than a graveyard. Thousands of freshmen all felt their knees go weak, collapsing one after another onto the ground. It was an absolute suppression emanating from the depths of their souls. Those tycoon prodigies, who usually looked down on everyone, didn't even dare to lift their heads at this moment. The mentors on the high platform looked ashen, slumping lifelessly in their chairs. The pot-bellied director had even stopped breathing. He stared blankly at the endless sea of skeletons on the giant screen. His mind was a blank. These weren't summoners. It was as if an entire hell had descended upon the mortal realm. On the surveillance feed, the slaughter lasted less than 2 seconds. Not a single scrap remained of the thousands of elite monsters.
Hundreds upon hundreds of mutated skeletons spontaneously stepped forward.
Upon the corpses of countless monsters, they erected a throne soaring into the clouds with their stark white bones. Lin Mo, treading on the blood and flesh covering the ground. Step by step, he ascended the throne built of heaps of white bones.
He turned around and sat down with the air of a king. 1,000,000 skeletons fell to one knee in unison. The clattering of bones was deafening. They offered their utmost loyalty to their one and only king.
Lin Mo propped his chin with one hand. His gaze pierced through the surveillance crystal, as if looking directly into the depths of the souls of everyone outside the tower. In those eyes, once so languid,
two mesmerizing, otherworldly flames now burned. On the high platform,
Qinghan felt her heart pounding wildly. Her blood boiled in her veins. She watched the young man seated on the bone throne on the screen. She took a deep breath, forcing down the terror in her heart. She pulled an encrypted black communicator from her trenchcoat pocket. Her fingers trembling slightly, she dialed the number representing the Dragon Nation's ultimate military might. The call connected. A voice came through, aged, yet radiating boundless authority. Qinghan, what has happened? Qinghan's gaze never wavered from the eyes burning with ghostly flames on the screen. Her voice was hoarse, yet tinged with the tremor of one witnessing the birth of a legend.
Principal. The celestial calamity you prophesied.
Qinghan paused, her tone growing incredibly grave.
He has arrived.
The surveillance feed froze completely at that moment. Frozen amidst that boundless army of white bones. Frozen on Lin Mo's eyes, burning with the flames of the underworld.
Chapter 50, The Whales of Ascension Tower.
The 30th floor of Ascension Tower. An army of 1,000,000 mutated skeletons, like a white tsunami, completely filled the entire space. Over 1,000 third transformation elite monsters didn't even have time to let out a single scream. They were instantly crushed into dust by this terrifying sea of bones. A thick, pungent smell of blood hung in the air. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the bone throne, swirling the iced lemonade in his hand.
He hadn't even lifted a finger. Just then, the Ascension Tower's formation hub began processing the results. The formation's usual crisp, smooth notification sounds had now taken on an eerie quality.
Ding defeated a third transformation Blood Moon Abyss Demon Lion, obtained.
Ding defeated. Defeated.
The giant golden characters floating in midair suddenly began to flicker wildly. The once emotionless mechanical beeps sounded like an old cassette radio. They emitted a piercing static. The data from the instantaneous slaughter of 1,000,000 skeletons was so vast it was beyond measure.
It instantly overwhelmed the calculation limit of this formation.
The screen filled with golden text began to warp and overlap.
Plus 99,999 EXP. Plus EXP, plus EXP.
Thousands upon thousands of settlement messages crammed together, blurring into a blinding mosaic.
The formation's central system's voice was completely garbled, as if emitting an agonized wail.
Outside, in the central square, chaos had long since erupted. The ranking steel, which had stood for centuries as a symbol of absolute authority, was emitting a high-pitched, ear-piercing buzz. Thousands of freshmen knelt on the ground, their eyes fixed intently on the very top of the steel. In the points column behind Lin Mo's name, the numbers were flickering so rapidly they had become a blur. So fast that it was impossible to make out exactly how many zeros there were. The pot-bellied director's legs went weak. He clung desperately to the nearby railing just to stay upright. As he watched the numbers spinning madly, his eyes nearly popped out of his head.
It won't stop. The data's overflowing. The steel's array can't handle it anymore.
No sooner had the words left his mouth.
Boom! A dull explosion echoed from within the steel.
Immediately afterward, a thick plume of black smoke gushed out from the very top of the steel. A pungent, acrid smell of burning instantly filled the entire square. The Mediterranean mentor was so terrified he plopped right down onto the ground.
It's smoking? The ranking steel left behind by an ancient powerhouse. He actually racked up so many points that he burned out the motherboard? Just as the steel began to smoke, all the names on the screen faded to darkness. Only the two characters Lin Mo transformed into a blinding, blood-red glow. They hung high at the very top of the rankings, radiating an absolute aura of dominance that crushed all others and looked down upon the masses. Not even the black smoke billowing from the steel could obscure that blood-red light. Inside the Ascension Tower, the situation escalated once more. The spatial barriers of the 30th floor began to crumble on a massive scale. Dark rifts in the void spread like a spiderweb above Lin Mo's head. 1 million mutated skeletons, with all attributes amplified 10,000-fold, possessed a truly terrifying mass. The sheer pressure they emitted just by standing there had already far exceeded the load-bearing limit of this lower-level space. The space was about to collapse. A voice, tinged with obvious terror, suddenly exploded in Lin Mo's mind. It was the Ascension Tower's spirit. The highest AI consciousness born from the entire formation. Warning! The lower-level space's load capacity is overloaded by 100,000%. The 30th floor space is about to collapse completely. There was not a shred of dignity left in the tower spirit's voice. It was practically pleading. Please, please, take your undead back. Lin Mo crushed the ice cube in his mouth and spat it into the paper cup. He glanced up at the precariously teetering spatial fissure, his tone utterly dismissive. What's the rush? I've already paid for the ticket. I haven't even gone up to the 31st floor to enjoy the view yet. The tower spirit was on the verge of a breakdown. You still want to go to the 31st floor? Stay here another second, and you'll crush the foundational stones of the entire Ascension Tower's formation. The tower spirit dared not give Lin Mo any more room to bargain. To protect the Academy's most treasured artifact, it bypassed all standard procedures. Forcefully sever the instance connection. Initiate the highest level emergency expulsion protocol. Get this pest out of here immediately. A beam of white teleportation light, as thick as a bucket, suddenly descended from the sky. Without giving Lin Mo a moment to react, it enveloped him and the skeletal throne. Lin Mo felt only a flash before his eyes. The next second, he landed steadily on the hard granite pavement of the central plaza. Not a single drop of the lemonade in his hand spilled. In the central plaza, a deathly silence hung in the air. Thousands of freshmen, along with all the Academy's high-ranking officials on the podium, stared intently at Lin Mo, who had suddenly been teleported out, as if he were a monster. No one spoke. Even their breaths were stifled deep in their throats. Everyone looked at this teenager in a worn t-shirt and flip-flops. Their minds were replaying the apocalyptic scene of a million skeletons engulfing everything. Lin Mo casually tossed the empty paper cup into the nearby trash can. He looked up and surveyed the scene. Why is everyone on their knees? Is the school's orientation ceremony usually this grand? That single sentence sent a sudden shiver through the entire crowd. The pot-bellied principal's flabby body trembled violently. He couldn't utter a single word. The balding instructor clamped his hand over his mouth, terrified that even a whisper might provoke this demon lord. Xinghan stood on the high platform. She looked at Lin Mo, who was unharmed, then at the ranking steel still billowing black smoke. A wry, uncontrollable smile finally spread across her cold, beautiful face. She had seriously underestimated Lin Mo. This wasn't some deep-sea bomb. It was clearly a nuclear bomb powerful enough to obliterate the entire Dragon God Academy. At the same moment, in the top-secret monitoring room at the very pinnacle of Dragon God Academy, an entire wall of surveillance screens had suddenly turned into static. The Ascension Tower's internal surveillance system had been completely destroyed. The white-haired principal stared intently at the blackened screens. His chest heaved violently as he sprang to his feet. He swung his fist and slammed it down hard on his thigh. His aged face flushed crimson, and his voice boomed deafeningly through the monitoring room. Is this a damn freshman? This guy is here to tear the place down. Chapter 51, points settlement, draining the Academy's treasury.
In the central square, a deathly silence still hung in the air.
Thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on Lin Mo.
The ranking steel of Ascension Tower, still billowing black smoke, suddenly emitted a deep, muffled hum. Immediately afterward, a pillar of golden light, so dazzling it was impossible to look at, shot skyward.
It completely enveloped Lin Mo's entire body. The mechanical voice of the Ascension Tower's formation echoed across the entire square. The voice no longer stuttered as before, instead, it carried an unmistakable tremor. Formation settlement complete.
Freshman Lin Mo has cleared levels 1 through 30.
Time taken, 58 seconds. Breaking all clearance records in the Academy's 300-year history. Overall rating, Super God tier.
As these words were spoken, the freshmen in the square were so stunned they couldn't even gasp in astonishment.
58 seconds to clear 30 levels. This was simply not a time a human could achieve.
The mechanical voice of the formation paused briefly, as if performing massive data calculations. Then, the voice sounded again.
For breaking all historical records, rewards are doubled. Congratulations to freshman Lin Mo on earning 10 million Academy points.
Special reward, 3 opportunities to select any treasure from the Academy's core treasury.
As the announcement concluded,
Lin Mo's Academy ID card in his pocket glowed with a golden light. The instructors on the high platforms in the square all unconsciously drew in a sharp breath.
10 million points.
After all, an ordinary freshman could earn at most 50 points after a month of dirty, grueling daily tasks. 10 million points was enough to buy half the Academy's assets. And then there were those 3 chances to choose any treasure from the core treasury. That place held the accumulated heritage of the Dragon Nation spanning hundreds of years. Even a single item taken from there could spark a bloody upheaval outside. Just then, a flurry of frantic footsteps echoed from the back of the crowd.
Make way. Everyone, move aside.
An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, pushed his way through the crowd with reddened eyes. It was the vice principal of Dragon God Academy. He ran up to Lin Mo, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving heavily. The vice principal looked at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, there was fear, but most of all, there was a sense of heart-wrenching pain.
Lin Mo.
The vice principal wiped the sweat from his forehead. His aged face was flushed crimson.
Your results this time are truly unprecedented. But this reward of 10 million credits is simply an astronomical figure.
The vice principal rubbed his hands together, his tone laced with a mix of pleading and appeal.
Our Academy's resource reserves have been a bit tight lately.
If you were to redeem all these points at once, you'd drain the Academy's treasury dry. He swallowed hard and asked tentatively.
How about this? We'll pay you the 10 million points in installments.
We'll give you 100,000 points each month, and you can pay the rest back gradually.
Would that work? The vice principal of the prestigious Dragon God Academy was now actually groveling to a freshman about installment payments.
The scene left all the surrounding students dumbfounded. Lin Mo bit down on the straw in his paper cup and slurped up the last of his lemonade. He looked at the vice principal, whose face was plastered with a smile, and a casual smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth.
Old man, do I look like I run a bank to you?
Lin Mo casually tossed the empty paper cup into the nearby trash can. With his hands in his pockets, his tone was flat yet carried an unyielding firmness.
I hate hassle. I never keep track of accounts. So, no credit.
The vice principal's smile froze on his face. He opened his mouth, wanting to say a few more words. But Lin Mo had already turned and was striding toward the fully automated resource exchange column at the side of the plaza. The exchange column was a massive crystal pillar so wide it took 3 people to encircle it. It was connected to the Academy's vast underground resource repository. Lin Mo pulled out his gold-embossed ID card and inserted it directly into the slot. The crystal pillar instantly burst into a dazzling glow, projecting a massive virtual display.
Professor, could you please move? You're blocking my way.
Lin Mo gave a nod toward the balding professor standing dumbfounded beside him. The professor jumped in surprise and scrambled to the side. Lin Mo swiped his finger rapidly across the screen. High-tier fire skill book, exploding meteor, 100,000 points per copy. High-tier shadow skill book, shadow assassination, 120,000 points each. High-tier defense skill book, absolute barrier, 150,000 points each. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the detailed descriptions of the skill books. His fingers tapped frantically on the exchange button. This one I'll take 20 copies. That one give me 50 copies. Select all, clear the inventory. As Lin Mo carried out these actions, the vice principal watched from behind, his heart pounding with fear. He clutched his chest, feeling as if he were about to have a heart attack. What a waste! Such a waste! The pot-bellied director was also pacing anxiously beside him. Why is he buying so many skill books for different classes all by himself? He is a necromancer, he can't even learn them all. Buzz! The exchange pillar emitted a loud humming sound. Immediately afterward, the teleportation portal at the base of the pillar glowed white. One after another, high-level skill books radiating multicolored mana auras spewed out as if they were free. In the blink of an eye, they piled up into a small mountain on the ground. A full 100 high-level skill books. Any single one of these, if listed on an external auction house, would be enough to spark a fierce bidding war among mid-sized guilds. Lin Mo looked at the small mountain and nodded in satisfaction. He casually snapped his fingers. Snap! The ground split open. Several mage skeletons, assassin skeletons, and shield skeletons staggered out. Lin Mo stepped forward and picked up a copy of Exploding Meteor, which was still smoldering with flames. He tossed it to a mage skeleton as casually as if he were handing out candy. Open your mouth. The mage skeleton's hollow jaw snapped open with a click. He caught the precious skill book with a steady hand. A flash of ghostly fire flickered, and the thick skill book instantly turned into a speck of light, swallowed whole by the skeleton. The red glow in the mage skeleton's eye sockets surged violently, and a pattern of flames appeared on its bones. It smacked its lips, still craving more. Lin Mo didn't stop, he continued tossing the skill books on the ground one after another to the other skeletons. Eat up, eat as much as you want. All you can eat today. In the square. The senior students from the 3rd and 4th years who had originally come to watch the spectacle. At that moment, they all looked as if they'd been struck by lightning, clutching their chests tightly. A 4th-year fire mage knelt directly on the ground. He clutched his hair with both hands, his eyes so red they looked like they might bleed. That's Exploding Meteor. I've been killing monsters on the back mountain every day, and even after saving up credits for 3 whole years, I still couldn't afford a single copy. And he actually fed it to a skeleton. A 3rd-year assassin standing nearby was ashen-faced, his heart aching so much he could barely breathe. What a waste! That's the long-lost shadow assassination. That lousy skeleton just chewed it to bits without even glancing at it. Good heavens, strike this wastrel dead with a bolt of lightning. The seniors' hearts were bleeding. The freshmen, meanwhile, watched with their scalps tingling. While others treated high-level skill books like sacred relics, studying them day and night. And Lin Mo actually used it as feed for his skeletons. The vice principal stared at the ever-shrinking pile of skill books. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out on the spot. Lin Mo brushed the dust off his hands. He looked at his skeleton minions, now well-fed and with their stats skyrocketing once more. He turned his head to face the seniors, their faces twisted with grief and indignation. His gaze held a hint of self-righteousness. You're making a big deal out of nothing. How are they supposed to work if they don't eat their fill? Chapter 52, The Core Treasury Trash to Others, My Divine Gear. Deep beneath Dragon God Academy. 3 people stood before a massive gate forged entirely from magic-suppressing metal. The white-haired old principal led the way personally. He pulled out an antique-looking key and inserted it into the slot on the gate. Accompanied by a dull mechanical grinding sound, the 3-meter-thick metal doors slowly swung open to either side. Beyond the doors lay a separate space as large as a soccer field. The old principal turned his head to look at Lin Mo, who was standing beside him in flip-flops, leisurely sipping a Coke. Lin Mo, this is where the true essence of Dragon God Academy lies, the core treasury. The old principal's voice betrayed an unmistakable sense of pride. Under normal circumstances, only those who have made contributions significant enough to save an entire region of Dragon Nation are qualified to step through this door.
You've broken every record in the Ascension Tower's history. This is a privilege you've earned.
Lin Mo chewed on his straw, casting a casual glance inside.
Old man, cut the hype. I'm in a hurry to get back for my nap. Can we make this quick?
The old principal choked on his words and coughed twice. If this were any other student, even a wealthy heir like Chu Ran,
standing before this door, they'd be trembling with excitement. But this kid?
He acted as if he were strolling through a farmer's market. Beside the gate, an old man in a gray robe sat cross-legged. He was the keeper of the core treasury.
Hearing Lin Mo's words, the keeper's eyelids drooped slightly.
A barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Just another upstart who recently climbed his way up from some small provincial town.
Did he really think that smashing through the Ascension Tower with brute force gave him the right to look down on everyone?
He'd seen far too many of these arrogant, ignorant rookies at the gates of this treasury. Lin Mo paid no attention whatsoever to the old man's sarcastic glare. With his hands in his pockets, he strode straight through the treasury's entrance. The moment he stepped inside, a kaleidoscope of radiant light instantly filled his entire field of vision.
Hundreds upon hundreds of translucent energy bubbles floated in midair.
Each bubble contained a priceless treasure radiating astonishing mana fluctuations. There were ranked greatswords ablaze with fiery flames, and dark gold shields engraved with ancient defensive runes. There were even several beating dragon hearts.
The old headmaster followed behind, enthusiastically acting as a tour guide. See that sword?
It was the personal blade of a sword saint from 300 years ago, imbued with an absolute armor-piercing effect. And that jade violet contains the essence blood of a 9th-tier dragon, capable of doubling your physical strength.
The old headmaster pointed at the dazzling treasures, highly recommending them. He hoped Lin Mo would select a few top-tier pieces of equipment for self-defense. After all, this kid was now the apple of the Dragon Kingdom. If anything were to go wrong out there, the loss to the Academy would be immense. Lin Mo didn't even turn his head.
These divine weapons, which in the eyes of outsiders were enough to spark a bloodbath, were nothing but a pile of scrap metal to him.
He didn't even have the interest to glance at them. No matter how sharp a sword is, could it be harder than the fists of 10,000 dragon-scaled skeletons? No matter how nourishing a dragon's blood might be, could it compare to even 1% of the attribute feedback he gains from stacking hundreds of millions of summons?
Lin Mo yawned and walked straight through the dazzling core area. The old principal froze, then hurried to follow.
Lin Mo, what kind of weapon do you actually want?
Even if it's a staff, we have the very best here. I don't need a fire-starting stick. Lin Mo replied casually, his footsteps unhindered. The reason he had no interest in these ranked items was that ever since he stepped through that door, the status panel deep within his soul had been frantically pulsing. An intense, ravenous craving was guiding him toward a certain corner in the deepest recesses of the treasury.
Soon,
Lin Mo came to a halt before a dusty, dilapidated display case.
This was the most inconspicuous spot in the entire core treasury. There wasn't even an energy bubble, just a few grayish objects were haphazardly piled on a stone pedestal.
Compared to the dazzling treasures outside, this place was practically a garbage heap. Lin Mo's gaze locked firmly on the 3 items on the stone pedestal. A piece of withered, black wood.
A cracked, ashen gray stone.
And a tattered ancient text with more than half its cover torn off.
Lin Mo reached out.
The moment his fingertips touched the withered black wood,
boom!
The status panel deep within his soul seemed to ignite completely. His unique billion-fold amplification talent, lying dormant, suddenly activated with a thunderous roar.
In the eyes of the old principal and the elderly guardian of the library,
that piece of wood remained nothing more than a lifeless piece of junk. but in Lin Mo's vision. The moment it touched his fingertips, the blackwood erupted with a divine light 1,000,000 times more dazzling than the sun. The withered outer layer peeled away inch by inch, revealing an ancient life essence so dense it was almost tangible. A flicker of fervor flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed the piece of blackwood. Then, he picked up the broken stone and the tattered ancient text one after another. Without exception. The moment his innate talent activated in secret. These two worthless items also set off a storm in Lin Mo's mind. The blinding divine light nearly blinded him. Lin Mo calmly cradled the 3 items in his arms. He turned around and looked at the old principal, whose face was frozen in shock. "I'm done choosing." Lin Mo waved the 3 items in his hand. "Just these 3. The old principal's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He hurried forward, glanced at the items in Lin Mo's arms, then looked back at Lin Mo. His face was etched with disappointment. "Lin Mo, have you lost your mind?" The old headmaster was so frantic he kept slapping his thigh. "Those are 3 pieces of junk that are completely useless." He pointed at the piece of black wood. That's a remnant of abyssal wood, it's long since withered away. There isn't a single thread of wood mana left in it. It wouldn't even burn cleanly as firewood. He then pointed at the broken stone and the tattered ancient text. That's a damaged divine fragment. Hundreds of geniuses from the academy have tried to bind it over the centuries. It simply won't accept a master and will even backfire on your mental energy. As for that necromantic taboo, it's so incomplete that only the first 2 pages remain. Are you planning to take it back to use as toilet paper? The old principal pleaded with him earnestly. You have 3 chances to choose any heirloom you want. Listen to me, drop this pile of junk right now and go pick out some life-saving divine gear. Lin Mo paid no heed. He casually tucked the 3 items under his arm and took another sip of Coke. I just love collecting junk. These 3 catch my eye, I'll take them. The old principal was about to try again, but was interrupted by the guardian elder, who had walked to the doorway. Principal, since this top scholar has such a unique eye and insists on choosing these items. The guardian elder kept his hands tucked inside his sleeves as he spoke coldly. It is the Academy's rule, once selected, no returns or exchanges. Please don't break the rules. The old custodian looked at Lin Mo, his eyes brimming with scorn. He sneered inwardly. Just a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Ignoring a room full of divine weapons and artifacts, he went and picked up a few pieces of junk from the corner that no one has been able to use for centuries. He may have brute strength and natural talent, but he is a fool with no sense of perspective. Someone like that, no matter how dazzling their early potential, is destined not to go far. The old headmaster sighed, knowing there was no turning this stubborn mule around. He could only shake his head in resignation. All right then. Since you insist on choosing these, I hope you don't regret it later. The old headmaster led Lin Mo out of the core treasury. The heavy metal gates closed behind them. Back on the tree-lined avenue outside, Lin Mo declined the old principal's offer to walk him back to the dormitory. Wearing flip-flops, he walked alone along the path leading to the Dragoness Head Villa. The night breeze blew past. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks and glanced around to make sure no one was nearby. He pulled the 3 junk items from under his arm. He casually tossed the empty soda cup into his spatial ring. He looked at the 3 items in his hand, a wild, defiant smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. No vision? A bunch of fools begging for scraps while sitting on a gold mine. Lin Mo focused his mind. The true data from the status panel appeared in his mind, laid bare without reservation. Abyssal wood remnant. Activated via 10,000-fold amplification. True state, seed of the world tree's revival. Effect, when planted, it instantly grows into a god-tier ancient tree capable of supporting a small world, providing an endless aura of life revival for all undead summons. As long as the ancient tree stands, the skeleton army will never be shattered. Lin Mo's breathing grew slightly heavier. He looked once more at that shabby, grayish-brown stone. Damaged divine fragment.
Repaired via 10,000-fold amplification. True form, the flawless deity of death.
Effect: upon consumption, the hostess' physical form becomes immune to all instant death spells and gains the ability to strip control of the souls of all living beings below level 50. As for the final, tattered ancient tome with only 2 pages remaining.
Under the extreme extrapolation and amplification of his innate talent. Incomplete necromantic taboo.
True form, ancient origin magic undead scourge complete version.
Effect: no incantation required.
Upon casting, forcibly transforms all fallen beings within a 100-mile radius into high-tier death knights who obey the hostess' absolute commands. Lin Mo stared at these 3 mind-blowing attribute descriptions in his mind. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. His laughter echoed along the quiet academy path, tinged with a bone-chilling madness.
Trash? Junk?
If these 3 items were released into the world,
forget about Dragon God Academy.
Even the gods of the entire divine realm would come running down like madmen to snatch them up. Lin Mo casually stuffed these 3 priceless divine artifacts into his pocket. He raised his head and gazed at the ghastly crescent moon in the night sky. The world tree is my backing, the god of death's divinity protecting me. Paired with this undead scourge. Lin Mo curled the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashing with unparalleled ambition and domineering resolve.
Now then,
I'll see if this stagnant pool of the imperial capital is deep enough for me to drain all by myself.
Chapter 53, the first major lecture: a show of force from a rank instructor. Dragon God Academy, main academic building.
The massive lecture hall, capable of holding over 1,000 people, was packed to capacity.
Today marked the first day of classes for the freshmen. The atmosphere in the room was so oppressive it was hard to breathe.
Not a single freshman dared to whisper. They all sat with their backs straight, not even daring to breathe a sigh. Because the man standing at the lectern exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The instructor's name was Yen Kuei. A retired high-ranking general from the Dragon Nation's military, he had awakened the hidden rank class, Berserker Mage. He wore a tight-fitting black combat uniform, his bare arms covered in a crisscross of terrifying scars. Yen Kuei was notorious throughout the academy as a living demon. He had a fiery temper and was ruthless in his methods. His favorite pastime was specifically cracking down on those self-important, troublesome freshmen. The top national scorers of every graduating class were almost always berated like little boys in his class. Everyone, listen up. Yen Kuei braced his hands on the lectern, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across the room. This is Dragon God Academy, not some playground back home where you play house. I don't care if you're some once-in-a-century genius back home, or if you come from a distinguished family. In my classroom, dragons must coil, and tigers must lie low. Anyone who dares to act high and mighty, I'll shatter every bone in their body and throw them out of this classroom. Yen Kuei's voice boomed like rumbling thunder, making the eardrums of several freshmen in the front row ache. Just as he was about to continue his lecture, a series of extremely untimely footsteps suddenly echoed down the hallway. Clack, clack. It was the crisp sound of flip-flops hitting the floor. Accompanying it was the final lingering note of the class bell. 1,000 pairs of eyes in the classroom turned in unison toward the back door. Lin Mo strolled in, perfectly in time with the beat. He was still wearing that old, faded t-shirt, yawning widely. Tears from not having woken up yet still clung to the corners of his eyes. The most outrageous part was this. Following right behind him was a half-meter tall, gray and white little skeleton. The little skeleton held a large fan. Who knew where it had picked it up in its hand? It was following Lin Mo step for step, panting as it fanned him. The classroom was deathly silent. Yen Kuei's lecture came to an abrupt halt. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he glared intently at the carefree figure strutting in. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the instructor at the podium. He walked straight to the corner of the back row. He pulled out a chair and plopped down with a thud. "Fan me a bit harder, it's really stuffy out today," Lin Mo muttered. He immediately propped his legs up on the desk, leaned back, and closed his eyes. A ghostly flame flickered in the little skeleton's hollow eye sockets as it obediently increased the speed of its fanning.
The entire class of freshmen sucked in a sharp breath. Is he out of his mind? This is Yen Kuei's class, after all. This upstart from Jiangnan City actually dares to bring a summon into the living Yama's classroom to fan him? And brazenly fall asleep?
Chu Ran, sitting in the middle of the classroom, kept his head bowed low. But in his eyes, uncontrollable elation and venom flared up. On the plane, Lin Mo had held a bone blade to his throat, scaring him into submission on the spot and completely shaming him. For the past few days, he hadn't even dared to step out of his dorm room. Go ahead and gloat, just keep gloating. Chu Ran roared furiously in his mind. This is a retired military big shot. He has killed more people than you've ever seen monsters. Do you really think that just because you're the king of the freshmen, you can ignore the academy's rules? Chu Ran clenched his teeth, stifling a laugh, just waiting to see Yen Kuei break Lin Mo's legs and throw him out. At the lectern, Yen Kuei's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He strode down from the podium, his military boots thudding heavily against the wooden floor. With every step, his aura grew more imposing. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. Yen Kuei walked straight to the back row of the classroom and stopped in front of Lin Mo's desk. Your name is Lin Mo, isn't it? Yen Kuei looked down at Lin Mo from above, his voice so cold it could freeze the air. The new top student who broke the Ascension Tower record and forced the principal to give you special treatment. Lin Mo kept his eyes closed, not even shifting his posture. Since you know, there's no need to ask a question you already know the answer to. Just teach your class. Don't disturb my sleep. The moment those words left his mouth, the tension in the classroom plummeted to freezing point. Even the freshmen sitting nearby scrambled to change seats, terrified of getting splattered with blood. Good. Very good. Yen Kuei laughed bitterly in his fury. He'd seen arrogant students before, but never one so reckless as to risk his own life. You think clearing the 30th floor of the Ascension Tower makes you invincible? Yen Kuei slammed his hand down on Lin Mo's desk. Several cracks instantly split the solid wood surface. This is my classroom. There is only one rule, absolute obedience. Pack up that pile of junk right now and stand in the hallway to listen to the lecture. Lin Mo finally opened his eyes. He lowered his legs from the desk and sat up straight. He glanced at the cracks on the desk, then looked up to meet Yen Kuei's eyes, which were brimming with murderous intent. I've read the Academy's handbook. Lin Mo's tone was completely flat, as casual as if he were making small talk. First, there's no rule against bringing a summon into class. Second, as long as I come in first on the final exam, no one cares whether I attend class or not. Lin Mo tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking, cold smile. The only reason I'm sitting here today is to save face for the academy. Who do you think you are, to presume to teach me how to behave? Boom! The entire lecture hall erupted into chaos. Even Chu Ran was stunned. He had assumed Lin Mo was merely arrogant, but he never expected this kid to dare to point his finger at a military heavyweight and berate him. You're asking for death. Yen Kuei was utterly enraged. The ferocious aura of a rank-level powerhouse surged forth without restraint. It seems today, I must teach you on behalf of your parents what it truly means to respect your teachers and honor the way. Chapter 54, Shattered Domain, the Mentor's Self-Doubt. Yen Kuei stood at the lectern, gazing at Lin Mo, who remained unconcerned, still slumped in his seat. The fury in his eyes was so intense it seemed ready to burst forth. You've had your chance, but now you'll face the consequences. Today, I'll make sure you never forget this lesson. Yen Kuei snorted coldly and slammed his palm down. The earth-yellow gravity domain expanded instantly, locking tightly around Lin Mo's seat. The air emitted a tearing sound, unable to bear the strain. It was the wail of extreme pressure. The solid wood floor at the back of the classroom began to crack inch by inch. The solid wooden desks emitted a series of piercing screeches, their legs already visibly warped. The freshmen sitting a few rows in front of Lin Mo scrambled in panic, scrambling toward the podium. even if they merely brushed the very edge of the field. They felt as though a heavy hammer had struck their chests with brutal force. Even breathing became incredibly difficult. Chu Ran mingled among the fleeing crowd. He found a safe corner to hide in. He was trembling all over with excitement. He stared intently in Lin Mo's direction, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Crush him. Crush this reckless hick, bones and all. Offending a powerful instructor at Dragon God Academy? Even if you're the top scholar, you'll pay dearly. However, the scene at the very center of the gravity field made everyone gasp in shock. Lin Mo hadn't even lifted an eyelid. He still had his legs propped up on the table. He slept soundly, breathing evenly. That terrifying gravity, capable of flattening even high-grade steel, felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze when it fell upon him. The one truly feeling the brunt of it was the little gray and white skeleton beside him, holding a palm fan. The little skeleton had been fanning him in perfect rhythm. Back and forth, steady and measured, very professional. The moment the gravity field descended, the surrounding air instantly became incredibly thick and viscous. The palm fan in the little skeleton's hand suddenly felt as heavy as a ton. The breeze it generated completely changed direction, failing to hit Lin Mo's face accurately. This made the dutiful little skeleton very unhappy. After all, it had been given strict orders to serve its master well. Now someone had come along to disrupt things. How could this be tolerated? The little skeleton stopped fanning. It slowly raised its skull, devoid of even a trace of flesh. In its hollow eye sockets, two clusters of eerie blue underworld flames flickered violently, erupting with a blinding, icy glare. It stared intently at Yen Kuei, who had just unleashed his domain. When Yen Kuei met those two clusters of underworld flames, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. An indescribable sense of dread instantly swept through his entire body. Before he could react, the little skeleton raised a pale, ashen bone claw. With the utmost nonchalance, it aimed at the invisible, earth-colored gravitational field before it, and delivered a backhand slap. There was no earth-shattering clash of mana. Nor were there dazzling, blinding skill effects. Just pure, utterly brutal physical force, bolstered by a terrifying 10,000-fold attribute boost. This seemingly casual slap contained enough brute strength to shatter the entire classroom building. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, sounding particularly jarring in the deathly silent lecture hall. That was a 10-fold gravity field comparable to one unleashed at full power by a level 40 powerhouse. In the face of this single slap, there wasn't even half a second of resistance. The entire Earth yellow force field shattered instantly, like a piece of shoddy glass struck by a sledgehammer. Its surface was instantly covered with countless fine cracks. Immediately afterward, it exploded with a thunderous crash. A shower of earth yellow specks scattered in all directions, vanishing completely into the air. The field had been forcibly shattered. The terrifying backlash surged back into Yen Kuei's body like a runaway wild horse. Yen Kuei's expression turned ashen. He grunted hoarsely as his towering frame stumbled backward uncontrollably. Thud! 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 He retreated 3 long strides. With every step, he left a deep dent in the solid wood floor beneath his feet. It wasn't until his back slammed hard against the blackboard that he managed to steady himself. A metallic, sweet-sour taste rose to his throat. Yen Kuei clenched his jaw tightly, forcing down the blood that was about to spurt from his mouth. A faint, glaring streak of blood still trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth. Yen Kuei's head was buzzing. His entire being was consumed by extreme self-doubt. He stared in disbelief at his own hands, then glanced at the little skeleton in the back row, still fanning itself. Had he actually been injured? He was, after all, a rank berserker mage who had fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. And yet, he had suffered such a crushing defeat at the hands of a lousy summon, a mere fan-waving tool used by a freshman? He felt the impact of that brief collision more clearly than anyone else. The force transmitted through that bony claw was as deep as an abyss. It was utterly unfathomable. If that slap hadn't hit his domain, but his head instead.
Yan Kuei shuddered.
In that moment, he had truly, tangibly smelled the scent of death.
What kind of monster was this? No wonder he shattered the Ascension Tower's records in such an unfathomable way. He had literally just walked a hair's breadth from the gates of death. The entire lecture hall fell into a deathly silence that lasted a full 30 seconds.
Over 1,000 freshmen stood with their mouths agape, their eyes wide as saucers. Everyone stared at Lin Mo, who was dozing off in the back row, as if he were a god. The ecstasy on Shu Ran's face froze completely. His jaw was hanging open, he had just been about to burst out laughing. But he was startled by this sudden turn of events. His upper and lower teeth clattered together violently. He nearly bit his tongue off right then and there. A strong metallic taste of blood spread through his mouth. Yet Shu Ran didn't even have the courage to cry out in pain. He covered his mouth, curled up tightly under his desk, and shook like a leaf. Even the living Yama, a retired military veteran, had been sent reeling and spitting blood by a single slap from a fan-wielding skeleton? How was he supposed to handle this? If he ran into Lin Mo at school from now on, wouldn't even a single glance feel like a death sentence? At the front of the classroom, Yan Kuei quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath, forcing down the surging energy raging within him.
The living Yama certainly had a temper.
But the fact that he survived on the battlefield this long relied not merely on brute strength, but on a survival instinct that allowed him to read the situation. Faced with this bottomless, absolute power, to keep up appearances any longer would be pure madness.
Yan Kuei stood up straight.
He looked at Lin Mo, who was still asleep, and the rage and icy killing intent on his face vanished without a trace. In their place was a look of deep admiration, even tinged with a touch of warmth and kindness. The speed of this attitude shift was 100 times more dramatic than a Sichuan opera face-changing act.
Good. Very good.
Yan Kuei suddenly clapped his hands vigorously and began to praise him loudly. The students in the classroom were startled by this sudden round of applause. One by one, they looked at this living devil with bewildered expressions.
Yan Kuei cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Student Lin's practical experience is indeed extraordinary.
Not only has his summoning reached the pinnacle of mastery, but his composure remaining unflappable even as a mountain crumbles before him serves as a model for all of you to emulate." He paused, his tone softening considerably.
"Our first class practical sparring test is now over."
Student Lin expended a great deal of energy breaking through that formation just now. He may return to his seat to rest.
No one is to disturb him.
Yan Kuei turned his head, his piercing gaze sweeping across the entire class.
The rest of you, open your textbooks to page 1 immediately. Class is now in session. Hearing these high-sounding words, the entire class of freshmen was left utterly bewildered. Who didn't know you were going all out just now to establish your authority? Now that you can't beat him, you're calling it a practical sparring session? And you're letting him rest? Where's the living Yama's bottom line? Where's the military bigwig's integrity? In the corner,
Lin Mo still had his eyes closed. He lazily rolled over, settling into a more comfortable sleeping position.
Fan him faster. That barking just gave me a headache. The little skeleton nodded, click-clack. The fan swung even more vigorously, whirring with a rush of air.
Yan Kuei, standing at the lectern, heard those words. The corners of his eyes and mouth twitched violently at the same time. He forced himself to pretend he hadn't heard a thing. He lowered his head and, without looking away, flipped open the lesson plan in his hand. Chapter 55, The Arrogance of the Student Council, an Invitation to the Elite Club.
The bell finally rang.
Yan Kuei, at the lectern, closed his lesson plan without uttering a single unnecessary word. He cast a long, hard look at the sleeping figure in the back row. Then he turned and strode out of the lecture hall. The moment the living devil stepped over the threshold, the 1,000+ freshmen in the classroom exhaled in unison. That suffocating feeling, as if someone had their throats clamped shut, finally vanished. Many collapsed onto their desks, their backs already soaked through with cold sweat. Lin Mo stretched his arms wide. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and patted the little skeleton next to him on the forehead. "All right, stop fanning me. Class is over." The little skeleton obediently tucked away the large palm fan and stood quietly to the side. Lin Mo was just about to get up and head back to the villa to catch up on some sleep. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom was kicked open. There was a dull thud. The door slammed hard against the wall. The noise startled the freshmen, who had just begun to relax. From the hallway, 6 or 7 people strode in with swagger. They were all wearing the Academy's standard issue uniforms. Each had a solid gold dragon coiled badge pinned to their chest. They all held their chins high, looking down their noses at everyone, acting as arrogant as could be. The young man leading the group had his hair slicked back. His skin was pale, and his eyes were dark and menacing. On his wrist was a priceless magical energy storage watch. His name was Tianzi, a third-year senior and a level 45 wind mage. Upon seeing the coiled dragon badges on their chests, a stifled gasp rippled through the classroom. "They're from the Dragon Abyss Guild. The one leading them is Tianzi, the deputy guild master of the Dragon Abyss Guild. What are they doing in the freshman classroom? Are they here to recruit?" The Dragon Abyss Guild. Undoubtedly the most powerful student faction at Dragon God Academy. Its members were all the children of the capital's most elite aristocrats and the heirs to financial conglomerates. No matter how talented an ordinary student might be, without a background that defied the heavens, they wouldn't even be qualified to sweep the floors for the Dragon Abyss Guild. They could be said to hold absolute power within the academy, acting with utter impunity. Tianzi ignored the awestruck stares around him. He led his group straight through the classroom aisles, heading directly for the corner of the back row. Everyone's gaze followed Tianzi's movements. When they saw his target, they all involuntarily swallowed hard. He was heading straight for Lin Mo. Tianzi stopped in front of Lin Mo's desk. He furrowed his brow slightly, casting a look of disgust at the flip-flops on Lin Mo's feet. Then he glanced at the drab little skeleton figurine beside him. He pulled out a crisp white handkerchief and covered his nose, as if he were smelling some pungent, trashy odor. "Are you that freshman named Lin Mo?" Tianzi looked down on Lin Mo from above, his tone dripping with an innate sense of superiority. "I hear you broke the Ascension Tower record today?" Lin Mo had just stood up. Upon hearing this, he plopped right back down into his chair. He lazily lifted his head and shot Tianzi a glance. "You're blocking my way." Lin Mo's tone was flat, showing no regard for this deputy pavilion master. Several henchmen behind Tianzi were about to explode. "How dare you? How do you speak to Brother Zhao? Country bumpkin, you must be tired of living." Tianzi raised his hand to stop his henchman. A condescending smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. A young man's arrogance is understandable. After all, in a backwater like Jiangnan City, coming in first on the imperial exams is like picking the tallest person in a crowd of dwarfs. Tianzi tucked his handkerchief back into his pocket and clasped his hands behind his back. He put on an air of magnanimity. "I didn't come here today to cause you trouble. On the contrary, I'm here to offer you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Tianzi locked eyes with Lin Mo and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "Your potential is barely passable. Our guildmaster has given his word to make an exception and grant you a chance. An invitation to join the Dragon Abyss Guild." The moment those words were spoken, a collective gasp echoed through the entire lecture hall. The freshmen around them had bloodshot eyes, their faces twisted with envy and resentment. That was the Dragon Abyss Guild, after all. An elite club so exclusive that countless people would do anything, even grovel like dogs, just to get in. Joining the Dragon Abyss Guild was like carrying a get-out-of-jail-free card in the imperial capital. Not only would you gain access to the highest echelons of power and influence, but your future prospects would be limitless. Chu Ran was hiding under a desk in the back of the room. Hearing this, he was so jealous he could have ground his teeth to dust. He, the heir apparent of a Central Plains financial conglomerate, had submitted his membership application yesterday only to be ruthlessly rejected by the Dragon Abyss Guild.
How dare this hick from Jiangnan City get invited? Tianzi was thoroughly satisfied with the reactions of those around him. He tilted his chin slightly upward, waiting to see Lin Mo's comical display of gratitude and tearful sobbing. Of course, rules are rules. Tianzi changed the subject abruptly, revealing his true intentions. After all, your background is too lowly. Becoming a full member outright is impossible. You'll have to start as an outer circle assistant. Run errands for the guild's full members and handle miscellaneous tasks. As he spoke, Tianzi's eyes grew incredibly greedy. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. As for the initiation fee and protection fee, didn't you just receive 10 million points at Ascension Tower today? Hand over the transfer authorization for 5 million points. Also, those 3 items you took from the core treasury must be handed over to the guildmaster as a welcome gift. Laying their hands on this massive fortune was their true purpose for coming here today. 5 million credits. Plus 3 peerless treasures from the core treasury. This was tantamount to bleeding Lin Mo dry. The entire class listened with their hair standing on end. This was outright robbery. Under the pretext of recruiting him, they intended to fleece this newly crowned top scholar. Tianzi sat up straight, his face radiating the confidence that he had Lin Mo completely in his grasp. Hand over these items, and from now on, I, Tianzi, will look out for you at Dragon God Academy. So, what do you say? Can you handle such immense glory? The classroom fell deathly silent. Everyone was waiting for Lin Mo's answer. Faced with the threats and temptations of the Academy's most powerful faction, who would dare to say a single word of refusal? Lin Mo sat in his chair, quietly listening to Tianzi's long-winded speech. His expression didn't change in the slightest. No anger, no fear. He didn't even furrow his brow. Lin Mo slowly extended his little finger. He scratched his right ear. Then he brought it to his lips and blew a gentle puff of air. Are you done? Lin Mo lifted his eyelids and looked at Tianzi as if he were an idiot. Tianzi froze for a moment. What do you mean? It means. Lin Mo leaned back, resting his legs directly on the desk. The fart you just let out was a bit long, it's stinking me out. Boom! The freshmen around them were terrified out of their wits and scrambled backward. He is crazy. This kid is definitely out of his mind. He actually dares to insult the deputy guild master of the Dragon Abyss Guild. Tianzi's face turned ashen in an instant, and the veins on his forehead bulged one by one. You dare to insult me? You ungrateful hick! Dragon Abyss Guild? Lin Mo snorted derisively, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. Never heard of it. A bunch of good-for-nothings who rely on their family connections to huddle together for warmth at school, and you dare come here to collect protection money from me? Lin Mo held up a finger and pointed toward the classroom door. You want me to join your so-called bullshit club? Sure. A cold, utterly arrogant smirk curled at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Go back and tell your so-called guild master. Tell him to get his ass over here right now. Kneel on the floor and polish my shoes clean, and while he is at it, serve as a lowly errand boy fetching tea and running errands. Lin Mo paused, his gaze turning as sharp as a knife's edge. If he manages to please this young master, I might just consider letting you lot have a bite to eat. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop in the lecture hall. Everyone felt their minds were spinning. Have the guild master of the Dragon Abyss Guild serve him tea and water? And kneel to polish his shoes? This wasn't just arrogance. This was an outright act of defiance. Fine. Tianzi was so enraged that his whole body was shaking violently. As the esteemed deputy guild master, when had he ever suffered such a humiliating insult? A surge of violent wind element mana gathered furiously around him, blowing the desks and chairs in the classroom haphazardly about. Do you really think that just because you beat a worthless Lei Zhan, no one in the academy can handle you? Tianzi pointed his finger at Lin Mo's nose,
his voice laced with hysteria.
Today, you've offended our Dragon Abyss Guild.
I promise you, you won't be able to take a single step in the entire Imperial capital. Starting tomorrow, you won't even be allowed to lay eyes on any of the Academy's resources or dungeons. I'll make you kneel at the gates of the Dragon Abyss Guild like a stray dog, begging for mercy.
Chapter 56, You Call This Being Stuck?
The Dragon Abyss Guild acted faster than anyone had anticipated.
No sooner had Tianzi left than an internal notice was posted throughout the academy.
Have you heard? The Dragon Abyss Guild has sealed off all the leveling dungeons for freshmen below level 20. They say it's for internal security maintenance, but this is clearly targeting Lin Mo. A few freshmen huddled in a corner, whispering in hushed tones.
That's way too high-handed. Don't they even give the instructors any face?
But it's the Dragon Abyss Guild, it's full of the rich kids from the Imperial capital's tycoons.
Who dares cross them?
Shu Ran stood in the middle of the crowd, the gloom on his face vanishing instantly. He stared at the notice board with a cold smile. That hick Lin Mo thinks having a little power means he can run wild in the Imperial capital. In the face of the rules, he has nothing. I'll be damned if I don't see how he is going to level up without the training dungeons. Lin Mo strolled leisurely along the tree-lined path toward the Academy's freshman dungeon area. He'd just woken up and was planning to grind some monsters to get a little dessert for his little skeletons. As soon as he reached the entrance to the secret realm hall, he saw 2 rows of upperclassmen wearing dragon-coiled badges, blocking the entrance completely. This group of people looked down their noses at everyone, weapons in hand, looking just like a pack of guard dogs. When they saw Lin Mo approaching, the senior student leading the group snorted derisively and planted his spear right in front of the entrance. Stop right there. The Dragon Abyss Guild has reserved this area. Outsiders, get lost. All the new students passing by stopped in their tracks. They looked at Lin Mo with expressions of both sympathy and resignation. What good is having exceptional talent? A mighty dragon can't overpower a local tyrant. This was the consequence of offending the Dragon Abyss Guild. They wouldn't even let him through the gates of the newbie village. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks and glanced up at the level restriction above the dungeon entrance.
Level restriction, levels 120.
He shoved his hands into his pockets and suddenly burst out laughing. There wasn't a trace of anger in that smile, only unmasked mockery.
Is this what your deputy guildmaster meant by making it impossible for me to move an inch?
Lin Mo shook his head, a look of utter disbelief on his face.
I thought it would be something grand. And after all that, you just sent a few lackeys to block the entrance to the newbie village? The senior student leading the group turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead.
Kid, watch your mouth. No matter how much you rant and rave today, you're not getting through that door. Go ahead and try to force your way in if you've got the guts. Let us see if the Academy's enforcement squad arrests you.
Lin Mo didn't even bother to spare them a second glance.
He simply turned around, too lazy to waste a single word on them. A bunch of losers who can't even handle a beginner's village. You guys can keep playing here all you want. Watching Lin Mo's retreating back, the upperclassmen blocking the entrance exchanged glances and burst into unrestrained laughter. He chickened out already? I thought he had some backbone, but turns out he is just all talk. Bro Zhao was right, a hick like this shows his true colors the moment you cut off his resources. Shu Ran stood in the shade of a tree in the distance, watching the scene unfold, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He pulled out his communicator and eagerly sent a message to Tianzi to report the news. Brother Zhao, that kid slunk away in disgrace. His next 4 years are completely ruined. Lin Mo walked along the Academy's main thoroughfare, not heading back to the Dragon's Head Villa. He turned a corner and walked straight toward the deepest part of the academy. The little skeleton by his side continued to fan him dutifully with a palm leaf fan. The further he went, the more dilapidated the surrounding buildings became. The temperature in the air dropped sharply, even the sunlight seemed unable to penetrate the gloom of this area. 20 minutes later, Lin Mo came to a stop before a blood-red stone gate standing 100 meters tall. The gate was surrounded by heavy barricades, plastered with glaring red skull warning signs. The air here was thick with the pungent stench of blood. Even standing just outside the gate, he could hear spine-chilling screams echoing from within. Beside the stone gate stood a dilapidated lounge chair. A middle-aged instructor, clad in shabby boxer shorts, lay sprawled across it, fast asleep. His snoring echoed deafeningly. Lin Mo stepped forward and tapped the rusty metal plaque beside the gate. The plaque bore the words, "Blood Moon Abyss Teleportation Array." Below was a line of striking small print. Academy Special Restricted Zone. Recommended level, 45+, extremely high mortality rate, strictly forbidden to enter unless you are a senior elite squad. The tapping sound woke the middle-aged instructor on the deck chair. He irritably scratched his messy hair and opened one bloodshot eye. "Which brat is disturbing my slumber? Didn't you see the sign? This is a restricted zone. Get back to class immediately." The instructor's words caught in his throat before he could finish. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Mo as if he'd seen a ghost. A scrawny teenager in a tattered t-shirt and flip-flops. And right beside him was a little gray and white skeleton holding a palm leaf fan. No matter how you looked at it, this duo looked every bit the fresh-faced freshman. "Open the door." Lin Mo pulled out his gold-embossed ID card and tossed it casually onto the desk in front of the instructor. "I'm going in for a look around." The middle-aged instructor sucked in a sharp breath and practically leapt out of his recliner. He looked at Lin Mo, then at the ID card marking him as a new student. "You're crazy." The instructor's voice cracked. "This is the Blood Moon Abyss. All the monsters in there are frenzied beasts starting at level 40. What are you, a new student, doing here? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lin Mo scratched his ear. "The newbie village is too crowded. It's suffocating. This place looks pretty quiet. Perfect for a stroll." "A stroll? Going for a stroll in the Blood Moon Abyss?" The middle-aged instructor felt like his head was about to explode. He'd been a restricted zone guard for decades and had never seen such a reckless madman. "No way. Absolutely not." Without hesitation, the mentor slammed the ID card back into Lin Mo's hands. "Academy regulations are clear. If you don't meet the level requirements, not even the principal can get you in. Get back there right now. Stop playing with your life." Lin Mo watched the mentor, who looked as if he were facing a major threat. He didn't reach for the card, he just sighed. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Since the door won't open. Lin Mo turned his head to look at the tightly sealed blood-red stone door. "Then I'll smash it open myself." The little skeleton beside him, who had been fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, suddenly stopped moving. Within its hollow eye sockets, two pools of eerie blue underworld fire surged violently. Before the middle-aged instructor could even process what was happening, he saw the half-meter-tall skeleton suddenly raise a withered bone claw. Aiming at the restricted zone's stone gate said to be unbreakable even by a level 50 powerhouse. It gave it a light, effortless slap. Crack! A deafening sound of shattering erupted with a thunderous boom outside the silent restricted zone. The entire 100-meter-tall blood-red stone gate crumbled like a cheap cookie. Under that single blow, it was instantly covered in terrifying cracks. Then it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amidst the sky-filling debris and dust, a pitch-black passageway leading to the unknown Blood Moon Abyss was fully exposed to the open air. An incredibly dense aura of death surged out of the passage like a volcanic eruption. The middle-aged mentor stood frozen in place. His mouth hung open, he'd even forgotten to breathe. The stone gate shattered? Smashed to pieces by a tiny skeleton, one not even big enough to fit between his teeth? Lin Mo brushed the dust off his shoulders. With his hands in his pockets and wearing flip-flops, he strolled leisurely into the pitch-black passageway. The little skeleton picked up the palm fan and scampered after him. His back looked as relaxed as someone taking a stroll downstairs after a meal. A full 30 seconds passed. Only then did the middle-aged instructor snap out of it. He scrambled toward the nearby alarm console and slammed his hand down hard on the red, highest level alarm button. A piercing alarm instantly tore through the skies of Dragon God Academy.
He has gone mad. Completely mad.
The middle-aged instructor screamed hysterically into his communicator.
Notify the principal immediately. A freshman has smashed the gate to the restricted zone. He has gone into the blood moon abyss all by himself. He is committing suicide. Chapter 57, Restricted Zone? No, this is my private territory.
Lin Mo stepped over the shattered barrier. The air around him changed instantly. Above him hung a crimson full moon. Dark red moonlight spilled onto the ground, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Thick green miasma permeated the surroundings.
If an ordinary person were to inhale even a single breath of it, their internal organs would instantly turn into a pool of blood.
The little skeleton holding a large palm fan followed behind Lin Mo.
It seemed thoroughly annoyed by the green mist blocking its view.
It swung the fan in its hand twice with force.
A howling gale erupted.
It forcibly cleared a patch of clean ground right in the midst of the miasma. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops, looked around. The ground was littered with massive animal bones. Occasionally, spine-chilling growls echoed from the shadows. Without a doubt, this place was teeming with zone bosses starting at level 40. To other students, this was a hellish no-go zone where once you entered, you never came out. Lin Mo, however, nodded with satisfaction.
This place is nice. Quiet, spacious, and no one is here to bother me. He found a relatively flat boulder and plopped down on it with a thud.
Others call this a forbidden zone. But in my opinion, this is practically my own private domain.
Lin Mo didn't rush to venture further in.
He reached into his pants pocket.
He pulled out two items. A piece of dead, black wood.
A gray stone covered in cracks. These were the abyssal wood and divine fragment he'd taken from the Academy's central treasury. Both the old headmaster and that gatekeeper had called them junk. They'd been useless for hundreds of years. Lin Mo looked at the two items in his hands, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth.
A bunch of clueless fools. Lin Mo clenched his fists with all his might.
His fingers tightened instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed these two priceless treasures to pieces.
Crack!
Two crisp snaps rang out simultaneously. There were no extraneous sounds.
No flashy interface overlays appeared.
Only deep within Lin Mo's soul did a thunderous roar, as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, resound. His unique calamity descent talent went completely berserk at that moment. The crushed abyssal wood and divine fragment transformed into two blindingly brilliant bursts of light. Instantly, they surged madly through Lin Mo's fingers and into his body. Massive, pure death energy raged through his every bone and muscle.
In Lin Mo's mind, the status panel unfolded automatically.
On the low-tier unit tree, which had previously been only shades of gray and white, a brand new dark gold branch was forcibly illuminated.
The second-tier core unit was fully unlocked. Lin Mo opened his eyes.
In those lazy eyes, two mesmerizing, otherworldly flames now burned. He casually snapped his fingers. The crisp sound echoed through the vast blood moon abyss.
Time to get some fresh air.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black earth before Lin Mo began to churn violently. It was like boiling water.
Immediately afterward,
100 massive black teleportation arrays appeared on the ground without warning.
This time,
no gray and white skeleton soldiers emerged. What stepped out of the portals
were 100 colossal bone nightmares.
These nightmare warhorses were entirely constructed from thick, black bones.
Jet black hellfire blazed from their four hooves.
With every step they took, the rocks on the ground instantly melted into lava. And upon the backs of these nightmare warhorses
sat 100 knights clad in heavy black bone armor.
They gripped 3-meter-long reaper spears in their hands.
Beneath their helmets, their eye sockets glowed with a crimson, bloodthirsty light. Dark Knight skeletons.
Enter.
100 Dark Knight skeletons silently formed ranks before Lin Mo. They made not a sound. Yet the aura of death radiating from them caused the surrounding air to freeze solid. Lin Mo leaned against a rock, sizing up this new group of minions. He could clearly sense the terror of this cavalry. It wasn't just because they had inherited his attributes, amplified 10,000-fold. It was also because of the two absurd traits they possessed. Ignore terrain. Blood Moon Abyss Healing. Lin Mo witnessed it with his own eyes. The deadly green miasma swirling around them the moment it neared the Dark Knight skeletons was devoured by the hellish black flames on their bodies as if returning to a nest. Not only did it fail to inflict a single scratch, but it actually caused the black flames to burn even more fiercely, while the knight's bones grew darker, shinier, and harder. Not only do they not lose health, but they can even drink the poison fumes like a potion. Lin Mo stroked his chin and smiled with satisfaction. That's a pretty user-friendly design. From now on, whenever you encounter monsters that like to spew poison, just walk right up and take it head-on. Just as Lin Mo was testing his new unit. Above the Blood Moon Abyss, on a black cliff face hundreds of meters high, a pair of enormous, crimson vertical pupils were fixed intently on the slender figure below. It was a blood-winged dragon, over 20 meters in length. A level 45 zone boss. And the undisputed ruler of this outer region. It lurked within the thick miasma, suppressing its entire aura. Greedy saliva dripped from its sharp fangs. It splattered onto the rocks below, corroding them into deep pits. It was hungry. It hadn't tasted fresh flesh in days. That human in white below looked soft and delicate. The mana fluctuations emanating from him were pitifully weak. In its eyes, he was nothing more than a delicious cookie delivered right to its doorstep. The blood-winged dragon silently spread its massive, fleshy wings, covered in blood-red barbs. Its hind legs surged with power. Its colossal body transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, poised to plunge from the sky. It intended to swallow that reckless human whole. Just as it was halfway through its dive. Less than 100 meters from the ground. 100 black teleportation arrays suddenly lit up. The blood-winged dragon's dive froze abruptly. Its vertical pupils, previously brimming with greed, instantly contracted into two slender slits. Its eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What had it seen? 100 Dark Knight skeletons riding bone nightmares. Standing in perfect formation before that frail human. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was the aura emanating from these 100 knights. The blood-winged dragon felt as if its head were about to explode. Although it was merely a level 45 monster, it had once sensed, from afar, the overwhelming pressure of the top-tier demon lords deep within the Blood Moon Abyss. At this very moment, if it were to pick just one of those 100 knights below at random, pick just any one of them at random, the aura emanating from them was 10,000 times more terrifying than any Blood Moon Abyss demon lord it had ever encountered. That 10,000-fold numerical superiority. That death aura, pure to the extreme, as if it could pierce a hole in the sky with a single strike. It completely terrified this level 45 Lord Dragon. Bloodwing Dragon's mind went completely blank. Forget about tasty little cookies. Forget about tender flesh. All of that was cast to the farthest reaches of the heavens. It could clearly sense that this was no ordinary summon. These were living, moving volcanoes. 100 grim reapers ready to tear it to shreds at any moment. It could even imagine what would happen if it actually dove down. Before its jaws could even touch that frail human, its proud dragon scale armor would be pierced simultaneously by 100 spears of death. Then, it would be burned to ashes, soul and all, by that pitch-black hellfire. Flee. It must flee. It didn't even dare to look back. Mid-air, it slammed on the brakes with all its might. The immense inertia made every bone in its body creak under the strain. Several ribs snapped clean in two from the force. It didn't even dare to let out a scream. Gritting its teeth against the excruciating pain, Its fleshy wings flapped frantically, stirring up a frantic gale. The blood-winged dragon abruptly turned around. It mustered every ounce of strength it possessed. Like a madman, it fled toward the deepest depths of the blood moon abyss. 1 second later, it had no doubt that it would be instantly chopped into mincemeat by those 100 monster knights. Chapter 58: Ecological Extinction. The Dragon Abyss Guild gets its face smashed. Lin Mo sat on the cold rock. He gazed at the dim sky deep within the blood moon abyss and yawned lazily. That blood-winged dragon had run pretty fast just now. It vanished in the blink of an eye. Go! Lin Mo waved his hand casually, issuing orders to the 100 Dark Knight skeletons standing at the ready before him. Free hunt. Dig 3 feet deep. Plow through this godforsaken place. And that big lizard that just ran off, bring it back alive. I want to use it as a mount. All 100 Dark Knight skeletons pulled on their reins in unison. The bone nightmares let out a silent whinny. Hooves flew, crushing the rocks beneath them, transforming into 100 black, steel-like torrents that charged recklessly into the thick toxic mists. Relying on just these few, the cleanup was still too slow. Lin Mo raised his right hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Snap! The surrounding earth began to churn violently. Thousands upon thousands of mage skeletons clad in tattered robes swarmed out of the ground. Cover the area with fire. Don't hold back on mana. Lin Mo ordered calmly. 10,000 mage skeletons raised their bone staffs in perfect unison. The dark red moonlight in the sky was instantly obscured. Countless fireballs the size of millstones rained down like a meteor shower upon the heart of the blood moon abyss. The phantom of a frost dragon roared in the sky, spewing soul-freezing icicles. Frenzied thunder transformed into purple whips, lashing out indiscriminately at every inch of the land. It was a one-sided ecological annihilation. The monsters within the blood moon abyss were utterly devastated. Those level 40+ boss monsters, who usually lorded over the land, didn't even catch a glimpse of their enemies. They were instantly blown to pieces by the barrage of magic, reduced to a shower of blood. A frenzied poisonous spider lurking in the swamp had just poked its head out, attempting to spit venom. A spear blazing with hellish black flames instantly pierced its skull. A Dark Knight skeleton impaled the spider's corpse, black flames spreading from the spearhead. In the blink of an eye, the massive venomous spider was reduced to ashes. The knights moved through the toxic mists as if on level ground, leaving nothing but scorched earth in their wake. No matter how deep the monsters hid in their burrows, the mage skeletons' firepower forced them out. Then the knights' iron hooves crushed them to pieces. Soaring mountain peaks were leveled by fireballs. Deep, dark canyons were filled with frost. The once perilous blood moon abyss was forcibly transformed into a vast, flat, open plaza. The lairs of those high-level monsters were uprooted, leaving not a single intact stone behind. Meanwhile, Dragon God Academy, Level 20 Beginner S Dungeon. Tianzi, accompanied by several executives from the Dragon Abyss Guild, was striding confidently at the front. The low-level monsters in the vicinity had long been cleared out by his subordinates. Deputy Guild Master, your move to cut off the enemy's supply lines was absolutely brilliant. A sycophantic henchman stepped forward with a fawning expression, offering him water. Sealing off the entire dungeon, that hick Lin Mo must be tearing his hair out in frustration right now. He is probably hiding in some corner, wiping away his tears. Tianzi took the cup and let out a cold laugh. Daring to challenge me? Does he think that showing off a little in the exam hall will let him walk all over the imperial capital? A worthless good-for-nothing with no resources, he'll be expelled from the academy in less than a month. Tianzi took a sip of water, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. Once he can't hold on any longer, he'll naturally crawl to the Dragon Abyss Guild's doorstep like a dog, begging me for mercy. Just as he was basking in his self-satisfaction, the custom communicator on his wrist suddenly emitted a rapid, piercing alarm. This was the Academy's dedicated channel for issuing the highest-level crisis alerts. Tianzi frowned and tapped the communicator. A glaring red notification popped up, projecting directly into the air. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Energy levels in the core region of the Blood Moon Abyss are plummeting dramatically. The water cup in Tianza's hand clattered to the ground. Water splashed up his pant leg. What is going on? The energy in the Blood Moon Abyss is plummeting?
The few henchmen surrounding him were all dumbfounded. That was a special class restricted zone that even elite senior year squads dared not venture into lightly. The monsters inside were endless, and the energy was inexhaustible. How could it suddenly plummet? Could it be that some high-ranking military official went in there for a training exercise? One of the henchmen swallowed hard, his voice trembling.
Tianza's face turned ashen as he stared intently at the report.
Lin Mo's fearless gaze suddenly flashed through his mind. This sense of unease made him extremely restless.
Impossible. It absolutely cannot have anything to do with that good for nothing.
Just as the members of the Dragon Abyss Guild were filled with shock and doubt. In the principal's office at the very top of Dragon God Academy, the old principal stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of hot tea. On the desk behind him sat a sophisticated instrument used to monitor the energy levels of the Academy's major secret realms.
At that moment, the black device representing the Blood Moon Abyss was flashing red lights frantically. The alarm echoed throughout the office.
The old principal turned around, staring at the energy curve on the monitor, which was plummeting vertically at a 90-degree angle.
The teacup in his hand began to shake violently. 80%. 50%. 20%.
The curve plummeted like a waterfall, without a single pause, crashing straight to the bottom. This meant that the monsters within the Blood Moon Abyss were being slaughtered at an incomprehensible rate. Even the rate at which the monsters were regenerating couldn't keep up with the rate of their deaths.
The entire ecosystem was facing a devastating blow.
The old principal felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He slammed his teacup down on the table with a thud.
Tea splashed everywhere.
His legs gave way, and he slumped back into his executive chair.
He clasped his hands over his aged face in anguish.
Those eyes, which had weathered countless storms, were now filled with despair and heartache.
What a disaster!
The old principal wailed, his voice trembling.
I only asked you to pick out a couple of items. I didn't tell you to ransack the place.
That's the core training ground the academy reserved for senior students. The old principal stared at the energy gauge on the screen, which was about to hit zero. It felt as if someone were slicing his own flesh from his body, piece by piece. He slammed his palm down on the desk, his heart breaking with grief. This is going to uproot the very foundation of our school. That living relic, I should never have let him in the first place.
The old principal's wails echoed through the office.
Meanwhile, inside the Blood Moon Abyss, Lin Mo was idly counting the stones on the ground.
From the toxic mists in the distance, a deafening wail suddenly rang out.
That once invincible blood-winged dragon was being impaled through its flesh-covered wings by the reaper spears of 4 Dark Knight skeletons. Like a chicken being carried, it was forcibly dragged down from the sky. It crashed heavily right in front of Lin Mo,
kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 59, The King Returns, a sack loaded to the brim. Outside the Academy's special restricted zone, the once deserted entrance to the Blood Moon Abyss was now packed to the brim.
Circle after circle of yellow caution tape had been strung up in front of the blood-red stone gate, now shattered into a pile of debris.
Over 1,000 freshmen and upperclassmen, drawn by the alarm, were all crammed at the perimeter, peering in curiously. Tianza, accompanied by a dozen or so core members of the Dragon Abyss Guild, strut in and claim the prime spot right at the front.
They're here specifically to watch the spectacle. Brother Zhao, that kid's been in there for nearly 3 hours and hasn't sent a single distress signal.
One of the members leans close to Tianza's ear, his face brimming with schadenfreude.
I bet by now, even his bones have been chewed to dust by the monsters in the Blood Moon Abyss.
Tianza let out a cold laugh and smoothed the collar of his school uniform. A noob who just left the newbie village, does he really think a level 40 boss monster is a pushover?
The toxic miasma in the Blood Moon Abyss, just one breath of it would make him melt on the spot. Even if he has got a few mutated summons to save face, he won tea last half an hour. Tianzi crossed his arms, his eyes brimming with the satisfaction of revenge. That's what happens when you're blind enough to cross the Dragon Abyss Guild. We didn't T even have to lift a finger, he has already dug his own grave. The senior students around him burst into a chorus of laughter. Just as everyone was convinced Lin Mo was as good as dead, a faint sound suddenly echoed from the depths of that pitch-black, eerie passageway. Tap. Tap. It was the sound of a shoe's sole scraping against gravel. The rhythm was unhurried, even exuding an indescribable air of leisure. The entire crowd of over 1,000 people fell instantly silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the entrance to the passageway. The middle-aged instructor, drenched in cold sweat, practically leapt out of his chair, holding his breath. A few seconds later, a slender figure, wearing a faded, washed-out t-shirt and flip-flops, emerged slowly from the darkness. Lin Mo. Not a single wrinkle marred his entire body. Not only was he missing no limbs, but he was even holding a twig presumably snapped from a tree somewhere and idly picking his teeth with it. The hall fell deathly silent. Over 1,000 pairs of eyes widened like copper bells, staring at the unscathed Lin Mo as if they'd seen a ghost. Immediately afterward, a muffled dragging sound echoed through the passageway once more. A dozen or so grayish-white skeleton soldiers emerged, marching in single file. Each little skeleton bore a tattered sack on its shoulders, one so large it towered over an adult. The sacks were covered in dark red stains. Bulging and heavy, they dragged along the ground, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Lin Mo stepped into the sunlight and stretched his arms wide. This dump doesn't even have a place to lie down. He muttered a casual complaint. As he looked up, his gaze fell directly on Tianzi and the others blocking the front of the line. The cold smile on Tianzi's face had long since frozen. His eyes were fixed intently on Lin Mo, as if he were staring at a revenant who had risen from the dead. He's not dead? This kid actually walked out in one piece? Tianzi took a deep breath, forcing down the shock welling up inside him. He glanced at the tattered sacks behind Lin Mo and instantly felt his confidence return. Oh, isn't this our newly crowned top scholar? Tianzi took a step forward, raising his voice as loud as he could, as if afraid the people around him wouldn't hear. How come you're out so fast? You've been in there for 3 hours. Did you not even dare to breathe in the toxic mists at the outer perimeter, but just cowered in a crevice, trembling with fear? Tianzi pointed at the tattered sacks and burst into a mocking laugh. Trying to play the big shot with a few ragged sacks. I bet they're all just rocks you picked up at the entrance. Trying to fool people with this junk, pretending you actually went in there to train? Lin Mo, your clownish tricks might fool those unsophisticated country bumpkins. The officers of the Dragon Abyss Guild immediately erupted into shrill laughter. In their eyes, a newbie spending 3 hours in a level 40 restricted zone. There was simply no other explanation besides hiding in the safe zone and picking up rocks. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. He glanced at Tianzi, who was laughing so hard he was doubled over, as if looking at a clown. He couldn't even be bothered to say a word in his defense. Lin Mo turned around and waved at the dozen or so little skeletons behind him. Too heavy. Throw them all away. The little skeletons nodded with a clack-clack. Their bony claws loosened. A dozen or so tattered sacks, each taller than a person, were slammed hard onto the hard granite ground. These sacks were nothing more than scraps of cloth Lin Mo had casually gathered and rolled up in the blood moon abyss. Their quality was shockingly poor. With that impact, a huge tear ripped open the ragged fabric at the bottom of the sacks. Clatter, clatter. The crisp sound of impact instantly echoed throughout the entire plaza. Hundreds, even thousands, of fist-sized crystals, radiating a blinding light, poured out like potatoes dumped from a garbage heap. They surged wildly from the tear. They rolled all over the floor. They rolled to Tianzi's feet and under the middle-aged mentor's chair. The multicolored light instantly illuminated the entire dim entrance to the restricted zone as bright as day. Frenzied and intense energy fluctuations swept across the entire area like a tsunami. It pressed down on everyone present, nearly suffocating them.
Tianza's laughter.
It stopped abruptly, like a duck being choked to death. In that single second, the expression on his face underwent a frenzied transformation from smugness to bewilderment, and finally to utter terror. He stared intently at the massive crystal core at his feet, which was still emitting a dark red glow. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to freeze solid at that moment.
This. Tianza's Adam's apple bobbed up and down with difficulty.
His voice trembled uncontrollably. Is this the Lord Crystal Core of a level 45 Bloodwing Dragon? The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into chaos.
All the upperclassmen surged forward like madmen
when they saw the crystal cores scattered all over the ground. Gasping sounds rose in waves, nearly sucking all the oxygen out of the air. Holy shit! That SA level 40 Shadow Venom Spider S Venom Sac Crystal.
And over there,
that one emitting black smoke is a level 50 Death Knight S Soul Crystal. They're all level 40 or higher boss class crystals. How is this possible?
Did he slaughter every boss in the Blood Moon Abyss? This is insane.
Everyone in the crowd felt their worldview shatter in that moment. Boss level crystals. Just one of these, if put up at an auction house in the outside world, could fetch tens or even hundreds of millions. A top-tier team of senior undergrads would fight tooth and nail for half a month just to get one or two, and that would be a stroke of incredible luck.
And now, this kid is actually carrying them in a ragged burlap sack.
And he is just dumping them all over the floor like trash.
How many the boss monsters the hell did he have to kill to gather hundreds or even thousands of these crystals?
It's as if he has dug up the ancestral graves of the entire Blood Moon Abyss.
Tianza's legs began to shake violently, beyond his control.
He looked at the dazzling, top-grade crystal nuclei scattered across the floor, then at Lin Mo's calm, unconcerned face.
An overwhelming sense of fear, unlike anything he'd ever felt, instantly shattered his mental defenses. Thud. Tianza's knees buckled.
He collapsed to his knees right in front of the scattered crystal cores. He didn't want to kneel. His pride and self-respect wouldn't allow him to kneel before a newcomer. But his body simply wouldn't obey him. It was the most instinctive act of submission and trembling in the face of a terrifying power that transcended reason and defied comprehension. The dozen or so executives of the Dragon Abyss Guild were even more terrified, their faces drained of color. They all collapsed to the ground alongside Tianza, not even having the courage to lift their heads. The mocking words they had spoken moments ago now felt like invisible slaps. They lashed their faces until they were a bloody mess.
Lin Mo stepped forward.
He kicked the Bloodwing Dragon crystal core that had rolled to his feet. The motion was as casual as kicking a stepping stone out of the way. He looked down at Tianza, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over.
You just said.
Lin Mo's voice was flat, without a hint of emotion.
What was in this sack of mine? Tianza's face was ashen. Cold sweat dripped frantically down his chin, splashing onto the glowing crystal core.
His mouth hung open, yet he couldn't utter a single syllable.
The thousands of students surrounding them held their breath. A single thought dominated everyone's mind. This isn't a training expedition to the Forbidden Zone.
This is clearly a supply run to the Blood Moon Abyss.
Chapter 60, Market Collapse, the Monopolist's Despair.
Lin Mo picked a shady corner at random. He snapped his fingers, and the little skeletons dragged over two rickety wooden tables and pushed them together. The floor was littered with Lord-class crystal cores, which the little skeletons dumped onto the tabletops with a clatter, as if they were spilling potatoes. Multicolored, high-grade energy auras illuminated the entire square as brightly as a lantern festival. Lin Mo fished a worn piece of cardboard out of his storage ring. He took a carbon pen and scrawled a few large characters across it in a sweeping, calligraphic style. Everything half price, no credit, clearance sale. After writing those words, he stood in front of the table. He leaned back into a recliner behind him, closed his eyes, and began catching up on some sleep. The entire square was initially deathly silent. Then, a frenzy of shouts erupted, loud enough to tear the ceiling down. The crowd was in a complete frenzy. Half price.
It's really half price. A level 40 Shadow Poison Spider Crystal Core, it goes for 1.5 million on the market, but he is selling it for only 750,000. Don't push me. I spotted that Bloodwing Dragon Crystal Core first. I'll pay 2 million. Over 1,000 upperclassmen charged forward like madmen.
These high-grade materials were normally impossible to buy. They were all tightly controlled by the top factions within the academy. Even if ordinary students had the money, they'd have to stand in line, groveling and begging for favors. But now, look at this, they were being sold right there on the ground like cabbages. Everything was half price. Anyone who didn't grab a deal was a complete fool. Get in line. Pay up and take your goods. Anyone who cuts in line gets their hand chopped off. Lin Mo closed his eyes and muttered the words offhand. The skeleton assassin beside him immediately stepped forward. A cold, menacing glint flashed from the bone blade in his hand. That unabashed, bone-chilling aura of murder instantly silenced the frenzied crowd. Everyone obediently formed a long line, holding their credit cards and black gold cards, eagerly awaiting their turn to trade. Tianzi, kneeling not far away, watched the scene as the blood drained completely from his face. His whole body shook violently, like a sieve. It's over. It's all over. The Dragon Abyss Guild's ability to run rampant within the academy has never relied on fistfights. It relied on its absolute monopoly over the high-grade material market. They would normally buy up materials from individual traders at rock-bottom prices, hoarding them to drive up prices. Then they'd sell them at exorbitant prices to students needing to break through bottlenecks. The entire academy's lifeline of resources was in their hands. Now, with Lin Mo's massive clearance sale, he stripped them bare. Hundreds upon hundreds of high-grade crystal cores flooded the market. The Dragon Abyss Guild's warehouses, packed with billions worth of stockpiled goods, instantly turned into a pile of worthless rocks, losing value at a furious pace. This wasn't just a slap in the face. It was digging up the Dragon Abyss Guild's ancestral graves. It was meant to sever their cash flow, leaving them facing immediate bankruptcy and liquidation. Quick, notify the guildmaster. Tianzi grabbed a stunned clerk standing nearby and roared frantically. Go fetch the guildmaster. If he doesn't come soon, the Dragon Abyss Guild will be completely shattered. In just 10 minutes. A third of the crystal cores in front of Lin Mo had already been sold. The numbers in his credit account and private vault were skyrocketing at a terrifying, visible speed. The little skeletons were busier than ever. Their movements taking money and delivering goods were so fast their knuckles were practically grinding sparks. Suddenly, a violent hurricane swept across the square. The previously clear skies turned gloomy in an instant. A suffocating, terrifying aura of power like a mountain crushing down from above enveloped the entire square without warning. The senior students waiting in line to buy materials turned pale. Even breathing became incredibly difficult. Some lower-level freshmen were forced to their knees by the sheer weight of the pressure. Their chests felt so tight they could barely breathe. Who dares to disrupt my Dragon Abyss Guild's operations at Dragon God Academy? An icy voice boomed through the air like a muffled thunderclap. The voice exuded an air of absolute arrogance and an unmistakable, chilling intent to kill. The crowd parted like a tide, retreating in terror to either side. They forced open a wide path. A young man clad in a dark gold trench coat adorned with dragon patterns strode forward with long, confident strides, flanked by a crowd of attendants. His features were stern, his gaze as sharp as a blade. With every step he took, a deep fissure split open in the granite floor beneath his feet. A top-tier powerhouse at the peak of the 60th level. A peerless genius ranked in the top 5 of the Dragon list. The current guild master of the Dragon Abyss Guild, Gu Tianqing. It's senior brother Gu. He actually came out in person. Lin Mo has completely cut off the Dragon Abyss Guild's revenue stream. Of course they'd be furious. Top 5 on the Dragon rankings, that's a monster capable of holding his own against a 5th transformation powerhouse. Lin Mo has really hit a brick wall this time. Gu Tianqing isn't some half-baked amateur like Lei Zhan. The students around them backed away in fear. None dared to come within 10 meters of Gu Tianqing.
The overwhelming aura of a top-tier powerhouse was simply too terrifying. Gu Tianqing walked up to the stall. He glanced at the high-grade crystal nuclei scattered across the ground, a flicker of intense greed and pain flashing in his eyes. These priceless treasures were supposed to be the Dragon Abyss Guild's wealth. He looked down again at Tianzi, who was kneeling nearby, looking like a lump of mud. He snorted coldly through his nose. Useless piece of trash, what a disgrace. Gu Tianqing's gaze locked firmly on Lin Mo, who was lying on the lounge chair. He unleashed his aura without restraint. It transformed into an invisible wave of energy, rushing straight toward Lin Mo to crush him. Are you that presumptuous freshman? Gu Tianqing looked down on Lin Mo from above, his tone icy and piercing.
Now, put an end to this farce immediately. Hand over all your remaining crystal nuclei, along with the credits you just swindled, to the Dragon Abyss Guild.
I might consider sparing your life, but only if I cripple your hands. Gu Tianqing's words carried an air of unyielding dominance. Not a single person present thought he was joking. He absolutely had the power to back up his words. The prestige of being in the top 5 of the Dragon rankings was an absolute truth at Dragon God Academy. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. He paid no heed to the terrifying pressure that would have crushed the internal organs of an ordinary person. The little skeleton gave his fan a light wave, and the terrifying blast of energy was completely dispelled. Lin Mo sat up straight. He stretched lazily and looked up and down at Gu Tianqing, whose face was etched with murderous intent. So you're the pavilion master who came here to serve me tea and water?
The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall fell deathly silent.
Everyone stared at Lin Mo as if he were a madman.
Facing a top-tier powerhouse ranked in the top 5 of the Dragon list, with death staring him in the face, this kid actually dared to be so arrogant.
Gu Tianqing's gaze instantly turned as cold as ice.
Tangible murderous intent dropped the surrounding temperature to freezing.
It seems you've chosen to drink the punishment wine after refusing the courtesy wine.
He slowly raised his right hand. A destructive black storm began to swirl violently in the palm of his hand.
Chapter 61, Dragon Rankings Update. Direct entry into the top 10.
The black storm in Gu Tianqing's palm spun wildly. This force was more than enough to shred Lin Mo and the lounge chair to pieces. The little skeleton beside Lin Mo gripped its bone blade tightly, ready to slice off this show-off's head at any moment. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, from the direction of the Academy South Central Square, a golden light suddenly erupted, blindingly brighter than the sun. The beam pierced straight through the clouds, illuminating the entire square. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes. The black storm in Gu Tianqing's hand was abruptly interrupted by this sudden burst of light. He whipped his head around, staring intently at the center of the square. It's the Dragon List. The combat power ranking stele has manifested. Terrified screams erupted from the crowd. The Dragon List of Dragon God Academy was a massive stone stele that had been passed down for 100 years. Only the top 1,000 students in the Academy's combat rankings could have their names engraved upon it. Normally, the stele lay lifeless and silent. Only when major changes in the rankings occurred would such a blinding golden light appear. No one had time to mock Lin Mo anymore. They all turned their heads to look at the towering Dragon ranking stele. The golden light gradually faded, and a dense array of names appeared on the surface of the stele. Look at the very bottom. A sharp-eyed upperclassman shouted. At the very bottom of the stele, in the 1000th spot, 2 blood-red characters suddenly appeared. Lin Mo. He made the list. A freshman who just enrolled, who hasn't even finished a single formal class, has squeezed his way onto the Dragon rankings? The crowd gasped in shock. But this was only the beginning. The 2 characters Lin Mo seemed to have been launched on a rocket. Bathed in a blinding crimson glow, they raced upward across the stone tablet. 800th place. 500th place. 300th place. The senior students who usually looked down on everyone from their lofty positions watched helplessly as Lin Mo mercilessly trampled their names underfoot. It's still rising. How is this possible?
He has broken into the top 100. Tianzi, the deputy guild master of the Dragon Abyss Guild, collapsed to the ground. He stared at the two red characters that kept jumping up and down, his mind buzzing. The top 100 that was an absolute no-go zone that even he, a third-year wind mage, couldn't break into. Lin Mo's name showed no signs of stopping. 50th. 30th. 11th. The entire venue fell deathly silent. Everyone's mouths hung open, their hearts nearly stopping. Suddenly, Lin Mo's name leaped forward. It forcefully pushed out a top-tier senior in his fourth year who had previously held the 9th spot. It settled firmly in the 9th position. A golden light flashed, and the ranking was set in stone. Dragon God Academy, 9th on the combat power rankings. Lin Mo. Mid-air, a solemn announcement echoed throughout the entire campus. Freshman Lin Mo. Soloed the high-risk restricted zone, Blood Moon Abyss. Number of Lord-class monsters slain exceeded the array's calculation limit. Combat power re-evaluated has entered the Dragon rankings at 9th place. Hearing this announcement, everyone in the square was left speechless. They looked at the hundreds, even thousands, of Lord-class crystal nuclei on Lin Mo's stall. They finally understood where those came from. This wasn't just killing monsters. It was a full-scale massacre. Gu Tianqing stood before the stall, his face as dark as a piece of charred charcoal. He clenched his fists so tightly his fingernails were digging into his flesh. The black storm that had once gathered in the palm of his hand had long since dissipated completely. He dared not make a move. Dragon God Academy had an ironclad rule that had remained unchanged for a century. To protect its top fighters, any form of private combat between the top 10 on the Dragon rankings was strictly forbidden. If there was an irreconcilable blood feud, one could only apply to the Academy to open the life and death arena. Step onto the stage, sign the life and death contract, and leave the outcome to fate. If Gu Tianqing dared to lay a hand on Lin Mo now, it would be an open defiance of the Academy's bottom line. Even if he were in the top 5 of the Dragon rankings, he would be expelled on the spot and his cultivation might even be stripped away. Sect Master. Tianzi scrambled over to Gu Tianqing's feet, his voice trembling. That kid's ranked 9th now. What are we going to do? He has a big shot in the top 10 of the Dragon rankings now. Shut up! Gu Tianqing kicked Tianzi squarely in the chest, sending the deputy guild master flying over 10 meters away. He was livid. He brought so many people here today, charging in with such ferocity. He intended to publicly cripple this presumptuous newcomer and establish the Dragon Abyss Guild as authority. But now, he been forcibly pinned to the spot by the rules, becoming a laughingstock to everyone. Lin Mo lay back in the chair and rolled over leisurely. He looked at Gu Tianqing, whose face was ashen. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Where's that black whirlwind in your hand? Pull it out and blow some cool air my way. Gu Tianqing stood in front of the stall, the black storm in his hand having completely dissipated. He glared intently at that worn-out recliner. Seeing Lin Mo's listless, half-dead demeanor, he felt like his lungs were about to burst with rage. The rules governing the top 10 on the Dragon rankings weighed on him like a massive mountain. If he dared to lay a finger on him today, the Academy's enforcement squad would have him pinned to the ground in a matter of seconds. Fine. Since you insist on hiding behind the rules like a coward. Gu Tianqing took a deep breath, and the fury on his face suddenly turned into a cruel, cold smile. Then let us play by the rules. He flipped his wrist and pulled a dark red parchment scroll from his storage ring. Thud. The scroll slammed down hard on Lin Mo's makeshift wooden table. The impact sent several crystal cores on the table tumbling to the floor. The Dragon List Challenge. Gu Tianqing looked down at Lin Mo from above, his eyes brimming with bloodthirsty intent. Noon tomorrow, the life and death arena at the Academy's center. Sign it. We'll settle not only who is superior, but also who lives and who dies. The senior students standing nearby all sucked in a sharp breath at the mention of the life and death arena. That was the bloodiest place in Dragon God Academy. Once you stepped onto that stage, all external rules were null and void. The arena S formation would never activate until one side was completely dead. Senior Brother Gu is getting serious. No kidding. The Dragon Abyss Guild's face has been beaten to a pulp. How could they possibly swallow that humiliation? The life and death arena. This is a death match even the principal has no authority to interfere with. Tianzi scrambled to his feet and hid behind Gu Tianqing. Now that he had a powerful backer, he felt much more confident. Why aren't you saying anything? Tianzi pointed at Lin Mo and taunted him. Weren't you acting all tough just now? If you've got the guts, sign the contract.
If you don't dare sign it, get down on your knees right now and kowtow to Senior Brother Gu to admit your mistake. Chapter 62, The Challenge to the Life and Death Arena, taking on the entire Dragon Abyss Guild.
Lin Mo didn't even glance at the parchment scroll. He was busy sweeping the remaining crystal cores from the table into a large bag.
He also tossed the black gold card he earned from selling materials a couple of times in his hand. That card now held a massive sum of several hundred million. This clearance sale had truly made him a fortune.
Hearing Tianzi's taunts,
Lin Mo slipped the black gold card into his pocket and rose to his feet at a leisurely pace. He stretched his body with a long yawn, his bones cracking and popping all over.
Noon tomorrow?
Lin Mo yawned, his face full of disdain. I'm usually taking a nap at that time. This will seriously affect the quality of my sleep.
Gu Tianqing snorted derisively.
That is quite a unique excuse.
Just admit you're scared to death.
If you cripple both your arms right now and get the hell out of Dragon God Academy, I'll pretend nothing happened today.
Lin Mo ignored his mockery. He glanced down at the dark red challenge letter.
It was covered in densely packed terms and conditions.
The stakes column was left blank. A fight is fine.
Lin Mo extended a finger and tapped the stakes column.
Since this is a life or death duel, betting just on our lives would be boring. Add all of your personal wealth to the stakes.
Whoever loses forfeits all their money and equipment to the winner, then gets kicked out of the academy. Lin Mo looked up at Gu Tianqing.
Dare you take it? Gu Tianqing froze.
He never would have imagined that, with death staring him in the face, this kid would actually dare to up the ante.
Do you really think that just because you scraped your way to 9th place on the dragon rankings, you can beat me? Gu Tianqing laughed bitterly in his rage. Fine. I'll see just how many lives you have for me to kill. Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Lin Mo waved his hand, cutting Gu Tianqing off. His gaze swept over the group of Dragon Abyss Guild officials standing behind Gu Tianqing. His eyes were filled with exasperation and annoyance. I hate working overtime more than anything.
Lin Mo sighed.
Once I'm done with you today, I'm sure some random deputy guild master or chapter leader will come bothering me tomorrow.
Dealing with them one by one is such a waste of time. I won't even have time to sleep. Lin Mo walked over to the wooden table.
He picked up the charcoal pen lying on the table and made a few casual strokes on the parchment scroll. Then he pushed the scroll back toward Gu Tianqing.
Here's the deal.
Lin Mo's tone was as matter-of-fact as if he were buying cabbage at the market. The top 100 members of your Dragon Abyss Guild on the Dragon Rankings.
Tomorrow at noon, all of you come at me together. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The entire square fell into a deathly silence.
Everyone wondered if their ears were playing tricks on them.
What did he say? He wants the top 100 members of the Dragon Abyss Guild on the Dragon Rankings to attack him all at once? He is crazy. This kid is definitely out of his mind.
A senior student in his third year clutched his head, his eyes bulging out of their sockets.
That's 100 Dragon Rank experts. Pick any one of them, and they could dominate an entire region on their own. He wants to take on the Academy's elite 100-man squad all by himself? After a brief, deathly silence, the square erupted in a deafening uproar. What arrogance! What audacity! This wasn't just being arrogant.
This was clearly treating the Dragon Abyss Guild members as less than human. Upon hearing this, Tianzi froze for a moment, then burst into hysterical laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Lin Mo, did you inhale some toxic miasma in the blood moon abyss that fried your brain? 1 against 100? Do you think this is a game of make-believe? Gu Tianqing's facial muscles twitched violently. He glared at Lin Mo, the flames of rage in his eyes fully ignited. This was a blatant humiliation. As a peerless genius ranked in the top 5 of the dragon list, he had never endured such contempt. But amidst his fury, a flash of wild glee suddenly crossed Gu Tianqing's mind. This kid is way too cocky. So cocky he has lost his mind. 100 dragon list experts joining forces, even a mentor above level 60 would have to step aside to avoid the brunt of it. He is just a freshman, what does he have to stand in their way? Those few rickety skeletons behind him? Are you sure? Fearing Lin Mo might back out, Gu Tianqing pressed him urgently. It's written in black and white on the challenge letter. Once it takes effect, the laws of the formation will enforce it. By then, if you try to back out, not even a single bone fragment will be left of you. Lin Mo casually tossed the carbon pen onto the table. Enough with the nonsense. If you don't sign, you and your men can get the hell out. I'll sign. Gu Tianqing was terrified of letting this sure thing slip away. He bit down hard on his index finger. Crimson blood dripped directly onto the contract array on the parchment scroll. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly amended the terms regarding the number of combatants and the stakes. Party A, Dragon Abyss Guild's 100-man squad. Party B, Lin Mo. Stakes, all personal assets, and the loser must leave the academy. Having done all this, Gu Tianqing shoved the scroll toward Lin Mo, his eyes cold as ice, as if looking at a dead man. Your turn. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to even glance at the terms. He took the seal pad handed to him by the little skeleton. With a casual press of his thumb, he stamped it directly at the very bottom of the scroll. Boom! The moment the contract was sealed, the dark red parchment scroll burst into flames without a breeze. It transformed into a crimson pillar of light, shooting straight into the sky. Mid-air, the Academy's massive formation slowly activated. A colossal character for death flashed across the sky. This signified that the highest level life and death arena challenge had been completely sealed off by the formation. No one had the right to interfere. No one was permitted to intervene. Not until one side was completely wiped out, or voluntarily surrendered and forfeited all their assets. Gu Tianqing watched the red light fade into the sky. He finally burst into loud laughter. His laughter was filled with cruelty and triumph. Lin Mo, your time has come. Gu Tianqing extended a finger and made a symbolic tap at Lin Mo's chest. Enjoy your last night in this world. On tomorrow's arena, I'll show you the price you'll pay for your arrogance. With that, Gu Tianqing waved his hand. Let us go. Accompanied by the Dragon Abyss Guild's officers, they left the square in a grand procession. They were returning to immediately summon all members of the dragon list within the guild, to prepare for tomorrow's massacre of 100. The students in the square looked at Lin Mo, shaking their heads and sighing. No one believed Lin Mo could win. One man against 100 top-tier geniuses, it was nothing short of a fairy tale. At the same time, in the principal's office at the very top of the academy, the old principal was looking at the Blood Moon Abyss's energy reports with a heavy heart. Suddenly, a crimson flash streaked across the sky outside the window. The old principal jerked his head up and saw the massive character for death. The life and death arena? The old principal froze for a moment. He hurried over to his desk and activated the formation's surveillance feed. When he clearly saw the names of the two contracting parties, the old principal's eyes widened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. What has that little rascal done now? The old principal was so frantic he was stamping his feet, his hands tugging at his already sparse white hair until it was a tangled mess. 1 versus 100? He is going to take on the Dragon Abyss Guild's 100-man squad all by himself? The dean of students standing beside him was drenched in sweat. Principal, what are we going to do?
Once the life or death arena opens, not even you can force it to stop.
If Lin Mo dies in the arena, how are we going to explain this to the higher-ups?
The old principal slumped into his chair, staring blankly at the screen.
Die? The old principal suddenly let out a bitter laugh, a grimace uglier than a cry. Do you really think he'll die?
He just flattened the blood moon abyss today without so much as a scratch. The old principal covered his face in anguish.
I'm afraid he'll get angry tomorrow. And take our academy's top 100 promising students.
And turn them all to dust on the spot.
In the square.
The crowd was gradually dispersing.
Everyone was rushing back to secure prime viewing spots for tomorrow's match. This unprecedented, earth-shattering gamble would undoubtedly go down in the annals of Dragon God Academy.
Lin Mo tossed the large sack filled with crystal nuclei to the skeleton behind him. He stretched, slipped on his flip-flops, and prepared to head back to the villa.
He'd taken just a couple of steps
when he spotted Xinghan, clad in a trench coat, standing quietly in the shade of a nearby tree. She looked at Lin Mo, her stunning face showing no trace of worry. Only deep within her eyes flickered an indescribable fervor.
It's the 100-man squad tomorrow. Xinghan's voice was cool and melodious. Are you confident? Lin Mo didn't even turn his head.
He waved his hand, leaving behind an incredibly nonchalant silhouette.
100 pigs versus 1 pig. Killing them is, in truth, no different. It's just a matter of 1 extra cut. Chapter 63, The Grand Review.
Prelude to the Skeleton Sniper's debut.
The eve of the decisive battle. The entire Dragon God Academy and indeed, the entire academic circle of the imperial capital was in an absolute uproar.
The Academy's official forum was flooded with traffic like a tsunami, crashing 3 times over. The entire internet was buzzing with discussions about this unprecedented, earth-shattering showdown. A freshman who had been enrolled for less than 10 days was actually going to take on the 100-strong elite squad of the Academy's top faction, the Dragon Abyss Guild, all by himself on the life or death arena.
Major underground bookmakers sprang into action at the news. The odds they set grew more outrageous by the minute.
The disparity was so staggering it left people speechless.
The odds for Lin Mo to win were 100 to 1.
The odds for the Dragon Abyss Guild to win were 1.01 to 1. Hardly anyone believed Lin Mo stood a chance. On the lawn outside the first academic building, a group of junior students were huddled together, placing frantic bets.
How much did you bet? Duh, I'm betting my entire bankroll on Dragon Abyss Guild, of course. This is practically free money. A tall, lanky guy waved his student ID card, his face flushed with excitement.
The bespectacled guy next to him swallowed hard, looking hesitant. But that Lin Mo soloed Blood Moon Abyss today, he even knocked the 9th-ranked player off the Dragon rankings.
What if he really has some god-tier trump card up his sleeve? The tall, lanky guy smacked his friend on the back of the head. Are you out of your mind?
Clearing a dungeon solo is one thing, but getting beaten to a pulp in the life and death arena is another.
There are 100 dragon rank experts there. Assassins, mages, tank warriors support a perfect lineup of every class.
The tall, lanky guy grew more and more worked up as he spoke, spittle flying everywhere. Even if Lin Mo were a Tyrannosaurus Rex, tomorrow he'd still be torn to the bone by those 100 hungry wolves. Don't hesitate, hurry up and follow senior brother Gu to cash in. The bespectacled guy gritted his teeth and bet all the credits on his card on the Dragon Abyss Guild. Public opinion across the entire academy swung overwhelmingly in one direction.
Everyone believed Lin Mo was courting his own doom.
Meanwhile, at the Dragon's Head Villa, the epicenter of the storm,
it was so quiet you couldn't even hear a single insect chirping.
Inside the villa's spacious underground training hall, Lin Mo, wearing baggy shorts and a white t-shirt, was lounging comfortably on a leather sofa. At his feet lay a pile of custom alloy boxes of various sizes. These boxes contained high-grade soul stones he had purchased through the Academy's black market using the massive funds he'd just earned from selling crystal nuclei. It had cost him a good few $100 million.
Lin Mo didn't even bat an eye. Money is something you can't take with you when you're born or when you die.
Lin Mo picked up a can of ice-cold cola and popped the tab. Only when it becomes combat power at my disposal is it truly money well spent. He snapped his fingers casually.
The custom alloy crates sprang open on their own.
Tens of thousands of high-purity, high-grade soul stones emitted an alluring deep blue glow.
Lin Mo focused his mind. The innate imprint deep within his soul was instantly activated. An indescribably immense devouring force erupted from every fiber of his being.
The soul stones in the cases dimmed at a visible pace. They transformed into strands of pure death energy, frantically surging into Lin Mo's body.
He didn't even move a finger.
The vast amount of energy was entirely converted into the primal power required for summoning.
Expand.
Lin Mo set down the soda can and uttered 2 words in a flat tone.
Hum.
The space of the underground training ground began to distort violently.
Wave after wave of dark gold ripples spread across the open arena.
There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a chilling, deathly aura that made one's scalp prickle.
1. 10. 100.
Exactly 1,000 heavy sniper skeletons, each over 2 meters tall, stepped silently out of the ripples. They were all cloaked in wide, black capes. Most of their skeletal frames were hidden in deep shadows. In each skeleton's hand was a 1.5 meter long bone-made heavy sniper rifle. 1,000 heavy sniper skeletons. They formed 10 perfectly aligned squads of 100 each before Lin Mo. Not a single unnecessary sound was made. They resembled a ghost army emerging from the depths of hell.
Lin Mo stood up, still wearing his flip-flops.
He strolled leisurely to the very front of the formation. He looked like a peerless commander reviewing his troops, his gaze sweeping over this group of emotionless killing machines. A bone-chilling cold filled the air. The little skeletons instinctively bowed their heads and began polishing the massive bone sniper rifles in their hands, which were covered in dark red demonic runes.
In their hollow eye sockets, fiery blue underworld flames flickered quietly. Our opponents at noon tomorrow, number 100.
Lin Mo kept his hands in his pockets, his tone as matter-of-fact as if he were arranging tomorrow's breakfast. Since they like to bully the outnumbered by relying on their numbers, then we'll teach them a lesson they won't forget.
Lin Mo walked up to a heavy sniper skeleton in the front row.
He reached out and tapped the cold, hard barrel.
A crisp clang of bone echoed. Listen up.
Lin Mo turned around, gazing at the 1,000 silent reapers.
He began to outline tomorrow's tactics.
Once you're on the arena floor tomorrow, I don't want any of you engaging in close-quarters combat on the ground. Lin Mo extended a finger and pointed at the basement ceiling.
All of you, get up there. Hide among the clouds and suppress your presence to the absolute minimum.
The sniper skeletons raised their heads in unison. 1,000 muzzles of bone-white sniper rifles glinted with a terrifying, dark golden light under the lights. 10 kilometers of absolute range, 100% headshots that ignore defense. A wild, unmasked sneer curled at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. I want you to lock your sights firmly on the heads of those 100 worthless fools. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers crisply.
Snap. Watch my hand signal.
Lin Mo's gaze grew colder than 10,000-year-old ice. No need to aim for the heart, no need to sever limbs.
As soon as I give the signal. Lin Mo paused. His voice exuded unparalleled cruelty and dominance.
Execute precision strikes beyond visual range immediately.
1,000 snipers. Blow those 100 fine heads of theirs into a pile of mush. Click.
1,000 heavy sniper skeletons simultaneously cocked their bolts. The crisp sound of bullets chambering coalesced into a spine-chilling symphony of death. With the most directive actions, they responded to their master's command.
At the same time, outside the Dragon's Head Villa,
beneath the silence of the ornamental grove, undercurrents churned.
A dozen or so black figures clad in night vision gear were lurking on thick tree trunks like geckos.
They were all top-tier undercover operatives sent by various factions in the imperial capital to gather intelligence. Several of them were high-ranking assassins hired at great expense by the Dragon Abyss Guild.
Any movement from that kid's villa?
A figure in black, lurking at the very top of the treetops, asked in a hushed voice through a miniature earpiece. He held a high-powered night vision scope, staring intently at the villa's tightly shut gates.
Not a soul in sight.
A dismissive, cold chuckle came from a companion in another tree.
It's this late.
I bet that kid's already cowering under the covers, scared out of his wits and writing his will.
Tomorrow, it's 1 against 100.
Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd still be chopped into mincemeat. The lead assassin licked his parched lips.
Young Master Gu gave orders, we must keep a close eye on him tonight. We absolutely cannot let him slip away in the dead of night. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled.
No sooner had the words left his mouth. The leader's voice suddenly caught in his throat. An indescribable aura of terror and death
erupted without warning from the depths beneath Dragon's Head Villa. In an instant, it engulfed the entire grove. This killing intent carried not a single trace of mana. Yet it was pure and utterly icy.
The temperature in the grove plummeted below freezing in that moment.
A dozen top-tier assassins lurking in the shadows were struck as if by lightning. They felt as though they were being simultaneously targeted by countless ancient beasts hidden in the darkness. Their hair stood on end.
Cold sweat instantly soaked through their form-fitting nightcloaks.
An intense, almost suffocating sense of danger clamped down on their hearts. What's going on?
The lead assassin's body went rigid, even the hand gripping his dagger trembled uncontrollably.
Where is this overwhelming killing intent coming from?
He frantically scanned the darkness, trying to locate the source of the threat.
There was nothing. No ambush, no formation.
Only the Dragon's Head Villa, standing eerily still.
Retreat, retreat now.
One of the lookouts, whose nerves were weaker than the rest, couldn't bear the weight of this invisible pressure any longer. His voice cracked with fear.
I feel like there are countless knives pressed against my neck. There is something terrifying here.
Just as this group of lookouts was terrified out of their wits by this killing intent which seemed to come from nowhere and prepared to flee in panic,
that terrifying, murderous aura receded instantly, like a tide.
It vanished without a trace. As if it had all been nothing more than a hallucination.
A deathly silence returned to the woods. A dozen or so top-tier sentries exchanged glances, gasping for breath.
They stared at the Dragon Head Villa, which remained utterly undisturbed, their eyes filled with extreme fear of the unknown.
The lead assassin swallowed a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. He knew this was absolutely no illusion.
The life-or-death arena match at noon tomorrow. The 100 prodigies of the Dragon Abyss Guild. They might be about to hit a wall harder than meteorite iron.
Chapter 64, The Life-or-Death Arena, the Invincible One Who Never Moves. The midday sun scorched the earth mercilessly.
The central arena of Dragon God Academy. This massive life-or-death arena, capable of holding 100,000 people, was already packed to capacity.
The atmosphere in the stands was oppressively tense.
Even the aisles were crammed with upperclassmen and instructors who had skipped class to watch the match.
Everyone was staring intently at the center of the arena. On one side of the arena stood exactly 100 people.
They were all clad in dark gold custom battle suits, each wearing a coiled dragon emblem on their chest. These were not merely the 100 elite members of the Dragon Abyss Guild, they were the top monsters ranked in the dragon list.
Mages, tank warriors, assassins, and priests.
A perfect mix of all classes, forming an ironclad battle formation with no weak spots. Each held a high-tier weapon radiating a terrifying aura of power.
Gu Tianqing stood at the very front of the formation. He gripped a two-handed greatsword ablaze with a black storm, his gaze as cold as ice. Tianzi stood beside him, unable to hide the savage grin on his face. Guild Master, the time is almost up. Tianzi glanced at the manometer on his wrist and couldn't help but snort derisively. That cowardly turtle probably wet his pants in fear and bought a standing room only ticket to flee in the dead of night, didn't he? Gu Tianqing shot him a cold glance. The contract of life and death has been sealed. The formation has locked down his aura.
Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, he'll die on this stage today. No sooner had Gu Tianqing finished speaking than the arena's heavy steel doors were slowly pushed open from the outside.
Blinding sunlight poured in through the cracks.
The breath of the entire crowd of 100,000 people froze in that instant. Countless gazes turned in unison toward the figure walking toward them against the light.
Lin Mo was wearing his trusty flip-flops.
With his hands tucked into the pockets of his white t-shirt, he strolled leisurely into the view of the 100,000 spectators. He yawned, as if he hadn't slept well the night before. Reaching the edge of the ring, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the platform. 1 step, 2 steps. Lin Mo walked all the way to the very center of the ring, all by himself. No army of thousands of skeletons. No little sidekick who spent all day fanning him with a palm leaf fan.
Today, he hadn't even brought that rickety beach chair he used to lounge in. Just him.
Empty-handed and unarmed, he stood before 100 fully armed dragon rank experts. The students in the stands were all dumbfounded.
Why did he come up alone, whereas is summoned? Could it be that he knows he is as good as dead and has simply given up the fight? He didn't even bring a weapon. Is this kid here to offer himself up as a sacrifice?
Gu Tianqing stared at Lin Mo, standing alone across from him, his brows tightly furrowed.
Something is not right here.
A madman capable of soloing the Blood Moon Abyss would never come here to willingly throw his life away.
Tianzi burst out laughing.
Pointing at Lin Mo, he doubled over with laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face.
Lin Mo. Where is your pile of broken bones? Weren't you putting on quite a show in the square yesterday? Tianzi's face was twisted with scorn, his voice echoing through every corner of the arena via the sound amplification array. What's the matter? Now that it's time to fight for your lives, even your skeletons are too ashamed of you to show their faces? Lin Mo stood where he was, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. He looked at the 100 so-called geniuses across from him, all on high alert. His eyes held nothing but boredom. To deal with you bunch of losers. Lin Mo picked his ear. His voice was soft, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. Do I even need to bring anything? The moment those words left his mouth, the 100-strong battle formation of the Dragon Abyss Guild erupted into chaos. This was pure insult. 100 dragon rank experts, being called useless to their faces by a freshman with his hands in his pockets. Guild Master. Don't waste your breath on him. A hot-tempered shield warrior roared, slamming his massive shield into the ground with a thunderous crash. Let me go rip his mouth off first. Gu Tianqing raised his hand, quelling the commotion behind him. He glared intently at Lin Mo, the murderous intent in his eyes now completely uncontrollable. He would absolutely not allow this clown to continue living. Even a single second of his life was a trampling of the Dragon Abyss Guild's dignity. You're quite the sharp-tongued one. Gu Tianqing gripped his greatsword tightly, its blade pointing directly at Lin Mo. I hope your bones will be as tough as your mouth later on. Mid-air. The referee presiding over this life or death match was a white-haired academy elder. He looked down at Lin Mo with a complex expression. He wanted to say a few words of warning, but with the life and death contract already sealed, there was nothing he could do. Both parties are ready. The referee's voice echoed over the arena, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Life and death arena, let fate decide. Whoosh! A translucent, blood-red light barrier rose from all sides of the arena. Instantly, it completely sealed off the entire massive arena. The barrier was up. It was a fight to the death. The match begins. With the referee's loud shout, the air on the arena froze instantly. Gu Tianqing wasted no words. He didn't even bother with the honor of a one-on-one duel. When dealing with an unpredictable threat like Lin Mo, even a lion must give it his all when hunting a rabbit. Form the formation. Full-scale assault. Gu Tianqing swung his greatsword forward with all his might, his roar shattering the arena's silence. Reduce him to dust. Boom! The perfect coordination of the 100 dragon rank experts was on full display at that moment. Dozens of mages raised their wands simultaneously.
Blinding magical light converged wildly above the arena.
Fire elemental forbidden spells transformed into roaring fire dragons. Ice elemental magic condensed into a sky full of ice blades. Thunder danced wildly, and gales howled.
High-level spells of every color, carrying earth-shattering power, instantly locked onto that slender figure in the center of the arena.
At the same time, dozens of melee-class warriors drew their weapons simultaneously.
Countless frenzied sword auras and blade glints weaved close to the ground, forming an impenetrable web of death. They surged straight toward Lin Mo's legs, intent on shredding them.
Mid-air,
a dozen or so high-level assassins had long since concealed themselves. Poison-coated daggers glinted with a deadly chill in the shadows.
They waited only for Lin Mo to show the slightest opening before instantly slitting his throat.
A combined strike from 100 top-tier geniuses. The sheer terror of this force was enough to flatten a small city in an instant. Under this overwhelming pressure, the arena's specially reinforced floor began to crack inch by inch. Magic and sword energy poured down from the sky. It was like an inescapable storm of death. It sealed off every possible escape route for Lin Mo, leaving him completely trapped. The 100,000 spectators in the stands held their breath in terror. An all-encompassing attack of this magnitude. Forget a freshman. Even a level 60 instructor standing there would be instantly obliterated, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. Everyone's eyes widened, eager to catch a glimpse of fear on Lin Mo's face. They wanted to see him scramble about like a stray dog. But they were utterly disappointed. Lin Mo remained standing in his spot. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. Facing the overwhelming storm of destruction crashing down upon him, he didn't even raise an eyebrow. He merely lifted his head slightly. His gaze swept past the blinding magical light. He quietly looked up at the thick cloud layer hovering above the arena. A bloodthirsty, cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In a corner of the stands, Chu Ran's eyes were red with excitement, his fists clenched tightly. Die! Die! He roared frantically in his mind. Ah! In the front rows of the stands, many timid girls had already let out terrified screams. They covered their eyes tightly, not daring to look at the scene on the arena. In their minds, they could already picture the bloody scene of Lin Mo being pierced through the heart by 1,000 swords or blasted into mincemeat by magic. He's as good as dead. In everyone's eyes, this arrogant freshman was already a dead man. A torrent of frenzied magical light poured down. A devastating force exploded with a thunderous roar in the center of the ring. Chapter 65, Dimensional Strike. The Grim Reaper descends from the skies. Flames and lightning lit up the 100,000-seat stadium as bright as day. The combined assault of 100 top-tier experts exerted an utterly terrifying pressure. The frenzied magic tore through the air, emitting a piercing screech that made one's teeth ache. The entire arena's defensive formations shook violently under this force, as if they might collapse completely at any moment. The freshmen in the stands had long since turned pale with fear. Many had their eyes tightly shut, not daring to watch the bloody carnage that was about to unfold. A full-scale assault of this magnitude would flatten not just a freshman, but even a mountain in an instant. Gu Tianqing gripped his greatsword with both hands and let out a wild, unrestrained laugh. Die! This is what happens when you cross the Dragon Abyss Guild. In the face of absolute power, your petty tricks are nothing but hot air. Tianzi, hiding behind the battle lines, trembled with excitement. He had waited far too long for this moment. If this barrage landed squarely, Lin Mo would be reduced to a pile of mincemeat, even if he had 10 lives. Chu Ran sat in a corner of the stands, his eyes bulging. He stared intently at the center of the arena, muttering incessantly. Smash him! Smash that arrogant hick! The storm of destruction was less than 10 meters from Lin Mo's head. The violent gust of wind had already blown the strands of hair from his forehead. Lin Mo didn't even bat an eyelid. He actually found it a bit boring. 100 people had been holding their breath for ages, only to make such a small fuss. Not even enough to give him a tickle. Lin Mo slowly raised his right hand. His thumb and middle finger rubbed lightly together. Under the gaze of the crowd, he snapped his fingers crisply. Snap. The sound wasn't loud. Amid the deafening roar of magic, this single snap was practically insignificant. There were no dazzling magical lights or effects. Nor was there any earth-shattering burst of power. Lin Mo simply stood there, quiet and still. Scared stiff, are you? Tianzi roared with laughter. You've played the fool until you've painted yourself into a corner, and now you're snapping your fingers. Do you think you're some kind of god? No one noticed. High above, 1,000 meters in the sky, within that thick sea of clouds, a terrifying intent lurked. 1,000 Reaper heavy sniper skeletons had long since locked onto their targets below. Like emotionless, cold machines, they lay in wait, lurking in the clouds. The muzzles of 1,000 bone-white heavy sniper rifles radiated a ghostly blue aura of death. The moment Lin Mo snapped his fingers, the underworld flames within 1,000 hollow eye sockets flared violently. They hesitated not a moment. 1,000 ashen, bony fingers pulled the triggers simultaneously. There was no deafening gunfire. Not even a single speck of unnecessary light flickered. Pure death energy was compressed to its absolute limit. It transformed into 1,000 ethereal, otherworldly lasers invisible to the naked eye raining down from the heavens. These beams made no sound and stirred no air currents. They were like the silent judgment cast down by the Grim Reaper. Ignoring the distance between them, they arrived in an instant. On the stage, Gu Tianqing hadn't even had time to wipe the maniacal grin from his face. The Dragon Abyss Guild's 100-man battle formation S prize joint shield was operating at full capacity. It was an absolute defense reputed to withstand a full power strike from a level 50 Lord-class monster. Pop. A faint, crisp sound. Like a mischievous child popping a soap bubble. The moment that seemingly indestructible combined shield made contact with the ethereal laser, it shattered instantly. It didn't even manage to hold out for a single second. It completely disintegrated into a swarm of energy specks dancing through the air. Gu Tianqing felt a flash before his eyes. Immediately afterward, a searing, bone-piercing pain shot through his knees. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out in perfect unison at that moment. It wasn't just him. The 99 Dragon Abyss Guild elite behind him suffered this devastating blow simultaneously. The netherworld laser pierced through each of their kneecaps with pinpoint accuracy. It vaporized their hard bones into nothingness. Their legs, deprived of support, instantly went limp. Thud. 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 A full 100 men. 100 dragon rank experts who were usually aloof and arrogant. Like wheat cut down by a scythe. All of them slammed their knees onto the hard arena floor in unison. It was as orderly as a massive ritual of worship. 100 people, all facing Lin Mo in the center of the arena. They knelt down heavily. The mages lost control of their mana due to the sudden, excruciating pain. The assassins fell to the ground, their poisoned daggers flying far from their grasp. The shield warriors crashed into the floor tiles, shields and all. The storm of fire and lightning that was about to crash down on Lin Mo's head instantly lost the support of its master's mana. It abruptly dissipated mid-air, turning into a warm breeze that brushed against Lin Mo's cheek. Vanished without a trace. Nothing remained. The apocalyptic scene that had threatened to destroy the world just a second ago transformed in the next into a calm, clear blue sky. Lin Mo still stood with his hands in his pockets. Not even a single corner of his clothes was singed. He looked down at Gu Tianqing, who was kneeling before him. His eyes were filled with contempt. The entire 100,000-seat stadium. Dead silence. A silence more terrifying than a grave. You could hear a pin drop. 100,000 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the scene unfolding on the stage. Everyone's minds had completely stopped functioning. No one knew what had just happened.
No one had seen those deadly lasers falling from the sky. From their perspective, Lin Mo had simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Then the 100-man battle formation of the Dragon Abyss Guild had collectively dropped to their knees. The barrage of lethal attacks scattered in the wind like a joke. The scene was too bizarre. So bizarre it sent chills down one's spine. It took a full 30 seconds before Tianza's blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, finally shattered the arena's silence. He clutched his mangled knees and rolled frantically on the ground. Tears and snot streamed down his face from the pain. That scream was like a fuse. 100 elite warriors let out piercing wails simultaneously. Gu Tianqing's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his jaw tightly. He braced himself on the ground with both hands, desperately trying to stand up. But his calves were as limp as noodles, dragging along the floor. Nothing remained at his knees but two horrific, gaping holes, blood gushing freely. What did you do?" Gu Tianqing's voice, filled with extreme fear and agony, became shrill and piercing. He stared at Lin Mo as if he were a monster. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. "What's the matter?" Lin Mo took a step forward. His flip-flop-clad foot came to a steady halt right in front of Gu Tianqing. "Weren't you just about to blow me to smithereens a moment ago? Why are you all suddenly on your knees, kowtowing now?" Lin Mo looked down at Gu Tianqing's face, contorted in agony. His tone was as casual as if he were chatting about everyday matters. 100 of you against me, and your legs are still this weak. Looks like you guys haven't been taking enough calcium supplements." The old principal in the stands suddenly leaped to his feet. He gripped the railing with both hands so tightly that the veins on the backs of his hands bulged. His cloudy eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. "A dimensional strike," the old principal muttered to himself, his voice hoarse. "This is a pure dimensional strike. A crushing display of power from a completely different level. They've been utterly stripped of even the right to resist." The elderly referee floating in midair had also frozen rigid, like a wooden statue. Just moments ago, he had even mobilized all his mana, ready to end the match at any moment to save Lin Mo. Yet the turn of events had shattered every piece of common sense he'd held his entire life. 100 of the absolute top geniuses, collectively crippled by a single snap of the fingers? Shu Ran, sitting in the corner, was now ashen-faced with fear. A foul stench began to waft through the air. He huddled stiffly in his chair, drained of even the strength to flee. 100 dragon rank experts. Without even touching the hem of Lin Mo's robe, they had been reduced to cripples kneeling on the ground. Qinghan stood at the very front of the crowd. She looked at the lazy-looking youth in the center of the ring. She took a deep breath. Her heart was pounding like a drum, racing wildly. Just what kind of bottomless pit was this? Chapter 66, Reaching the Summit of the Dragon. Military radar has locked onto you. The smoke from the ring dissipated in the wind. Inside the 100,000-seat stadium, the silence was broken only by the sound of gasps. Lin Mo bent down, looking at Gu Tianqing, who lay limp in a pool of blood. He couldn't even be bothered to reach out his hand. Instead, he simply lifted his right foot. With the tip of that worn-out flip-flop, he unceremoniously lifted Gu Tianqing's chin. Gu Tianqing was forced to tilt his head back, meeting Lin Mo's impassive gaze. The once invincible top 5 ranked fighter on the dragon list now trembled like a leaky sack of rags. Excruciating pain and sheer terror had utterly shattered all his pride. "You said yesterday that at Dragon God Academy, you are the rule?" Lin Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it felt like a sledgehammer smashing down on Gu Tianqing's heart. "Now." Lin Mo pressed down slightly with his flip-flop, his gaze cold as ice. "Tell me, who is the law?" Gu Tianqing's lips had turned purple, and his teeth were chattering uncontrollably. The strength, status, and dignity he had once boasted of were nothing but a fart in the face of this freshman wearing flip-flops. He had completely broken down. You are the law." Gu Tianqing's voice was choked with sobs, tears mixing with cold sweat as they flowed into his mouth. "I surrender."
Please don't kill me, I surrender. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the blood-signed life and death contract floating in midair suddenly burst into a blinding red glow. The Academy's formation mercilessly delivered its verdict.
The winner, Lin Mo. The losing side, the Dragon Abyss Guild's 100-man squad, would have all their assets forcibly confiscated.
They were to be expelled from Dragon God Academy immediately. The black gold card in Lin Mo's pocket emitted a series of beeps. The life savings of 100 Dragon rank experts, along with full control of the Dragon Abyss Guild's material reserves, were instantly transferred to his name. The Dragon God Academy's top faction was completely wiped out without firing a single shot. The blood-red barrier surrounding the arena dissolved into a shower of light. Lin Mo withdrew his foot and turned toward the steps.
Clean up the floor. It's an eyesore.
He didn't even glance back at the crippled crowd, as if he merely crushed a swarm of ants. The arena remained deathly silent. 100,000 pairs of eyes stared blankly at Lin Mo's nonchalant retreating figure. Just then, a deafening hum suddenly echoed from outside the arena. Immediately afterward, a dazzling golden beam 10 times thicker than yesterday's pierced straight through the clouds. The radiance of that golden light even outshone the midday sun. It illuminated the entire academy.
It's the Dragon rank steel. Someone in the stands finally cried out in astonishment, breaking the suffocating silence. Look at the live feed on the big screen.
The giant projection screen above the arena instantly switched to a view of the central plaza.
The Dragon rank steel, representing the Academy's ultimate combat prowess, was now trembling violently. In the 9th ranked position, the two characters Lin Mo blazed with a blinding crimson flame. Then,
at a speed that made one's scalp tingle, it surged upward with frenzied intensity.
8th place.
5th place. 3rd place. Those top-tier seniors in their final year, revered like gods within the academy, were crushed as easily as paper by Lin Mo's name, which showed no mercy. There was not even the slightest pause. That blood-red name, radiating an aura of unstoppable dominance. It smashed straight through the name that had dominated the top spot for 2 years. It was firmly, inexorably etched at the very pinnacle of the Dragon rankings.
Dragon God Academy, number 1 on the Dragon rankings. Lin Mo. The solemn announcement echoed across the entire academy. Freshman Lin Mo.
Life and Death Arena, single-handedly defeated 100 ranked experts without sustaining a single injury.
Combat power assessment, immeasurable. Reaching the top of the Dragon rankings. Becoming the youngest chief in the Academy's 100-year history.
The entire crowd of 100,000 felt their scalps tingle.
What did this even mean?
A freshman who had been enrolled for less than 10 days had trampled the entire academy underfoot. The old principal slumped into his seat in the stands, gasping for breath. He stared at the name towering high on the giant screen. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably.
A prodigy, a complete and utter prodigy.
Qinghan stood among the crowd, a strange light flickering in her cold, striking eyes. She looked at the teenager on the stage, wearing flip-flops. A stunning smile curved her lips. From this day forward, the landscape of Dragon God Academy would be forever changed.
At the same time, deep within the mountains, hundreds of kilometers from the imperial capital, the National Air Defense Command of the Dragon Kingdom, in the top-secret monitoring hall,
the piercing sound of a red-level emergency alert tore through the silence of the underground base without warning. Alarm lights throughout the hall flashed frantically, bathing everyone's faces in a blood-red glow.
What's happening? Is it an enemy attack?
The Major General on duty leapt from his chair and strode toward the main control console.
Reporting, General.
The operator's hands moved across the keyboard so fast they became a blur, his voice cracking with sheer terror. An unidentified high-energy reaction has been detected over the imperial capital. Coordinates locked at an altitude of 1 kilometer directly above the central arena of Dragon God Academy. The Major General shoved the operator aside and fixed his gaze on the massive radar screen that covered the entire wall. In the center of the screen, a blinding crimson dot pulsed wildly.
The energy level represented by that dot had far exceeded the measurement limits of conventional instruments. "What are the energy readings?" the Major General roared.
The operator swallowed hard, his whole body trembling. "The energy peak is comparable to a full-yield tactical nuclear strike." The operator pointed at a set of data on the screen, cold sweat pouring down his face. "Moreover, this energy is extremely contained. It hasn't produced any widespread blast waves.
It was all precisely concentrated at a single coordinate on the arena."
The Major General sucked in a sharp breath. His mind exploded with a deafening roar.
Energy on the scale of a tactical nuclear strike? And capable of precise, pinpoint elimination with zero waste? This was simply not a force humans could control. "What's the target's status now?" The Major General's voice betrayed unmistakable panic.
"It's vanished." The operator stared at the radar screen, which had instantly returned to normal, his face a picture of utter disbelief. That energy existed for less than a second before vanishing completely into thin air.
It didn't even leave a single residual spatial fluctuation.
In the isolated command room deep within the headquarters, the door was violently flung open. The Major General didn't even bother to knock. He burst in, drenched in sweat. Behind the large desk sat a middle-aged man whose presence commanded respect without a word. He wore a crisp military uniform, his shoulders bearing the General's stars that signified the highest authority in the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation's supreme commander, the nation's military deity, Chu Xiaotian.
"What's all the commotion about?"
Chu Xiaotian picked up the blue and white porcelain teacup on his desk, his voice as steady as a mountain.
"Commander Chu, a major incident has occurred."
The Major General rushed to the desk in a few strides and rapidly reported the data just detected by radar. "An unknown energy comparable to a tactical nuclear strike has appeared above Dragon God Academy. It was fleeting. We couldn't track the source at all."
Crack!
The priceless blue and white porcelain teacup in Chu Xiaotian's hand was instantly crushed to pieces. Scalding tea mixed with shards of porcelain trickled down his calloused fingers. Yet he seemed completely oblivious to the pain. Two terrifying flashes of intensity erupted from those eyes that had witnessed countless life and death battles.
A single strike on the scale of a tactical nuclear weapon? Chu Xiaotian sprang to his feet.
His towering frame radiated a suffocating, iron-fisted aura of authority. He knew all too well what such power signified. If this power fell into the hands of the enemy, the very heart of the Dragon Nation would never know peace. It could be targeted by a decapitation strike at any moment.
"Transmit my absolute order."
Chu Xiaotian slammed his fist down on the desk, causing the solid wood surface to cave in with a thunderous crash.
"Mobilize the highest-level military intelligence network immediately. Whether this force is human or ghost.
Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must track down this energy source for me." Chu Xiaotian's voice was cold to the extreme, radiating an unwavering resolve. He walked to the massive strategic map and fixed his gaze on the location of Dragon God Academy.
This power,
it must not be allowed to remain at large.
Chapter 67, The War God Arrives, National Level Pressure.
3 full days had passed since the smoke of battle cleared from the arena of life and death.
During those 3 days, Dragon God Academy appeared to have returned to its usual tranquility.
Behind the scenes, however, the waters were already churning. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for a resolution. Lin Mo had caused such a massive commotion on the arena.
Even the national air raid sirens had sounded. The military high command would absolutely not stand idly by. Early on the 4th morning,
just as the sun rose, above the Dragon Head Villa,
a deafening roar mercilessly shattered the morning's tranquility. Night had fallen.
Dozens of dark green military helicopters blanketed the sky like a steel gray cloud. The violent turbulence from their rotors whipped up a storm of fallen leaves. The windows throughout the entire villa complex rattled with the impact.
The cabin doors slid open.
Tactical ropes rained down from the sky.
Fully armed elite military guards descended like gods sent from the heavens.
In an instant, they sealed off every entrance and exit to the Dragoness Head Villa. Their movements were precise and synchronized, without a single unnecessary sound. Each of them exuded a bloodthirsty aura, as if they had fought their way out of a sea of corpses and blood. This display of force would be more than sufficient even for a siege against a high-ranking Blood Moon Abyss Lord. The old principal stood outside the courtyard gate. He kept pulling out a white handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat pouring from his forehead. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Even the back of his suit was completely soaked through with sweat. He didn't dare even breathe a single breath. He dared not let his gaze linger for even half a second on the towering man beside him. The man wore a crisp, immaculate General S uniform. The General S stars on his shoulders were so dazzling in the morning light that they were almost blinding. He was the rock of the Longhua military. The supreme commander, the military deity who safeguarded the nation, Chu Xiaotian. Chu Xiaotian stared expressionlessly at the iron gate before him. His chiseled, angular face exuded a terrifying, commanding presence without even a hint of anger. He paid no attention whatsoever to the former principal standing beside him, who was trembling with fear and attempting to curry favor. Chu Xiaotian was a soldier through and through, never one to sweat the small stuff. He didn't even bother to reach for the doorbell. Instead, he simply raised his right foot, clad in a military boot. Without a second thought, he kicked open the priceless steel gate of the Dragoness Head Villa. There was a dull thud. The heavy door slammed against the wall. Plaster crumbled and fell in a shower of dust. The captain of the guard, his hand on the weapon at his waist, followed closely behind Chu Xiaotian. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. They strode into the villa's front yard, fully prepared to confront any high-level undead formations at a moment's notice. Yet the scene in the front yard left all the fully armed soldiers frozen in their tracks. There were no strict security measures. No terrifying hordes of undead. And certainly none of the tense, menacing atmosphere they had imagined. The early morning sunlight bathed the lush green lawn, creating an exceptionally serene and peaceful atmosphere. Lin Mo was wearing a white t-shirt, faded from repeated washing. On his feet were a pair of worn-out flip-flops. He was lying comfortably on a flashy beach chair. A small side table sat beside him. In his hand, he held a glass of soda filled to the brim with ice cubes. Every now and then, he took a sip and let out a satisfied sigh. At Lin Mo's feet, a few grayish-white skeleton soldiers were crouched on the ground. They held giant gardening shears that were completely out of proportion to their tiny frames. They were huffing and puffing as they trimmed the lawn. "That patch on the left is a bit too tall, cut it down a bit." Lin Mo mumbled his instructions through his straw. "If you cut it crooked again, I'll use you to make bone broth." The little skeletons clicked their jawbones in protest. They quickly lowered their heads and sped up the movements of the shears in their hands. No matter how you looked at it, the scene was comical. It was just like a ruthless exploiter squeezing every last drop out of unpaid, free labor. Chu Xiaotian stopped in his tracks. His eyes, deep as an abyss, fixed intently on Lin Mo, who was reclining in the chair. Is this the teenager who triggered a tactical nuclear-level energy fluctuation? Is this the number one on the Dragon rankings who single-handedly crushed the Dragon Abyss Guild? He looks like nothing more than a run-of-the-mill street thug. Chu Xiaotian's gaze instantly turned ruthless and cold. He had seen too many so-called geniuses. Whether he is a dragon or a worm, a test will reveal the truth. He intended to personally assess this legendary prodigy, to see if this kid's backbone was as tough as his mouth. Boom! Without any warning. Without any incantations or movements. A terrifying aura belonging to a demigod-level powerhouse erupted violently from Chu Xiaotian's body. This aura was formless and intangible. Yet it carried the absolute tyranny to crush all things in the world. Like the 9 netherworld rivers bursting their banks, it surged madly toward Lin Mo. The air in the courtyard instantly thickened until it felt as solid as matter. Even the sunlight seemed to be forcibly severed by this pressure. The surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing point. The old principal felt as if a 10,000-ton hammer had struck him squarely in the chest. His vision went black without even a groan, he nearly collapsed to his knees. He could only cling desperately to the wall beside him, gasping for breath. It felt as though his internal organs were about to shift out of place. Even the battle-hardened elite guard following behind Chu Shaotian were all pressed back by the aftershocks of this force, their faces turning deathly pale. They gritted their teeth, their legs trembling slightly. And this was merely the fringes of the pressure's aftereffects. Lin Mo, situated at the very center of the pressure, remained in his lazy, reclined posture on the beach chair. He didn't even twitch a finger holding his soda. Just as that demigod-level pressure was about to touch him, the little skeletons mowing the lawn below stirred. They casually tossed aside the large shears in their hands. Clack, clack, clack. A series of bone-chilling, bone-grinding sounds rang out. In an instant, the little skeletons transformed into several grayish-white afterimages. Their speed was so great that even the captain of the guard couldn't make out their movements. They formed a perfect line, blocking Lin Mo's path. Their ashen bony arms crossed and locked together tightly. A bone shield formation, leaving no blind spots, took shape in the blink of an eye. Boom! A deafening, thunderous explosion erupted in the courtyard. The demigod-level aura slammed violently into the bone shield formation. An invisible, violent shockwave surged wildly in all directions. The granite floor beneath the little skeleton's feet was instantly covered in deep, spiderweb-like cracks. Large chunks of debris flew in all directions, smashing through the courtyard walls. These low-level skeletons, which looked as though a gentle breeze could scatter them, stood with their spines as straight as pine trees. In their hollow eye sockets, eerie blue underworld flames burned quietly. Not a single tremor. They did not retreat a single step. Not even the slightest crack appeared on that fragile layer of gray-white bone. Just like that, they casually and forcefully blocked the overwhelming pressure of the National Guardian God. The captain of the personal guard behind Chu Shaotian stared intently at that impenetrable formation of bone shields. His pupils contracted violently, narrowing to slits. He sucked in a sharp breath of icy air, feeling a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat soaked through the back of his training uniform. He knew better than anyone present just how terrifying the god of war's aura truly was. It was the supreme killing intent forged by slaying countless foreign divine agents along the border. Even those lofty, arrogant level 50 powerhouses outside, faced with this unrestrained pressure, would have their knees crushed the moment it touched them, coughing up blood as they knelt to beg for mercy. The scene before him completely shattered the captain's understanding of reality. A few ragged skeleton soldiers whose ranks were impossible to discern, not even wearing armor. Not only had they not been crushed to dust by this pressure, but they hadn't even taken a single step back. They simply withstood it unscathed? How was that possible? This youth named Lin Mo, and the skeletons he had with him. Just what kind of lawless monsters were they, exactly? Chapter 68, Negotiations? You'll have to prove your worth first. Bonus Chapter 5. The terrifying pressure in the courtyard receded instantly, like a tide. Chu Shaotian withdrew his overwhelming aura. He looked at the few gray-white skeletons that remained motionless, a fleeting trace of admiration passing through the depths of his eyes. As the Dragon Nation's military deity, he had seen countless rare and exotic creatures. A summon capable of withstanding his pressure was definitely no ordinary being. This kid certainly had the right to be arrogant. Chu Shaotian strode over to Lin Mo's lounge chair. He looked down at the indifferent-looking teenager. Kid, you're pretty impressive. Chu Shaotian's voice was deep and powerful, carrying the crisp decisiveness characteristic of a soldier. Lin Mo took a sip of his ice-cold cola and casually tossed the empty cup to the little skeleton beside him. Thanks for the compliment. But old man, you didn't bring all these people to smash down my front door first thing in the morning just to pay me a compliment, did you? The old principal standing nearby nearly lost his mind upon hearing this. That was the nation's military god. And this little brat actually called him old man? Zhu Xiaotian didn't get angry. Instead, he let out a cold laugh.
Fine, I'll be blunt then.
With his hands clasped behind his back, his tone left no room for argument. The commotion you caused on the arena stage yesterday at noon has triggered the highest alert level at the National Air Defense Command. Destructive power of that magnitude must never fall into the hands of an uncontrolled student.
Zhu Xiaotian locked eyes with Lin Mo.
I'm here today, representing the highest military authorities of the Dragon Nation, to show you the right path.
The entire hall fell silent.
The captain of the Imperial Guard and the old principal both held their breath.
The state can grant you the rank of Major General.
Zhu Xiaotian extended an olive branch that would drive the entire elite circle of the imperial capital into a frenzy. Benefits, resources, privileges all at the highest level. Your family will also rise to become one of Dragon Nation's most prestigious and influential clans. The old principal's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Major General.
A freshman who had only just enrolled a few days ago was being directly awarded a General's rank. In the history of Longwa since its founding, this was an unprecedented, unheard of first. The captain of the Imperial Guard was also utterly stunned. He had fought side by side with the god of war for over a decade, earning countless military merits, yet he was still only a colonel. This kid hasn't earned a single merit, yet he has shot straight to the top. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Zhu Xiaotian laid out his true conditions. In exchange, you must join the military immediately. Every single undead summon under your command must be integrated into the state's unified formation and placed under the highest command. The true intent was revealed. This wasn't an offer of amnesty, it was a blatant attempt to seize power.
To turn Lin Mo into a high-ranking employee of the military.
The old principal frantically signaled to Lin Mo.
His eyelids were practically cramping from blinking so much.
Though the terms were harsh, they were set by the military god himself. Even if it were just a nominal position, he'd still be part of the military's inner circle.
This was an absolute lifesaver.
Lin Mo looked at Zhu Xiaotian's stern face.
Suddenly, he burst out laughing.
He stared at the lofty military god as if he were a fool.
Old man, are you so used to giving orders in the military district?
Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs.
You want to absorb my skeleton core right off the bat, and then command me? Do you think this is a vegetable market where you're buying cabbages?
The captain of the guard's hand instantly shot to the hilt of his pistol at his waist. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes.
How dare you? How do you speak to General Chu? Lin Mo didn't even glance at the captain. I'm used to doing things my own way. I hate it when people tell me what to do. He wagged a finger at Zhu Xiaotian, rejecting the offer with decisive finality.
If there is truly a problem I can't avoid, we can discuss a partnership with a clear price tag.
As for recruitment?
Lin Mo tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a defiant, cold smirk.
Out of the question. The door's over there. I want to see you out.
The old principal's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the lawn.
It's over.
This stubborn mule, he even dared to snub the war god. Now, not even the entire Dragon God Academy can save him.
Zhu Xiaotian's brows knitted tightly together. The atmosphere around them grew oppressive once more.
In his lifetime of military service, no one had ever dared to refuse his orders to his face. When it comes to national interests, there is no room for bargaining.
Zhu Xiaotian's face was as dark as storm clouds. I'm asking you to hand over command for the greater good. The greater good?
Lin Mo shot back without hesitation. If I didn't have the strength to stand on that stage yesterday, I'd be nothing but a pile of rotting flesh by now.
Where was the greater good back then? Now that you see I'm strong, you come running to talk about the greater good? Zhu Xiaotian fixed his gaze intently on Lin Mo. Kid, don't think a little talent gives you the right to ignore everything. Arrogance requires capital. That move of yours yesterday was indeed powerful. Do you really think that with this bunch of broken bones under your command, you can be invincible against a modern steel torrent? Chu Shaotian took a step forward, his iron-willed aura surging once more. In the face of a true national war machine, the power of an individual is nothing but a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Lin Mo met Chu Shaotian's gaze without flinching. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, instead, they gleamed with eager anticipation. Funny. I just love doing things like that, trying to stop a cart with my own two hands. Lin Mo shrugged. Why don't you bring out your steel torrent? Let us see how it holds up. The captain of the Imperial Guard trembled with rage. General Chu. No need to waste words on him. Take him down now. I'll see just how tough he really is. Chu Shaotian raised his hand, stopping the bodyguard captain who was about to lose control. He looked at Lin Mo's confident demeanor. The rage in his heart gradually subsided. In its place came a sharp sense of having met his match. The fact that this kid dared to speak like that meant he still had some hidden cards up his sleeve. Fine. Chu Shaotian's gaze was piercing. Since you refuse to accept this, let us make a bet. The old principal stood nearby, sweating profusely with anxiety. He scrambled over, lowering his voice to plead with Lin Mo. For heaven's sake, don't be impulsive. This is General Chu, the Dragon Nation's greatest military force. Why are you provoking him? If you really piss him off, no one will be able to save you. Lin Mo brushed the old principal aside with a backhand. Old man, you're blocking my view. He stood up, facing the towering Chu Shaotian head-on. A playful curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Negotiations, after all, require a precondition. Lin Mo brushed imaginary dust off his clothes. If you want me to listen to you, you'd better prove first that you're worthy of my attention. Go ahead. Lin Mo shoved his hands in his pockets, his tone brimming with arrogance. How do we bet? Chu Shaotian looked at Lin Mo's fearless demeanor. The rage in his eyes completely subsided. In its place was a long-forgotten fervor. As the renowned military god of Longwa, it had been many years since he'd encountered such a gutsy young man. Good lad, you're bold. Chu Shaotian clapped his hands and strode back to the center of the courtyard. Since you've gone this far, I'll give you this chance today to see what a true national treasure is. The old principal stood trembling in fear beside him. Just as he was about to speak up to smooth things over, Chu Shaotian shot him a cold, piercing glare that silenced him. The location for the drill will be the first military district training ground in the northern suburbs of the capital. Chu Shaotian turned around, looking down at Lin Mo from above. I will mobilize Dragon Nation's most elite heavy mechanized division, plus a full array of the most advanced modern firepower. Aren't you the one who can summon bones? Chu Shaotian sneered, his tone brimming with absolute confidence. I'll let you pit your skeleton legion against my heavy mech division, as long as you can last an hour in this simulated battle. I, Chu Shaotian, will turn on my heel and leave today, never to mention the matter of recruitment again. The captain of the Imperial Guard stood nearby, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Heavy mech units? Those were the ultimate trump card built by the Dragon Nation's military at a cost of trillions. Every mech was equipped with the latest model of energy main cannon. A single shot could reduce even a level 50 boss monster to ashes. To take on a newbie, they actually deployed such a devastating weapon? This wasn't a drill, it was a one-sided firepower massacre. Chapter 69, Million Beast Tide Alert. Blood Moon Abyss Rank, The Rift Descends. Lin Mo bit down on the straw and drained the coke from his cup in one gulp. Last an hour? He casually tossed the empty cup behind him. The little skeleton beside him caught it effortlessly and tossed it into the trash can. Old man, you might have a bit of a misunderstanding about my abilities. Lin Mo stood up and stretched his arms wide. Dealing with a pile of scrap metal doesn't take an hour. If I can't finish them in 10 minutes, I'll admit defeat. Arrogant. Utterly, boundless arrogance. Chu Shaotian laughed bitterly in fury, uttering the word good 3 times in a row. Good guts. Since you're so eager to get beaten up, I'll grant your wish right now. Let us go, get on the helicopter. We're heading to the military zone right now.
Chu Shaotian waved his hand, and the bodyguards immediately spread out.
They prepared to escort Lin Mo onto the helicopter.
Lin Mo, still in his flip-flops, was just about to step forward when a sudden, unexpected turn of events occurred.
Woo!
A piercing, ear-splitting alarm blared without warning across the skies of the imperial capital.
The sound was like a death knell from hell.
In an instant, it pierced through the villa's walls, striking everyone's eardrums.
But that wasn't all. It was followed by a second and then a third alarm. The entire Dragon God Academy's broadcast system and indeed, the capital's entire air defense system was forcibly activated all at once.
The red air raid warning lights were strikingly glaring, even in broad daylight.
The entire city instantly plunged into a deathly panic.
What is this?
The color drained from the old principal's face in an instant.
His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the lawn.
An apocalyptic air raid siren?
In the hundreds of years since the imperial capital was founded, this alarm has never sounded.
The composure on Chu Shaotian's face vanished without a trace.
He jerked his head up, staring intently at the northern sky. In those eyes that had witnessed countless life and death situations, a hint of sheer terror surfaced for the first time ever. Lin Mo also stopped in his tracks and followed Chu Shaotian's gaze.
The sky had split open.
It had been clear and cloudless just moments ago. Now, it looked as though an invisible giant axe had forcibly cleaved a terrifying fissure, stretching 100 kilometers long. The fissure spanned the horizon north of the imperial capital. Within it churned a crimson glow so dense it seemed impenetrable. It resembled the slowly opening eye of a blood moon abyss demon, coldly gazing down upon the entire human world. The temperature in the air plummeted. A nauseating stench of blood swept through the imperial capital in an instant, carried by the howling wind. Even from dozens of kilometers away, one could clearly feel that apocalyptic sense of oppression.
Damn it!
Chu Shaotian clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked.
A blood moon abyss fissure? How could it appear near the imperial capital without any warning?
What the hell are the air defense radars for? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a small military reconnaissance plane, belching black smoke, stumbled in from the distance. It made an emergency landing right on the open ground outside the Dragon's Head Villa. The cockpit door was kicked open. An intelligence officer, his head covered in blood, scrambled and stumbled into the courtyard. He didn't even have time to salute, he simply threw himself at Chu Shaotian's feet.
Lord War God! It's terrible. The intelligence officer's voice was completely distorted by terror.
Tears mixed with blood streamed down his face.
The northern defense line has fallen.
Chu Shaotian grabbed the intelligence officer by the collar and hoisted him off the ground.
Speak clearly. What exactly is going on?
It's the blood moon abyss fissure. The intelligence officer was shaking like a leaf, his teeth chattering uncontrollably.
The detector's readings have completely gone off the charts.
Nothing but berserkers are pouring out of the fissure.
The intelligence officer swallowed a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and screamed in despair. A beast tide.
A massive beast tide over 1 million strong.
They've already breached the first line of defense to the north. In an hour at most,
the vanguard will be storming the northern gates of the imperial capital.
Boom!
The news exploded like a nuclear bomb in everyone's minds. 1 million strong beast horde. The rank blood moon abyss rift.
What did that even mean?
It signaled an apocalyptic catastrophe powerful enough to wipe out a small nation with ease. The imperial capital's centuries of peace were shattered into pieces in that instant. The old headmaster was too stunned to speak. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, feeling as if his heart were about to stop. The captain of the Imperial Guard's face turned ashen. He yanked the weapon from his waist and turned to bellow at his men.
All units. Level 1 combat readiness.
Chu Shaotian shoved the intelligence officer aside, his face so dark it looked as if rain might fall from it. He had no time to think about surrender negotiations or drills now.
If the imperial capital fell, the very heart of the Dragon Nation would cease to beat.
Contact the military command center immediately. Chu Shaotian strode toward the helicopter, issuing a stern, unyielding order.
Mobilize every breathing combat unit.
Hold the north gate at all costs. Even if it means using human lives as a human wall, you'd better keep those beasts outside the city for me.
He glanced back at Lin Mo, who was still standing in place. Kid, consider yourself lucky.
I'll put our bet on the books for now. Once I've slaughtered every last one of those beasts, I'll come back and settle the score with you.
With that, Chu Shaotian turned and headed for the helicopter without looking back.
The personal guard behind him also turned, preparing to rush into that life-or-death meat grinder of a battlefield.
Every face bore the resolute determination of those ready to die. Just at that critical moment, a voice, utterly nonchalant, suddenly rang out in the courtyard. It halted Chu Shaotian in his tracks. Wait a minute. Chu Shaotian whipped his head around. His gaze fixed on Lin Mo like a blade. What more nonsense do you have to spout? I don't have time to listen to your bullshit right now.
Lin Mo paid no heed to Chu Shaotian's rage. He slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket. He glanced at the crimson, 100-kilometer-long fissure on the northern horizon. In those eyes, which had always been lazy and lifeless, two unmasked, frenzied embers now burned. It was the excitement of spotting prey. Didn't we agree just now that you'd let me see what a national treasure is all about? Lin Mo cracked his neck, producing a crisp popping sound. A defiant, reckless smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Going to the training ground is so boring. Beating up a pile of scrap metal, even if I win, no one is going to give me a bonus. Lin Mo set off, striding directly toward Chu Shaotian's military helicopter. Wearing flip-flops, he walked with a reckless, unyielding stride. As he passed by Chu Shaotian, he paused. Let us cancel the drill. Lin Mo turned his head to look at the National Defense God, whose face was frozen in shock. His eyes radiated a madness and domineering aura that made one's scalp tingle. Since we're here to play for real. Lin Mo patted Chu Shaotian on the shoulder, grinning like the Grim Reaper emerging from hell. General Chu, let us change the venue. Let us play for real right now. Chapter 70, A Bird's Eye View from the Helicopter, A Scenes from Hell. Imperial Capital Military District, the highest level helipad. A menacing-looking supersonic fighter jet had its engines already roaring at full throttle. Chu Shaotian strode into the cockpit, his face so dark it looked as if rain might fall from it. Lin Mo followed slowly behind, holding a glass of iced cola. The cockpit door slammed shut. The supersonic fighter's engines roared deafeningly. It soared toward the sky like a colossal steel beast. The atmosphere inside the cockpit had frozen to a standstill. Even the air seemed to have solidified completely. Several high-ranking military officers, each with General S stars on their shoulders, looked ashen-faced. They stared intently at the tactical tablets in their hands. Red lights flashed frantically across the communication channels. All that came through were desperate cries of the front lines collapsing. Report to headquarters. The mammoth beasts have torn a breach in Sector 3 of the Northern Front. All soldiers of the 3rd Regiment have fired their last bullet and are now engaged in close-quarters combat. Report. The anti-aircraft artillery positions in Sector 4 have been completely destroyed by flying monsters. We can't hold the line anymore. Each battle report was more despair-inducing than the last. Chu Shaotian clenched his teeth tightly. The muscles on his chiseled, angular face twitched violently. Not a word. Meanwhile, in the leather seat across from Chu Shaotian, Lin Mo tilted his head back and yawned widely. He shifted into a more comfortable position, resting his head against the bulletproof glass. He looked as though he hadn't fully woken up yet, completely indifferent to everything around him. Several high-ranking military officials watched the teenager. All of them had furrowed brows, their eyes blazing with fury. This was a meat grinder of a battlefield where soldiers were sent to die on the front lines. If Chu Shaotian hadn't personally brought him aboard, they would have drawn their guns long ago and kicked this annoying intruder right off the plane. At a time like this, he was still drinking Coke in the cockpit? The fighter jet broke the sound barrier. In just a few short minutes, they had already reached the skies above the northern defense line of the imperial capital. "We're here." Chu Shaotian's voice was terrifyingly hoarse. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes. He casually set the cola cup aside and leaned toward the window to look down. Even he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sight outside. It was truly a living, breathing painting of hell. The sky, once azure, now looked as though an ancient colossus had ripped a bloody gash through it with its claws. A crimson fissure, stretching 100 kilometers long, spanned the heavens. Thick, blood-red light dyed the entire world a despairing shade of dark red. Beneath the fissure lay an endless, pitch-black tide of beasts stretching as far as the eye could see. It could hardly be called a herd. It was a black tsunami, hundreds of kilometers long, composed of countless hideous monsters, trampling the corpses of their comrades. Emitting earth-shaking roars, they advanced madly toward human territory. Ahead stood a steel wall 100 meters high. This was the final physical barrier of the imperial capital's defense line. Countless modern heavy artillery positions on the wall fired furiously. The deafening roar of artillery fire merged into a single, continuous roar, causing the earth to tremble violently. Tons of armor-piercing shells slammed into the tide of beasts. Explosions sent up massive bursts of blood and flesh. This terrifying firepower, which under normal circumstances could level mountains, now seemed pitifully feeble in the face of this boundless ocean of monsters. No sooner had a breach been blown open than it was instantly filled to the brim by the monsters surging from behind. It was utterly futile. Lin Mo looked down at the swarming horde of monsters ramming the city walls with frenzied fury. The smile on his lips grew wider and wider. Far from being afraid, a gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. "There are certainly a lot of them," Lin Mo muttered to himself. This wasn't a disaster. It was clearly a 100 billion experience gift package delivered right to his doorstep. The fighter jet suddenly dove. Amidst a series of violent jolts, it landed steadily at the highest command center behind the front lines. The moment the cockpit door opened, a strong smell of gunpowder and the pungent stench of blood instantly hit him. Chaos reigned within the command center. Medics were rushing back and forth everywhere, carrying critically wounded soldiers. Cries of agony, shouts, and the blaring alarms of various machines mingled together. "General Chu, you finally arrived." A blood-soaked man stumbled forward to greet him. This was the commander-in-chief of the Northern Front, a bona fide level 50 general. At that moment, the left sleeve of this once feared general hung empty. Blood continued to drip down, staining half his body red. That arm had clearly been torn off by a monster on the front lines just moments ago. He hadn't even had time to bandage the wound. With a look of utter despair, he dropped to one knee before Chu Shaotian. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper grinding. "General Chu, the first line of defense has been completely breached. There are too many monsters far beyond what our defenses can handle. Our men are dying by the dozen." Chu Shaotian yanked him to his feet, his tiger-like eyes wide with fury. His eyes were bloodshot. "How much longer can the iron wall hold out?" The commander-in-chief let out a bitter laugh. Tears mixed with blood streamed down his smoke-stained cheeks. "We can't hold out much longer. 10 minutes at most. Those beasts will breach the 100-meter wall and storm straight through the gates into the imperial city." A deathly silence fell over the command center. All the officers bowed their heads, gripping their weapons tightly. Their knuckles cracked from the strain. 10 minutes. For the tens of millions of civilians in the imperial capital, that wasn't even enough time to evacuate. Once the walls fell, the entire imperial capital would become a living hell. The commander-in-chief bit his lip until it bled. He snapped his head up, his eyes filled with a reckless, unyielding resolve.
General Chu, give the order. We are ready to activate the nuclear self-destruct protocol for the northern defense line. Even if it reduces this entire 100-mile radius to a wasteland. We old soldiers will go down with them. But we will never let a single demon set foot in the imperial capital.
These words were spoken with the utmost pathos. In the eyes of every soldier present, a death-defying resolve flared to life. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak of tragic intensity, a most untimely yawn suddenly rang out behind Chu Xiaotian. Lin Mo stretched and took 2 steps forward.
Nuclear explosions at the drop of a hat.
Lin Mo picked his ear, his face full of reluctance. After a nuke, we have to deal with post-disaster reconstruction. What a hassle. Besides, those monsters are top-notch materials.
If we blow them all to bits, who is going to pay me back?
The commander-in-chief froze.
Only then did he notice that behind Chu Xiaotian stood a young man wearing absolutely no military uniform.
A white t-shirt and baggy shorts.
This casual attire was completely out of place in the command center, which was covered in blood.
The commander-in-chief stared intently at Lin Mo's completely unflustered face. His gaze swept over the young man. Then he whipped his head around to look at Chu Xiaotian. An uncontrollable, overwhelming rage surged straight to the top of his head. His brothers on the front lines were risking their lives to fill that bottomless pit.
He even put his own arm on the line.
They were on the verge of detonating a nuclear bomb to die. This 50-level general had completely lost control. He pointed his finger at Lin Mo's nose. Turning to Chu Xiaotian, the highest-ranking commander of the Dragon Nation, he roared furiously.
Commander Chu! What the hell is going on?
The front lines are about to be wiped out.
You came to the front lines to command the battle. Why did you have to bring a delicate, soft-skinned student here to die?
Chapter 71, Step Back, I'm taking charge here. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if it could rain. General Li, his arms severed, had bloodshot eyes.
He glared fiercely at Lin Mo, standing behind Chu Xiaotian.
The rage and frustration in his eyes were so intense they seemed on the verge of bursting forth. The men on the front lines were risking their lives to fill the gaps, with soldiers falling into pools of blood every second. And this so-called god of war, sitting high above it all, actually brought a scrawny student to the front lines? Was he here on a sightseeing tour, or to pat his resume and steal military honors on the front lines?
Commander Chu. If you want to groom a successor, you need to choose your moment.
General Li's words flew with spit flying, his remaining right hand pounding furiously on the holographic tactical console before him. There are over 1 million frenzied monsters out there. This isn't a game of house he plays on the school playground. Send him back to the imperial capital. Don't let him get in the way here.
Chu Xiaotian's expression darkened, his brows furrowing into a deep river character.
He was just about to step forward to reveal Lin Mo's true capabilities. He wanted to tell this battle-hardened veteran subordinate of his that this lazy-looking youth before him was worth an entire fully manned heavy mech division all by himself.
But before Chu Xiaotian could get the words out, boom! A deafening, earth-shattering explosion.
It erupted without warning outside the command center.
The entire sturdy underground fortress shook violently.
The explosion-proof lights on the ceiling shattered with a crackling sound, sending sparks flying. Huge chunks of concrete rained down. Several intelligence officers in charge of communications lost their footing and fell, their heads split open.
What's going on?
Chu Xiaotian grabbed the shaking table for support and roared furiously.
Report! Report!
A communications soldier scrambled and crawled his way to the control console, his voice shrill and strained.
The defensive line has been breached.
3 Blood Moon Abyss behemoths withstood our concentrated fire and smashed through the eastern steel wall. The holographic tactical screen flickered twice, switching to a live feed of the eastern wall. The moment the senior commanders in the command center saw the footage, they all sucked in a sharp breath. Their faces turned ashen.
On the screen,
Three terrifying monsters, each over 100 meters tall, were letting out earth-shaking roars. Their bodies were covered in black barbs, their muscles bulging. They looked like moving hills crawling out of hell.
Dragon Nation's pride and joy, the armor-piercing heavy cannons, struck them.
They could only shatter a few scales. They were utterly incapable of inflicting a fatal wound. One of the Blood Moon Abyss behemoths swung its massive claw. It slammed it down on the steel city wall, which was over 10 meters thick. Crack! The defensive line crumbled like paper, torn open by a massive breach hundreds of meters wide. Once the breach opened, disaster struck. Countless bloodthirsty demon wolves, their eyes glowing crimson and dripping foul-smelling saliva, surged through the breach like a black flood bursting its banks. They poured madly into the human defensive lines through that gap. The soldiers on the city walls were utterly enraged. The cannon barrels were red hot. The bullets in their guns were spent. So they fixed bayonets and charged, ready to give their lives. Charge! Let us fight these beasts to the death. A company commander, his face caked in soot, roared as he detonated the honor bomb strapped to his body. He threw himself headfirst into the pack of wolves, blowing up a swath of monsters. But such a suicidal attack seemed utterly futile in the face of the endless tide of beasts. More and more soldiers were being knocked down by the monsters. Screams, the sounds of tearing flesh, and the crack of breaking bones came through the communicators, clear as day, back to the command center. Blood stained the entire defensive line crimson.